I'm the most despised troublemaker in the entertainment industry, spending my days exposing either this idol sleeping with fans or that goddess evading taxes. Netizens hail me as the living bodhisattva of the internet. The exposed celebrities frantically deny the allegations while mobilizing internet trolls to send me death threats. Yet, the bigwigs of capital not only dare not smear me but instead beg on their knees for me to endorse their brands. Even CCTV is scrambling to offer me gigs. All because after transmigrating, I discovered this world lacks those universally beloved patriotic songs. Freshly transmigrated, I clutched my head in disbelief. Holy crap, how could someone possibly stir up such a massive mess? Never expected to land in such hot water right off the bat. Just glance at today's trending lists on Weibo and Douyin. Chen Ze is going all out with explosive revelations, wrecking the domestic entertainment scene. Zhou Qian insults fans. Lu despoils them. Chen Sanqing plays both sides, while Ma Wei's takes it further by outright exploiting them. Su Erda dodges taxes but never skips extracurricular activities. Statistics show over 30 top stars have already crumbled under my verbal onslaught, and the number keeps climbing. Their downfalls vary in style but share the same destructive outcome. Daily question, Chen Ze, are you still sticking around in the entertainment industry tomorrow? Romanticism is asking, Wei Zihan, why did you have to provoke this living nightmare? His past self was practically a walking white phosphorus personality. Originally just a diligent but obscure figure in the entertainment industry, he had no major issues aside from some depression. At the end of the year, he took on a drama expecting to play the male lead, only to realize the crew had tricked him. The director's boyfriend, top star Wei Zihan, became the male lead instead, demoting him to the supporting role. Thinking it was a big production with substantial screen time for the second lead, he figured performing well could still make him stand out, so he endured it. But to his shock, during filming, Wei Zihan frequently arrived late and threw his weight around, leaving his past self waiting for hours in -20°C outdoor conditions. Later, his past self gently mentioned it once, only to earn Wei Zihan's lasting grudge. With the director's encouragement, the entire crew ostracized him. They'd send assembly notices without telling him the time or location, making him miss schedules and arrive late. The director seized the chance to shift blame, accusing him of being unprofessional and threatening to terminate his contract. In the end, the guy didn't earn a single penny and even had to compensate the production crew hundreds of thousands. The predecessor, who was kicked out of the crew, was utterly enraged and went straight to Weibo to expose the inhumane treatment he suffered. Instead of gaining sympathy, he was viciously attacked by Wei Zihan's fans. The crew not only hired trolls to smear him but also colluded with the agency he had just signed with to pressure him. Furious, the predecessor directly engaged in online battles with them in the comments. At first, it was just minor skirmishes, but when some of Wei Zihan's industry friends joined in, the situation took a bizarre turn. No one knows where the predecessor dug up a pile of scandals, but the once emotionally stable capybara transformed into a fearless honey badger. Anyone who dared to speak up for Wei Zihan or the crew was instantly obliterated with solid evidence and explosive revelations, leaving no room for rebuttal. It was like getting hit with an 8-pointed light wheel right in the face. How could anyone handle that? How unhinged was the predecessor? Later on, even if a random passerby asked if he had dirt on any celebrity, he would spill everything he knew with photos and text. He was completely bloodlust at that point. Even the Hammer King of the Northwest would have to tip his hat and call it professional. In short, that night saw the collapse of numerous stars, leaving top celebrities, their fans, and the behind-the-scenes capital all stunned. When talent agencies woke up the next morning, they found their cash cows had been cut down at the waist, feeling as if the sky had fallen. While celebrity scandals are common, witnessing so many fall in a single night was unprecedented. It can be said that the predecessor single-handedly shook the entire domestic entertainment industry, firing the first shot in the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal struggle within the industry. Netizens later dubbed it the Chen Ze incident. Over the past 2 days, my name has dominated the trending lists on social media platforms like Weibo, Douyin, Zhihu, and Zaya Hongshu. Many fans are now too afraid to sleep at night, worried they might wake up to find their idols exposed by me. The predecessor's mindset wasn't just about quitting the industry, it was about not wanting to live at all, ending everything right after this act. But here's the problem, while they didn't want to stay, who just crossed over, still want to. They vented their frustrations and took down everyone in sight. But these top celebrities all have their own agencies and financial backers. After single-handedly destroying their cash cows, how could the behind-the-scenes capital not be furious? How could they not unite to have me blacklisted? And so it was, the very next day after the incident. All the advertisements, commercial performances, variety shows, and film crews that my predecessor had previously signed with sent termination emails one after another. While I was widely praised by netizens, within the industry, I was nothing but a piece of that no one wanted to be associated with. It was bad enough to inexplicably time travel, but to also inherit such a massive mess, what was I supposed to do? At this point, I just wanted my predecessor to take me with him. Just as I was wallowing in despair, my phone buzzed. I picked it up and saw a message from my friend Fong Yukin. Bro, I just got word that Mandarin Music Chart is kicking you out too. Scratching my disheveled hair, I wore a constipated expression. Mandarin Music Chart was a music creation variety show my predecessor had been participating in. Since my predecessor had taken down so many cash cows from various talent agencies, those capital forces were now retaliating, smearing me all over the internet and using their connections to cancel all my gigs. Mandarin Music Chart was the only gig left that hadn't dropped me yet. Just moments ago, I'd been thinking that maybe I could rely on this show to plagiarize songs from my past life and carve out a sliver of hope. Now, I realized how naive I'd been. Sometimes, writing good songs or singing well isn't enough. The entertainment industry is an industry of capital. For talent to triumph over capital, you must not have pissed off the capital in the first place. But I didn't just piss them off, I pissed them off royally. I couldn't help screaming in my head, "System, are you there? At least ding once. I'm a transmigrator. System daddy, please acknowledge me." Facts have proven that not every transmigrator comes with a system, at least not me. Chen Ze. How should one break through such a desperate situation? It's truly headache-inducing. I thought to myself, why not start a livestream? Ride the wave of popularity to make one last big score, then retire to a small county town. My phone rang again. I picked it up to see yet another meaningless Weibo notification, just replies that netizens kept liking. One of the replies was quite interesting. A netizen asked my predecessor if he wasn't afraid of being suppressed by capital for doing this. My predecessor, who was in a frenzied state at that time, retorted, "How many people do the capitalists have? How many of us are working class? This country doesn't belong to capital, it belongs to the people." Staring at this cringy reply, I chuckled helplessly. I was about to mock my past self's naivety when, in that instant, a flash of inspiration struck me, my eyes widened, and I sat up excitedly. No matter how powerful capital is, it can never compete with the state. If the path on small stages is blocked, there's still the Spring Festival Gala. If provincial TV stations shut their doors, there's always CCTV. As long as the general direction is right, why worry about survival? Singing ordinary songs would surely lead to elimination. Even Jay Chou's Sunny Day or Nocturne would only bring fleeting popularity at best. But what if I sing patriotic songs? Getting official endorsement means those capital forces wouldn't dare eliminate me. You have capital backing you, but I've got the entire nation behind me. The next day, I appeared backstage at Blue TV's Mandarin Hit Music Center studio, where passing crew members were whispering, "Has teacher Chen Ze lost his mind? This isn't madness, it's outright derangement. Only someone seriously unwell could pull off what he's done recently." How pitiful. I used to really enjoy watching his dramas. In my heart, he was always the face that defined campus romance male leads. I remember people used to say he was one of the 4 rising kings in the domestic entertainment industry. Perhaps because we're both at the bottom of this industry, people actually feel somewhat sympathetic toward me. The news that Chinese music chart show planned to kick me out after this episode's recording had already spread throughout the production team. As a live program, they didn't even notify me for rehearsals this time. Under the director's instructions, no one even bothered to ask for my song list. They didn't know what I was going to sing, let alone prepare lighting or stage effects. How bad is my situation? So bad that the production team only just sent someone to ask what instrument I needed, telling me to perform solo on stage. They wouldn't even provide me with the house band. Kicking the good leg of a cripple, how could I possibly not get eliminated in this episode? Chen Ze. The person approaching wore a wine-red evening gown. It was Fong Yukin, a former industry friend and the only artist who stood by his side during that night's incident. Fong Yukin had always been decent to him. A friend of mine has a band, and I can borrow it for you. Since this is the final round, let's leave with dignity. I calmly replied, "Let me stand alone against eternity." In the entertainment industry, a cesspool of its own, Fong Yukin was indeed a good friend. Having him was like the Northeast Rain sister having her old buddy. Alas, brother, fend for yourself. Patting Shin Mingin's shoulder, Fong Yuchan didn't say anything more and prepared to go to the waiting room. At this time, the program Chinese Hit Center had already started, and the singers in the front stage had already begun to perform, and the moving songs and the audience's enthusiastic shouts and applause could be heard from the backstage over at the studio. As a music competition program with the gimmick of original and hit song, this program can be said to be full of big names. Among the 8 guests, there are rappers such as Fong Yukin who have a lot of popularity, and there are also Hong Kong music representatives such as Su Kechuan who is a heavenly superstar. Rock diva, ghost music composer are what also pulled out to walk together. The heat itself can still be. The former body can come to this program, that is still when the signing of the conditions with the company. TSK. Mentioning the company, Shin Minzhen could not help but skim his lips. Since the accident, the company side frequently came to the phone to harass him. Just now, the agent Ma Ling also specifically sent someone over to let him send an apology statement, saying that what he said recently are drunken nonsense, cannot be true. 1. What the hell are you doing? Why didn't you speak up when the co-cast was pressuring the predecessor? All of them are just like that Kabuta super shift form, with their mouths open and saying, yeah. Just pondering, the front stage of a sharp and fine pure opera cavity into the ears of Shin Minjen, sweet and mellow, the atmosphere is gorgeous, the combination of sound and emotion, a moment so that Shin Minjen goosebumps are up. Good lord, who is this? Oh wow, processing or not, evil Chelsea was scumshin thrown into the back of the mind, stood up from the entrance of the boarding stage to look forward, a tall figure dressed in a green-grey haltered sari into the eyes. She was slim and well-proportioned, and from the side angle, her full breasts and rounded buttocks were particularly conspicuous, and even that pompous sarong did not cover her concave and convex and proud body at all. Slender white jade feet wrapped in a pair of diamond-encrusted fine high heels, tiptoe posture makes the exposed in the air of the section of snow-white jade legs appear particularly tight. A sense of coolness comes over me. On the contrary, she sings a very pure opera accent. With a high-strung face and an orchid finger in the air, it gives a very contrasting look. May school of Qing Yi, right? Shin Minjen rubbed his chin, admiration written all over his eyes. Looking over the memories of his predecessor, he couldn't help but be struck by the realization. This woman is named Yao Shuli, the third generation of the Mei school of Qing Yi, and is also a super-tier top-stream female singer who is famous for her high face value, coolness, and opera voice. Fairy-like high cold-face goddess Yao Shuli on the stage every time to sing the only belongs to the national essence of Peking opera, always attracted countless small fairy male cranial orgasm, shouting goddess. Suddenly, I understand the reason why so many powerful people in the Republican period were obsessed with the playwrights. Okay. Even Shin Minjen was unconsciously attracted to it, just tell me how amazing it was. If I remember correctly, her family seems to be an artistic family, her grandparents were all opera singers, her father seems to work at the National Peking Opera House, and her mother is a soprano singer. The roots are right, huh? Shin Minjen thought to himself. Thoughts drifting between, on stage Yao Shuli's singing has ended, in the offstage audience and network viewers a crowd of reluctant to part with the voice, she was assisted by the staff walked off the stage. At that time, Shin Minjen happened to be right backstage at the stage entrance, and since he had just been amazed by the latter's opera voice, he politely and courteously smiled at Yao Shuli when they met. Yao Shuli is the kind of very beautiful and atmospheric looks, bright eyes and teeth, double eyelids and big eyes, full makeup state of the fine degree of the 5 features of a whole was pulled up, that is, Shin Minjen, right, change the others, I guess do not dare to look at her. The singing is really good. Shin Minjen clapped and applauded. Thanks. Perhaps not expecting to bump into Shin Minjen backstage at the stage entrance, Yao Shuli was still a bit surprised, her white cheeks slightly burned, and she unconsciously lowered her eyes, not daring to meet her gaze. That. Shin Minjen opened his mouth, originally wanting to praise the other party a few times. He personally liked Beijing opera, feel very flavorful, as a child do not understand to see the Spring Festival Gala brush to go to play, and then I do not know whether it is the bloodline awakened or by the Spring Festival Gala those who do not dumpling smash do not know how to end simply do not end of the broken program not yet enough, in turn, tasted to the Beijing opera's elegance. Instead, I savored the elegance of Peking opera. The parallel world has a national treasure like Peking opera, which makes Shin Minjen deeply grateful, not to mention that Yao Shuli's singing is also bird food good, and should be praised. But he just opened his mouth, the words have not been said out. Yao Shuli beside the female assistant wearing black down jacket will frown and pull Yao Shuli arm, whispered. Sister Ellie, let's go, this is not the place to chat, don't delay the people behind us from boarding the stage. The female assistant's eyes were filled with dislike when she looked at Shin Minjen. Chapter 3 Continuing to create fly inside entertainment. Shin Minjen is not too happy, although it is tempting to ask a mouthful of Yao Shuli's this assistant potion bar dry what is not to drink Sanlu milk powder grown up, but in the end, he chose to remain silent, shaking his head in disbelief. In fact, it's not just Yao Shuli's assistant who dislikes Shin Minjen now, just look at the entire Chinese Hit Center program team, how many of them dare to get involved with Shin Minjen, right? Shin Minjen had offended so much capital, and now all the families hated to get rid of him, who dared to stand with him at this time. Not everyone is as pie-carrying as Feng Yuchan. Sisterly, all sisterly. Lolo. Yao Shuli seemed to feel that the assistant was not very polite, slightly frowning and glaring at the latter, there seemed to be a layer of thin frost between her eyes. The assistant who was called Luo was still a bit unconvinced, but due to Yao Shuli's face, she didn't have a fit. Yao Shuli didn't seem to be the kind of character that was good with words to engage in some vain headache, after the actress with a sense of coolness drawn out reprimanded her own assistant, she turned her head to cast an apologetic look at Shin Min-jen and slightly pursed her lips to reveal a few helpless smiles. No more speeches were made, and all was said and done. Shin Min-jen smiled sparingly and consciously got out of the way. I have to say, Yao Shuli gives people a completely different feeling from those female stars in the entertainment industry. She is like that kind of big girl, speaks softly and is very polite, even if she expresses the same meaning as the assistant Lolo. Her way makes Shin Min-jen feel that it is not unacceptable. The wind goes with the night and moistens things silently. Of course, it's all about the face, too, you know. It is worth mentioning that Yao Shuli that called Luo Luo's assistant, people are not even far away, began to crickets behind her Shin father. Sister Ellie, we can't get too close to this kind of person. This person is a madman, doing things with no regard for the consequences at all. Luo Luo pulled Yao Shuli's slender arm and said, even if he doesn't have much talent, his temper isn't small, just wait and see, this installment of the program is the last time he appears in front of the big screen. Shin Min-jen, listening to those words, cannot help but skimming his mouth. Yao Shuli, this assistant, is really a damn nose to beat the anesthetic. Either an itchy nose or no numbness. Then again, everyone seems to think that he's going to be eliminated this installment, right? Achoo! I do not know what happened. Shin Min-jen inexplicably sneezed, and always felt that there was a pair of gloomy eyes behind him staring at him, like a thorn in the back. Which old silver coin? In the distance, a camera was facing Shin Min-jen, and the image from this side was transmitted to the guide room side without any dead angle. In the guide room, in addition to the director, Oregano, and a group of director's staff, there was also a man with a center parting and wearing backpack pants. Famous top streamer Wei Zihan. The latter's face was shadowy and his expression was hideous. Even if Shin Min-jen was not in front of him, just in the camera, he hated his teeth so much that he couldn't break them into pieces. Recently, Shin Min-jen caused the collapse of the group of stars, the capital of the anger, affected not only himself, even with Wei Zihan, the main culprit was also followed by the affected pool of fish. A lot of work has been affected by this. The company even asked him not to be active in the public eye for nearly a year. You say Wei Zihan see Shin Min-jen cannot hate it? Director Nyo, sure it's okay to eliminate him? Wei Zihan asked. No accidents, don't worry. The middle-aged director wearing glasses, Oxtu, looked like he was confident. We've done this kind of thing many times. As a professional variety show director who has lived from the era of entertainment talent show to the present, shady this kind of thing Oregano is simply playing the perfect. Previously he led an original talent show variety show, Tomorrow's Superstar, and even in order to make shady convenience specifically to get a secondary virtual idol out of it, this you can stand it? The program group Tweedledum has issued voting machines to every audience in the scene, and Tweedledum's voting machines for every audience will be counted accurately to the director's team, but how much is announced is still not the director's team's decision. Viewers tweet are not actors, but viewers are also clear about what Shin Min-jen has done. Eliminating him everyone can understand. Just bar. To be honest, from Nyo Jing's personal point of view, he still doesn't really want Shin Min-jen to leave their program. After all, Min-jen the Great has been too hot lately. Just a few singers performed, only Yao Shuli on stage. The audience stopped for a while, the rest of the time all brush Shin Min-jen name. Black and red is red too. He only offended the capital, and did not offend the audience. In a variety of sorry to take up public resources apology template is rampant. Cold treatment is also commonplace in the era, his kind of entertainment living people. The audience is still rare. Pity, pity. The cow director shook his head again, looking into the camera where the main stage is located. There, without any lighting or choreography, Shin Min-jen was already alone, walking onto the stage. Who? Shin Min-jen. Minnesota Emperor, create fly inside entertainment. Awesome. Should not say Shin Min-jen popularity or can, just the host read his name when the stage has been shouted into a piece. Now even if there is no light reflection, he did not even make up and dress up, wearing the most common jeans and white shirts, but simple to walk to him, still attracted a burst of live drink. Next door to the live room audience enthusiasm is also instantly ignited, just a lot of people actually noticed some details. No lights, no choreography, and the band teacher seems to have withdrawn just now. Is this a doomed elimination of Shin Min-jen? Pity, pity, my JAC. Some people mention Jiang. Why this name? This is the predecessor once starred in a youth campus drama, although the type of online drama, but back then also quite hot. Many young girls on him has always had a male lead filter. The thought of such a bold hard steel capital of the sunshine of the teenagers actually have to say goodbye to the entertainment industry, but also a little bit reluctant to let go of him. Woohoo! Go for it! Go Shin Min-jen! Some of the little girls on the scene are still cheering him on. Ha! Thanks. Thanks. Shin Minjen carried a microphone in his hand and stood on the stage, and since there was no band or accompaniment, he could start whenever he wanted to, without any hurry at all. Don't feel sorry for me, who says I will be eliminated? He laughed and said to a girl who sent him flowers, besides, even if I am eliminated, I will just quit. He laughed and said to a girl who sent him flowers, besides, even if I'm eliminated, I'm just out of the competition, why are you crying like I've been killed? Ha ha ha. So many people in the audience were amused. But many of the people's smiles were actually a bit heartbreaking, right, because they all felt that Shin Minjen was comforting them. Alright, singing. Receiving the flowers and placing them on the piano, Shin Minjen acted very spontaneous and opened his mouth to say, watch me continue to create fly this damn showbiz one. Who? The scene was lit up. Chapter 4 My country and I cannot be divided for a moment. What's he going to sing? In the studio, looking at the stage Shin Minjen a confident look, do not know why, Wei Zihan suddenly a little uneasy. Even if he inwardly forced himself to comfort himself, saying that Shin Minjen is just forcing a smile to keep the last trace of face for himself, but I don't know why, Wei Zihan's eyelids have been jumping. Damn little Thai eyelids, jumping ing what jumping ah? This is not very clear. Oregano replied, we rehearsed without informing him, and did not prepare his accompaniment, he played and sang by himself. The matter of eliminating Shin Minjen, their Chinese hit center program team has already made their cards clear, not even acting, in order to let the audience all be mentally prepared, even the subtitles of the song that Shin Minjen is about to sing they didn't give it. The guy doesn't even cut the camera anymore, just gives it to a main shot. Everyone, not to mention the director's team, had no idea what he was going to sing. How does this work? Wei Zihan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, you guys should have asked. Isn't this to keep him from rehearsing and being clinical? Oregano scratched his head and said bluntly, this is all arranged by Director Ma, and we can't be blamed for it, can we? His eyes, as if to say, if you are not convinced, go back to the horse director small fist, a mouthful of husband you say something to go to the pampered accusation knee. You. Wei Zihan was momentarily speechless. Oops, don't worry. Neo director of human feelings pulled full, bluntly said, this Shin Mingen's level was not high, in the program was also the bottom of the list, I specifically with the other singers before the air, you do not find that the other singers this performance are very good, right? In order to make the black curtain carried out a little more natural, Neo director specifically let the rest of the singers overplay, so that the elimination of Shin Minjen viewers will also be a little less opinion. Wei Zihan frowned and did not speak, although now everything indicates to him that there cannot be an accident. But that little tart eyelid of his it just keeps jumping. Jumping all over the place. Jumping's weird. And this bad feeling. Soon, too, it was fulfilled. Knock knock. Sitting in front of the black piano, hands on the black and white keys, Shin Minjen looked up and glanced at the piano just fans sent a bouquet of jasmine flowers, and then glanced at the audience off the stage, the heart unconsciously thought to himself, this kind of attention by all the people feel really good. The spotlight is really enjoyable, and it's really something you don't want to leave. Then don't leave. Shin Minjen made up his mind. Phew. Take a deep breath. With his hands on the piano, Shin Minjen gently played. Knock knock. The notes bounced around the fingertips, forming an atmospheric web of sound that covered everyone in the scene at once. At the time, everyone was still immersed in the sad atmosphere of Shin Minjen being eliminated soon. Some of the female fans on the scene also shed small pearls very unsympathetically. Backstage, Feng Yukan, Yao Shuli and other singers are watching this side of the action through the big screen, and sometimes also cast a sympathetic look at Shin Minjen. In the guide room, the director of Chinese Hit Center, Niu Ji, still looked like he was winning. Although Wei Zihan's eyelids kept jumping, he was also looking forward to it when he thought that Shin Minjen was about to be eliminated later. It is in this way that all eyes are on us. At the time when everyone's gazes were focused on Shin Minjen alone. Along with that atmospheric melody, Shin Minjen opened his mouth to deliver a king bomb. Me and my country. Not a moment to be divided. Wherever I go, all flow out of him. A few short lines of lyrics fall. The originally noisy scene went straight to silence. Everyone froze. The expressions of either sympathy or grief on their faces all stiffened. Everyone stared at Shin Minjen on the stage with wide-eyed, dumbfounded, unbelievable faces. Never in a million years would I have thought. The first line of the song that Shin Minjen was going to sing was, surprisingly, this playing lunar. The pop-ups went crazy in the next broadcast room as well. What? What, my country and I can't be separated for a moment? Red song? No wonder that melody was so atmospheric and booming just now, haha. But what's all this shade? This is too much of a netherworld, right? Een? You call a red song een? How dare you call such a popular song een? 666. Min the Great, I would call you the strongest. Who? All. No one. Think. 2. In such a game that can almost be said to be certain death, there is no ray of hope. Shin Minjen unexpectedly took out a red song. What's more, he didn't expect that Shin Minjen would make everyone freeze in place just by opening his mouth. After the brief shock. But. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Shin Minjen is awesome. Not bad for you, Min the Great. At the scene, a burst of applause erupted. The viewers, who were originally sad because they felt that Shin Minjen was going to be eliminated in this issue and was about to face being capitalized and forced to retire, all laughed like crazy at once. All followed the excitement. Clapping, applauding, hollering, all kinds of cheerful voices directly flooded the entire studio the moment Shin Minjen opened his mouth and sang the first line of lyrics. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuchan in the backstage couldn't help but stand up and applaud for Shin Minjen while laughing, saying, "No wonder this kid was so confident just now, so he had a plan." You don't say, singing a red song, that Capital doesn't necessarily dare to eliminate him. If you don't believe me, take a look at the expressions on this side of the studio, director Niu Ji and Wei Zihan and the others. Director Oregano? The director's office. Wei Zihan? What a question mark or exclamation point on everyone's face. Not. Shin Minjen, this kid, how the hell do not follow the rules ah? What the is a red song when you said you just sing a random song and you'd be blackballed out? My country and I cannot be divided for a moment, is that serious? In the view of the director's team up and down, Shin Minjen sang the pressure is not the lyrics ah. It's clear that I can't separate me from my stage, from my showbiz, for a moment. That's too obvious a plea for survival. The intention of hugging the official father's leg and turning to him for help is simply obvious. Shameful. Hateful. But the bias. They, kinda, can't do anything with him. Because this kind of song, the general public will not write, do not dare to write out to write a good okay, write a bad easily by the official father blocked. And this song by Shin Minjen seems to be written still. It's ing great. And if this kind of song really catches fire, his image will be more magnificent than any star in the entertainment industry since the beginning of time. Then when the time comes. Capital, it's not really possible to block him. Chapter 5, beautiful tenor voice, buff stacked. Don't panic yet. Director Oregano is a steady person, although the winning smile on his face disappeared, but not to the same extent as the rest of the people clueless to what. On his lips, he said, this kind of song can't be written by ordinary people, we still know what level he is, he definitely can't write this kind of song. In general, red songs are much more difficult to write than the vast majority of popular songs. It not only needs to be melodic and majestic, with national characteristics and strong rhythm, but also needs to be close to the times and mainstream values. If you are depicting a hero, you also need to highlight the character and the deed. In the emotional expression of the requirements are even higher, the creator must first of all have a deep understanding of the red culture, revolutionary history and other sincere feelings, and secondly to convey the emotion must also be optimistic, progressive, inspire people's patriotic fervor and struggle motivation. In a way, there's no way to compare even an opera voice to the difficulty of creating a red song. Their Chinese Hit Center is a yearly variety show that airs every week, and Shin Minjen has been involved for 5 or 6 episodes, so the director's team is simply more than familiar with what level he is at. It would have been close to eliminating him even if it hadn't happened. How can a guy of his caliber write a good red song? Perhaps, indeed, the few lines of lyrics he sang just now Birdseed was very much that way, but neither the director, Niu Ji, nor the rest of the director's team by any means believed that Shin Minjen would be able to write and sing the song in its entirety. No way. Absolutely not. On the side, Wei Zihan had long since stood up, clenching his teeth and clenching his fists, looking indignantly at Shin Minjen on the stage. He didn't speak, didn't comment, but the resentment and uneasiness within him had long overflowed. At this time, Shin Minjen, on stage, continues to perform. Knock knock. The melody of the piano is monotonous, but very atmospheric. Shin Mingen's fingering, strength are just right, so that the melody and his voice into one, a majestic family and country feelings with his voice came out. He sang. I sing of every mountain. I sing of every river. Smoke rises, a small village, a rut in the road. The concise lyrics, once sung, made the director, Oregano, change his face. These few short lines of lyrics are not piled up with gorgeous words, but through the subtlety of the melody and composition, they give you a sense of warmth and intimacy of home. Especially the word smoke. You know, in the past, smoke symbolizes the direction of home, always outside the traveler home. To see the smoke indicates that home, that is a sense of belonging, but also a sense of security, can make people comfortable, rest assured. Family country, there is a family also has the country. This is a red song should be conveyed to the right emotion. Okay. What lyrics are sung, earthy, village and road, he really can't control this kind of song. Bull guy, aim. If he wasn't in the way of face, Nyo Guide really hated that he couldn't spray Wei Zihan's mouth with a mouthful of atomic spit right now. This guy is just so classless, he can't savor the truth of this kind of song at all. I said. Director Nyo would have liked to remind Wei Zihan to stop saying such laughable things, so that the rest of the people in the room heard snickers. But just at that moment, the guide teacher beside him suddenly shouted, "What is he doing? Everyone around you is also talking about you and me. How is this not singing? What the hell? What's the piano for? Why is this suddenly not singing? Sing, shocker." This moment of Shin Minjian gave a little Chinese shock to everyone on the Chinese Hit Center show, including the audience. American tenor, red song. Buff is simply stacked alright. Just ask, with the effect of this show, what capital would dare to give him elimination? Chapter 6, Nyo Guide, what should we do? Wulong, I have a plan. In a way, the red songs, really only in an Americanized way, are able to express their great power and strong sense of family and country. Before, when Shin Minjian only sang in a popular singing style, even with the accompaniment of the piano, I don't know why, everyone had a feeling that something was missing. Now, when he strips away the piano accompaniment, the microphone influence, and just delivers it in the purest, plainest American tenor voice, the most intuitively, that sentiment slaps wave after wave with his vocal waves on everyone who was listening to the song. The audience felt, at once, the right flavor. Perhaps, at this time on the stage, Shin Minjian is just by himself, using his own voice in the output of all people, not even an accompaniment. But everyone on the scene felt as if, behind him, there were 1,000 armies. Is it imaginary strings, piano, fiddle, etc. the orchestra this song should be accompanied by? No. That's from a nation, the faith, the belief of all people. It is the national pride of all nationals and the firm determination to realize the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Surging national pride, the sincere love of the motherland, even through the screen also seems to overflow well. At that time, the camera gave Shin Minjian's excited, serious face, and some netizens couldn't help but laugh. Shin Minjian firmly seems to have joined the party. Shin Minjian, official dad, do you see my determination? Shin Minjian, motherland, I am your sincere child. Shin Minjian, mom and dad, can you bear to see me being bullied by that group of capitalists? Ha 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 ha. West 8. Hands. Come on, man center. Give me a pinch. Some are happy and some are sad. Backstage, director Oregano is a little out of breath. What's going on with Shin Minjian? It's a red song, it's a beautiful tenor voice, you're just stacking buffs here. Does Lee think this is a movie? Is King Lee returning? What the hell is that? How come no one told me he still has this? Oregano couldn't help but shout. How come I didn't know before, he can sing beautiful voice The key to the problem is that he is quite effective with this hand, the cow guide himself is covered with goosebumps, you dare to think? This. We don't know. Either, said the director's group of people, who were also confused. Who knows when this kid practiced such a skill? What the hell are you thinking? It's not wasted. Rao is the industry's shady veteran, the old silver bull guide, also made a difficult time. He did not think that Shin Minjian would overplay tonight, but he never thought that Shin Minjian actually sang a red song. He's damn well not going to have any qualms with the directing team if he's singing any other style of song, okay? And he completely pulled out all the stops with this performance, in terms of songwriting, composition, substance, stage presence, and so on. Enough to feed the entire show for months. How the hell else is he going to be eliminated? If he brings out such a popular song that penetrates half the sky and loses to the sweet love songs of the other singers, it would be a joke, wouldn't it? Their show will be nailed to the pillar of shame in the history of variety and tortured alright. Ahem. Wei Zihan, this is still next to the constant coughing hints, giving the cow guide disgusting. The rest of the director's crew was also silent, not knowing what to do. It was also at this time that a short and fat director's assistant next to him stood out and shouted, "Director, I have a plan." Oh? The crowd rolled their eyes, and the cow guide was impatient. "Don't be a pain in the ass if you've got an ass. We can give him an extra round." Big smart assistant Silver Coin's very straightforward. Let's have Shin Min-jen tie with the bottom of the vote count, then have those two PK and whoever loses is eliminated. The crowd first froze at the words, then their faces showed clarity, and they cast admiring glances at this great cleverness. Now this situation can be said to be very tricky. Shin Min-jen sang a red song, not eliminated him, easy to offend the capital eliminated him, but easy to offend the country. He performed so well in this period, the enthusiasm of the audience has been mobilized. If the forced elimination, then in case the whole audience shouted shady, fermentation to the internet, the matter has become a big negative impact on their show group. Nyo Guide nodded his head repeatedly, looking at that great clever assistant with admiration in his eyes, like a former sect elder seeing a gifted disciple. This man can be called a crouching dragon, he said to himself. Wei Zihan on the side couldn't help but nod his head, his expression slightly relieved for a few moments. With a big wave of his hand, the cow guide ordered, "That's it. Who? Front of the stage. Shen Mingyan's singing is over. I in my motherland, simply all the audience's patriotic feelings a whole pull full, combined with his own self-belonging those buff, against the wind to turn the tide of Shin Min-jen let all the audience followed the excitement up. At that moment, the whole room chanted continuously, shouting anything. Some people praised Shin Min-jen, saying that he was great and that he should earn this money. It was also said that some people shouted at the show to be sensible, drink some horse urine you are high-minded, eliminate Shin Min-jen you are life and death. Some people were even deeply infected by Shin Mingyan's song, My Motherland and I, and shouted, for the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. There is a student girl to see others shouting their own excitement, hold half a day do not know what to shout, and finally shouted, for the rise of China and study. Anyway, the scene was a hoot. Before Shin Min-jen sang My Motherland and I, before saying that he wants to continue to create Fly This Damn Showbiz One, a lot of people thought he was joking, comforting fans. Only now did they realize that Shin Min-jen had come prepared today. Ha ha ha, Min is really popular. Host Manhwa, Zhanggu called Hua Xiao, he came on stage and hard to wait for the audience to shout half a day before it was hard to control the scene, spinning and shouting. Okay, thanks to Min, the last performance of this program has ended, let's invite all 8 singers to come back to the stage, followed by the announcement of the results of this vote and the ranking of the singers. At that moment, the audience actually thought it was stable. All thought that Shin Min-jen would definitely not be eliminated. To beat a dead horse, there was a change of heart in the very next part of the announcement of the votes. Chapter 7 invites the heavens to discern between the faithful and the treacherous. Blackout. At the live taping of the Chinese Hit Center program, the audience was all shouting the above 2 words. There is no other reason, only because the program group has just announced the online and offline voting. Shin Min-jen and a folk singer named Ji Chang tied for first place, and then the 2 people to improvise a battle, the winner passes. Me and My Country, tied for the bottom of the ticket with a ballad about feeing cigarettes. Listen to this, is this still a ing thing that a carbon-based creature can say? Shady. Online and offline viewers are protesting, they understand that the program group was pressured by all sides of the capital, forced to eliminate Shin Min-jen, but people have been forced to sing a red song, and singing a red song that is so absolute, you just let people stay for one more period of time and what can you do? There's no need to kill everyone. When Shin Min-jen finished singing My Motherland and I, everyone thought that he would definitely not be eliminated in this installment and would definitely be able to continue down the road. At that time, everyone was full of westward glances. Who would have thought that things would take such a turn for the worse after just a few minutes? Anyone knows that with Shin Mingyan's level, a song My Motherland and I is already difficult enough for him. Do you expect him to write a second one? It's a bit too much of a bully too. That host is also funny, as if he did not hear the scene of the call, in front of the 8 singers, shouted Ji Chang and Shin Min-jen to prepare the scene. That niche folk internet singer Ji Chang obviously knows the inside story, dude didn't even bother to act and went to prepare the stage with a cold face. It really isn't that easy Shin Min-jen skimmed his mouth, roughly penetrating the meaning of the director's team. But the thing is, who says he doesn't have a second red song? Alright, let's thank Ji Chang for his wonderful performance. After Ji Chang's performance, host Hua Xiao took the stage and said bluntly, let's invite Ming En to bring us his impromptu battle song. This link is improvisation, only give a musical instrument, self-playing, and singing. To be honest, this is an advantage for Shin Min-jen, after all, even if the program group to give the lights and choreography also did not have his share. Still, the same pitch-black piano was carried by the crew to the center of the stage. Some people in the live audience couldn't help but shout for Shin Min-jen, and the studio was filled with such a chorus of voices. Go Shin Min-jen! You're the best! You're still young, there's still a long way to go. Sooner or later there's a comeback. Go for it. Those few little girls who had sent flowers to Shin Min-jen before, the little pearls in the corners of their eyes snapped off again like they didn't need money. The fans of the inner entertainment not to mention, powder you when you are higher than her boyfriend, than her father in her inner position. The girl who used to be obsessed with Lu Tianwang, didn't his family sell their kidneys and houses to send her to meet her idol? The behavior is not desirable, but the enthusiasm is nothing to write home about. The intention of the program group has now been clearly revealed, whether it is the guests on the scene, the audience, or online live broadcast room side of the netizens, almost all know that Shin Min-jen this time is bound to be eliminated. They marveled at Shin Min-en's courage to fight against capital and admired him for choosing to sing for the motherland in the last issue, and likewise sympathized with his ordeal, yet can't do anything about it. It is only possible, too, to give some sympathy on a spiritual level and some encouragement in words. Honestly, it doesn't help and it's not much DIO use. That is, the atmosphere was pulled up to strike. The entire studio was rendered with an atmosphere of shedding Shin Min-jen. This is definitely a no-brainer. The director in the studio, Nyoji, the top streamer Wei Zihan, and others, probably all thought that the big picture was already set, too. Unlike the other people's sadness, Shin Min-jen in front of the camera and on the stage acted quite calmly, he smiled sparingly, and after the host read the lines, he walked to the piano and sat down unhurriedly. Go for it! The few little girls under the stage cried clattering, to Shin Min-jen got a little bit intolerant. Oops, don't cry. He couldn't help but play a few notes and shouted, I haven't even sung yet and you guys are acting like I'm going to be eliminated, have you guys been so square with me? A sentence to those few little girls amused to break into tears, but the sympathy in their gaze at Shin Min-jen, instead of easing, it became a few points heavier. Who doesn't know that this is a story that already knows how it ends? When Shin Min-jen said this, he was also once again mistaken for comforting them. Shin Min-jen didn't bother to explain, and with his hands on the black and white keys, he began to play. Knock knock. The melody is gentle, and inexplicably some sadness. The scene many fans originally because of Shin Min-jen this period to be eliminated and heartbroken, his sad melody so a play out, the fans of the heart is like a knife strangled like, hard to die. Even Yao Shuli on the stage inexplicably felt the tip of her nose slightly sour, her damn empathy Whenever I feel pain, I want you to hold me tight. Touch my soul like you always do. Shin Min-jen sings softly, his voice is sincere, his emotions are natural, and the combination of words and music seems to be natural, which is very comfortable to listen to. The tears that some of the fans at the scene had managed to contain once again welled up. Because they listen to the lyrics and feel as if they are talking about them. Shin Min-jen sang this song, although he did not say the title of the song, but it inexplicably gave people a feeling of very fondness, very reluctant to give up. Fans just naturally felt that it was a song written by Shin Min-jen for his fans. Finally, it's time to say goodbye to this stage, the entertainment industry, the public eye, and all the fans. Finally, a song written for people who like him. How can they, you say, not be heartbroken and uncomfortable? Whenever I'm confused, you give me a warmth. It's like someone's arms, wrapped tightly around my shoulders. Shin Min-jen continued to sing, and when he sang this the corner of his mouth lifted up a smile, giving people a warm feeling. But in the eyes of the audience, the fans, the stars, and even the show's crew, it looked like a reaction to his flashbacks of his time with the fans. I can't take it anymore. No, why are you being so melodramatic at this time? I'm too old to watch this stuff. Many viewers over at the online livestream can't help but be red-eyed. Perhaps, they do not follow the stars, nor do they mix with the rice circle, but we are all human beings, and this kind of emotion between the idol and the fans who like him, every one of them can relate to it. Who can't be moved by a little vicarious experience? It's not like we're all human beings. Speak the truth. If Shin Min-jen knew that people were treating the song I Love You China he was singing as a song for his fans and a farewell to the entertainment industry, then that expression on his face It really can be quite strange. Chapter 8 I love you China, dear mother. Sometimes I, for one, get lonely and helpless. Like stones rolling down a hillside. But just think of your name. I will always regain my confidence. On Chinese Hit Center, a star-studded stage, sitting in front of the piano, Shin Min-jen is still playing and singing his own compositions. 2 words you can easily see in his lyrics are, gratitude. Because of the reason that the title of the song was not said, everyone did not know the theme. Just listening to the content of the lyrics in the song, and the emotions that Shin Min-jen conveyed to everyone, they all felt that it was like Shin Min-jen was thankful to someone. In this situation, the fans are waving their flags for him, and he has always responded to them, singing Grateful. How can he not be considered by the fans as his song for them? Thank you fans for always being there. Thank you to his fans for supporting him, giving him solidarity, help when he was alone and helpless. Thankfully, there are people who speak up for him and support him now in his most difficult time. Thank you all so much. It's the last time. I'll see you in the jungle if it's meant to be. Ah! The whole scene was surrounded by that intense emotion, and many fans were outraged. Some people can't help but start swearing. Programs you mother-er. You guys eliminate people when they sing like this, are you human? Sponsors milk. I'll buy another carton in my life to make me reincarnate as a koan in my next life. Boycott the program. Rage. I'm not happy about it. It's a grievance. What do you mean by public anger? At the moment, it was best materialized on the recording site of the show Chinese Hit Center. Director, is this alright? The guide teacher on the scene couldn't help but ask. No passes, no passes. Director Bull waved his hand in a commonplace manner, just turn them down. It's not like there weren't any viewers protesting about playing shady in the past, so what if it got on the hot seat afterward? It's still all thunder and no rain, and in the end it's all over. As long as it's not one of those phenomenal bursts of top streamer fans, how many of them can really threaten the capital? And don't buy the sponsor's milk for us sake. If you don't buy it, someone else will. Who the hell doesn't buy some milk for the holidays? Missing your box and a half of ow? This is really stable. Not far away, top stream Wei Zihan wrapped his hands around his chest and teasingly looked at Shin Min-jen on the stage. Yes. It's all about sensationalism. It's all starting to say goodbye to the fans. It seems to be that he knows in his heart that he is going to be eliminated, that he is going to be blocked, that he is going to leave the entertainment industry permanently, so he just doesn't struggle and resigns himself to his fate. At this time, probably everyone who listens to the song by Shin Min-jen thinks the same thing, right? Even the group of singers on the stage also cast a sympathetic look at Shin Min-jen. Yao Shuli even failed to suppress the tears that were constantly swirling in her eyes, and they finally flowed down her eyes indisputably. As a good brother, Fong Yuchan might have spoke Noop if not for his manager waving his hand to stop him from the stage. Eventually. No one said anything. Eventually. Everyone just looked at Shin Min-jen sympathetically. Also in that case, Shin Min-jen continued to sing. Sometimes I lose my way, like a stray swallow in the sky. But just the thought of your presence doesn't scare me anymore. At that point Shin Min-jen's lyrics and melody were clearly giving the impression that he was going into the chorus. Therefore the monstrous curses on the scene all gradually quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shin Min-jen, as if they wanted to give Shin Min-jen, who was about to bid farewell to this stage and the entertainment industry, a final decent. Also just as the audience watched with dismay. Under the sympathetic, indignant gaze of Yao Shuli, Fong Yuchan and others. In the eyes of director Niu Ji and Wei Zihan who got what they wanted. Shin Min-jen opened his mouth and made everyone freeze in place. I love you China. Dear mother. I weep for you. Proud of you too. It was pretty loud just now. Really. Not gonna lie to you guys. Various voices of sympathy, indignation, and invective against the director's team literally drowned out the entire studio. Even before listening to Shim sing the chorus of his song, which is a goodbye song in everyone's eyes, there were many people who didn't stop and scolded the director's team. But when Shin Min-jen's chorus sang out, in the sentence I love you China through the microphone, stereo, accurately delivered to the ears of everyone. Quiet. It's all quiet. It's like just watching an IMAX laser movie in a movie theater, with an audio-visual feast filling your ears and mind, and then the next moment suddenly being pressed by someone who pressed the mute button. It's silent. Everyone, frozen and dumbfounded, looked at Shin Min-jen. All the viewers on and offline are like this, the singers on the stage are like this, and the directors in the backstage studio, such as Nyoji, Wei Zihan and others, are likewise like this. Who? All. No one. Think. 2. Shin Min-jen. This song, surprisingly another ing song. Red. Song. No, you. Netizens watching online blew up in reaction. Okay. But making half a fuss about Thanksgiving is not us, or the motherland. I should have thought of that. What else could such a strong feeling of gratitude be, if not for the dear motherland? Shin Min-jen, I'm going to hug our mom's thighs today, and I can't stop Jesus even if he comes, I said so. Hakeem, you guys, ha 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 ha. The audience in the offline studio was slightly less responsive compared to the online audience. It's not that their reaction ability is slow, mainly because just now they thought that this is Shin Min-jen saying to them, so crazy abuse the director team. Now Shin Min-jen painting style a change, sung to the motherland mother, they have a moment of being cheated feeling tricked. It's not like we're cursing the show for nothing, is it? So for the first time, it was hard for them to applaud Shin Min-jen. But soon, some people began to react. This program was supposed to be scolded, and they didn't get scolded for nothing. Okay. Now Shin Min-jen backhandedly took out another red song, frustrating the show's intention to eliminate him. He won't be eliminated, he's turned the tide against the wind, he's reversed the big picture. How sad and angry they were just now, and how excited this audience is now. Who cares about a little cheating? But who? Snap. Awesome. Great Emperor Min, dictate the ages. I would call you the strongest. Various voices of applause, once again as before when Shin Min-jen sang the song My Motherland and I, instantly filled the entire studio. And next door in the guide room, director Nyoji, top stream Wei Zihan. And so on the expression of this group of people. But then, it's not so pretty. Chapter 9, a stretching of the head and a shrinking of the head. Oh Netherworld. What a shady mess this has become. Your mom's zero frame starter? While the stage was filled with applause, director Neo and the others in the studio were frantically shouting the name of a plant. Not Heikian, you bastard. What happened to the promise that you would be eliminated from the extra round if you didn't sing a red song, or whatever you sang? What happened to saying that this is a ing song for the fans, for the people who love you, a song of gratitude for them? You ing sang well, and then suddenly the style of painting a change, and then forced the whole song back to the red song style. You ing serious? The word gratitude has been in the air for so long, and in the chorus you're telling me that you're grateful for your country? Are you kidding us? Making fun of us? Do we look that much like that silly boy Chi? Those viewers just now couldn't greet the parents up and down the program because they felt that Shin Min-jen was about to be eliminated by them in a shady way. And now you're telling me that you're still ing singing a red song? When the time came to cause a public opinion crisis, in case it was noticed by the top, then their entire program team, including him, would easily be severely investigated by the top. Offend the capital is still just may not be able to mix, offend the state, that really is a damn life and death. Director, what to do about this? A staff member responsible for counting the online and offline votes asked Nyoji with a difficult face. Shin Min-jen's current votes are simply crushing Ji Chang, and Ji Chang doesn't even have a fraction of his votes. While everyone was waiting for Director Neo to make a decision, Director Neo clenched his teeth and spoke bluntly. Let's not eliminate him yet, let's get him through this period first. What? Hearing this, the crowd at the scene froze straight away. Even Wei Zihan, who was having a fit, froze for a moment. Then, everyone couldn't help but ask Director Bull. Director, so many capitals are pressuring us. If you don't eliminate him, we'll have problems too. What if the sponsor's money chain breaks? We understand that Nyocho's country between country and capital is a factor of necessity, but not eliminating Shin Min-jen must have capital pressure. They are not easy. They are surely going to have to say clear and clear. Wei Zihan also couldn't help but shake off the hands of the staff member who was stopping him and shouted at Director Neo. Director Neo, I'm warning you, there are people in your company who have been implicated by him as well. If he continues to stay in this program and continues to have exposure, the director of your company's next variety show will have to be replaced. Neo Director is also a company, within the entertainment of these brokers or each other have interests pulled, not to mention other companies will not pressure his company, that is, within their company also have to look for him to ask questions. That's not for you to worry about. Director Neo didn't even look at Wei Zihan, only thinking that this person was a cutie. You. Wei Zihan's face reddened with anger. Okay, we'll see. He's about to go back to his boyfriend and say, "Husband, say something." "Director, you're..." Wei Zihan left, but the staff at the scene were still urging oregano. The big smart guy who gave the bull the idea to give Shin Min-jen an extra game before was shivering at this time and didn't even dare to put a P. Instead of solving the show's immediate problems, his idea kicked the show into another deep hole with a geo. Good thing the bull director didn't hold him accountable either. Alas. Looking at the gang of people foolishly give him the advantages and disadvantages of the look, the cattle director is also a face of hatred, silently holding his forehead inside, bluntly said. "In this matter, I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think." Hearing this, the crowd froze slightly, looked at each other, apparently did not understand what the cow guide means. Under the gaze of the crowd, Director Nyo helplessly said, "You guys don't think that Shin Min-jen, such a low-level 18th line singer, really created such two high-quality red songs on his own, do you?" This statement was made. The crowd froze. Thought lined for a moment, and then his eyes widened in realization. I realized that what the cow guide had said was justified. Chapter 10 Awesome na, awesome. A word to the wise. Yes ha. In the guide room, the creative team of Chinese Hit Center, the director's team and the top and bottom of the director's team, all of them are not cuties. Listening to the cow guide's words, their thoughts diverged. Just now they had been wondering how on earth Shin Min-jen, such an ordinary little transparent person in the entertainment industry, was able to write such two high-quality red songs. The second, "I Love You China," right, not to mention, the first, "I Am My Country," that big country sentiment simply pull full, the American singing style is simply with the song itself, that is the composition inside the deep power, did not experience that era, not a certain age, a certain experience, did not experience the precipitation of the years of the people, it is difficult to write so aptly. Still, they knew very well what level Shin Min-jen was at, and such a song would never have been written by a 20-year-old holdout like Shin Min-jen. Unless behind him, someone is backing him up. And this guy. Most likely, it's from the national team. Apart from the national team, it is hard for people to imagine what kind of people can write a work like "Me and My Country." But then the question arises. Director Nyo, even if the national team has stepped in, then they don't necessarily have to be a match for that capital gang, right? An executive director not far away couldn't help but wonder. The crowd nodded in recognition. The national team and the country are two different expressions. The so-called national team in the entertainment industry is nothing more than those who have the official establishment of the arts and culture practitioners, such as Yao Shuli, the father of the National Peking Opera, which is a formal institution. For example, Yao Shuli's father, the National Peking Opera Theater, is a formal organization. And if it's just some individual arts and culture practitioner on staff, they don't really have much influence. Who is With one hand rubbing his chin and the other hand behind his back, Director Nyo looked down the stage at Shin Min-jen, who had already finished singing, and said softly, "Just be afraid, this kid is a forerunner, give a precautionary shot to the inner recreation in advance ah." This statement was made. Hiss. In the studio, many people sucked in cold air. Between faces, a few unbelievable expressions appeared in their eyes. Yes. Yes. A female writer-director looked at the void of air directly in front of her with a disoriented face and mumbled, "Where else would he have gotten so much black material from Top Stream lately? And exposing it all at once? You mean?" The male choreographer in the pink top next to him stared in disbelief. The nationals are warning the inner recreation gang that they've got most of them by the scruff of the neck and telling them to get ready to wash their necks out ahead of time? OMG. Holy. This is scary. The entire studio was on edge for a moment, and a few who had done bad things or helped to do bad things had felt that too much milk was beckoning to them. Also, not so serious law. So as to see the director group of people are scared by their own words not light, cattle director coughed and cleared his throat, bluntly said, "It may be that I think too much, in short, first stay this kid to stay for a period of time, the case of Daoming interest should not have the capital to make things difficult for us." With that said, he swept a glance at the assistant beside him, the big smart one who had just offered his advice, and spoke bluntly. "After the recording of this episode is over, get a few people to follow him specifically under the name of followers and see what he's been doing lately and who he's been in contact with. If I'm really overthinking it, then let's just eliminate him in the next installment." The words just now are to comfort everyone, but the cattle director himself is always still a little uneasy in his heart. That foreboding feeling intensified. The recording of this episode of Chinese Hit Center came to a definitive end with the release of Shin Mingen's "I Love You China." Unsurprisingly, Shin Min-jen held that niche folk internet singer Ji Chung down and rubbed him on the ground in the final battle session. Although the program group announced the number of votes is not crushed, but Shin Min-jen with a small advantage ahead of Ji Changwon, but Shin Min-jen actually won how thoroughly, the scene of everyone knows. The recording of this issue ended before the foot. After the foot, Shin Min-jen wrapped up his a number of discussion of the words of the explosion on the microblogging, jittery voice, forced to hua, small sweet potatoes, and other major platforms of the hot search list. Hashtag a new recording session of Chinese Hit Center, Min Kende Jun saves the day in solos for the ages. Hashtag Mr. Shin, my motherland and I cannot be divided for a moment. Hashtag me and my country. I love you, China. Hashtag Shen Mingen, dear capitals, when you hear these two songs, I've gone with the party. Hashtag Mingenshin, shady? Elimination? If I take out these two red songs, how will your honor respond? Hashtag all official media, drinking a little horse urine you are high-minded, bullying comrade Min you are living and dying. Hashtag Chinese Hit Center, it's not that I don't want to eliminate this living father, I don't dare nah. Hashtag Wolf Halfpipe's law of hair songs is still rising in gold. Hashtag over the top nah. Over the top. The battle is being fought, and the movement is growing. At first, people thought that this is just an ordinary showbiz star collapsed room event. At most, the area is a little bit bigger, although Shin Min-jen is in the center of the vortex, but we are concerned about more or that group of top stream was exposed to the black material. So whether a marginal figure in the entertainment industry like Shin Min-jen, who is not famous in the first place, is dead or alive, people are not much concerned about it. But until this moment. It wasn't until Shin Min-jen sang the songs My Motherland and I Love You China on Chinese Hit Center that he sang his heartfelt sincerity to his motherland. Everyone. Only finally. Putting eyes and focus on him. At that moment, the light in him shone through everyone. And if that light has color, everyone was convinced that it must be, well, Chinese red. Just. There is always capital, trying to find ways to blacken his red color. Chapter 11 The best option for termination, taking the public exam. Early morning of the following day. When the blazing sunlight refracted down the floor-to-ceiling windows into the room of the Yunhai Private Soup Hot Spring Resort Hotel, Shin Min-jen then rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up. Aha! Getting up with a yawn, pulling open the curtains, and surviving the discomfort of the brief alternation of light and darkness in the eyes, a beautiful view of the sea and the sky came into view. This is the Dongshan Scenic Area in Island City, and the hotel provided by Chinese Hit Center for the guests recording the show. Last night after recording the program, Shin Min-jen was Fongyu-chan in the name of celebration dragged to eat a barbecue. That Korean-style soju drink is really difficult, and watered-down white wine is no difference, the industrial alcohol to fill the stomach, hangover headache is really too damn painful. But looking at the news related to himself on the internet, he was quite relieved. Stomach rumbling, Shin Min-jen got up late. The time has come to 12 o'clock at noon. The sunlight of the south-facing room shines into the room, just in time for lunch, the program group to provide meals. He simply dressed and washed up to go downstairs to eat. Yunhai Private Soup Hot Spring Resort Hotel is built on the mountain. The perfect location on the halfway up the mountainside makes Shin Min-jen go out and see an azure blue sea. Today the sun is very good. The waves wrapped in white waves continue to wash into the beach, serene and healing. Unfortunately, at this time Shin Min-jen has long been indifferent to the beautiful scenery. He went all the way straight to the program group restaurant, but when he saw the director group for his carefully prepared meal, but could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. You guys are really living. Turkey noodle, snail noodle, Cheerios, pearl milk tea, starch sausage, French fries, fried chicken tenders. Shin Min-jen couldn't help but ask the staff member, brother, you guys this zero natural, all at ow? The best part was that it had a plate of popcorn in it. Soldiers of the Times Boys Brigade, do I dare eat me? You're responsible for being warned by the green ghoul? These things he can barely make up a mouthful, but I'm afraid the director's team will poison him, you know how. When he was having a headache, a familiar-looking woman walked in the door of the restaurant, and Shin Min-jen fixed his eyes and realized that it was Yao Shuli's assistant named Luo Luo. Luo Luo obviously also noticed Shin Min-jen. The latter still had that familiar look of disdain in her eyes, and without even meaning to greet Shin Min-jen, she directly spoke to that program staff member. We're ordering. Oh, okay. The staff member pulled out her cell phone and planned to take notes. This can still order food? The corners of Shin Min-jen's mouth twitched, thinking, you didn't tell me how the hell? You can also order it, wait a moment haha. Say what? Luo Luo angrily opened her eyes, pressed the Shin Min-jen good face, bluntly said, These are the ingredients for making vegetable salad. These things are healthy to eat. What do you know? Artists should pay attention to control the body. These are the menu given by Yao Shuli's nutritionist. All the ingredients to make vegetable salad, and the back will add some chicken breast, eggs, beef, shrimp, and so on. This kind of protein, nutritional value is high. Eat not to grow meat things. It's just not very tasty. Eating it for a long time can really give you the feeling of eating grass. Not bothering to talk to Luo Luo, Shen Minjian turned to the director's staff and asked, "You guys can still cook for yourselves here?" "Can." The staff member pointed to the shed in the back and said, "There's a kitchen over there. We welcome people who cook for themselves." Shen Minjian nodded and didn't speak again, waiting until Luo Luo had finished ordering the ingredients and gave him a blank stare before she raised her head and left. Then she asked, "So can I order now?" "Can." The staff member nodded smilingly. Then, pulling out a menu and handing it to Shen Minjian, he said, "You order." "Shen Minjian? No, that's it?" Looking at the only options on it. 1 minute it's ing Wallace. 1 minute it's a ing half-day demon. Are you messing with me, man? I need to eat, not be constipated to be cured. She gets to order food and I only get to make options out of a limited selection? The corners of Shen Mingyin's mouth twitched. Have you guys treated each other so differently? Ha, this is what the director specifically ordered. The staff said shyly, "They want you to focus on writing the song and not let the firewood affect your creative mind." Me Shen. I'm really impressed with the old six. Turning his eyes to look at the kitchen batch of all added zero natural buffet lunch, Shen Minjian difficult skimmed his mouth. These things are fine for a day or two, but too much can kill you. Last night's hangover. Shen Mingyin's stomach is really uncomfortable, really cannot eat these. Play flute to go, so silently shook his head, waved his hand at the staff, greeted the bright midday sun, out the door. "Mr. Min, where are you going?" That staff member even asked. "I'll go out and buy some ingredients to make it myself." Shen Mingyin had one hand in his pocket, the other hand raised and swung. His hat-wearing back was tall and strong. His appearance was quite stinky. "I'm afraid that your director's team will poison me." Staffer's mouth twitches. Pulling the walkie-talkie out of his pocket, he sent a message to the director's side. About 300 to 400 meters from the resort hotel, there is a subway exit outside the parking lot of Dongshan Scenic Area, where you can take the subway for more than 40 minutes to a nearby residential area, and there will be some markets there, large supermarkets, and whatnot. Last night, Shen Minjian followed Feng Yukan to eat barbecue over there, but unfortunately, today Feng Yukan had a job and flew to Fujian, so Shen Minjian, who had no one to take care of and no car, had to take the subway. Goo goo. Just out of the subway, the little tart stomach began to rumble. Shen Minjian simply roadside to find a stall selling fried cakes and fried noodles, fried river noodles, to ask for a share of the river noodles, cakes and silk doubles, sitting on the side of the road a big mouthful of dazzle up. To and fro passing by some passers-by, look at him seems a bit like Shen Minjian, but did not dare to recognize. After all, who would have thought? A recent days dominate the major platforms hot search, known as Create Fly Inside the Entertainment Man, will be in the roadside stalls to eat fried pancakes, fried noodles, fried rice noodles it? Thinking back to the program's differential treatment of himself, and then looking at his current miserable appearance, as well as the balance of less than $2,000 left in his account, the more Shen Minjian thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help but shout out the name of a plant, and his own heart ached for himself. Should have said no, this is a bit of a worrying situation for myself. Donkey egg surface light, other people spend hundreds of cannot go on the top of the hot search list on the list he every day, but really fell into the pocket of the money is pathetic. The high exposure in the entertainment circle is needed to cooperate with endorsements, advertisements, filming, appearing on programs. Although it is unreasonable, and in the end, it may not be so much to lose, but how much Shen Minjian feels that he is losing money, and it is too cheap for that bunch. Thinking about it, Shen Minjian angrily slapped the table. If you can't, take the public exam. Chapter 12, The Director's Team. He definitely has the state behind him. The entertainment industry, this gang of artists' company's classic routine, a brain to sign a bunch of artists, spread the net to fish, signed you do not care about you do not give you resources, forced to you to terminate the contract, they earn liquidated damages. The astronomical liquidated damages in the contract may not be reasonable, but in the event of a lawsuit, you'll have to pay something. Ordinary small transparent minimum they can take one person 500,000, like Shen Minjian this certainly cannot be the lowest offer, even if Shen Minjian lawsuit, a back and forth pulling, on the one hand, need time, on the other hand, the amount of compensation to be paid in the end is also very exaggerated. And in the contract period, Shen Minjian has any notice, endorsement, and other income, have to follow the contract with the company share, on the thief ing loss panic. If they insisted on dragging Shin Min-jen, there was nothing Shin Min-jen could do. Therefore, Shin Min-jen public examination this decision, by no means just say so simple. In this country, civil servants are greater than everything, civil servants defy everything, and all those unreasonable and unfair contracts in the entertainment industry can be unconditionally terminated when you take the civil service exam. Those entertainment companies, no matter how good they are, dare to go against the government departments? Shin Min-jen is now in the public's heart, has been the Red Song spokesman. If you continue to sing to deepen the impression, the public examination as long as it is through the written examination, and the cultural and artistic industry related departments interviews, he has an advantage. The previous life of the mountain winter people Shin Min-jen on the establishment more or less obsessive, ashore with the establishment can also be an additional security, why not? Say it and do it. After eating a full meal and running to the nearby market to buy some ingredients, Shin Min-jen went back to search for the public examination information. He just didn't expect. This move of his was misunderstood by the director who had been watching him. This dihua. It's completely started. Still have to eliminate him. Director, can't do without kicking out. Those capital who cares whether we offend the country or not, it's not like they offend. These guys don't care if we live or die. The director's team of Chinese Hit Center, Roundtable. Director Oregano sat in the center C seat, silently listening to the words of the crowd, and could not help but show a helpless expression. The last issue of Shin Min-jen sang a red song. He was afraid of Shin Min-jen behind the country, so he did not eliminate Shin Min-jen. I thought that after explaining the benefits of the gang of capital will not make things difficult for them, but the facts have proved that. He's still too naive. The capitalists don't care about them. If there are serious consequences for eliminating Shin Min-jen, it's their show's responsibility, so it's none of the capitalists' business. The only thing the capitalists care about is that Shin Min-jen broke their little tart cash cow, and they want Shin Min-jen to disappear from their site, and Hakim too. Director, I think we should just unilaterally notify him to leave the program. Don't make so many twists and turns, out of sight, out of mind. An executive director suggested. The rest of the group chimed in. Sparrow food, keeping him is a curse sooner or later. This is a ticking time bomb. Okay. The director, Oregano, was a bit annoyed by what he heard and simply waved his hand to stop the crowd. He turned his head to look at a director who was in charge of daily filming outside of official performances and asked, "What did Shin Min-jen do today?" Previously, he had specifically instructed this director in charge of the daily routine to send a few people specifically to follow Shin Min-jen in the name of filming behind-the-scenes footage to ensure that he knew Shin Min-jen's movements. All day today, Shin Min-jen must have been under the surveillance of the program team. He didn't do anything. Replied the daily director. He woke up late in the morning, swiped the video until noon, wasn't satisfied with the meal our director's team made for him, so he went to the city to eat by himself, and bought some ingredients back. As he spoke, he turned on the projector in the conference room, and Shin Min-jen's figure appeared on the white curtain, and K-ent was sitting in the living room holding a tablet without knowing what he was reading. What's he looking at? Director Bull couldn't help but be a little curious. What are you looking at? What else to read? Scratchy little video chant. Still catching up on Korean dramas, huh? It's not like we're going to be participating in a love roundup. This fresh meat is overly grounded at the dot, is it? The crowd at the scene spoke in your words, and they were still voicing their opinions because director Neil wasn't making up his mind to eliminate Shin Min-jen. Just at this time, at the command of the daily director, the camera gradually draws closer. After drawing closer to the screen, we can see Shin Min-jen is looking at the flat, densely packed with words. It seems to be some of the. You think it's an exaggeration that a junior college student can come and be a big star? Bring it closer. The daily director said into the walkie-talkie. The camera was again drawn closer, zoomed in, perhaps because of the distance. The words on the plate cannot see very specific, but the general outline has been able to see clearly. The director's team of people more or less able to see Shin Min-jen on the plate on the information labeled with a number of words such as administrative vocational aptitude test, essay, structured and so on. Structured. And so on such words. At the sight of those words, the director's team had strange expressions up and down the line. Shocked and confused again. Not. What the is going on here? Heiki and you this guy. You look damn what civil service exam information The people present in the crowd did not civil servants, but we have more or less contact with some of the public groups, who cannot know those essay structured what, is related to the public examination of the vocabulary? It has become clear what information Shin Min-jen is looking at. Examining the public information Shin Min-jen, an entertainer, has nothing to do with idly reading what the hell is the public examination information It caught everyone off guard and confused them all at once. Bang! Director Neo slammed his fist on the table in anger, sweeping his furious gaze at that everyday director and speaking bluntly. Is that what you're saying he didn't do either? He's getting ready for the ING public exams, and you're telling me what he didn't do? What kind of barren stuff are you monitoring here? That everyday director was momentarily speechless and didn't know what to say. He's innocent too. Shin Min-jen, this guy, the whole day is idle wandering around, who the hell knows which of his tendons is wrong, and in the afternoon he came back and even read the public examination information in the public area. He suspects Shin Min-jen is targeting him, but has no proof. The bull director didn't speak again, and the silence was deafening. At this moment, he was more and more determined that there was the shadow of the country behind Shin Min-jen. It also reinforces that Shin Min-jen should never be eliminated from their show for no reason. Otherwise, they're sure to be used by the national team that punishes the entertainment industry. Chapter 13, Propositional Writing, The Dark Night. In the conference room, there was silence, eyes tightly closed, and a collective meditation. I dare not open my eyes, I hope I am hallucinating. Yesterday, when the live recording, Neo director a mouthful of fear of Shin Min-jen backed by the state, the crowd thought he was worrying about the sky. Now it seems to be the opposite of their short-sightedness. An inwardly entertaining playwright wouldn't go to the public exams for no reason, unless there was someone behind the scenes advising him. What's he going to do with his job? It is absolutely necessary to join the investigation team formed against the internal entertainment, to suppress the evil spirits and swat away the demons. It's possible that their program could be taken to task. For a while, the program was up and down, and people were on edge. Discuss a solution. Guide Bull came out to preside over the situation, breaking the silence. There's no use panicking, it's happened, find a way to fix it. First of all, Shin Min-jen still needs to be eliminated. An executive director not far away said, otherwise we might not even be able to wait for the national team to make a move, and will directly be destroyed by that group of capitals along with it. If you can't solve Shin Min-jen, then solve them together. That group of capital is not incapable of doing this kind of thing. In order to survive, the general policy of eliminating Shin Min-jen definitely can't be changed. The question is, what's it going to take to weed it out? The crowd had a headache. Like just said, privately pressuring Shin Min-jen to voluntarily quit the show is definitely not realistic. The crowd lit up at this statement. Red songs are usually songs of praise for the country and heroes. They just need to avoid these things to come up with a proposition. Shin Min-jen certainly did not have the means to write a high-quality red song based on that proposition. If he insists on singing a red song that is not on topic, then the program can deduct his votes and eliminate him for being off topic. Their show is now about eliminating Shin Min-jen, and doing so in name only, making sure not to offend the capital while not offending the country at the same time. And this approach of the great and wise Zhou Yang is really just right for everyone. Whom? Director Neo nodded his head repeatedly, looking at Zhou Yang like the eyes of a grandmaster's autumn recruitment looking at a good shaken sun. The word crouching dragon is not wrong. And what proposition? The crowd on the floor was again in a quandary. No guide old face of black, this group of lungs fog, give the way our damn cannot think of propositions, to them what use? I swept back to the talented disciple in his own door, the great smart Zhou Yang. The cattle guide is full of hope, looking forward to Zhou Yang to give a good answer. Zhou Yang rubbed his chin and thought for half a day, thinking of all the sweat. At that moment his corner of the eye just glimpsed out the window. Now it is already 9 o'clock in the evening, the sky is darkening, nightfall, the darkness of the night shrouded in the earth, outside the darkness of the black, nothing can be seen. Got it. Zhou Yang left fist right hand cloth, fist smashed on the cloth, big smart laugh, black knight. Proposition black knight. At the words of the crowd was first stunned, then once again brightened up, nodding their heads in recognition. Shen Ming-en writes red songs. What is the style of red songs? It's greatness, it's brightness, it's a straight path, it's a piece of gold and blue. Then they come out with one, the exact opposite of the title. This proposition. Birdseed is somewhat netherworldly. Everyone felt that, this time, Shin Min-jen might really be hanging on. Chapter 14 Life, Easy as Pie. Achoo! Your mom, who cursed labor. Emperor Ming-en hung his head over a beam and pierced his bones last night, studying hard until late at night, and when he woke up a little later today, he saw that Feng Yuchan had sent him a message on his cell phone. Fengyu-chan, look at the hot search bro, the program group has come up with propositions for this issue, and odds are it's aimed at you. Proposition? Shin Minjian rubbed his messy hair and opened his Weibo to check it out. This bunch of old silver coins. Shin Minjian grinned, and said that this program group is really dying for him. This night proposition, they are also looking for a really great, and night related to the red song is really not much. For a moment, Shin Minjian cannot think of which song to use. Throwing down the cell phone, standing up, pulling open the curtains, and welcoming the sea view outside the window, Shin Minjian stretched his back, yawning while reciting to himself, it really isn't that easy. It's useless to think so much, anyway, there's still almost a week to go before the official taping of the program, go out and get a meal first. Out of the hotel room, along the outdoor stairs all the way to the restaurant, with yesterday's kind of cold and quiet situation is not quite the same. I do not know if Shin Minjian got up early today, the restaurant is still not young and old people, basically all arrived. There are a total of 8 guests on Chinese Hit Center. In addition to Shin Minjian, Fengyu-chan, and Yashuli, they are Hong Kong music icon Su Kukun, veteran love song diva Luan Xing, ghostly music composer Hua Zichen, rock veteran Zhang Yun, and niche folk netizen singer Ji Chang. Basically, with the exception of Shin Mingyun, they're all the kind of well-known singers who are very individual and representative of their respective fields. Rather, Shin Mingyun was not too keen on this group of guests, and apart from greeting Fengyu-chan, he also exchanged a glance with Yao Shuli and nodded and smiled. It was worth mentioning that Shin Minjian saw a figure in the crowd that shouldn't have appeared here. When Shin Minjian looked over, the latter was also looking at him, and Shin Minjian opened his mouth. I thought you were eliminated? Why are you here too? Ji Chang. Ji Chang, the same person who was held down by Shin Mingyun's song I Love You China in the last extra round, is the same person who was held down by Shin Mingyun's song I Love You China. At that time, the program group had no choice but to let Shin Minjian pass. Ji Chang was naturally eliminated, but after all, there are still 3 more periods of the contract, so the director group launched an online voting, so that netizens voted for the past singers who want to come back to the recording the most. Just one day, and he was voted back in and eliminated a lonesome. This thing Shin Minjian is not unaware of. Shin Minjian reason why this moment opened his mouth to ask, mainly because the last period of Ji Chang was eliminated after the online hair small sa Ian and Yang him to come. Ji Chang, nicknamed Ji Ya2. This person's hard eyes are small, no one can say anything bad about him, not to mention Shin Minjian, even his own fans let him dislike him without temper. He was dragged down by Shin Minjian in the last period, and sang one more song and was eliminated, but also through the program group to manipulate the way back to the vote. He naturally held a grudge against Shin Minjian, so he sent a small essay after the fact Ian and Yang Shin Minjian, between the lines are Shin Mingyun's stirrer complaints. Guess how Shin replied? Shin Mingyun backhandedly said, that's cute. To the gang watching the netizens laugh and get rich all. Shin Minjian this moment is intentionally in front of him face to face open big, he acted frankly. To scold you pointing to your nose to scold you, never engage in that set of yin and yang. Ha! Netizens are still too sad to let go of Ji Chang and vote him back. Seeing that the atmosphere was off, Senior Su Kichuan, who was sitting not far away, simply came out to change the topic, sit down first Minnesota. Shin Minjian, since there is no idea to break up with Ji Chang, left and right swept a number of eyes, a time do not know where to sit. This side. Fengyu-chan beckoned to Shin Mingyun, but unfortunately, our great Emperor Mingyun already had a potato in mind and walked straight to the position next to Yao Shuli. Poor Fengyu-chan, the word this side attracted other people's attention, he froze in order to avoid embarrassment, hard to continue. This way. For a glass of water. Pfft, the approaching staff all nearly burst out laughing. There's no one over here, right? Shin Minjian asked as he came to Yao Shuli's side. No, no one. Yao Shuli slightly straightened her hair, and her head lightly nodded. Perhaps because it is not the reason of formal recording, today Yao Shuli dress up as not so gorgeous, a grey wrap-around long skirt, outside the set of a pure white jacket, chest exposed a large area of snow-white spring light, mouth-watering. Body and slim beauty is still so cool, private dress wear also quite show good figure. What kind of bureau is this today? Shin Minjian asked curiously. Every day, shoot for a gathering together. Yao Shuli is a bit strange, you didn't get the notice? They seem to have kicked me out of the group a long time ago, right? Shin Minjian scratched his head and scanned a circle of the table. Why do I feel that these people are looking at me with a somewhat unkind gaze? This is not an illusion. From the beginning of coming here, Shin Minjian felt that except for Yao Shuli and Fengyu-chan, everyone else looked at him in a strange way. Even that rock veteran Zhang Yun looked at him with a bit of a sinister look in his eyes, giving Shin Minjian a bit of a no-no. It should be because of the proposition creation. Pink lips pursed gently, Yao Shuli gave Shin Minjian a sympathetic look. Shin Minjian was first stunned, then dumbfounded. So, they're putting the blame for the director's team's proposition on me? Chinese Hit Center is an original hit show, itself, and the creation of the title does not have any requirements. Everyone has their own style of music. Take each other out of their own work is completely enough to collide with different sparks. Prior to this, most of you present are to take their own previously created works to the competition. The program group suddenly out of the proposition to create, all their previous works cannot be used, have to temporarily write a song. The young ones like Hua Zichen and Ji Chang are fine, but the middle-aged ones like Zheng Yun, Su Kechuan, and Luan Qing can't keep up with their energy, so how can they create a good hit in a week's time? If it wasn't for Shin Minjian, they wouldn't have to suffer this much. Definitely want to hate Shin Minjian. It's all spoiled. Shin Minjian said in his heart that people Zhou Dong used to have 10 songs on an album a day, and nowadays singers who produce an album a year are surprisingly already complacent. What a barren thing. It's about time this in entertainment was punished. There's a bunch of pretentiousness then everywhere. Just as the two of them were chatting, not far from the rock veteran Zhang Yun suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "How's the writing of Xiaoxin's song going?" He is not the first time to asked not only Shin Minjian one person, the rest of the people heard all show a headache expression, a variety of complaints about the creation of the proposition, to put it bluntly, but also complained about being dragged down by Shin Minjian. Now that Zhang Yun asked about the culprit, everyone naturally focused their hatred on Shin Minjian. This is if the average mental capacity is not strong, I guess I have to be asked. But who are we, Emperor Min? He Heikian didn't even bring a thought to it, waving his hand in the air. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Life, easy as pie. Chapter 15. Where's my ing pie? Minjian the Great spoke out shockingly. For a time to that aged Long Jing, the old green tea Zhang Yun awkwardly stayed, do not know how to pick up the rest of the people have odd expressions. Look at Shin Minjian's gaze, more undisguised hate, make the atmosphere thieves awkward, a good face-to-face with each other potluck daily recording, have not even begun to let Shin Minjian to contain the throat of fate. It got so bad that the show had to start the potluck early and the staff started serving hot pot. But who knows, this side is serving food. Shin Minjian stood up and went to the kitchen. To the staff will not be the whole. Mr. Minjian, where are you going? I'll cook. Shin Minjian didn't even look at him, went to the refrigerator and took out the fresh shrimp he bought yesterday, and said bluntly, I'm afraid that your program team will poison me. Staff. The expressions of all the people were also thieves of embarrassment. In their eyes, Shin Minjian's emotional intelligence was really horribly low. He didn't give face to the guest seniors, nor did he give face to the director's team. He didn't care about the fact that this was a recording program, it was simply not too much. But why should Shin Minjian care about their feelings? He's torn his face off with the show, the whole network knows about it, and now he's still acting like everyone's in peace and doing what? Did it work? And the peace and harmony of that director team will not treat him well, as usual, is to treat him differently. Yesterday also can't wait to give him Wallace wedding, today the hole on the hot pot? Pretending to be your mom? A bunch of piang stuff, and you guys hate on me, give you face? Who spared as if they were eating with you? Let's us eat, ha! Feng Yichan tried to round up the situation over there, and the crowd gave face to it, so this hot potluck began. It's just a bit awkward to eat. After all, Shin Minjian was missing from the table, and even if they occasionally, Yao Shuli who quit carbohydrates or quit numb just smelled that flavor and felt the saliva in the mouth crazy secretion, the glossy neck slightly moved, the action of swallowing saliva is simply too obvious. What this is all. But not yet waiting for her to open her mouth, beside the assistant Luo waved his hand and said, Arali will not eat this kind of flavorful things it, you also eat less, on the voice is not good no? Onions, ginger, garlic, leeks, onions. And so on these things, the flavor of the punch, and will produce irritation to the throat. Eat too much on the voice is also damaging as a star to pay attention to the image of these things to eat the mouth will have a taste, but also easy to give other people leave a bad impression. As a result, professional singers rarely eat the stuff. Shin Minjian didn't even look at her, said pretentious and turned back to do his own fried prawns. Yao Shuli opened her mouth, that clear and cold face for a moment swept through the expression called aggrieved, and finally still stubbornly retracted her hand, letting the assistant carry her nutritious food to eat. While walking, the assistant also indoctrinated her, Oli's sister, really stay away from that guy, look at what he ate, just the breath can smoke people to death. Assistant words, Yao Shuli left ear into the right ear out, occasionally looking back to Shin Minjian kitchen board cutlet cake, all are reluctant to give up After dinner Shin Minjian held the tablet to study to go, the competition and what first put aside in the back of the mind, for the moment what is not as important as he went ashore. Without realizing it, the time came to evening. Shin Minjen stood up and stretched, walked out the door and found that it was already nightfall, and suddenly felt that time flies and waits for no one, or not to waste a go out and move around. Although it was already evening, Shin Minjen had eaten quite a lot at lunch and hadn't moved much all day, feeling like people were rusting. As night fell, the east mountain of Linhai was a little cold, and Shin Minjen put on a down jacket and walked all the way to the top of the mountain. Behind is the vast ocean. In front of the view can see the bright lights of the city, 10,000 lights scattered in every position. A sense of national peace and security came to life. Shin Minjen came by coincidence. A few kilometers east of the resort hotel is a seaport, a few ships just passing by the lighthouse near the harbor. Mainland children rarely see this scene. He simply find a piece of rock to sit on the ground, and watched a little more. Looking at this 10,000 lights, Shin Minjen's suddenly bright, dark night. Lights. Which is not connected. There, know what's being sung in this installment. Minjen the Great laughed, and I do not know if the thought is permeable. From upstairs down, Shin Minjen body also feel permeable quite a lot, squatting a pit feeling to pull people empty, small tart tummy cooing. I haven't finished the leek pancakes I cooked for lunch and threw them in the kitchen fridge. Go hot, go hot, go hot. From the mountain down hungry Shin Minjen all the way straight to the restaurant kitchen halfway up the hill, but after opening the double-door refrigerator in the kitchen, but found that originally placed on the cold storage of a plate of uneaten leek cake, but also disappeared. Late at night, in the kitchen of the program's dining room, came the screams of Heikian's lifeless misery. Where's my ing pie? Chapter 16 Sister Ali, there are leaks on your incisors. Late at night in the Yunhai Resort Hotel, flickering sporadic lights, the sound of waves lapping on the reef inexplicably somewhat hypnotic, holding the notice to run next week to find Yao Shuli to communicate the details of the assistant. Luo yawning pushed open the door, only to find that Yao Shuli is not in the room. Lolo scratched his head and pulled out his cell phone to look at the time. The light of the cell phone in the dimly lit room was particularly conspicuous, and it showed that the time had already come to more than 10 o'clock in the evening. 10 o'clock, for star artists, is very early time, because often late at night to record the program. Reason, most star artists are night owls. In this industry, if you say that midnight before 12 o'clock fell asleep, other people have to look at you with a look at the eyes of the monster. Mr. Ho only has 3 or 4 hours of rest all year round. You think I'm kidding you? Luo is not thinking that the time is late, but that at this time, it is reasonable that Yao Shuli should already be in the room doing maintenance. Actresses sleep before the work is very tedious, cleansing, masks, applying essence, do maintenance, that a little more sophisticated still have to bake the electricity to sleep. Do this series of preparations also have to be an hour or two? At this hour, where could Yao Shuli go if she wasn't in her room? Putting away her cell phone, Luo was just about to go out to look for Yao Shuli, when she heard footsteps behind her. Looking back, Yao Shuli, who was wearing the gray hip dress during the daytime, just pushed open the door and walked in, just different from the daytime. At this time, she was wearing a pair of date red duck tongue cap, and also wore a mask that trimmed her face. Sister Ali, where have you been? Looking at Yao Shuli, who just came back, Luo looked strange. Why are you still covered so tightly? You didn't go out, did you? Yunhai Private Soup Resort during the recording of a Chinese hit center is a package. Outsiders cannot enter, so in the internal activities of the guests basically do not need to wear masks, hats, sunglasses and so on for fear of being recognized. It's covered so tightly, unless it's out. What's she doing out in the middle of the night? No, I didn't go out. Yao Shuli stumbled a bit in her speech, and somehow her eyes were a bit flustered when she locked eyes with her assistant, closing the door as if she had a weak heart, turning on the light while heading to her room. After calling out to Xiao Ai's classmates to close the curtains, Yao Shuli took off her hat and mask, revealing that cool and absolutely beautiful face. Under the light, the white skin is crystal clear, and when you don't smile, you are high and refusing to be seen. Assistant Luo at this moment, but did not have the heart to appreciate Yao Shuli's stunning beauty. She stood to the side holding the flatbed, looking at Yao Shuli with an unbelievable face, and did not open her mouth to speak for a long time. How? What happened? Being stared at by Luo like this, Yao Shuli was somehow a bit weak. Then he saw Luo open her mouth, bared her teeth, revealing her own white teeth, and then pointing at her own teeth, while the corners of her mouth twitched, she said to Yao Shuli. Sister Ali, you have leaks on your incisors. What greeted Luo was silence from Yao Shuli, and after a short period of staring blankly, the theater goddess's white and somewhat greenish pretty face began to rapidly become shyly red at a speed visible to the naked eye. On hand, just in time for pillows. Yao Shuli turned her back and planted herself into a hug. If silence had a voice, it would be deafening at this moment. And if there was a crack in the ground, Yao Shuli would not hesitate to drill into it. Time flies without waiting, and in the blink of an eye it's the weekend and the day of the weekly live recording of Chinese Hit Center. A week, Shin Min-jen, in addition to occasionally go out to buy a dish, every day to stay in the resort hotel provided by the program group, in addition to studying is cooking, eating, exercise, life is regular and clean, everyday positive, look at the program group gang are a little creepy. The time came to 8 o'clock in the evening for the recording of Chinese Hit Center. Perhaps because of last week's Shin Min-jen 2 Red Songs brought the heat, the program started broadcasting, just 10 minutes, the online live platform at the same time the number of people online exceeded 1 million, and is still continuing to soar. Except for the name of individual Yao Shuli, the pop-up screen is brushing Shin Min-jen. It is not difficult to see the popularity of Shin Min-jen in this issue. Not only online, but also offline, the host is warming up in the foreground, can't say 2 sentences before you can hear the offstage discussion of Shin Min-jen's voice. Obviously wrote 2 Red Songs, and now that the heat is, do not know also seek to think that he is among the first. And eat. I'll charge you to make it spicy. What do people eat and still have to listen to you? Shin Min-jen didn't tense up this time and disliked back, you're the assistant, not her mom. Her mom couldn't care less. You. Luo didn't think Shin Min-jen would dislike her, just when she wanted to dislike her back, the front desk came with a notice to board the stage, Yao Shuli was going to go on stage. I'll settle the score with you when I come back. Glaring at Shin Min-jen, she helped Yao Shuli arrange her skirt and went on stage. I don't know if it's just to piss her off, but Shin Min-jen even shook the spicy noodles in his hand at Yao Shuli, I'll save them for you when I come back. Ha ha ha. You're so damaging. Feng Yuchan laughed while asking, say, how are you preparing for this one? Rehearsals have not seen Shin Min-jen, these days have not seen Shin Min-jen writing songs and compositions and so on, will soon be on stage, he is a little uneasy. Chapter 17 China in Lights. You know Ace? Who? His Holiness Showa, director of the meat plant. Ottoman Ha? Aha, or do you think it's King of Thieves Ace? I know, so what? Did you know he has a ridiculous amount of skills and never has to worry about running out of blue? What does that mean? Feng Yuchan was Shin Ming in a fooled. He asked him how the song is written, this damn how to pull to the Ultraman? Dude, do your fans know you're so abstract? I am going to tell you, Shin Min-jen ate the last of the spicy noodles, bluntly said, never worry about a pharaoh's blue will not run out, we are the one who has the holy grail. As the words fell, the chili bag was stuffed into Feng Yuchan's hand, and Shin Min-jen stood up, so he went to the waiting room. Leaving Feng Yuchan, sitting in place, messy in the wind. When he came back to his senses, his buddy was carrying the bag of chili fries in his hand with a headache, where the hell am I going to throw this? Not long after, Yao Shuli finished her singing and Shin Min-jen took the stage. Who? I don't know if it's because this whole week Ming-en-da-di is hanging at the top of the hot search list, the popularity of Shin Min-jen on the scene is simply bursting. From the beginning of his appearance, the scene of all kinds of shouts have not ceased. A few fans followed the example of the last flower delivery and brought him so many flowers, and goodness knows one girl brought 999 roses, a big old bouquet that had to be carried up by 2 people. Shin Min-jen couldn't help but sigh, the flower seller at this door has to burn incense for me. Ha ha ha. There was a lot of laughter. After the stage, Shin Min-jen are not in a hurry to start singing, just with the fans, the audience interaction on the chat for a long time, the scene atmosphere is really good, and some people even said Shin Min-jen not to go to the comedy pity. This guy. The crowd in the guide room looked at this relaxed look of Shin Min-jen, their hearts were a bit unsettled. It is worth mentioning that this time Wei Zihan was also there. He asked director Nyo, what song is he going to sing this time, do you know? This. The cow director was a little embarrassed. You guys still don't know? Wei Zihan instantly exploded. In the last installment, because of a mistake by the show's crew, they didn't know what song Shin Min-jen was going to sing, and they were set up by this kid. How the hell is this issue? You programmers don't know yet. You guys didn't yell at him to rehearse? He asked. Not. Shouted. Nyo director did not speak, not far from a director responsible for rehearsal helplessly said, he does not come ah. What? Wei Zihan was a bit confused. What do you mean by not coming? This director in charge of rehearsal looked at director Nyo, and then the two of them unanimously let out a sigh. It's a long story, I guess. Kids don't have mothers. Didn't they think Shin Min-jen was going to be eliminated during the last recording and simply kicked him out of the show's various group chats? This issue because to notify him of the rehearsal, so the program group several days in advance, someone is specifically responsible for pulling him into the group, but this brother. He's not going in. Not only do not enter, who pulls him he deleted who, up to now the director's team up and down the fast are no longer his friends. It's not that no one yelled at him to his face to rehearse, but it's useless for you to yell at him, people said. Didn't you guys not give me rehearsal? You didn't yell at me in the last installment, you didn't notify me of the recording of the daily dinners, and now you're still yelling at me for what? Lighting? Choreography? Orchestra? No need. I don't use them all. Just give me a piano like in the last installment and I'll play and sing by myself. I won't bother your director's team, whoever you want. Not happy? You don't like it? Eliminate me if you can. This guy, he caught us not daring to eliminate him through unofficial channels, so he was unscrupulous. That director in charge of the rehearsal hated his teeth when he brought up this matter. They didn't even know the title of the song Shin Min-jen was going to sing until now. Then this. Wei Zihan listened to 1.5 words, the corners of his mouth twitching said, "You guys still don't know what he sings if he comes back to a red song how to do? Don't worry, it won't." Not far away, an executive director said, "You're not unaware of what we're composing for this installment of the proposition, The Darkness of the Night, can you write a red song?" That's it. The rest of them nodded. Wei Zihan didn't say anything else, but it was just not hard to tell from his expression that he was still a bit uneasy. Shin Min-jen that state, it does not feel like unsure of the appearance of. What about this? The program's crowd also noticed, they also have some doubts, but the theme of the proposition creation, but let them internally forced to reassure themselves, telling themselves that should be no problem. Also in this case. After exchanging pleasantries with the audience and receiving many flowers, Shin Min-jen finally sat down in front of the piano. Black Knight. He straightened his microphone and recited the theme given by the director's team into it, and then smiled and said, "Let's hear it for everyone, a night that belongs to us Chinese." The words fall. Who? The crowd at the scene lit up and followed suit. And on the side of the director's team, the number of people who were uneasy about it started to grow. The fingertips touched the piano, and the melody that was as gentle as a small bridge in flowing water gradually rippled out, and Shin Min-jen sang as he played. The streets of the city have been lit up. Community warmth streams joy. Villages in the distant hills, fires flickering. Gradually brightening thoughts on well-being. Different from the majestic atmosphere when he sang My Motherland and I last time, and also different from the gratitude sentiment when he sang I Love You China. This time Shin Min-jen's voice is gentle, ethereal, relaxed and distinctive, giving people a soft texture. Combined with his lyrics, everyone felt a warm feeling. That's the light of the house, and the peace of the country, and the same. It's peace of mind. Sails returning to harbor, skimming from the lighthouse. Dream-chasing footsteps cross under the moon. Plaza fireworks speak on the holidays. The loftiness of the age of star rising. Wow. Many people on the scene looked down at themselves and realized that goosebumps had unconsciously risen above them. Please. Shin Min-jen, what's the point of being so touched? The theme of this episode of Chinese Hit Center is Dark Night, and singers such as Ji Chang, Hua Zichen, and Zhang Yin inevitably associated with sick moaning in the dead of night when composing on this theme. The silence and stillness of the night, the inner difficulties and emotional wounds all explode into an extraordinarily smoky, tear-jerking song that's a natural fit. It can be hard to avoid. Small family. What's the night? The dark night is not an emotional trauma, not a disease-free moan, and not any moment of hiding under the covers secretly embellished with sobs. The darkness of the night is the light of all homes and the peace of the nation. Darkness is China in lights. P.S. These 2 days 3 more. Please brothers can catch up on the reading of the catch up on the reading, should be got on the recommendation, thank you. Chapter 18. Is it okay for you to sing this program as a spring show? Your mom. This barren thing treats our program like a spring show? In the guide room, including director Niu Ji, top stream Wei Zihan, including the crowd, listening to Shin Min-jen sing this song just listen to itchy teeth. Although everyone didn't know what the name of Shin Min-jen's song was, but listening to the melody of the song he sang, it wasn't hard to hear that it should be another red song. The crowd was a bit skeptical, especially that big smart Zhou Yang, who shouted incredulously. No, blackout, he can sing red too ow? When other singers hear the word night, they associate it with either emotions or nightlife, or even sex in the city. But what is this Shin Min-jen? Listen. Community, village, well-being, time's looming. What the hell are you doing giving me a political lesson? Right in the right direction, huh? Salute the fatherland daddies, huh? Heiki and you guy. You. Sharks kill people. In the entire song so far, he doesn't mention red songs word for word, but sings them word for word. This guy is a little too damn evil for his own good. How does this not count as the 8-pointed wheel of light shining on the head dazzle? Don't panic first. I don't know if it's because he's afraid of being pressured by the director's team. Big smart Zhou Yang grinned and said, let's listen to it first, and if his chorus doesn't have the shadow of a red song, we can also find a reason to eliminate him. His bird food is deducted from the question. Bird food did not run out of the question. They cannot eliminate Shin Min-jen because of running out of the question. But if he doesn't have the same devotion to his country in the chorus as I love you China or me and my country, they can find an excuse to eliminate him. Aha, the crowd nodded. At this point in time, they probably still have a few expectations, right? Holding Shin Min-jen this red? Not so. The pop-ups went wild. Long live China. Long live the motherland. Listen to this if your aura is weak. This is the kind of music today's youth should be listening to. I'll sing this song when I go to the haunted house tomorrow. I'll see which ghost dares to touch me. There are cultured also said on the two words, that is not cultured, but washed up in the mind of a strong sense of national pride, high and low to the whole two sentences, directly shouted wildly, China! Just now the staff responsible for counting the votes has gotten the final number of votes for Shin Min-jen on. Hashtag China's youth is graceful in the lights, China's bosom is vast in the lights. Hashtag feel the lights of 10,000 families and the peace of the nation in Shin Min-jen's song. Hashtag if you don't know, why is the Spring Festival still on when the year is over? Hashtag. At the end of the day, Shin Min-jen was wrapped up in a large number of popular phrases such as the above, on the top of the hot search list of jittery voice, microblogging, small sweet potatoes, forced to, and other major platforms. The last issue, Shin Min-jen's two red songs I Am My Motherland, I Love You China fire all over the network. This issue of the Chinese Hit Song Center program out of the proposition to create a Black Knight, who all know that it is aimed at Shin Min-jen. Watched the show before, many people thought that Shin Min-jen this certainly hung. But who knew that even with such a proposition that was the exact opposite of the elements of a red song, Shin Min-jen was able to write a red song? God knows what kind of audience that rushed to see the program after hearing Shin Min-jen's song China in Lights was shocked into. You should know that the songs created by the singers on this episode of Chinese Song Center are almost all about love, except for Shin Min-jen's friend Feng Yukin, whose rap style is boisterous and spiteful, and the rest of them are just sick and moaning. Especially that young music genius Hua Zichen, Buddy in order to emphasize their own feelings, singing with crying voice, almost pouting on the stage, the staff to carry down. Abstraction. Various abstractions. In this kind of abstract group, Shin Min-jen kicked the front step out, a China in the Lights sung to the party, sung to the people, you say cannot let people feel excited, shocked? Let's be honest. Strictly speaking, when it comes to abstraction, Shin Min-jen is the most abstract. But the question is, who the hell dares to say that the red song is abstract? Their songs are so popular. Don't use words like netherworld and abstract. Ha 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 ha. The Chinese Hit Center program is now ruined. Shin Min-jen this time again pass, fans and eat melon netizens are watching the fun, Chinese Hit Song Center program group various platforms official microblogging below a variety of discussion of how else are you going to eliminate my family, K-ent, when the blackout propositions are letting the shooting go? Laughing to death, do you really think that Emperor Min's solo judgment of the ages is a joke with you? Mission, all I can say is that the strong never complain about their circumstances. Bang! Transparent glass cup was thrown on the floor, broken into an unknown number of pieces, still familiar Chinese Hit Center Director Team Collective Roundtable, Director Oregano drop cup as a number, grim face asked a mouth. What to do, what now? Can someone tell me what to do now? When he slammed the cup, Director Neo's gaze always glanced from time to time in the direction of his assistant, Big Smart Zhou Yang, who was not far away. To put it bluntly, he wrestled the cup not to others, precisely to Zhou Yang to see. This guy, 2 consecutive bad ideas, the first extra round Shin Min-jen sang I Love You China, the second proposition composition he sang China in the Lights, the 2 times instead of Shin Min-jen eliminated, but instead of letting this guy heat more and more. Their program, now it's almost becoming a pedal for Shin Min-jen to create topics and discussions. Originally said that the joint capital together to kill him, but now it's good, but not blocked, this kid is still ing with his song, the more he sings more and more popular. In terms of his hotness in the past 2 days, the top stream 1 line is not necessarily comparable to it, okay. That is, he offended too much capital, or just this wave of heat, take some short-term endorsements, commercials and so on, can also earn a pot full of good. This situation is certainly not what the capitals want to see, and they will surely put pressure on the show for it. What to do? Now what? He can't do this question, he can't do it. The people in the conference room dare to squeak no. Now this situation, who knows how to eliminate Shin Min-jen? Guide. Director, you first calm down. Zhou Yang also has eyesight, rebrewed a pot of tea for the cow director, served and put it on the table in front of the cow director, and then carefully said, I think we might as well change the proposition. He hasn't even finished his sentence. And proposition writing? An executive director then couldn't help but grimace and get quite stale. This time the proposition creation, instead of containing Shin Min-jen, but instead harmed their program group so that they were ridiculed by the netizens, and then again where to put the face of their program group? The cow guide also frowned at the big smart. I listened carefully to the song China in the Lights in this issue of his. Said Big Smart seriously, I feel that this song is not like a day or 2 days to create, it feels like the kind of frame by frame, sentence by sentence polishing. I feel that this song is not like it can be created in a day or two, it feels like the kind of work that has been polished frame by frame and phrase by phrase for a long time, so I feel that the proposition that we made this time may just hit the gun's mouth. Change the proposition, and I don't believe he'll get a blind cat every time, said Big Smart bluntly. He can't write a red song on any proposition. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other, thinking about lining for a moment, also cannot help but nod. As Big Smart said, Shin Min-jen's song China in Lights doesn't sound like it was written in this week's time. You know, this week, Shin Min-jen did not go anywhere, just stay in the show's resort hotel, the hotel or monitoring. He did what everyone knows. He's been doing nothing but cooking, eating, and exercising every day for a week, and he's been reading civil service materials to study. He doesn't even write songs, he doesn't even go to the music room provided in the hotel, he doesn't even touch the instruments. He's not going to go back to his room in the middle of the night and sneak inwardly curl up and write a song, is he? That's enough time for him to write a song of the quality of China in Lights? Even if he didn't write the song, and it was written by the national team behind him, it's still a fantasy to produce this quality of work in a week's time, right? Therefore, there is reason to believe that the song China in Lights was written long before. They've hit the nail on the head with this Dark Knight proposition. There's no way this Shin Min-jen kid has been that lucky, it's not like he's in Euroking. Change the proposition and just don't believe he's writing in the red song direction. But what proposition to change? Chapter 20, Youthful Campus Group Battle, Singer Helps Sing Foolproof. What's the proposition for a change? Bullwinkle asked. There was also a lot of discussion among the people in the room. Big Smart had obviously thought about this a long time ago, and he laughed. I think that we can come up with a youthful campus proposition. Youth campus? The crowd sniffed and looked at each other, a little confused for a moment. For a few moments, their faces were enlightened. Youth campus, to put it bluntly, is a little fresh, and the red song, that kind of national sentiment, national pride, may be a little connected, but not much. The internal entertainment has ever had almost nothing to do with the main theme of the youthful campus, but rather the youthful campus type of TV series, movies, small love songs, and so on and so forth. These abound. To put it bluntly, the subject matter is so small and limiting that it's hard to take it and create a red song kind of genre. If you write a song with youth and campus as the proposition, on the one hand, it will curb Shin Min-jen, and on the other hand, it will also give an explanation to the rest of the singers. You know, when the last issue of the Dark Knight proposition, the rest of the singers were quite stale, they all feel that because of Shin Min-jen led all of them to follow the increased workload, the loss of panic. Anyone can write a young adult campus, and it would be much, much less difficult for them to create. Well, that works. Director Bull nodded in approval. The rest of them also nodded their heads, and it was at this time. Director Nyo, I have another idea. Big Smart Zhou Yang realized that his performance was okay, so he continued to add to it. We can open up a singer helping singer session. Singers helping out? The crowd once again revealed a head full of questions at the words. The term singers help sing is not unfamiliar in the music variety circle. Next door to a professional singers program will often have this, the king of the song before the competition, invited well-known big-name singers to help, selling gimmick, traffic means. They can understand the idea of Big Smart. Singers invite each other's circle friends to support, can give them personally increased traffic, heat, when the time to perform the vote is also convenient canvassing. The rest of the singers are good to say. Shin Min-jen, now the industry is completely stinking dog history, who do not want to get involved. He certainly do not invite the supporting singers, there is no advantage to speak of. But then again, inviting more famous, big-name singers requires a budget, and since their program is based on the theme of originality and the main thing to look at is the work, not the competition, it feels very inexplicable to invite another singer at this stage. It's not that traditional sense of helping sing. Zhou Yang obviously saw everyone's confusion and Sally explained, it's so that our current resident singers can freely team up and freely choose whether or not to help others sing a few lines of the bridge or something like that outside of their own performances as well. He said this. Oh. The people present then showed a look of enlightenment in their eyes. So, he's saying that he wants to have a team war and stick together. Generally speaking, one singer one tone, if in some climax part call for other singers to help sing, that kind of picture, effect, just think about it, is thief amazing. And it would be even more exhilarating if a group of well-known singers, singing the same song together, each with a different timbre playing a different effect, complementing and mirroring each other. Or just said the same thing, Shin Min-jen now in the industry, within the program, that are stinking dog history in the millet pumpkin porridge, basically except for Yao Shuli, Feng Yukan, who do not have much good feelings towards him. The rest of the singers won't give up this advantage of group hugging and not use it, but Shin Min-jen, even if he wants to group hugging, no one will take care of him. Because even those who are close to him like Yao Shuli and Feng Yuchan who don't have any ill will towards him would not dare to give him a favor because of their agency. Then the situation becomes. The rest of the singers embrace the group, forming a team in 2s and 3s, each helping each other out, and Shin Min-jen piking with them all by himself. In itself, the program group and the proposition creation on the containment of Shin Min-jen singing red songs, youth campus proposition of the rest of the singers are also good at it, and now to engage in such a group war. The group battle can almost be said to be foolproof. To put it bluntly, even if Shin Min-jen can create a red song based on youth campus, his red song may not be able to take advantage of the group battle. Would this be a bit much? A staffer in charge of online discussions couldn't help but grin. Because of this guy Hakim, the director's team is not in a good position in terms of online public opinion, and now they're doing all this unfairness in an open manner, so are the netizens sure that they won't be scolded to death? What's wrong with that? Big Smart waved his hand and said bluntly, it's not that we won't let other singers help him, he can also let others help him sing together, he himself is not well liked and no one is helping him, it's not on us. The staff member who was in charge of online public opinion was dumbfounded by this statement. Birdseed, group warfare is not the only thing that benefits others, Shin Min-jen can also benefit, but only if he is well liked and there are people willing to help him. It can't be the show's pot if you're not well liked, can it? Well. Neo director also nodded at this time, gave a fire to add a fire, bluntly said, group war in advance to publish out of the rules is good, do not announce the specific who help singing, at that time, when he does not have someone to give the help singing, let's then step forward to explain. By not announcing it in advance, the directing team won't be scolded too much, and when Shin Min-jen is eliminated, they can still say that several old-timers are singing on the same stage, so what makes him win with just one Heikian? He can be eliminated as well as eliminated logically. That's it. The director's team of Chinese Hit Center has once again finalized the next episode of hit composition for Shin Min-jen. Soon after the official microblogging news was released that night, several hot words topped the hot search list on various platforms. Hashtag new proposition creation for Chinese Hit Center, Youth, Campus. Hashtag Chinese Hit Center announced the opening of the Singers Helping Each Other segment, we get to see singers helping each other out. Hashtag Chinese Hit Center officially announced that it's going to Island University tomorrow for an offline event, Jime's rushing. Hashtag. Even though the show didn't explicitly say so, netizens and fans who saw the hot search understood it almost in seconds. Isn't this still ing targeting? Not a word about Shin Min-en, but every word is directed at Shin Min-en. Who doesn't know that no one dares to help our Hakim now? TSK. This director's team really die of my pigeon's heart. Look at the fun to look at the fun. We have to admit one thing is that the program group this really was forced to rush this Shin Min-jen obedience a little bit hanging. Chapter 21 Where is my chicken breast? Panda order takeout. The next morning, sitting on the balcony facing the sea, Shin Min-jen basked in the early morning sunlight, yawning as he looked at the hot search on his cell phone that had something about the Hit Center program, and couldn't help but secretly skim. After a little questioning, I realized that it seemed to be an offline fan meeting organized by the show's organizers. This is not the proposition of the show as a youth campus. While the show is hot, the director team took advantage of the fire to strike the iron, so in the name of material, and the nearby Island University jointly organized an activity. Talking with college students and observing their state of mind will also help singers to create songs about youth and campus. Let's go together Min-en. Fengyu-chan knew that Shin Mingyan had not been notified by the program team, so he simply waved his hand directly in front of the program team and said, "It feels like the one that those college students want to see the most besides Yao Shuli is you. Yao Shuli is beautiful because of her beauty, while Shen Mingyan is purely because the name Mingyan Emperor is too loud." The program's people did not refuse, because the other side of the island university is still looking forward to Shin Mingyan to go over to sing 2 red songs, to show loyalty for the country on their behalf. As a result, who knows, just running back body a little wet. Shin Mingyan sniffed the words, did not blink, waved his hand as a sentence, do not go. What the hell offline activities, the good word that is to pull their own popularity to increase exposure, to put it bluntly is not just to go to the college students' pretend lecture pretend class B? In their group, the highest education is Yao Shuli, graduated from the Central Conservatory of Music, most of the others are wild. Like the old green tea of the previous Jinyan Longjing, Yin Yang Shin Mingyan, rock singer Zhang Yun, he did not graduate from secondary school, dropped out of school to go north. People like them can make money, partly because of the high showbiz floor and partly because of luck. But some people just believe in the luck is also part of the strength, lick their p-words, think they are really good, and then go to lecture to the university students to pretend to be a pussy in a dignified manner. What's there to pretend? In terms of education, which one of them graduated higher than you? The former body is a serious undergraduate graduate of the Conservatory of Music, and the songs he writes are red and evil, but as usual, he has not gone to the idea of pretending for college students. Compare yourself to those who are better than you, that way you. Shin Mingyan, turns out coming into the kitchen and opening the locker where he keeps his chicken breasts, duck necks and other snacks. Your mom. Where's the old chicken breast? Chapter 22, 2 main curators, people are missing. I'm telling you, you don't even know how obnoxious it is to be on this Thai show. I put things in the fridge that don't move, and the last time I had half a leek pie left over from lunch, I couldn't find it at night. I'll put up with it if you say you think stars don't eat leftovers, or that I threw out my cake for fear of stringing it up. But this time I bought a sealed package of snack chicken breasts and they're gone too. Just outrageous. I don't know what kind of staff this program has. It's true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. On the bus to the location of the event, although Shin Mingyan, who came late, sat in the back seat without attracting attention, that mouth of his didn't stop, and he trolled the crew the whole time. The bull director watching the machine backstage was looking a little stunned and couldn't help but ask the guy next to him, who took his chicken breast. No way. The staff looked at each other and shook their heads. Although no one could stand the big daddy, but with his cockroach bully personality, who didn't know that taking his stuff would surely be scolded by him? Who dares to take his stuff? Besides, who the hell needs his food? The crew can't get enough of just those zero natural, all added meals every day, okay? Inexplicably, the bull guide's mouth twitched. It is worth mentioning that the clear and cold goddess of the theater cavity Yao Shuli sniffed expression slightly unnatural, good-looking lips gently pursed, would have opened his mouth and said to Shin Mingyan, or later to the city, I will buy you some more? But her lips wriggled, and before she opened her mouth, she suddenly realized that it seemed like her teeth were gaping. Stuffed something. Shredded meat. Yao Shuli, who realized this, almost found a crack in the ground. Originally white and tender skin quickly surfaced a few points of uncontrollable redness, watery eyes with a few points of panic, and Shen Mingyan unconsciously avoided the gaze when he met his eyes. A feeling called emptiness instantly struck the high-flying starlet's heart. To the edge of the mouth words, but also by her instantly swallowed down, in the face of Shin Mingyan's relentless accusations, she could only pursed lips and smiled, giving him a sympathetic look. But just not a word. Say nothing. It really is. I tell you, I will buy things again I put to the public area. I'm meticulous. Shin Mingyan accused while taking out a blue and white big white rabbit milk candy with a rabbit printed on it from his pocket. First he peeled off one and stuffed it into his mouth, then he peeled off another one and handed it to Yao Shuli. Here's a candy. He said sincerely. Don't say he doesn't have a sense of proportion, just hand it over with the candy wrapper open, that's sincere enough. The appearance of a layer of glutinous rice paper wrapped in the great white rabbit milk candy exudes a milky flavor. The flavor into the nostrils, drool began in Yao Shuli's mouth, crazy secretion. In that instant, the high-flying actress's eyes lit up. In the car that the staff rode behind, Yao Shuli's assistant Luo Luo saw the scene and directly red-warned, Shin Mingyan. Sugar. Did you know that actresses have to control their oil and sugar? What the hell are you doing giving her candy? Our sister Ali will never eat, absolutely. She said in her heart that even if Sister Ali jumped down from here, she wouldn't eat a single bite of this guy's food. Nah, I told you, Zenka's law has never failed. or Zenka's kid can't just rely on this stuff to register copyrights and collect royalties of $1 million or so every year. You see? Although they cannot open their mouths, but see that the steak good big white rabbit milk candy, Yao Shuli eyes are straight, pressure root cannot move. After lifting up her slender white hand to take the milk candy, her bone culture made her subconsciously want to say thank you to Shen Minjian, but I don't know if it was because her brain always remembered that she couldn't open her mouth because she had meat threads on her teeth, and the two commands were confusing, and in the end, she even closed her mouth to make a M sound. Ha! At that time, Shen Minjian froze at hearing, you mean to say thank you? Yao Shuli also realized how strange the sound she made was, her pretty face which was already a bit reddened even more. She turned her head sideways and stuffed the milk candy into her mouth with lightning speed, covering her mouth and whispered thank you. A mouthful of swallowed whole milk candy will be Yao Shuli left cheeks bulging up, the sunshine sprinkled in her red uncharacteristically delicate face, shy little expression and dare not look at Shen Minjian's vain gaze as really let a person look at the heart itchy ah. What's wrong with this? Heikian laughed, scratching his head and thinking, give a milk candy to eat, as to be so shy and ashamed of it? You've never had a white rabbit milk candy? It was worth mentioning that Shen Minjian, who was feeding Yao Shuli candy over here, would occasionally notice a few gazes staring at him, like a thorn in his back. Turning his eyes to look around, he realized that it seemed to be Ji Chang, who had yin and yang Shen Minjian earlier, as well as another ghostly music composer, Hua Zichen. Envious, right? Ha ha. Shen Minjian laughed, not taking it seriously. Several of them were young artists of similar age, and who could not covet an actress of Yao Shuli's high value, good figure, background, and education, who was also a red-hot star. It's also that Feng Yuchan has a girlfriend outside the circle, otherwise it's impossible not to be attracted to Yao Shuli. Such a Yao Shuli, interacting sweetly with Shen Minjian, how can you say they are not envious? But they'll just be envious. Shen Minjian was the last to get on the bus when they gathered, and several of them came early, but they were afraid of rumors and didn't dare to sit next to Yao Shuli. What's going on? You're waiting for her to fall for you? Being a BZ and trying to stand up for chastity spoils them. About half an hour's journey, their car came to the door of the island university. Because it was an offline activity that had been arranged in advance, the university entrance was prepared for a warm welcome. Not what big leaders or some theater, so the school leaders did not come. A few, on the contrary, college students, guys that surrounded the scene of a sea of people. The school entrance cannot walk car. When Shen Minjian saw that scene, he couldn't help but think, do you think that one day when there's a real ing fight, this group of college students can be like stargazers, so many people get together and go up together in a sea of people? It was worth mentioning that there were people shouting Shen Minjian and Yao Shuli's names everywhere in the crowd, and it was clear that the duo was the most popular at this event. But what left the show's crowd flabbergasted was, when you get off the bus, the two main curry people are gone. Chapter 23 Kid Brothers Sound Source. The bus drove directly to the school. Inside, step classroom side of the welcoming ceremony are ready, the result of getting off the bus when the director team received notice, Shen Minjian and Yao Shuli disappeared. Where are the people? No guide in situ explosion. MD. The biggest gimmick of this offline activity is Yao Shuli and Shen Minjian. The result is that these two people disappeared can still be okay. When we got off the bus, Mr. Min said his stomach hurt and went to the bathroom, then Mr. Yao Shuli followed, but he didn't come back for half a day, and when we went to the nearby bathroom to look for it, we couldn't find anyone long ago. The staff replied. Abducted by Shen Minjian? Yao Shuli's assistant Luo Luo also went crazy looking for people everywhere. As soon as she heard that Yao Shuli was abducted by Shen Minjian, she immediately exploded, grabbing the collar of the program staff and shouting, if anything happens to Sister Ellie, I'm not finished with you. No, what can happen? The corner of the staff's mouth twitched, saying that you as far as it goes. He, Mr. Min, is at least a public figure, and if he is even worse, can he do anything to harm his life with his money? Call. The corners of the cow guide's mouth twitched. He suddenly regretted taking Shen Minjian with him for this activity. Grandma Lee's, not only did he not participate in the activity properly, but also abducted Yao Shuli. What the hell ah? When we catch him, the cow guide will have to give him a ghost fire to step on and a shrimp thread to pick apart. Linhai's old town houses because it was built during the colonial period, so it is more inclined to the Central European style. Walking in the streets of the continuous houses, in a trance, Shen Minjian has a feeling of being abroad. Hiking through a couple of intersections to the beach, a white seagull flew back and forth over the reefs along the shore. Nearby many people are to feed the seagulls. Before and after the spring festival is generally the peak of the seagulls from the south back to the north. Now is the month of March, it is this side of the seagulls most of the time. In the evening when the sky is darkening to this side, the angle of upward shot, you can see the sky flying densely all the seagulls. Wow! Girls seem to be born with a love for this kind of thing. Yao Shuli can't walk when she sees the seagulls, but unfortunately the poor actress doesn't have a bit of food on her body, and she looks at other people feeding the seagulls with bread and envies them. Just then, Shin Minjen shouted will, and immediately pulled out a Darlie Park bun from his pocket. At that moment, Shin Minjen was literally out, savior, and the actress wearing a white plastic mask took the bread, broke it into small pieces, and placed them on the rocks along the shore one at a time, and soon enough, seagulls would flutter their wings and fly over too. Then I didn't force you. Shin Minjen laughed. Today's sun is very good, the sun shines, the sea surface is exceptionally bright, standing in the position of backlighting, looks like Shin Minjen people a little dark, but at the same time it also seems to give him a shadow. Wearing the old actor grey duck tongue cap, Shin Minjen whole person looks very sharp, free, natural, what to say, what greatly generous character also let Yao Shuli look very comfortable. You weren't talking about playing at the time. The goddess of the theater accent said bluntly, what happened to the promised take? The reason she followed Shin Minjen off the bus at that time was because Shin Minjen said he was going to record a sound clip to use in the next installment of the song. It's a fetch, didn't say it wasn't. K-ent was back to being a scoundrel, it's not like you're in hard control of the seagulls. Yao Shuli was momentarily speechless, her pretty face slightly red. Alright, let's go. Shin Minjen laughed harshly and led her northward. Not far from the coast there is an elementary school. Today is a working day, the students are in class. Shin Minjen and the doorman Bright Identity said that he wanted to cooperate with the school to record a sound source. The doorman uncle reported the school leadership. Soon Shin Minjen and Yao Shuli received a personal reception from the vice principal. The two of them are at least considered big stars. Shin Minjen is singing red songs, Yao Shuli is singing Peking opera. These are all part of the roots of the national essence, so even the stars are not very cold to this middle-aged principal of the elementary school. To them is also quite polite. When Shin Minjen indicated that he wanted to find a group of kid brothers to record a sound source, so that he could turn around and advertise their school on the program, the very refined principal agreed to do so, enthusiastically stating that he could spare the time of the two classes' physical education classes later to cooperate with them. This will not be a little lack of virtue, Shin Minjen said. The sight of the Yao Shuli snorted a laugh out, not empty gym class, music class, this important classes also delay people learning alright. Unsurprisingly, despite seeing a star, the kid buddies were still reluctant to help record the sound source, and all of them were like frosted eggplants, speaking breathlessly, making Shin Minjen quite helpless. Force me, Shin Minjen grinned and greeted Yao Shuli, saying that he had to go out. Where are you going? Yao Shuli was a bit curious. Buy them some snacks and drinks or something. Shin Minjen couldn't help but skim his lips. Kids don't have bad intentions. If you take up someone's gym class for no reason, they'll be upset, so just give them some compensation. From the school out, Shin Minjen opened the lack of map, the first glance to see a nearby Wallace. After hesitating, Shin Minjen finally ditched Wallace and searched for KFC. Even though he was also shy and didn't have much money now, one had to be able to live up to one's conscience, right? When buying KFC, Shin Minjen saw a roadside pear soup seller and thought that this morning Yao Shuli seemed to say that her throat was not too comfortable, so he simply sent a message to Yao Shuli to ask her if she wanted to drink a small hanging pear soup. But he never thought, to his death, that these 4 words would get him into trouble. Chapter 24, Little Pear Soup. Ahem. In the elementary school ladder classroom, the teacher is maintaining order, soft and weak. Yao Shuli sitting on the side but is coughing uncontrollably. These 2 years many people have bad lungs, throat often have phlegm. Yao Shuli is no exception, although already pay close attention to keep the voice, but a few influenza still left her roots. A little bad air is easy to cough. A young female teacher in the school let a female student pour a cup of warm water over. Yao Shuli drank a few mouthfuls to moisten her throat, which slowed down some. Picking up her cell phone and glancing at the message alerts, it was no surprise that Lolo had made what must have been 40 or 50 calls to her in the meantime. Knowing what she would face if she called back, Yao Shuli simply pretended not to see it, and was about to put away her cell phone when a message alert suddenly popped up on the top of it, a message from Shin Minjen asking her, "Do you want to drink a little hanging pear soup?" See that message when Yao Shuli is actually a little touched. Pear soup is moisturizing the lungs, good for the voice. Her voice uncomfortable. This Shin Minjen did not mention. She thought Shin Minjen did not pay attention to, did not think that Shin Minjen went out to buy some snacks for the children's buddies can still remember her. The feeling of being held by someone is very good. Yao Shuli felt warm in her heart. Click click click. The actress edited the message on her cell phone and was about to send. The woman who had just poured her warm water had come around behind her at some point, only to hear the woman look at her chat and ask in a frosty voice, "Sister, what is little hanging pear soup?" Yao Shuli, who heard the voice of her female classmate, was first startled, and after she came back to her senses, her white and tender pretty face started to become red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Children's words, children don't know what little hanging pear soup is, just look at these 4 words, without telling them how to pronounce them, they can easily mispronounce them. That little dangling pear soup, normally, is pronounced 4 times. But this female classmate bar. It's pronounced 3 times. She doesn't understand, she's childish, usually won't not understand It is pear soup, a kind of water boiled with pears to moisturize the lungs. Theater goddess was so shy that she had to explain it in a serious manner. I can only say that Chinese culture is a great and profound culture. She should never be able to look at the words little hanging pear soup again. Little hanging pear soup, a drink originating from the Forbidden City side of the north, used to be used by merchants to weigh pear soup with a copper crane, 1 crane for a pot and half a crane for half a pot, hence the name. Shin Minjen certainly does not know how this thing got its name. He only knows that it has pears, silver ears, plums, rock sugar, goji berries, red dates, moisturize the lungs and cough, nourishing and moisten the dryness, clearing the throat and moistening the throat, it is good for the body, and it is better for the voice, and when he saw it on the side of the road, he gave a copy to Yao Shulai to piggyback on it. Here, little hanging pear soup. The first time he came back he handed it to Yao Shuli, specially let that boss pick a big pear for it, it's sticky and still hot, drink it all. Thanks. Yao Shuli blushed, she didn't know why, since that female classmate said the wrong pronunciation of this thing, anything she heard Shen Minjen say was wrong. What's slimy, hot, drink it all? Really? What's wrong with you? Seeing her face red, Shen Minjen was still a little uneasy. It's not a fever, is it? Abducting Yao Shuli out is a risk in itself, and if she gets a fever again, that assistant of hers, Luo, will have to fight him to the death. No. Yao Shuli waved her hands repeatedly, go and share these you bought. Oh, Shin Minjan looked at it uneasily for a few moments before going to partake of the KFC. Kids buddies really is only profit. The original Shin Minjan occupied their gym class full of opinions. The moment Kentucky came, their reaction to describe in 1 sentence that is, willing to worship as a righteous father. Gladly. Recorded material, 1 by 1 with immediately on the battlefield warriors, good guy that voice, shouting Shin Minjan are Eric. Yao Shuli on the side of the giggle straight. It is worth mentioning that the KFC Shin Minjen bought more. There are 2 copies on one side of the steps, Yao Shuli sitting on the side, only to feel that the 2 boxes of family buckets exudes a kind of let her in any case cannot refuse the charm. Gulp sound of gagging. 2 extra copies of KFC Shin Minjen originally intended to send to the class teacher of their 2 classes, but when he came back he found there's 1 box missing. Shen Minjen? No, am I that backward? Minjen looked around, thinking, why are there such unclean hands and feet in? I'm not eating, thanks. Yao Shuli politely thanked Shin Minjen for his kindness. Don't you didn't eat at noon either, right? Shin Minjen grabbed a piece of sweet chestnut rice bar with disposable gloves and said, fried chicken is too oily, you don't eat it if you eat this. This is corn, roughage, dietary fiber. This one won't grow meat if you eat it. Yao Shuli was just about to say that she wouldn't eat it when she saw Shin Minjen carrying the corn and staring blankly at her. The actress, who was already a bit weak, almost panicked. What are you looking at me for? Your mouth. Shin Minjen hesitated, but in the end, he didn't hold back from handing Yao Shuli a piece of paper. The goddess of coolness, slightly stunned, took the paper towel to sew a wipe, saw the pure white paper on a few points of golden bread crumbs. At that moment, the tender white pretty face will be visible to the naked eye quickly become flushed. What a coincidence! Abdominal churning, throat cavity feel something upward, too fast, Yao Shuli really did not control, open mouth. Hiccup. A hiccup, just like that. The air was filled with a smell called embarrassment, and at that moment, Yao Shuli wanted to die. P.S. Interested friends, do not forget to hand valuable recommendation, monthly votes are cast a vote. Thank you. Chapter 25, Birdseed is hateful. No, I really believe. After recording the sound source back on the road, Shin Minjen repeatedly emphasized that he really believed that it was a classmate who gave a small piece of chicken wings to Yao Shuli, and Yao Shuli just ate a small mouthful of it, and it definitely wasn't her who finished off the box of disappearing. Yao Shuli is so petite, can she still hold a box of family buckets and secretly devour? That picture, just to think of Shin Minjen feel the sense of dissonance is full of, where there is such a contrast of people. But I don't know why, he didn't say okay, the more said Yao Shuli mentality more collapse, originally just red face feel shame, heard his words directly on the angry eyes. You. Actress angry, 2 cheeks slightly bulging, stretching out a finger pointing at Shin Mingen's nose, you half a day, finally hummed, did not with his theory, turned around and walked off. The first time I saw him was when he was in the hospital. He was in the hospital. The angry woman seems to have an aura on her body. Yao Shuli has a head of black, beautiful black, long straight, fluttering with the wind, only leaving Shen Minjin a touch of hair fragrance into the nostrils, so that people really cannot bear to blame her. Hey, you wait for me. What's wrong with this, Aya? Shen Minjin rushed to catch up. Angry woman walking like open 1.5 times the speed. Shen Minjin, how can not catch up, feel like they are about to run up. Under the sunset, the road towards the beach will seem a little dark, the light and shadow interlacing hit the body of the two, chasing back and forth, they somehow a little dreamy. It's also worth noting that it's not clear if someone on the side of the road recognized them, and occasionally someone would take out their phone to take pictures and videos. That night, a hot search called hashtag Shen Minjin and Yao Shuli suspected of having a couple's quarrel. Hashtag then made its way to the top of the hot search list on various platforms. The comments section below is bristling. It really is them. I saw a bit like them when I was feeding seagulls with my boyfriend at the beach today, and I told my boyfriend, he still didn't believe me. I also have a video here. Today seems to be the Chinese Hit Center in the island university held an offline activity. The two of them ran away, did not participate in. Good guy turned out to be behind the back of all the people secretly dating to go. Putting everything aside, if you just look at their faces, these two really do look good together. It's a bit of a knockout. Knock your head off. How can we, Ali, be with this kind of person? Are you kidding me? Once the hot search phrases came out, the heat was on. Yao Shuli, needless to say, is a super first-tier top stream actress, born in the millennium. Her popularity in the 00 female artists is absolutely top 1 level. No one can compare Shen Minjin recently because of the breaking news and a few consecutive red songs, frequently on the hot search list. The two of them are always under the spotlight, not to mention the scandal that surrounds them. Eating melon, gossip after all is the country, no matter how people cannot give up the hobby. Star gossip since ancient times are very compelling. Debut so far has never had a romance-related gossip. Yao Shuli has always been the fans within the heart of the Jade Girl, this fierce rumors of romance, or with Shen Minjin so crazy male, her fans that night directly to the explosion. The Jade Girl, this violently rumored romance, or with Shen Minjin so crazy male, her family fans that night directly on the explosion. Shen Minjin's various platforms below the social account, directly scolded into a piece, a variety of yin and yang. He offended so much capital, don't even get involved in Yao Shuli's. Yao Shuli's side is fine, everyone just let her wipe her eyes clean. Shen Minjin, this guy is a fire pit, she must not jump in, or digging wild vegetables. Wang Baochuan is a warning. It's worth mentioning that Yao Shuli's studio was also rushed by this group of brainless fans, all of them are brushing to let them watch Yao Shuli a little bit, don't let her make a mistake. For a while, the heat was almost catching up with when Shen Minjin sang China in the Lights yesterday. How am I a fire pit? Shen Minjin, who had returned to the Yunhai Resort Hotel at night, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he looked at the remarks on the internet. Yao Shuli's side is also not peaceful. What did I say? After receiving a phone call from her agent and seeing the scandalous hot searches on the internet related to the romance, Luo, who already had quite a stereotypical view of Shen Minjin, directly began to spit madly at Shen Minjin. Shen Minjin is trying to keep up the heat by stirring up rumors with Yao Shuli today, and that's why he abducted Yao Shuli out of the house. It is worth mentioning that this night's Yao Shuli nonetheless did not refute Luo's words, changed into a silk pajamas of the cool goddess sitting in front of the floating window, do not know what to think about, grasping a piece of green plant leaves, pinching in her hand, lost in thought, her mouth muttered indignantly. Bird food is hateful. Her look of indignation as she looked out the window made Luo a bit dazed, and that expression was as if she was saying, Sister Ali, are the two of us sure we're talking about the same thing? Ali's sister. Surprisingly, Luo didn't spit on Shen Minjin anymore, but instead came to Yao Shuli and squatted down in front of her, grasping her white and bony jade hand, and asked incredulously, you won't really have a crush on that guy, right? Yao Shuli slightly froze at the words, the action of pinching the green plant leaves in her hand suddenly stopped, and a red apple-like luster once again surfaced on her white and tender pretty face that was visible to the naked eye. Who has a crush on him? Yao Shuli denied it. Lolo didn't speak. She knew that Yao Shuli this reaction. Abolished. In the blink of an eye, the time has come to the weekend, and it's time for another weekly live taping of Chinese Hit Center. After that day, because the program group didn't organize any more activities, and the guests each had their own schedules to arrange, Shen Minjin didn't see Yao Shuli again. After all, she was almost the busiest one within this group of guests. Apart from the regular announcements to pick up performances and endorsements, she also had some occasional activities to promote the national art of Peking opera, and those were something she couldn't avoid in any case. Because she was so busy, she didn't even have time to make it back from yesterday's rehearsal, which was still conducted using a spaced-out connection. Is everything okay? When the host of the front desk was delivering his opening speech, Shin Min-jen came to Yao Shuli's side and felt that Yao Shuli was a bit tired between her eyebrows, like she hadn't rested well. There was an occasional cough, and it seemed to be a bit of a cold. Before Yao Shuli could speak, the assistant beside her, Luo, couldn't help but speak. You might as well worry about yourself first. The current Shin Min-jen also didn't really have time to worry about others. Chapter 26 Roasted on the Fire, What's the Point of Playing? The creative proposition of this issue of Chinese Hit Center is youth, campus, and at the same time, it is open for singers to help sing, which is both a good subject and can invite other singers to form a group, so the rest of the singers in this issue, except for Shin Min-jen and Yao Shuli, are all riveted to the stage. Veteran love song diva Lo On-ching and Hong Kong music veteran Sui Hak-kwan formed a team, and with their voices that have aged well, the two performances were very enjoyable to listen to. Rock veteran Jin Yun and Netroots ballad singer Ji Chang formed a team. The two styles, which are supposed to discriminate against each other, broke the secular prejudice and collided with different sparks, and the two performances were also applauded by the audience. Ghost talent music composer Hua Zichen invited rapper Feng Yukin to help him out, and the high-pitched King Hua Zichen superimposed Feng Yukin's rap, which simply exploded the whole audience. In addition to Yao Shuli, because of Too Busy to Come, her style of music cannot handle the reason did not find someone to sing with. The rest of the singers are embraced into a group. The performance is very dazzling, no matter who performs, are not comparable to the previous issues, clearly on the sentence. Say anything to eliminate this Heikian guy. Originally, this program was just like any of the previous cold rice programs in the entertainment industry, with the gimmick of originality, but in reality, it was a program that invited singers to sing their own works that they had written in the past and had been eliminated from the albums they had released, so it was a program that was selling a dog for a sheep's head. Those old-timers, the old green tea zhang you know what, to put it bluntly, is to take a job to earn a little money retirement to. Shin Min-jen that red song sung, Come and Sew a Mix, the program group in order to eliminate his proposition to create, give all the pressure, forcing all the people have to follow the inner volume, then this group of people must want to hurry up to eliminate Shin Min-jen, back to the previous kind of food and wait for death of the old age life off. The program group has also opened the back door, and a few singers 2 by 2 after the end of the gang sing, specifically arranged for a few live audience shouted not too much, and then let Lu On-ching, Suki-gun, Zhang Yun 3 old-timers, as well as Flowers Zichen, Ji Chang, Feng Yukin 3 young newcomers. They each formed 2 teams and performed 2 more 33 performances, singing the same kind of campus love songs that used to be so hot. That live effect a whole lot of pulling. Just once in a while, someone can't help but think. Isn't this canvassing in disguise? Shin Min-jen hasn't even made his debut yet. How many shows have these guys already performed? And 2 or 3, both sing their own songs and also bring to their own votes, so it's really Shin Min grudges kind of chanting? Someone said, Min the great debut to take a look, and good lord the sky beam collapsed. Others said, what's the point of playing this? Let's just declare my Hakim out of the game. It's just a matter of targeting propositions, it's just a matter of targeting singers, and the most disgusting thing is that they're even canvassing for themselves now. Everyone can't help but say, you really won with your strength. 5, 6, 7, 8 times the strength to add a piece to win someone once. You guys have got some nerve. Backstage, the cool goddess Yao Shuli looked at this scene is also slightly frowning, cannot help but ask Shin Min-jen. Need me to help you sing 2 lines? In fact, she had phased to help Shin Min-jen sing a couple lines in this installment. NT itself, but that wasn't too busy this week, and she, good man, roasted on a fire? Your mom, you've dedicated the whole finale to make people expect too much from my family Heikian, right? TSK. This program's calculations are really snappy. Snap. In the studio, Wei Zihan could not help but clap his hands for Nyo's manipulation of this issue. I don't want to say it, but this idea of letting Shin Min-jen appear in the finale is really brilliant. Everyone knows that the finale is the most awaited one on any occasion, and who dares to make the finale if they don't have some strength except for Chun Chun? With so many singers in front of him pulling the scene to an apex, once his performance is not that amazing, the audience will feel a sense of fallout, and subsequently feel disappointed in him, and naturally will not vote for him. This period, the program group for Shin Min-jen made so many preparations, can be said to be heavy buff stacked full, he Hakim by what can still kill out? To put it bluntly, not to mention whether he can sing the red song that deducts the question, even if he sings it, he may not be able to pass this period. It's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and it's hard to beat too many people with one person's strength after all. It's just that Wei Zihan still can't help but be a little obsessive-compulsive on occasion, thinking, shouldn't the one who comes out last be called the big shaft? Ho ho ho. Neo director this time in the hands of the letter, are not panicked to sit on the side of the T, obviously also feel that this period of elimination at Shin Min-jen is the nail in the coffin. Okay. The problem is finally solved. He finally doesn't have to worry about being pressured and set up by that capital every day. Finally, he was able to personally send Shin Min-jen, the living father, away. At this point, he probably didn't think to death. Next, Shin Min-jen of Young China said, directly to the presence of all the singers, all dry over. Nothing else about this song. Just ing burn. Chapter 27, Young China speaks, jail big crash? Distinctly shattering the darkness with thunder. Who? I do not know because the previous singer mobilized the atmosphere, or because Shin Min-jen itself is highly popular, the previous few Red songs compelling reason, in short, when he came out, the scene that the gang cannot shout the part of. The crew has made so many preparations, why would they care about his accompaniment? Besides, there is no rehearsal, no preparation in advance, and the crew would be happy to see something go wrong if they don't get it right on stage. Wei Zihan did not say anything else, but I do not know why, the heart always feel a little unsure. Xiaosao's eyelids began to flutter again, and he asked as if casually, where the hell did he go that day when he and Yao Shuli attended the event? It says that he went to an elementary school and recorded some kind of sound source. That director in charge of the daily recording snorted and said bluntly, going to an elementary school to record a sound source, I don't know what he was thinking. Primary school recording sound source? Wei Zihan's brows also slightly slackened for a few moments as he sniffed. To be honest, he could not figure out how Shin Min-jen think. The theme of this issue is, youth, campus, mentioning this theme we think of as the youthful campus time, youthful love, and so on, do not go to the university also have to go to a high school and so on, you have seen who love tomato shoot elementary school Hair is not yet fully grown, blush, shyness is what do not know, that spit pronunciation are not fully recognized, youth, campus, proposition is not writing them Ha? He laughed, and wondered if he was being a little too wishy-washy. Shin Ming-in, he can't be ambushed every time, can he? But just as he had let his guard down and picked up his teacup to take a sip. Offstage, there was a sudden burst, a group of students, vibrant voices. If the youth is wise, the nation is wise. If the youth is rich, the country is rich. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. If the youth is free, the nation is free. But a mouthful of Zhang Yun aged dragon well directly made Wei Zihan spray out Not. What's this? The sound of a group of kid brothers shouting like a chicken blood gave him a fright for a while. Don't talk about him. Everyone in the guide room heard the voice and also had a moment of surprise. Not this. What the is this Young China speaks? What's this? Heiki and you again. The guide room was a mess. The background sounds of those lines sung by the kid brother are obviously from a very famous prose in modern times, Mr. Liang's The Sayings of Young China, but basically no one who has gone through 9 years of compulsory education does not know it. Who would have thought that Shin Min-jen would have used this in his song? Who would have thought, and everyone thought Shin Min-jen this hope is slim, he did not even open his mouth, just accompanied by the background sound out, gave everyone scared. Especially the director who was in charge of the daily recording before, who had originally scoffed at Shin Min-jen going to an elementary school to record the sound source. After hearing this very exciting sound, he directly just stayed there with a whole flax. No. Hoping he went to the elementary school to get his kid buddies to record the sound source for Teenage China Speaks? Going to an elementary school to record Teenage China Speaks as background vocals is something a ing carbon-based creature could come up with? And the sound is not too shocking. This group of children brothers voice with the ing chicken blood like, obviously before this Shin Min-jen is just a person, children brothers voice out of his height seems to have thousands of horses. This has to be the promise of how great the benefits, in order to let them so loudly follow the shout. Not far away, the cattle director heard the sound, but also a burst of dumbfounded. Here and now. Originally sitting happily in the studio, the director's team who had thought joyfully that they could finally send away Shin Ming-in's living father, surprisingly, were silent again. Don't know why. Although Shin Min-jen was only an introductory background sound out, but all of them, inwardly, had an ominous premonition. Everyone's little tie eyelids started jumping up and down in unison. Wow. It's a bit of a shock. Go Shin Ming-in, the crew. Shin Min-jen, with thunder, shatter the darkness. What? The plane has crashed. I don't care what's going on in the broadcasting room, the program's online broadcasting room and the live audience were pulled up by Shin Mingen's shocking accompaniment. After everything, at least Shin Mingen came up with this bout of Teenage China Speaks, which really picked up that very hot scene in front of him. It was also in this situation that the accompaniment tone fell, and Shin Mingen picked up the microphone and sang. The red sun rises, its path is bright. The river comes out of the volcano, a cascade of water. Submerged dragons soar into the abyss, scales and claws fly. Milk tiger whistles in the valley, all the beasts tremble in fear. Unlike the solemnity when he sang songs such as My Motherland and I Love You China, and China in the Lights before, this time Shin Mingen's voice was laced with a very hot-blooded and uplifting sound. The dominance within the lyrics was sung as much as possible between his arrogant frown. The youthful vigor inside the background sound of the kid brother was all caught in his hands, as if he could throw it out at any time. And just as that mood was being pulled full circle, his chorus, straight away, gave everyone goosebumps. Today, Shin Mingen showed everyone what it means to be a Chinese teenager. Chapter 28, How can you call it copying when it's a cultural thing? I Jiao, Mr. Liang's Young China Speaks can also be turned into a song? It's a big step up, it's a big step up. Get a rise out of it. But it's easy to get blackmailed, isn't it? Bird food, although it sounds nothing out of place, but this is, after all, the predecessor of the famous prose, a little bad easily be the program said to. When Shin Mingen sang, the scene may be very shocking, but online many viewers still hold a skeptical attitude. That's what keyboard warriors are like these days, picking on you not because you have a real problem, but because it makes them look knowledgeable, and frankly, they're just pretending, and who doesn't like pretending? But you say they don't make sense, but they don't. Young China said this essay in our country is too famous, basically, but all experienced 9 years of compulsory education will not, even if you cannot fully remember the full text of the 13 natural paragraphs of more than 3,700 words, but that a few sentences young people strong is the strength of the country. But it is open-mouthed. Shin Mingen's cleverness lies in the fact that his song came up with this very memorable few lines that firmly grabbed everyone's eyeballs. But all the same, the little hacks who showed their chicken feet thought that he belonged in the category of the body is like a mountain with a backbone. Dare to put the sun and moon in the measure. I am the only young man today. Just tried it out on heaven and earth. Cloak and dagger who can stop? The world laughs at me for being strong. Live up to your years. A few short choruses out of the way. Everyone. Whether it was the viewers online or offline, the director's team in the studio, or the singers backstage, all of them couldn't help but get goosebumps. The first time I listened to the song, Junior China said this song is really shocking, the whole person's emotions seem to be able to be mobilized by the song, it seems to be a sword, poking and prodding into the heart of the people, penetration of a hole full of goodwill. Shin Mingen's voice is high, soaring and high energy, giving people a very aggressive feeling. At that moment he was like what is sung in the song Young China Speaks, vigorous, very much the kind of dare to test the sharpness of the sky and the earth, through the thorns and the thorns, who can block? That moment. The little hacks on the line shut up. You know what the pop-ups are doing? The screen was filled with keywords such as Min Emperor and Dictate the Vanguard. In itself, Emperor Mingen Dictates the Ages is one of Shin Mingen's very hot stems recently, and now this song Young China Speaks seems to have a marvelous chemical reaction with it, and everyone thinks it's very suitable and appropriate here. He just gives off the feeling that whoever dares to eliminate him, he can just destroy you. The song is just overbearing to this point. Of course, it's not just this that shows more. More than that, it's the spiritedness of my Chinese teenagers. In the guide room, everyone on the director's side was quiet. Everyone, once again, was as dumbfounded and incredulous as Shin Mingen was the last time he sang China in the Lights, looking down at the stage. Wei Zihan's half-said words can no longer be said no matter what. Just now, everyone, including director Neo, was thinking that if his song was not so ups and downs and unique, they would be able to use cheating as a reason to eliminate Shin Mingen. But now, after listening to the chorus of Shin Mingen's Young China Speaks, the word elimination will never come into their minds again. No other reason than the fact that his songwriting and arranging of this song is just a little too damn invincible. Yes, he bird food copied the famous prose of his predecessor as lyrics without even changing a word, but I wonder if these guys have ever heard of a famous quote called, "Can what a reader does be considered stealing?" How can you call it copying when it's a cultural thing? Before this, Young China Speaks was commonly found in the textbooks of compulsory education, and the things in the textbooks are well understood, and nowadays young people are generally not too fond of these things, and can even be said to be bored, not to mention what educational significance it plays. Shin Min-jen adapted the words of this essay into a song, which is more acceptable to young people, and at the same time, it can also promote the educational significance of the original essay, whose significance is far more than that of the general red songs that glorify the motherland. You're saying people are copying the prose of their predecessors? People still say that people are just trying to carry forward the educational value of the prose of their predecessors. What can you say? What's the biggest headache for the show's crew about Shin Min-eun? It's not whether he copies songs or not, it's that he writes ing bonus songs. It's the heartfelt love for our motherland and the educational value of the song. His song Young China Speaks inside the pop song elements are actually a lot of, not surprisingly, the degree of popularity should be wider than those before the red song. It may even be used as a school song by the majority of primary and secondary schools across the country, and as a publicity song by juvenile palaces around the country. The principals and leaders of those compulsory schools can't tell you how much they love songs that are enjoyable and acceptable to their students, but also inspire national pride, self-esteem, and self-confidence. If they eliminate Shin Min-jen because of this song, then by the time his song is taken as the school song by all the major compulsory education schools in the country, the momentum is so great, you see the country will not be able to do anything to them. Even if they don't do it now, when the kids who listen to his song Young China Speaks grow up and learn the history of the song, they may also target them. That would be disgusting, alright. Total. And. Words. Of. Now. Even if Shin Min-jen had copied the words from his predecessor's prose, the program team's side wouldn't dare to eliminate him no matter what. They, had to let this live dad pass. Chapter 29, Hey K-ent, I Wanna Fight 10. The first half of the high, the second half of the treble is very enjoyable to make people's blood boil. Shin Min-jen sang Junior China Speaks when the audience at the scene, a lot of people stood up. There looks like there must be 40 or 50 Big Brother, wailed and shouted, for the rise of China and red. Big Brother people to middle age, by Shin Min-jen, a song defined the feeling of a teenager, there is no one good. Shin Min-jen, you kid. There is also a Big Brother next to him, his face is red with excitement, he wants to praise Shin Min-jen and has no words, so he shouts all kinds of things, awesome. 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 Tie pants hot. He took the lead, and the rest of the crowd followed suit, and the show was so elegant, but it turned into an awesome scene. It's no wonder people are excited. On the one hand, Shin Min-jen's song Young China Speaks is so burning, on the other hand, right. The program group so disgusting Shin Min-jen, again, youth campus, proposition, again group war to pull gangs, but also in the damn all performances, the audience is the most enthusiastic time to let him finale appear. We all know what kind of scene Shin Min-jen is facing. It is like playing the king of the time, it is not easy to win a wave of group, your side to fight the dragon it, teammates let the resurrection of the opposite side of the group destroyed, and then you face the opposite side of the 5 just resurrected full state of the heroes straight to your dragon and come. At that point you're not thinking about staying alive anymore, it's good enough to get the dragon. But Shin Min-jen to a sweep into the field, will reverse the situation, a Young China said directly against the wind overturned, the dragon took, but also a hit 5 took a 5 kills. A little bit of substitution and you're like, who can't be excited and uplifted? I'm numb, okay? The show's camera sweeps over the scene, and the pop-ups are all swiped by people. Why is there no one there? Oh, it's all burning up. Legend of Boruto, then I'll go? It's worth mentioning, and I don't know if it was intentional or accidental, the guide teacher's camera swept the singers backstage. Then you can see that the singers who had just formed a team in 2s and 3s and were still showing off their skills and waiting for Shin Min-jen to be eliminated, such as Zhang Yun, Ji Chang, and Hua Zichen, all had stiff and embarrassed expressions. But you think that's the end of it? Front of the stage. After the performance, in the face of such overwhelming acclaim, Shin Min-jen haha smile, carrying a microphone, directly face. Crazy, really crazy ahaha. Online pop-ups are also being swiped. But I really love it. Inside Shin Min-jen's words, naked mockery, proper connotation plus yin yang. Isn't it true that the singers in the program's 3x3 groupings are the ones who are talking about the crooked and crooked singers? Not enough to eat, doesn't that mean they're not enough to look at even when they're all put together? Tie Fight 10, that does not mean that if you have the ability to let them together, he is not afraid of it. What's the difference between that and just raising your hand in the street and slapping the director's crew up and down? But who dares to call him arrogant? A group of seniors, plus a piece, and 2 and 2 teams in 3 and 3 canvassing, the results were finally Shin Min-jen at Junior China Speaks, then down. How ironic. Shame on you. People have the power, okay? In everyone's eyes, Shin Min-jen said more than that. Invisibly he seemed to have said, there is no turning back until you reach victory. Young China Speaks may not be hot-blooded enough, but the real-life Shin Min-jen is really burning. What the hell, big male frequency cool article hero, hello. The director's team is now really lost face. Although in the end, they still use shady way to Shin Min-jen control votes to the middle position, but Shin Min-jen this show where ranked, everyone has a scale in their hearts, whose eyes are feet. If you don't believe me, look at the hot searches related to the show that night. Hashtag Shin Min-jen, the sayings of young China. Hashtag Shin Min-jen is simply a male frequency cool article male-led. Hashtag the teenager has his own teenager. Hashtag Mr. Shin passed the test. Hashtag Shin Min-jen, I'm going to hit 10. Hashtag youthful campus, not a love affair, is to study for the rise of China. Everyone with me, when the youth is strong, the country is strong. Teenage wisdom is, hashtag. The song Teenage China Speaks actually has more pop elements compared to the previous songs My Motherland and I Love You China and China in the Lights, together with Shin Min-jen's high, hot-blooded vocals, so the heat of this song is actually much higher than any of the previous Red songs. That night can almost be said to have exploded, not only in the various music platforms of the Hot Zone list airborne top, but also caused the short video platform consistent follow the trend. It is worth mentioning that the elementary school where Shin Min-jen recorded his sound source has also become almost a net Red school, with countless people going to the card since the second day. The reason is naturally that when Shin Min-jen sang at the end of the live recording site dedicated to that school advertisement, which after all is promised to the vice principal of the others well. The vice principal was so happy, the next day began in the school single song cycle, the song Young China Says, but also struck the first shot of this song as the school song in the country, causing institutions around the world scramble to imitate. At the same time, he also not infrequently praised Shin Min-jen in the interview to speak, keep promises. In short, Shin Min-jen's word of mouth this time can be said to have exploded directly. But at the same time, his obeisance to the pass has also shaken the capitals of those he offended to the core. How many times has this ing happened? From the very beginning when they wanted to eliminate Shin Min-jen and then blocked him to now, he has stayed for 3 consecutive episodes of the Chinese Singing Center program, and the effect of the program has been more explosive than one episode, and the hot searches have been on the damn every day. It's been almost a month, so many capitals have joined forces and can't even ing eliminate him from a show, it's ing humiliating to spread the word. Therefore, this issue of this group of capital have begun to put pressure on the Chinese Hit Song Center program group. There are even a few partners who have suggested the idea of pulling out. The company also made an appointment to meet with the cow director as a result, making it extra difficult for the cow director. The round table within the program is also open again. Next installment, no matter what, you have to eliminate Shin Min-jen. Director Neil was also a bit angry this time, and directly gave a death order, otherwise, next period, it's a toss-up whether we still have a program or not. The director's crew didn't dare to speak. Who among them didn't want to eliminate the stirrer that was Shin Min-jen? The question is, how the hell do you phase it out? What can you do about the fact that he's damn well always able to write the same Red songs in different ways, with different propositions, expressing the same love for his motherland in varying degrees of positive energy? Chapter 30, Supreme Bone Breaker, an opera hit? Where's Piang's Zhou Yang? The director's roundtable, all the people are dumbfounded, 3 consecutive assistant Zhou Yang is the most ideas, the cow director in the eyes of the gifted close disciple naturally once again was slipped out. Think of something, what else do you have this time? The cow director asked directly. This. Me. Zhou Yang is also constipated, Where the else is he going to do it? At the beginning of the extra round Shin Min-jen gave him killed, and then 2 consecutive issues of the proposition creation instead of Shin Min-jen curbed, but more fueled his arrogance. Especially in the last session of Singer Singing, he was scolded by Shin Min-jen pointing his nose in public, and the whole director's team was humiliated together with him, and now he is creeped out by the way everyone looks at him, so how can he dare to come up with an idea? And it's not just that he doesn't dare, he's out of options, Is there really no one who has a way to curb this father? Seeing his once most gifted shut-in disciple obliterating the crowd, Nyoguide slapped his hand on the table in anger. The people in the conference room did not dare to breathe a breath of air, each head did not dare to raise, let alone put forward the idea. Lung fog, the cow director could not help but curse, are a bunch of lung fog. When it matters, a useful one doesn't, Also at this time, the right-hand side of the cow director, a female assistant named Su Qian, saw that everyone did not open their mouths, suddenly weakly raised his hand and whispered, "The cow director, I have a way." Tell me, tell me." The cow guide's eyes lit up, and the crowd sniffed. "I think you can continue to create propositions," female assistant Su Qian said. "And proposition writing?" The crowd was furious at this. 2 installments of proposition writing still can't break up your heroic dreams, huh? The supreme bone has to be given a crack, and you're still ing propositioning? Don't learn your lesson, do you? Nyo guide is also the corner of the mouth twitching. Thought she had what a good way it, mess half a day or fried cold rice ah. I'm not talking about the previous proposition creation. Su Qian was not panicked, straight, I mean, the previous proposition creation is problematic, we do not necessarily have to start from the proposition, but also from the style of the song. Chu Feng? The crowd froze at the words, and then their eyes lit up. It's ha! You don't say, you don't say. Generally composing a song, the proposition is one aspect, the style of the song is also one aspect. You give Shin Minjen a topic, he can change the way to use the red song to sing the praises of that topic, forcibly deducted in the case of the program team to take him also cannot help. But what if we stipulate the style of the song? Red song is the main thing is that the majestic melody, to put it bluntly is the song style has a big country atmosphere, and if you curb his style, so that he cannot write a red song must be written in other styles, there is no part of the big country atmosphere, his lyrics, and then good, cannot sing that feeling, and finally the director's team used this to eliminate him, there is nothing wrong with it. Yes, this one can. Director Nyo's eyes lit up as he looked at female assistant Su Qian as if he was looking at the newly emerged talented inner disciple. The crouching dragon Zhou Yang has been reduced to Piang's Zhou Yang, and now Su Qian has been promoted to Nyo Cobalt Lu Feng Daisy Su Qian, to help guide Nyo to solve the problem. Nyo director did not speak, but the expectant eyes have already explained his meaning, that is to ask Su Qian to use what song style. I think. Opera accent, right? Facing the gazes of the crowd, Su Qian said bluntly, this is difficult enough, the average person can't write it no matter what, even if it's written without that flavor it's hard to convince the public, it's the most hopeful style to eliminate Shin Minjen. When these words came out, the crowd, including Director Nyo, was bright and bright ah. Birdseed. Opera, these are national treasures, this kind of thing is usually not a bit of skill people can't sing, let alone to use this to create, and bring to the variety stage competition. They had every reason to believe that even the national team behind Shin Minjen could never even specialize in this style of opera and opera. Yes. The cow guide nodded, the corners of his mouth smiling like venom. Great. Finally, I was able to eliminate Shin Minjen as a living father. Now he could finally account for the company and all that capital. But it was also at this time that Piang's Zhou Yang, not knowing if he felt his limelight had been stolen, couldn't help but question, this proposition is restraining Shin Minjen, but what about the other singers? The crowd was stunned at his words, and the smile on Director Nyo's face suddenly froze. Yes. The last time they came out with the Black Knight proposition, those singers were quite stale, and this time, when they got such a difficult proposition, they had to cry. Especially like Zheng Yun, Ji Chang, this kind of ability is not small temper, that must fight with their program team. The proposition creation has curbed Shin Minjen, what about the program's parents? This is not for us to consider. Su Qian said bluntly, our priority now is to eliminate Shin Minjen first, if they have a problem with it, let them find Shin Minjen to take it out on them. It was no longer time for them to consider whether or not the group of singers would have an opinion, and it was a toss-up whether or not their program could continue if Shin Minjen wasn't eliminated in this installment. As for Shin Minjen's death? Who cares? On the following day, a new round of opera and opera propositions from Chinese Hit Center once again took advantage of the heat from Shin Minjen's Young China Speaks to hit the hot search. The web surfers were overjoyed when they saw that proposition. No, this director's team is not going to stop killing my pigeons, are they? Laughing to death, the gang of Capital to Death did not expect that a district Shin Minjen so difficult to shark. To be honest, I was always worried that Shin Minjen would be eliminated before, but now I'm more curious about what new work he can come up with to slap the director's team in the face. Ha, who says it isn't, our brother doesn't need to worry about us at all. Instead of worrying about our brother, it would be good to go and punch some of that Capital and directing team and scold them a bit more. Say it and do it. A group of netizens no longer worried about Shin Minjen ran to the Chinese Hit Song Center program group below the paste face output. Shin Minjen, I want to play 10 video below the program group of various platforms official number is also crazy at. The network has recently made a big fuss at the same time. Shen Mingen's the amount of fan attention of the individual official account of each platform also continues to be high. It started out with a dozen or so Ws and a bunch of bots in it, and it's gone up over 10 million fans since it happened. The vast majority of these are real people, which is enough to show that Shen Mingen's hotness is quite high, and as Shen Mingen's agency Rising Entertainment is looking at such a horrible traffic, hotness, but also as if they saw the sky rich, and feel that they have to take it personally. Otherwise, a loss. Chapter 31, Going Ashore and Chopping Up the Entertainment Industry First. Boss, how much is a pound of pears? 6 blocks. Sell it for $10 for 3 pounds? Lad, you cut it in half ow? Vegetable market. Pulling a blue grocery cart, Shen Mingen stood in front of a fruit stall, casually picked up a pear with a rotten hole in it and said, "Boss, you're a nice guy. For nothing you want me to pay $6 a caddy and still give me a few rotten pears. $4, buy you take some." The boss helplessly brought him a red plastic bag. "You still have the heart to buy food, my brother?" Feng Yuchan, who was wearing a mask and hat, followed Shen Mingen and said with the corners of his mouth twitching, "Have you read the proposition of this program?" "Watched it." Shen Mingen didn't even lift his head and answered while taking the pear, opera chanting. "How on earth did you manage to be able to speak so easily and naturally?" Feng Yuchan's tone broke down a bit. "Opera? Opera, you know? You wouldn't?" Shen Mingen asked rhetorically. This answer is not a question. To Feng Yuchan, whole confused, "I certainly will not. Not, how come you asked me?" Shen Mingen laughed. "You also don't get any ideas in me. I just will only be enough for myself. You want to find someone to help, or better to go to find Yao Shuli." Opera, this proposition, Chinese hit song center 8 guests, in addition to Yao Shuli, also that love song diva Luanqing will be a little fur, in the past, even if the proposition out of the headache, never mind the good and bad this group of singers at least be able to write out, but this period of light on this aspect of the creation of the collective hard to give them down. As soon as the opera proposition came out, this group of people were as anxious as a grasshopper on a hot pan. The more intelligent went to find the program group to protest, the smarter ones, like Feng Yuchan, have already begun to think of a way. "I also want to I that is not familiar with her, and I also have to avoid suspicion." Feng Yuchan scratched his head and said with difficulty, his eyes seemed to have a few hints of meaning. "What are you looking at?" "I don't know her very well, I've only known her for less than a month, okay?" Shen Mingen bristled. "You two have been rumored, you still don't know each other well?" Feng Yuchan grinned and spat, "Scum. You have to be idle to go to the white cutie. Go buy melon seeds and leave me alone." Shen Mingen went up and gave him a kick. I'm just kidding, Youngjio." Feng Yuchan immediately went up to curry favor. "You're not still mad at me for being with someone else in the last issue, are you?" The last issue of his and Flowers Zichen formed a team, and the Back and Ji Cheng canvassing together. The gang is aimed at Shen Mingen, everyone knows. As Shen Mingen's friend, he followed together, inevitably afraid of Shen Mingen heart suspicion. "I am so careful in your heart, Shen Mingen said in his heart, "Brother, the more you say this the less I can help you, okay?" Feng Yuchan is actually quite difficult. He certainly does not want to target Shen Mingen, but the program group to provide the advantage of not using. If the company has an opinion, program group will also target him. He is also a dilemma. "I'll ask for you later." Shen Mingen pondered for a moment and said, "But she seems to be quite busy, and she's not feeling too well, so I'm not sure if she can give you a hand." Okay, no problem." Feng Yuchan looked at Shen Mingen, just bought pears, and recalled Yao Shuli yesterday when the cold cough appearance, said "I know you kid buy pears is to Yao Shuli simmering small hanging pear soup with, no you two relationship is $10. The pears are bought and the owner gives his offer. Pay up." Shen Mingen waved his hand at Feng Yuchan. I'm paying?" Feng Yuchan was stunned. Shen Mingen looked at him, he then immediately paid. "No, hasn't your company given you any announcements, endorsements, or anything?" Perhaps also seeing how strapped Shen Mingen was, Feng Yuchan couldn't help but sympathize with his brother a bit. 3 Chinese hit center, Shen Mingen's 4 red songs almost shark crazy all over the net. Usually this kind of heat artist company will certainly take the opportunity to pick up a bunch of notices, commercials, ads, endorsements and so on. Not only is the artist to make money, the company has to make money as well. Shen Mingen's company is not doing well, and the money is not even circling? More than that. Shen Mingen bristled and said bluntly, "Paralyzed, even the song royalties were withheld and not given to me." Half a month ago, Shen Mingen "See, I and My Motherland, I Love You China," 2 songs on the shelves of the major music platforms, also thought that he will certainly be a little royalties transition. The song copyright has been in his personal body, but then realized that the royalties will also have to be handled from the platform side of the company will be sent to his side. At first, the company said it was too late to pay the money, and then it said it couldn't reconcile the accounts with the platform side, so it was dragging its feet and wouldn't give it to him. The notice fee for the Chinese hit-centered program seems to have been deducted by them as well, which damn well led to Shen Mingen's recent inability to make ends meet, and the living expenses of 2,000 yuan were spent for most of the month. In a first-tier city like Island City, even if he cooks his own meals and tightly scrimps on food, he still has to spend 1,000 yuan. Feng Yuchan was silent for a moment and said bluntly, "I'll transfer some to you later." He also does not say anything indignant, sympathetic words. Are doing artists all know that they're kind of no say in the company, not to mention Shen Mingen also offended so much capital is targeted by the company, you just find also useless, people drag you reason is also justified reason. Forget it, it's not that bad. Shen Mingen said in his heart that if it doesn't work, then open the live broadcast. At the same time, it also strengthened his determination to take the public examination. If you don't go ashore, everything is in vain. Wait for him to go ashore. The first sword first cut the entertainment circle one. The gap between the two chatting and talking, the pocket of Shen Mingen's cell phone rang, the grocery cart through Feng Yukan. Shen Mingen pulled out his cell phone to see, cannot help but raise his eyebrows lightly. Caller ID, Ma Ling. Ma Ling was Shen Mingen's manager and one of the gold medal managers under his company, Rising Entertainment. The last time the caller or Shen Mingen sang I and My Motherland before she advised Shen Mingen microblogging to that group of top stream of fans to admit their faults, saying that they were drunk and rambling. Recently, Shen Mingen turned the tide against the wind, and the company never heard from him again, and this time he came to the phone, giving Shen Mingen a little confused. Without much thought, Shen Mingen picked up the phone, and a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, Mingen, how's it going lately, how are you? Okay? Shen Mingen was happy. You take out the also and put a U in the middle. Ma Ling on the other end of the phone froze for a moment. Okay, 3 words, remove also, add a U in the middle, good. You? You have to talk like that, don't you? The agent on the other end of the line blushed. It's already pretty good that I didn't scold you directly. Shen Mingen didn't let up at all. Have a little bit of knowledge in your own heart. Don't be like that Kabuta super shift form, either with your mouth open to say something P or something B. You. Ma Ling was furious, thinking that if it wasn't for the fact that the company still needed him this time, could she allow this kid to talk to herself like this? What's the name of a man who's the last thing he is left to use? Chapter 32 Whip dipped in iodophore and sterilized while beating? I know you have a grudge against the company, I'm calling you this time to resolve the conflict. Ma Ling said bluntly, the company has picked up a notice for you that doesn't collide with the Chinese hit center schedule, are you going or not? You go on, Shen Mingen said bluntly, I'm listening. Said to take the notice does not say to take what notice, pure hooliganism, to throw into people's wedding and funeral scene singing, that is not the end of the calf? And Shen Mingen now can almost be said to be the Red Song spokesman, really if the company arranged for him to go to some informal occasions to sing Red songs, not good just managed to build up a good reputation will collapse, the loss is not worth it. I know what you're thinking, don't worry it's just that, Ma Ling said bluntly, a food variety show produced by our own company, eat the marrow, know the taste, dot. The one for Mr. Huang? The corner of Shen Mingen's mouth twitched. He said Mr. Huang, full name Huang Shi, known as Huang Xiao Chef. As an old-timer in the industry with deep connections in the Beijing circle, the life variety show Welcome to the Mushroom House hosted by him together with Mango Channel's leading host, Mr. He, is on fire all over the internet. On the show, Huang teacher as the only one will cook guest, took up the cook identity, come to the guest high intelligence, give face, respect the old senior, so never mind what he did delicious hard to eat have to boast with a flower like, plus evil gardenia he. Teacher's accompaniment, make Mr. Huang once thought he was really very good at cooking, himself are fascinated by their own. 2 years ago, Mushroom House reputation decline, forced to end, cannot afford to give up their own god of cooking persona, Mr. Huang simply led the hosting of a new food variety show Food Marrow No Taste. Still with him and Mr. Ho as the main curators, you mean more money? He is to give a few million more, Shen Mingen agreed that it is also because of a small loss. The whip is dipped in iodophore and disinfected as it is beaten. Your company plays that capital pit game with aplomb. You can't say that, Shen Mingen's nonchalant Ma Ling has been used to, scolding is not their own also have nothing to hang, she said bluntly, even if you recently have exposure in traffic, the company does not agree that no one dares to invite you on other notices, you still have no way to realize, on the eat the marrow to know the taste of the, at least can at the very least, appearing on Taste of Food can alleviate your recent predicament, which you should know in your own heart, right? She was close to saying that the company had deducted all of Shen Mingen's money, and that he, Hakim, was about to face the phenomenon of running out of food. Shin Min-jen was silent for a moment. Truth be told, he now has less than $1,000 left in the hands of the money bird food. This notice is not on him and the short term will not have a second notice. The company contract does not allow to take private work exam public words, right? Not to mention this year's provincial exams, national exams are still a long time, even if it is time for him to be able to once on a test is still a matter of opinion. Live circle money is okay. I'm afraid that too much talk about private life lost the mystery of the star, will have an impact on the examination of the public, due to a small loss. He, on the other hand, is not a borrowing character. Okay is okay, weighing the situation for a moment, Shin Min-jen said bluntly, but you have to give me the notice fee for my Chinese hit center and the royalties for my songs first. The company wants him to milk that crap food program and he has to play the role of a clown, except for giving him some money for nothing. Is it not sending him to the beggars? Yes. Ma Ling seemed to have thought about this for a long time, so she agreed without even thinking about it, but she also had a condition, but you have to sign at least 3 to 5 issues of Eating the Marrow at a time. Playing a clown for 3 to 5 issues. Shin Min-jen was not flustered either. Then if there are endorsements or advertisements that invite me, you must also take them to me. Realization is not just on the notice so simple, Star Artists Net read. And so on this kind of career, from the brand advertising, endorsement, with goods commission is the big. The notice fee given to Shin Min-jen by Chinese Song Center is actually not much. After all, Shin Min-jen's curiosity is too low before singing the red song, that is, more than 200,000 yuan per period, after deducting the company's share of a period of time in his hands is just a few tens of thousands of yuan. But the royalties for his songs are huge. His several songs, each is a platform explosion. Now each platform new song list, hot song list top 4 or 5 are his songs, various official media and official number also have forwarding, the streets and alleys are playing. So far a song can have a few million royalties, for songs together, easily break 10 million. Why promise him ads and endorsements when you've already promised him such a large sum of money? To be honest, if Shin Min-jen heard this really could not help but curse his mother. Your mother, those are your father deserved it, okay? Song royalties, program notification fees, which one of them should be given to your company? A forensic arm, he himself is also a laborer, but helped the capital to deduct. Shin Min-jen deserved to be a dog all his life, Hatue. It doesn't matter. Ma Ling smiled and waved her hand, saying, the big head has already been given to him, and for endorsements, when the time comes, in the endorsements and advertisements invited to him, pick out all those big names that are worth money, and give him the rest of the small advertisements that aren't worth money, and pass him off as all. The assistant couldn't help but stare at his words, then held his forehead and smiled bitterly, saying, Ginger is still old and hot. You go inform Chi Jia, Ma Ling added, let her follow along on the program and rub it in. Chi Jia, a girl group member who came back from overseas, the company's newest female artist, good looking and cute, recently got very close to the company's boss, who instructed her to take special care of it. Yes. The assistant nodded, oh yeah, it's rumored that Mr. Huang is going to bring his daughter on the show with him and wants me to report it. On a program also drag the family, really take the program as his own home, leaning on the old Paiyang something. Ma Ling spat out a few sentences and then waved her hand, saying that let it go, after all, it is an old-timer. What to say or not to say, this episode of Food for Thought is really quite compelling, isn't it? Yunhai Private Soup Resort. After returning from grocery shopping, Shin Min-jen ran to the kitchen to make soup. Salt water washed clean snow pear with skin cut into pieces, silver fungus with starch, cold water soaking and tearing, and then start a pot of boiling water together thrown in, and then add a little bit of chinpi, plums, rock sugar, goji berries, open the pot to turn to a small fire, have to simmer for 2 hours, the soup viscous to be the best. Shin Min-jen took a taste and nodded, it's so good that you can't even let go of it without slapping it. I wanted to take it to Yaoshuli, but I went out to the public activity area and realized that Yaoshuli was surrounded by a group of singers and staff, and seemed to be arranging a song or something. Zhang Yun, Ji Chang, and the others were there, looking like they were calling out to Yaoshuli to help get the opera hit song. This issue of the proposition, Yaoshuli can become the meat and potatoes, day and night to come over to trouble her have not seen a stop. Poor Yaoshuli, recently the body is sick, coughing constantly, written between the eyebrows full of fatigue, but still in the way of humane, help each singer arrangement. Ahem. Shin Min-jen never cared about human feelings, he always believed that when he was well, there were people around him who were humane to him, so at the moment he walked over in a high profile and coughed to remind them. It is worth mentioning that this group of people see Shin Min-jen is like a mouse seeing a cat, the face of the next sunk, and the meaning of talking to Shin Min-jen also has no meaning. Took the computer from Yaoshuli, and Yaoshuli greeted and then dispersed resentfully. The last program they united together, by Shin Min-jen at Young China said held down on the ground friction, this, opera, proposition and are not good at it, but also very easy to be Shin Min-jen abusive dog, the disgrace to the family which they still have the face to call the shots with Shin Min-jen? The rabble. Shin Min-jen is still there cricketing them. It is worth mentioning that Yao Shuli, who was hugging a pillow on the sofa, saw that the gang dispersed and only herself and Shin Min-jen were left in the room, and finally, as if she had unloaded the burden on her body, she also slackened off. Saved. She bowed her head, letting her head of dark green silk fall freely as she let out a long breath. Soon, she raised her lofty head again, raised her hands to straighten her hair, rubbed her somewhat sore eyes, and when she saw Shin Min-jen staring at himself without saying anything, she couldn't help but blush slightly with her pretty face and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" "It's nothing," said Shin Min-jen, "I just think that the gang went too far." Rarely, the goddess of theater accents rubbed her chin to make a few dopey expressions and said bluntly, "Technically, I should have owed it to you. The proposition of opera is the program group against Shin Min-jen out. Everyone will not only Yao Shuli good at it, that's why they will all come to Yao Shuli. Strictly speaking, the culprit bird food should be Shin Min-jen. So isn't it in my heart that I've come over to make it up to you?" Shin Min-jen handed over the little hanging pear soup he had simmered for 2 hours with both hands and said bluntly, "Your Highness, this is the little hanging pear soup that I personally simmered, please savor it." The playwright's appearance attracted Yao Shuli could not help but snort out a laugh, but I do not know why. As soon as she saw that little hanging pear soup, she would remember that day in the elementary school recording sound source, that little girl read. She would have a hard time squaring up to this pear soup. Especially, Shin Min-jen also said something about compensating her. Thinking about it and thinking crookedly, Yao Shuli's delicate face surfaced a few moments of redness, and said bluntly, "I'll drink it together when I drink the medicine later." She has been drinking Chinese medicine lately, which is bitter pear soup is sweet and neutralizes it. Okay. Shin Min-jen came over and secretly stuffed her with a few more yellow sorghum syrups, saying bluntly, "You sneakily eat it, don't let your assistant see it." The action was sneaky but slightly intimate. Yao Shuli was a bit shy and put the candy away in a panic, then asked, "How's your song, got a clue?" "Do you want me to?" There had been a few moments of worry in the depths of her eyes when she spoke, obviously afraid that Shin Min-jen would not know the same opera style as the rest of the singers and would be eliminated miserably. "Allah." Shin Min-jen waved his hand, "Don't worry about me, you should nurse your own body first." With that, he stood up and said to Yao Shuli, "I'll be on a flight to Yunnan later, so I'll just come over and talk to you before I leave. We might have to see each other next week." Upon hearing this, Yao Shuli, who had just been a bit touched, instantly collapsed, not knowing why. Once she heard that Shin Min-jen was going to leave, she actually felt a bit lost. Knowledgeable as she was, she still quickly adjusted her emotions, pursed her lips, and waved at Shin Min-jen, "Be careful on the way." "Okay." Shin Min-jen laughed and walked away, looking heartless. Tonight's wind is a little cool, along the curtains blowing to the face of Yao Shuli with reluctance to give up, but also ruffled her hair. I do not know why, she actually a little reluctant to give up Shin Min-jen. Also, looking forward to seeing him next time. This person, like the pear soup in her hand, always brought her a bit of unusual warmth. Chapter 34, If you don't hold your stinky feet, I'll give you bean curd stew. Aha! After watching rural people's cultivation of immortality all the way to Yunnan on an overnight flight, wearing sunglasses and yawning out of the airport, Shin Min-jen stretched his back and found the person sent by the program group to pick him up at the pickup gate. March Yunnan, the sun came out after the temperature helicopter 20 degrees, finally said goodbye to the down jacket of Shin Min-jen a long time to put on the short-sleeved, the warm wind outside the car window blowing, the taste of spring makes people relaxed and happy. It's a shame, the flowers and plants haven't grown yet. April in another month should be the most beautiful season. Following the show's car all the way to a relatively remote BB to stay, the staff asked Shin Min-jen, "Mr. Min-jen, the recording of the show officially starts tomorrow morning, do you need any ingredients?" This issue is responsible for the production of food only Shin Min-jen a person, so only he arrived early. It is said that this period in addition to Mr. Huang, Mr. He, in addition to 2 female guests, but they are also to accompany the game, follow the food, follow the evaluation, only Shin Min-jen bitter to be responsible for the spoon. Want 2 cows, Shin Min-jen specifically instructed, grass-fed yellow cattle, a male and a female, both live, and then before coming to feed more top-quality grass, Chinese herbs and whatnot. Good. The staff member nodded and made a note on his cell phone. After the staff left, threw down the things, Shin Min-jen directly taxied to the ancient city of waves, after the MD crossing the island side of the whole day. In addition to cooking, sports, performances, in addition to his every moment in the study, are learning silly. And then do not come out to stroll. You ask him what is on the other side of the sea, he is close to say is not freedom but adhere to the principle of one China, but adherence to the one China principle. It is worth mentioning that occasionally, when he saw something new and strange, or photographed some nice scenery or flowers, he would send a few of them over to Yao Shuli. At noon, the hotel where the program team of Food for Thought is located, Director Ma Bai received the list of ingredients that Shin Minjian needed from the staff. Do what I want to cows. Not far from the staff cannot help but bristle, roasted whole cow. And what's the point of feeding top quality grass and herbs? An assistant also wondered. Director Ma Bai was secretly relieved instead, and said with his mouth, as long as he doesn't screw up any crappy jobs, we'll just let him be. When this program learned that Shin Minjian is coming, the program team up and down whether it is the director or the staff are worried. After all, this brother although the heat is high and have flow, can give them a good milk program, but is crazy is also ing famous. Another 8 points of light will shine had dazzle to a bunch of top stream dry collapse of the room, and a hit show singing red songs, so that a group of giant capital of. It's like a live cow pickled in water. It was the rule of their program that it was up to the guest to decide what kind of food to make, and they wouldn't interfere, so they didn't ask Shin Minjian what he was going to make. In the blink of an eye, the time came to the following day. The program recordings, because Shin Minjian want 2 cows reason, was the program group set in a local more remote farm. The venue said clean that is absolutely fart, everywhere is ing cow dung. The director of the Mabier stepped on a. The main driver driving the car behind him. Mr. Min. What are you doing? Ouch, don't chase, don't bite. Crazy is this? Be safe. A large group of staff, and the field recorders and camera big machine, even the executive director have come down to the scene, together to go to his. This you do not understand. Shin Minjian rolled up his sleeves, in front of the camera face said bluntly, eat beef must eat 0.000001 minutes cooked, the sun under the sun for a while I chase the gnawing, that can maximize the I'm going to be able to maximize the freshness of the ingredients themselves. Up and down the program? Mr. Huan, Mr. He and others? All the people who heard that were aghast. Not. Heiki and you. Who are you being sarcastic about? But. Good scolding. Listen to understand this connotation of the audience cannot help but reach out to this point, who cannot hear Shin Minjian. This is the irony of those who usually like to pretend goods ah. Steak eat 3 minutes cooked, 5 minutes cooked, 7 minutes cooked. The more raw the more high-end, the more raw the more you can taste the tenderness of the meat itself, the freshness of the ingredients themselves is the most delicious. Don't you love raw food? Okay. 0.000001 minutes cooked, the solar system sunshine for a while to chase and nibble, there is a damn more fresh than this? Chew on that brothers. Nah and be done with it. Shin Minjian rolled up his sleeves and went after the cow again. Brother. Not. Dad. You don't. I beg you. The staff rushed forward to pull. Backstage to watch the machine director Ma Bai mouth corner crazy twitching, to come here since Shin Minjian are quite honest, where I thought that this live father waiting here, a start on the air to their program team to a downward spiral this ugly role, he really will not be so willing to be Now the problem is that there's nothing they can say about the show because the viewer side seems to be pretty damn fond of what he's doing with this seizure. The live show is still not good enough to interrupt and it's just plain ing disgusting. There was no other way, the program team had to temporarily call out to Mr. He to save the day, so that Mr. He could go up and pull Shin Ming in. Mr. He also did not expect their own good on a food variety show, but also be pulled to save the scene. As expected, no matter which one of the inner entertainment famous scene is missing, Mr. He can't be missing. Mr. He face big, other people's faces not to give. Mr. He still to give, itself is to play a terrier, do not intend to really shout this group of people chasing the cow to Shin Minjian naturally stop, then greeted you. Huang Yi too needless to say, the 2 girls in the back attracted Shin Minjian's attention. Mr. Huang's daughter Huang Yingying looked obedient, giving a very polite feeling, but for some reason, looking at her eyes Shin Minjian always have a feeling that this girl is very scheming, and Yao Shuli kind of really bone-educated difference is very big. Next to the female artist Chijia, who was calling Shin Minjian senior and senior, was much better looking and more refined than Huang Yingying, but she was always very close to Shin Minjian, which gave Shin Minjian a feeling that the girl was trying to rub off on him. Out of the 4, it feels like Mr. He is the only good guy, or a good old guy. Then I don't have any mental burden. Shin Minjian thought like this. Since all of them are unsuspecting, since all of them are no good, then let's make this food, and make one without making a sound. Is Min going to make beef? Mr. He asked curiously as he watched the staff take off the 2 turkeys for slaughter. Shin Minjian was just about to answer. Not far away, Mr. Huang jumped ahead and said, "This beef, a lot of practices, such as yellow wine stewed beef. I had 2 pounds of yellow wine. I." Crowd, aim. Aha. Yes. Mr. He also chimed in from the side. "Mr. Huang, the inner pig's feet you braised in yellow wine were simply awesome and spicy. I still remember it. What do the 2 Wang Hos belong to? It's one of those things where you dare to blow it and one of those things where you dare to hold it up." The netizens' comments are also quite pertinent. "Mr. Ho, what smells so good? Mr. Wang, my pants. One to do obedience test, one is the evil gardenia program. Anyway, there are no good people. Blow? Blow your paralyzing blow." Shen Minjian grinned. "Yellow wine, right? Well. Today I'll show you an even better sauce for cooking besides yellow wine." After the slaughter master finished slaughtering the cow, Shen Minjian carried the knife and walked to the whole head of the cow side. That is a bull. At that time to see has lost vitality but still retains the body temperature of the cattle. Huang Yingying, Xijia, 2 girls are still lamenting the passing of life so easily. Mr. Huang, Mr. Yi is still discussing what Shen Minjian to do for them to eat. Beat to death, didn't expect it. Shen Minjian with a knife. Stabbed right between the cow's hind legs. In the audience, all the males, none of them subconsciously clenched their asshole. Chapter 36, Cow Whip, Cow Egg. You want me to be a clown? You guys have to be able to stand it, too. In fact, beef is very healthy, said Mr. Huang, pointing to the 2 cows and telling everyone his cockroach bully. Shen Minjian carried his knife towards the bulls and cows that had already lost their vitality. Beef is more robust, it's full of muscle, that is to say, it's all lean meat, and it's not easy to gain weight when you eat it, so it's also very popular with people who are trying to lose weight. Bird food. Mr. He nodded his head and spoke, but it's not recommended for people with a weak stomach because this bird food is not as well digested as pork or chicken. As long as it's meat in this world, it's not that well digested, Mr. Huang said bluntly. As long as you want to eat good food, don't think about good digestion. It's like in life, if you want what you like and aspire to, you're going to have to pay a price for it. Webmaster. Your mom. It's not. Can we not have everything to do with life? Hello? Not to mention Xijia. The commotion gradually began to spread, and the crowd all looked over at the news, with Mr. He, Mr. Huang, and the others coming over, and then they saw Shen Minjian carrying a knife and plunging it directly into the middle of the cow's legs. Crowd. It's not. Brother. What are you doing here? Stick a chicken feather in the middle of a cow's leg, huh? Xijia as a girl, directly as a whole shy, face red covered his eyes and ran to the side. There is a look of their unclean look, shouting. What are you doing, Master Min? Since that cow is a bull, there would certainly be, between those legs. In itself, that position is relatively sensitive for girls. If it is not knife teaching Master Shen Minjian a knife into the 2 striking to her, forget, she will not look at the death. The same shyness as Huang teacher's daughter Huang Yingying, but her reaction is not as intense as Xijia, but it is Mr. Huang Xiao chef with his daughter to see the bull of this thing, the mentality of a time some explosive, the expression of strange questioning Shen Minjian, shouting. Shen, what are you up to? I'll get the ingredients. Shen Minjian drew his knife out and looked back at Mr. Huang. At that time that picture to Mr. Huang were startled, probably because the cow is now slaughtered, still hot, blood is not completely drained, so Shen Minjian inserted the knife into the knife will get some blood on the hand and the knife, and even the face was splashed with a few drops, carrying a knife with blood of Shen Minjian despite the appearance of harmless, but who can be in the picture with him against? I'm not sure if I can do it. He just gives you the feeling that if you go against him, the next second that red knife goes between your legs instead of the cow's. Teacher Huang subconsciously clamped the chrysanthemum, and the tone was obviously not so strong. What ingredients are you inserting here? To get The crowd also looked at Shen Minjian suspiciously. Then, just about everyone in the audience, as well as the hundreds of thousands of viewers of the Food for Thought program watching online at the same time. Shen Minjian said as he carried the bloodied knife. Bull whips and bull's eggs. The words fall. There was silence. Mr. Huang, Mr. Xijia, Huang Yingying, 4 guests on the face of the expression cannot be said to be happy or sad, all frozen. Then 4 people began to crazy. Yesterday, when Shen Minjian reported what ingredients he wanted, he just looked at 2 live cows, and the program team who the hell can like to get this live father is going to be a cow whip, cow eggs. Is he serious? In front of the show's cameras, Shen Minjian has a smile on his face, not as a cuddling scheme for the evil gardenia, but as a bright and cheerful dig. You guys didn't think that the bull whip and the bull's eggs would be the end of it, did you? Shin Min-jen wanted to say that this was just the beginning. The best is ing ahead. You want me to be a clown on the show? You guys have to be able to stand it, too. You don't like it? You hit me, you hit me. Chapter 37. You're afraid you don't want us to eat history? No, Mr. Min-jen. Shin Min-jen did something too explosive. The director Ma Bai in the background could not care that this is a live program, and directly said to Shin Min-jen through the live intercom, "You can't eat this." To be honest, before the show, the director invited Shin Min-jen to play the ugly when the bird food also thought that this guy will not be so easy to cooperate, so the program team to give him the requirements is to do not need to be so tasty, do not need to be so good looking, but at least gotta can eat. But look at this stuff he's made. Is it edible? The program team was thinking that even if he didn't give face to the program team, he had to give face to old-timers like Mr. Huang and Mr. He, right? Who knew that this brother was not at all humane and not afraid of offending people at all? How can this not be eaten? Shin Min-jen completely ignored the blushing faces of all the female guests and female staff on the scene, and reasoned, cow whips and eggs are the cow's treasures, and this is a great tonic. No, you. The director's side was just about to refute him a few times when he heard Shin Min-jen point at Mr. Huang. Ask Mr. Huang if you don't believe me, he definitely knows. Mr. Huang's face was called a confused head of question marks. I know. The program itself is the old-timers self-improvement program, holding up a Mr. Huang, who can't step on Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang's words are the holy decree, and he agreed to what the program group can say? But the program team how do not know, Mr. Huang is forced off. At the time, a pop-up screen in the program's online broadcast room was all over the place. Mr. Huang, if you're threatened you'll blink your eyes. First time I've seen Chef Huang being threatened on the show, okay? Mr. Huang also experienced the feeling of being tested for obedience and was invincible. It still has to be our great emperor Min. Fans laughed and said, when the great emperor goes on a journey, not an inch of grass will grow. With a snapping sound, 2 cow eggs and a particularly long string of bullwhips were thus thrown into the ingredient basket by Shin Min-jen, and at that time, seeing Mr. Huang's strange expression, Mr. He also comforted it. And wait, Mr. Huang, surely Min won't just give us this is a whole cow, he's not going to ask for 2 whole cows just for this, right? He can't really have wrapped this dumpling for this vinegar, can he? It's also true. As soon as Mr. He's words left his mouth, he saw Shin Min-jen plunge the knife towards the cow's abdomen. See, I told you, he grinned, talking, Min must still have to make us some brisket or something to eat. Aha! Mr. Huang also nodded silently, his expression easing slightly. Who? The 2 girls, Chi Jia and Huang Yingying, who were on the side, also silently breathed a sigh of relief. Bullwhip, cow eggs are certainly sensitive, but they do not eat not just, as long as there can be eaten they focus on eating what they can eat. But not waiting for these 4 guests to relax for a while, Shin Min-jen over there a knife into the cow's stomach, and then from the cow's stomach, took out a very large, with a bag-like things. Crowd? Looked at the scene of the crowd once again, stared at the dog dumbfounded, fought Shin Min-jen straight to the cow's stomach, is to run to the brisket to go. The tomato stewed beef brisket is also a famous dish. Well, who knows, this big daddy went straight to the cow's stomach, was ing digging out the cow's stomach. Apparently, the one he pulled out of the cow's stomach, the sack-like thing, was the cow's stomach, or what we often call tripe. I think it's for tripe, right? Or shabu-shabu for the lu or whatever. Mr. He gave a find. Although tripe and peeper are also considered the internal organs of cattle, not ordinary beef, but how to say that it is also a relatively common ingredient, and the price of selling outside is also quite expensive. If it is to use this to do some specialties, then they are not so difficult to accept. Just bar. Teacher Huang looked at the cow's stomach, couldn't help but frown and say, why is this cow's stomach bulging? The crowd was stunned at the words, and then looked along with them, and realized that the cow's stomach was particularly bulging, as if it was stuffed with something. This should be normal, Mr. He couldn't help but say, even though he had never seen a slaughter, it's understandable to let it have one last full meal before killing it, which counts as a head-breaking meal. But Mr. He. Huang Yingying on the side of the mouth twitched, covering her mouth and forcing her stomach to churn, pointing at Shin Min-jen over there. Brother Min-jen has been withholding that grass in his stomach or whatever. Is that normal too? Ga? Mr. He froze, and along with Mr. Huang, Chi Jia, and the others, they all sniffed and looked around. But see, after pulling out the cow stomach to Shin Min-jen did not throw the cow stomach to the side, but instead from the staff to bring a basin, and then in front of the crowd, a knife law open cow stomach epidermis, and then snap out the stomach, those that were either undigested or half digested, and throw them into the basin in front of him. Distance so close, a disgusting stench came. Mr. Huang, mystery such age, tolerance a little stronger old timers can hold back. Shijia, Huang Ying directly as a whole did not taught, running side you up. At this point several of the guests had a voice in their heads roaring at the evil dragon. This. What? Can this ing be eaten? You're afraid you don't want us to eat history, brother. Chapter 38, is the beef yakuza hot pot okay? This you what is this ah? Shijia shouted as she vomited, Master Min you made you what is this duck? Your mom. Cow stomach itself cannot exist what good taste, because it is connected with the intestinal tract, digested directly into the intestinal tract that is the history of the dam, said a little bit of that is the cow stomach odor, said a bad thing that the dam pure is the smell of cow manure. You look at the grass in the stomach of those cows that Shin Minjen picked out. What is the difference between the color of that stuff and the cow dung that is all over this farm and the director mob I even stepped on a geo? Look at Shin Mingen's posture. Not surprisingly, what he let them eat should not be the tripe and lily pads inside the cow's stomach, but more like these. Some grass material. Ah. Poof. The audience next door was laughing like crazy too, with all the pop-ups. No, is this stuff edible? What's the difference between Shin Mingen's this and letting people eat history? Isn't this a bit much? Can I just say that I actually have a good probability of guessing what Shin Minjen is going to make for this group of guests to eat? But I guessed it too. It's really a famous dish, and it's also a honored dish for some ethnic minorities to entertain their guests. Kayak, Shin Minjen replied positively to his fellow company mentor Chi Jia's question. It's the raw material for making gourmet food. It is worth mentioning that Heiki and the guy himself did not know where to take 2 pieces of toilet paper, balled up into a nose plug to block his nostrils. The guy himself cannot stand the smell. You're not going to make a beef yakiniku hot pot, are you? The corners of Mr. Huang's mouth twitched, and he ultimately didn't hold back from revealing the answer. Beef beaver hot pot, a special traditional cuisine of the Miao and Dong ethnic groups in the southeastern region of Guizhou and the northern region of Guangxi, has a high status among the local ethnic minorities and is an honored dish for entertaining guests. This dish, Mr. Huang has only heard of it before, but really have not eaten it, let alone see how people do it. Today, Shin Minjen really gave him a small knife to pull his ass and opened his eyes. Mr. Huang's high opinion, unsurprisingly, Shin Minjen clapped his hands and replied, it's the beef yakiniku hot pot, the specialty. The program group itself asked Shin Minjen to Mr. Huang their production is the characteristics of the food, to come before Shin Minjen's special internet search, found that the world of variety shows for these heavy flavors of the characteristics of the food of the investigation is really very barren. In that case, why not let yourself to be the school grandmaster? The grandmaster of this program is now the grandmaster of this program. You. Mr. Huang's face was uncertain for a while. To be honest, he now wants to pick up Shin Minjen's side of the knife, a knife to the sky, replacing him to become the new knife-throwing church god. Mr. Huang, Shi Jia, who was on the side, couldn't help but ask, what's a beef yakiniku hot pot? Mr. Huang grimaced, sullen tone to her about the history of this dish, so because the mood is not good. Mr. Huang did not have anything to do with life, not to mention Shi Jia as a father. The introduction of the end of the face continues to be grim, deliberation on how to make Shin Minjen do not do this thing. It is worth mentioning that the evil gardenia Mr. He also held back his laughter at the side, looking at Mr. Huang's eyes as if to say you also have today. And there's nothing the show's side can do about him. Kayak hot pot belongs to as the local specialties, meet the conditions of the program group. The program group is no way to say anything, but the problem is that the production process and raw materials of this dish are so disgusting. Take a look at Shin Mingen's place. After the grass in the cow's stomach was almost gouged out, the guy carried the cow's stomach and the grass basin to the faucet, and directly followed the water to rinse the remaining grass residue in the cow's stomach. Prior to this, the grass picked out because it is dry, not so disgusting to look at, he washed with water, and grass and water mixed together, directly into a dark green. Netizens describe this as primordial Shrek colors. To put it nicely, it's the color of Shrek, but to put it badly, it's the color of Sure. Look at all the cow manure all over this farm. Which one isn't this color? Is that a ing cow's soup? That's clearly stang. Then superimposed on the fishy and disgusting flavor, said the dam is a cow scurrying thin all people. Not again. Because there is no justification. It's just hard. That's it. In the midst of a group of guests' meltdowns, Shin Minjen cleaned the cow's stomach and went to the kitchen to prepare a fire for cooking with a big pot of cow yak, 2 cow's eggs and a cow's whip. At that time, when they saw a whole intact cow left after Shin Min-jen had removed the baby in the stomach, several guests stood still for a while, a bit confused. A few pop-ups fluttered lightly across the live screen. Abstract. Too abstract. Mr. Huang, he won't give anything he can eat. Did you make this dumpling for this vinegar? Hey K-ent, you bastard. A whole cow can eat all not to eat, he really is for this mouth vinegar wrapped dumplings okay. This Kaoyak hot pot is after all an ethnic minority specialties, maybe later made out of the flavor will be very delicious? Mr. He is still forced to save the scene, said, let's go to see the production process. In fact, we do not want to go to see the production process, because just look at the pot of history soup they already want to spit out the overnight meal, but in the way of Mr. He face, they still cannot help but follow the past. Facts have proved that Mr. He is actually right. People Shin Min-jen this Kaoyak hot pot soup, although very general, but the pot add onions, ginger, garlic, millet chili and other ingredients burst incense, and then add the filtered broth simmering for a while, skimming off the froth and then add a little bit of sauce flavor is actually still possible. But also just when everyone smelled gradually not so bad smell think this cow yakuza hot pot is not so difficult to accept. Almost out of the pot, Shin Min-jen carried a spoon and added a spoonful of original soup to the hot pot. At that moment, the guests hanging hearts, finally. They are now very afraid to eat later eating Shin Min-jen to them on a bowl of original soup so that they original soup into original food. Mr. Huang couldn't help but break down and yell at the director's team off camera. Who the hell invited this living father? P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket, brothers. The monthly ticket Like brothers do not begrudge the hands of the monthly ticket Let's punch the new book list, on the shelves will certainly burst more liver to return to you all. I'll do whatever you guys want me to do as long as I have a monthly pass. Ask for monthly tickets. Monthly tickets. Monthly votes Take your monthly votes and slam them on me. Chapter 39 it's called, Cow Rejoicing. Hashtag I declare that the greatest abstract head of the inner recreation is none other than the epileptic male of K-ent. Hashtag bullwhip, bull's egg, bull's yolk hot pot, what you can eat from a cowman the great are not giving any of it away. Hashtag the show is also trying to be blind by inviting Shin Myung-moon on the show. Hashtag because of the reason that the program Eating the Marrow is a live program, Shin Mingin's work of cooking, next door to the major social media platforms already have his hot searches. The comments section of the following onlookers are looking dumbfounded, originally thought to read Songfire out of the circle of Shin Min-jen on a food program is not much to see, who knows that this brother wherever he goes to bring the topic of conversation to where, singing so unique is also just that, the production of food is also produced so alternative, no one good. Also because of the reason for the hot search, more and more people ran to the live broadcast of the program Eating the Marrow to know the taste to watch, and by the time the lunch opened, the number of people online at the same time of the program had reached as high as 291,000. Looking at that horrible heat, director Ma Bai doesn't know whether to cry or laugh. It's worth mentioning that a staff member reminded director Ma Bai at the time, "Director, that cow, Mr. Min, seems to be useless. Probably can't use it." Ma Bai now which have the heart to care about those contraptions waved his hand and said, "The work he should be whole on the bull, I guess can't use the cow." He also sort of see, Shin Min-jen want live cattle presumably for the whole live, cattle whip, cattle legs do not know how many program effects contributed to him, compared to the cow on the almost nothing can contribute, the program effects, so he felt that Shin Min-jen presumably cannot use. In his previous life, Shin Min-jen of the Mountain Winter People said these polite words are simply a handful of pinch handy, and the words fell without waiting for Mr. Huang to answer them to turn around and go back to the kitchen. Xiao Shun Yu. Mr. Huang looked at this scene for a moment with the corners of his mouth twitching not knowing how to answer. According to the etiquette, if they don't eat now, they will be ungrateful, and if the food is cold, it's the same as if everyone waited for the cook to be cold and couldn't eat the hot food, it's no different from blaming the cook, so they should move their chopsticks. It's not like they're going to be able to pick their words apart at the taping of the show. Then Min-jen, we won't wait for you, and just as he was deliberating and hesitating, Mr. He took the initiative to pick up the chopsticks and spoke, "Let's move the chopsticks then." Saying that, he actually did take the initiative to eat the tripe from the beef yakuza hot pot. Mr. Wong. Mr. He first moved chopsticks, they do not move, it makes it look as if they dislike others to do the dishes are not good, high and low have to move chopsticks to eat too. That's it. A few of the guests were able to endure the physical discomfort and started to move their chopsticks. It's just food, right? It's real slow. Chi Jia has not moved a mouthful of meat since the beginning, claiming that he has recently controlled the figure, just picking the lettuce leaves small bites to eat. On the contrary, it was Huang Yingying, who had even forced herself to take a bite of the bullwhip. Ha 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 ha. To the audience watching the program next door are happy crazy, have never seen these guests eat so painful ever. It's worth mentioning that Shin Min-jen also came back not long after, and when he came back, he was carrying a plate of sliced, crystal clear, cooked food that looked like beef tendons. There was a plate of dip on the plate and it looked pretty tempting. It's not really tempting, but it's mainly because the deli plate looks like it's really the only normal dish on the table. When they saw this dish, several guests lit up, as if they had seen the savior, and all of them put their chopsticks to this plate of cooked food. This is delicious, Huang Yingying said with a nod of her head, crispy and crunchy, and the sauce is seasoned just right. Bird food, Mr. Huang also can't help but give to the pertinent evaluation said, beef tendon can do this really good, Xiaoshen's kung fu was okay, only it. Mr. Huang is now also considered to be into the role, is intended to follow the program's script, give Shin Min-jen guidance, highlighting his identity as an old-timer. But that's when Mr. Huang, Shin Min-jen suddenly came in, this isn't a beef tendon. The words fell. Ga? The crowd froze. The piece of cooked food that Mr. He was just about to throw into his mouth was hurriedly caught out with chopsticks, and at that moment Mr. He's expression was as if he was saying, dead mouth. What are you chewing? Spit it out quickly Several guests somehow had some bad feelings in their hearts. And that premonition was quickly fulfilled. This. Then what is this? Mr. Huang asked with the corners of his mouth twitching, it's not a cow face, is it? Just now he saw this thing cut in big slices and thought, I don't think it's beef tendon, although it's crunchy, but how can beef tendon be cut in such big slices? Being able to cackle and crunch and still have a bit of a transparent color feels just as good as a cow's face. If it was cow face he could actually accept it, it's not like this stuff is inedible, why isn't it better than this cow whip or cow egg on the table? But who knows? Shen Min-jen backhandedly said, this one, is called Niu Huanxi. This came out. The crowd froze. Niu cheerful? Huang Yingying, who had studied abroad, prided herself on her erudition, but she had never heard of this name. Look at Mr. Huang, who is also confused. Not to mention them, even the audience watching the program next door is also a strange face. Some people ran to ask Dwimi and ask Beanbag ask DS, do not ask, a question. Poof. Chapter 40 I've heard of bragging, but for the first time I've heard of eating bull. What's a cow rejoice? It has different meanings in different contexts, but if we are talking about ingredients, in Cantonese cuisine, Niu Huanxi refers to the genitals of cows, and is a specialty of Kwangtung and Guangxi, and is often used in cooking, such as Niu Huanxi in popping sauce, and Niu Huanxi in stir-frying with salty pickled vegetables. There is no doubt that Shin Min-jen sliced this slice of somewhat transparent and crunchy beef deli for Mr. Huang to eat. It's the cow rejoicing. Cow joy itself crisp and tasteless, and heavy ingredients stir-fried, the taste is loud and crunchy have more power. You have to say that in addition to the basic protein, micronutrients and other benefits, that bird food is not, but said heavy taste, there is really not a damn what is more heavy than this stuff. After reading the introduction, the pop-ups in the online broadcasting room of the program Eat the Marrow to know the taste at that time were all ing blown up, okay? No, this. You. Vanama? Not Big Brother, Asamao? I've heard of bragging about bull, but this is the first time I've seen bull eating. There is no room for complacency, is there? Hakim, you bastard. Abstract Abstract his mom to abstract open the door, abstract to home Epicurean, all Epicurean, it's better to be Epicurean. According to unreliable statistics, after the viewers of the online live broadcast of the program knowing the taste of food found out what this food called cow delight that Shin Min-jen took out was, the comments and pop-ups began to increase at a crazy rate of several thousand per second. The show's backstage servers are about to get ate up alright. At the same time, the number of people online even directly exceeded the 300W mark, which can be said to be a great moment. At this it should probably be the highest traffic highlight of the spicy chicken show Eat the Marrow, Know the Taste, vaguely next door to the Chinese hit center have to be ed. Mr. Huang and Huang Yingying father and daughter of the same face directly ing green, okay? You. The audience watching the show next door laughed uncontrollably and started winging the goose in its original incarnation as Luo Binwang. Wonderful, so ing wonderful. As it turns out, where our Minnesota emperor is, there really is a program effect everywhere. He, K-ent, has truly proved with his actions what it means to say, good people don't have to take shortcuts, good people walk, and that's a shortcut. Ha! Who? It's worth mentioning that after Mr. Huang swallowed what turned up in his stomach, he was really looking at Shin Minjian with clenched teeth and glaring eyes. Shin Minjian took out this stuff, strictly speaking, more insulting than tone let them eat history. To be honest, this is not a recording program, but not a live program. You see, Mr. Huang will not be transformed into a crow brother, directly lifting the table to rise up. They are now shark Shin Minjian's heart. The meal came to an end with such laughter. Shin Minjian made a large table of food, but basically everyone just moved some vegetables and didn't eat much else. Afterwards, Shin Minjian went back to bring some beef, brisket and other things over. There are shabu shabu used and also stewed and fried, but even if that glance looks like fresh beef, this group of guests is also a dare to eat nothing. They are afraid that once the food is in their mouths, Shin Minjian will give them a popularization of the parts of the ingredients. An awesome one, when it's really a stupid for them. Teacher Huang gritted his teeth the entire time, looking at Shin Minjian with an incomparably gloomy face and an expression that seemed to say, this can't just be left alone. It's a wonder he can stand it when he's been pitted and eating history. Hakim, right? Okay, we'll see if the mountain doesn't turn, we'll see. Chapter 41, Post-Picking, to give you Hakian to beat into Kakian. Shin Minjian is a very shrewd person, more shrewd than Terry Jingzi. Where exactly is the essence? Fine, and this guy also know that the kayak hot pot and so on taste big, that cow whip, cow egg, awesome and so on sensitive, so he directly is waiting for fried beef, brisket those, can eat the ingredients before on the table to accompany everyone too. It has to be his dad even if he has connections. But the Shin Minjian did not count, he is not keep his word, the program group. However, Mr. Huang did listen clearly, and after listening, Mr. Huang's expression finally eased a few points, nodding his head and saying, okay, let's do it. He looked at the farm with a shadowy face. Shin Minjian said that this kid can really not know good and bad. He is now in the end what is the situation of their own a little number, but also dare to offend them here, these seniors. What an ignorance. Do you really think that they can be so confused that they can be punked by him, Hakian? Other people call you Emperor Minjian, you really think that you can dictate the ages? Just wait, I'm going to beat your Harkin into Corkin later. As the food segment came to a close, the official taping of the program Eat the Marrow, Know the Taste came to an end after Shin Minjian finished GAU. Immediately following this is a post-picking session. Interviews are generally divided into pre-collection and post-collection, respectively, referring to the program recording of the pre-interviews and post-interviews. Shin Minjian, in fact, there is also a period of pre-collection before the arrival, but that will have to be put into the post-editing of the main film rather than in the live broadcast. After picking should have been like this, but that is not. Today's program is really too high, the director group cannot afford to just shut down the broadcast well, so simply after picking also used in the live broadcast. Of course, this also has the intention of letting Shin Minjian's scene overturned. In the small farm restaurant, Shin Minjian sat in a row with Mr. Huang, Mr. He, Qi Jia, and Huang Yingying, and it's worth mentioning that our Emperor Minjian didn't sit in the middle C seat, which was given to Qi Jia. Sometimes Shin Minjian really envy this kind of resource curry little princess. Ha, let's casually chat. A female host of the program sat across from them and chatted with a smile on her face as she asked a few witty and humorous questions to Qi Jia and Huang Yingying respectively. The two women are still quite satisfied with today's recording process, but the lunch is really a bit. In the words of the host, that's also a pocket knife pulling on your ass and opening your eyes. Shin Minjian in the side on the music, right will eyes eye you, but also open the eyes. It's worth noting that several people talked for a while before the host named Shin Minjian and came up with a direct question. I'd like to ask Min, were all those delicacies made today on purpose? She asked the question with more than a little mischief in her. In such a situation, he then offended the capital, by the capitalists every day staring at screwing. You say Shin Minjian now the image of sensitive or not? The program group just started to invite him, in fact, is also think he is clear that his image is now sensitive, will not do too exaggerated things on the show, take this as a common notice, who do not offend. Though it is said to be unimpressive and the process of making it tends to cause physiological discomfort, this delicacy has an unusual significance in the region. If you go to a local ethnic minority person's house and they serve this dish, it shows that they genuinely consider you a friend, and it belongs to a sense of hospitality, basically the highest etiquette. This dish, as some people see it, may be difficult to swallow and cause physiological discomfort, but in fact, it carries the local vernacular and millennia of food culture. Ditto for Bull Joy. With his mouth open, he began to introduce them one by one, listening to everyone. He said what we did not understand, But everyone can hear one thing is that he made these dishes, is the local, national characteristics, although its appearance, although heavy, but are only our country, our Chinese people have something. Involved in national sentiment, involved in national culture, this topic it's just a little ing crooked. It feels skewed alright. Poof. Many viewers seem to realize what Chen Minjian is going to say. A lot of fans, netizens are laughing like crazy, obviously all know, those ill-intentioned, is about to be Chen Minjian face. Minna, teacher Huang couldn't even help but come out and correct. People are asking if you did it on purpose. What you're saying has absolutely nothing to do with the subject matter. I said it's on purpose, Chen Minjian said bluntly. Mr. Huang, you first a little bit of patience to hear me out. Mr. Huang. K-ent, this guy, even with the scolding, first positive response and then say he is impatient, really quite a language art. Hey, mister, he was much smarter, grinning and picking up. So Min, what are you trying to convey? Just say it directly for everyone to hear. I want to say, our Chinese nation inherited 5,000 years of culture. There are too many niche and cold things in it. Chen Minjian said bluntly, but the so-called existence is reasonable, no matter how cold and niche again is difficult to be accepted, that is also our Chinese heritage, is history, is culture, we have to choose to respect. I think, we do the program, can not just think of eating and drinking, foreign pandering. Chen Minjian bluntly said, for example, we do a food program, all day long to eat some steak, a spaghetti, a tomato soup, a what, that's appropriate? Is that appropriate? Mr. Huang was just about to answer. That's not appropriate either. Chen Minjian immediately disliked it. Mr. Huang. Sharkman. Mr. Huang really looks like Sharkman now. Your mom. Steak, spaghetti, tomato bisque. Isn't that cursing him? For the first installment of Food for Thought, he made a pasta dish of Wellington steak with tomato bisque. Hakeem can talk, but why are you cursing at me? Unfortunately, Chen Minjian simply didn't give him a chance to answer, and then continued. Our children nowadays, many do not know what is the national characteristics of culture, that all day long in addition to Kentucky is jail big elbow. In the long run our Chinese nation is not a waste? Chen Minjian said bluntly, I think, we do the program, it is for the whole country audience to see, since so we have to have some educational significance. So, I made these today with a little more flair. In some people's eyes, maybe I'm intentionally messing things up, what with the whole job and the program effects. But really, I'm here to promote the culture of ethnic identity. So people can misunderstand me, they can scold me on the internet or offline, but I am not afraid of the shadow, I promote national culture, I think to myself, I have no problem. Chen Minjian's words fell. The whole room, a dead silence. Just that asked Chen Minjian is not intentional, but also a look waiting to see Chen Minjian joke host. This moment is the face of embarrassment to death, is the damn atmosphere do not dare to breathe a breath not. What the hell? How come such a common and seemingly random question is related to promoting national culture, arousing national pride and educational significance? Does the showrunner of Food for Thought know that he's running this show to be educational? Not. Hey K-ent, you bastard. You're going to take the ing public exam? How the hell can you relate everything to national pride and family sentiment? And what the hell do you do? The show is for the whole country to see, it has to be meaningful. Do you think you are running the Spring Festival Gala? And you want to educate people? What the are you Chapter 43, Educational Significance and Legacy, Thunder Atlanta Lane is positive, red and evil. 999. This is not a cold spirit, it's a sixfold. Admirable, really admirable. It's worthy of the man who is positively red and evil. Shouting with me, Minjian Emperor, dictator of the ages. The program team did not dare to breathe a breath, for fear that a word wrongly said to offend the country was blocked. Ha 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 ha. Chinese Hit Center, now you know how I feel? Drinking a bit of horse piss, you're high-minded, bullying comrade Min, you're alive or dead. The crew of Eat Your Heart Out never thought that they would one day be able to experience what the crew of Chinese Hit Center felt. Really, people are numb, okay? Chen Minjian said a lot of things throughout, but to summarize, in fact, is no more than a few words. You guys think I'm purposely screwing with people for show effects? Nah. I'm promoting national culture. You can call me names and insult me, but I am proud of the fact that I am proclaiming the distinctive culture and history of the Chinese nation for 5,000 years, and I am proud of it. Let those people talk, let the storm come harder. Poor Mr. Huang, the director's team still wants to use these food he made to discredit him. Beat to death, didn't expect it. This guy, he can call all this stuff he's making, which Go doesn't even eat, a national cultural specialty. But it's just. They, yet again, dare not say a word of questioning or opposition. On the one hand, those things he makes bird food are ethnic minority specialties, and on the other. Who the hell dares to go against Chen Mingyan on such a sensitive topic as promoting national culture and national pride? To put it bluntly, this brother's main theme and general direction is absolutely correct. You speak against him, you are against the main theme and general direction, you are against the national culture and national pride. How dare you insult the beef yakuza hot pot? Fine, when the minorities call you out on it, you'll see how much you have to pay for it. Don't think that ethnic minorities are easy to bully just because they are small in number. The 56 ethnic groups are all one family, all of them are the Chinese national family. We won't agree to bully anyone. Really, your mom. Director Mabai cannot help but curse, where he thought, Shin Minjin those heavy food, especially cow yak hot pot, but also behind the hidden meaning of such a strong ah. It's a bit of a ing stretch alright. Snap. On the scene, I don't know who, after hearing Shin Mingyan's words, subconsciously raised his hand and clapped. Immediately following. The rest of us were shaken. Immediately reacted, subconsciously raised his hand, face to see the other people also raised their hands to applaud when, have also followed the applause up. Then there's. Snap. The whole room began to raise their hands and applaud. The scene was like one of those images where the leader goes up to the stage and speaks, and you may not even know what he's saying, and you subconsciously have to applaud after he's done. Poof. To the viewers watching the show next door, their heads are laughing off to throw the spinning recycling, okay? As it turns out, viewers weren't offended by the educational aspect of the program, they were offended by the awkward insertion of the educational aspect. Like Shin Minjin, people can easily accept it. Cackle. It's worth mentioning that Huang Xiaochen is still a bit reluctant at this moment, looking at the image of everyone giving Shin Minjin a round of applause, and he himself had to give Shin Minjin a round of applause, and he got a little bit pissed off. Obviously disgusted by Shin Minjin, spoofed by him, very angry, and now dug a hole for him, he still used the general direction of the correct to fill it, and then stood on the top of the 5-starred red flag raised. How can you say Mr. Huang is not angry? The back of my teeth are crunching, okay? No. Doesn't work. It can't just be left alone. Ahem. After everyone's applause ended, Mr. Huang lightly coughed and cleared his throat, then asked Shin Minjin in front of everyone, but this. Ethnic specialties are also a lot of Minjin, you get these, will not be a little too much. Finally, he revealed a meaningful smile, as if to say, what you do is too disgusting, too heavy, but also is not intentionally spoof, trickery? The crowd sniffed and cast an admiring look at Mr. Huang. It should be said that not to say, Ginger is still old and hot, Yuheikian did not say that he is doing these things to promote the national culture? Ethnic culture is much more to go, the specialties of ethnic minorities are much more to go, you have to do these? Isn't that just to intentionally prank and mess with the seniors? To this. Shin Minjin didn't even need to think about it, he directly disliked it back. Yes, Mr. Huang, you also know that these foods are heavy and maybe unpleasant in their appearance, and I also know that all of us know that. But is it just because it's not so popular with the public, that we don't promote it? If they all do what you say, then who will pass on the distinctive culture and history of this minority? Shin Mingyan's words through the ground, the words fell. Mr. Huang, a hole is just stuffed, okay? Your mom. I just casually ask a question, casually find a fault for you, where do I think about the lack of history and culture, regret Such a big hat, you knocked it on my head, are you serious? Poof. The viewers watching the show next door were pouting with laughter, and the pop-ups went wild. Hakim, I'm promoting the history and culture of ethnic minorities, but you're still against me, right? Minjin Emperor, do what you eat, don't ask, ask is to promote the national characteristics of history and culture, ask is for cultural heritage. Mr. Huang, why do you think you're offending this living father? Ha ha ha. Mr. Huang's first time his mouth was disliked, laugh. What kind of person is Mr. Huang? That's a guy who can teach a national coach to play ping pong. Who dares to say that he's not correct in his general direction when he's in the Beijing circle? That's all there is to it. You said. Who, in their right mind, dares to question all that food Shin Minjin is making this issue? In front of the camera, looking at the crowd's dumbfounded expressions, Shin Minjin could not help but secretly grin. Before making these heavy-flavored food, Shin Minjin had considered whether he would be smeared as deliberately spoofing and messing with his seniors. Having considered what can go wrong, I have considered solutions. Still the same. Don't care if you're a senior or a dog baron of capital, as long as I'm going in the right general direction, no one can do anything about me in this country. Have you ever heard of the term only solar black men? Chapter 44 You, have only 3 buckets of rice in your life. Hashtag K-ent, a man with only solar black. Hashtag positively red, redly evil, understand the gold of the thunder Atlanta lane? Hashtag Mingan the Great, I'm covering for the Kayakuza hot pot, got it? Hashtag Mr. Wong took his daughter on the show to eat history. Hashtag have you ever seen a bragger, have you ever seen a bull eater? Hashtag after the live broadcast of the new installment of Eating the Marrow to Know the Taste, the main movie has not yet been edited on the video platform, next door to the jittery voice, microblogging, small sweet potatoes, forced to. And so on the major social platforms are already full of hot searches related to Shun Minjian. The entire hot search list, in addition to Shun Minjian Jr. China Speaks related hot searches are all related to these heavy flavored food related words. The heat is unprecedented, I do not know how many people while eating melon while discussing. Minjian, your beef yakiniku hot pot bird food is very strong, but still too much to eat the operation, there is no more simple and strong food to recommend it. Thunder Atlanta Lane, some bro, some. 9 more like this strong food. Laughing dead, Mr. Huang is not easy to take his daughter on a program, the whole day to the daughter to pull the camera to find a topic, good guy, killed did not expect, pro-eat history to go hard. Shijia is also miserable this is her first variety show after returning to China, this back to be left in the shadow Shijia, didn't they all say that domestic variety arts can't be played? This is no better than the small days of the whole thing, right? This reminds me of a famous quote from a certain actor who was tortured by flowerology. I've been on a reality show and it's quite tiring, let's just act properly. Minnesota Emperor is definitely a clear stream of internal entertainment, I declare that from now on he is my e-squeeze, good looking love to see like to see. Min Daidi Sego. While the heat is ridiculously high, Shen Mingan's personal social account fan following is also continuing to go up. Originally had already broken 10 million Douyin account, directly once again soared in place, dry land plucking onions, overnight rose more than 5 million powder, ran to 15 million. The same goes for the rest of the platforms, at this moment on this heat, you say Shen Minjian is not a top tier top stream, who believes it? Funny thing to say. I don't know why, probably everyone has the feeling that Shen Minjian sang 3 or 4 episodes of Red Songs in Chinese Song Center, but not as much as this time on the Eat the Marrow to Know the Taste to make so many heavy food heat. Kind of ironic. But it also just goes to show that people's tastes are leaning more and more toward the lighter side of things. Daily life has been very tired, live all day with the bar go like, brush the video to see the program is to relax, epilepsy is not afraid, just afraid that you do not epilepsy. Just it. This relief for everyone seems, in a way, to be based on the pain of some people. Like Kija? Shanghai, Rising Entertainment. Inside the office of the gold agent, Ma Ling. Woo. 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 Choking and sobbing, early this morning, before Ma Ling went to work, Shijia came to the company's office early, crying and screaming, shouting in all kinds of ways. Shen Minjian bullied. Bullies, he deliberately screwed me. Oh. You guys? You have to avenge me. I don't care. You're the ones who made me. Make me go oh. Shijia is actually quite a pretty little girl, do girl group well, good figure, bare big waist thin legs long, but play up the temper is not so rare. Stop howling, do you know it's embarrassing? The agent Ma Ling, who had just come down from the meeting room upstairs after the meeting, was also annoyed by her, with black lines appearing on her forehead, she couldn't help but want to curse her. TMD, originally with Shen Minjian agreed, let this kid on the show to Mr. Huang as a stepping stone as a companion, let Shijia they rub heat, what a good thing He plays his ugly role honestly and everything is happy and everyone benefits from it. He was so good, he had to do something heavy food, not only did not let others rub the heat, as a stepping stone, but also turned others into a companion. The most disgusting thing is that he even described the heavy food he made as promoting the local specialties of ethnic minorities. Just outrageous. It's better now. Not only is Shijia early in the morning over to find her crying, howling, food marrow no taste program group side, the director of Mabai and Mr. Huang also have to their company executives on the phone, that is all kinds of reprimand Shen Minjian In the end, whoever finds Shen Minjian will definitely have to scold him. At this morning's meeting, Ma Ling was the one who was scolded severely in public by the company's president, Lin Bei. Kija could still find her to cry to, and who was she going to find to yell to? Look at what those people on the internet are saying about me. The white jade hand dyed with pink manicure picked up her cell phone. Kija took the hot search phrases related to herself on her phone and showed them to Ma Ling. The entry is for Chijia's performance on this episode of Taste of Food, where she ran to the side to vomit because she couldn't stand the heavy flavored food made by Shin Min-jen and was slagged off by everyone. It's all being said below. Kija, this feels a bit excessive, doesn't it? She obviously didn't eat anything. Why does she look like she ate everything? Bird food, people Huang Yingying at least had a few mouthfuls of bullwhip. She's feeling too disrespectful to the cook. The worst thing is, there is a Guizhou IP netizen said, the other ones are not good to say. How to say that the Kaoyak hot pot is our local specialties, you just do not like it again is not so bad as to look at a spit a mouth, right? I feel a bit of performance is too much. The most basic respect for national characteristics are not, really is a foreign back to the entertainer. The S are not correct. As Shin Ming-en sublimated the theme of the whole program with a topic of promoting national special culture in the post-program segment at the end of the program, a lot of people were discussing this topic after the program ended. Some of them pointed out that Kija's reaction on the show was a bit too much. You say the production of Kaoyak hot pot in the cow's stomach to pull out things you spit, we understand, have been done. Hot pot, cooing on the table, you still look at a spit a mouthful. You are a little too disrespectful of other people's national characteristics of the food it. On the one hand, it disrespects the ethnic specialties, and on the other hand, it disrespects Shin Ming-en, who cooks the food. They made you such a table of food that you usually can't even eat, and you can't throw up like this after working so hard for a whole day, right? To tell the truth, Xijia has been the one who took the lead in you. If not for her, Huang Yingying, Mr. Huang, they feel that they can also be taught. This stuff is just like laughing. All tensed up is fine, one can't be tensed up all tensed up, it's a chain reaction. Originally as a female entertainer back from abroad, identity sensitive, Xijia on a program also behave like this. How can netizens not spit? Who are you going to blame for this? Ma Ling was also furious when she sniffed, and opened her mouth with a classic quote. You. Only 3 buckets of rice in your life. Chapter 45, Doesn't the money circle? This is hard not to blame me. Xijia, who was already broken down, was baffled by Ma Ling's words and shouted, who could eat all that stuff he made? Who can not vomit? These people just didn't think from my point of view, otherwise how could they have said those words? Why should the audience stand in your point of view? Ma Ling couldn't help but silently hold her forehead. Besides, why is it that when you're on the show together, all 4 of you are eating the same stuff he's cooking, and you're the only one being scolded by the netizens like this? Kija said for a moment. Ugh. Ma Ling sighed silently and said bluntly, you're too pretentious and fragile. She looked at Xijia with an expression as if to say, you can't catch this heavenly riches even if it's given to you. Also on the program, Mr. Huang's daughter, Huang Yingying, like Xijia, is the first time on the domestic variety show. In the face of Shin Min-jen production of those heavy flavored food, Huang Yingying although also feel physiological discomfort, but at least chose to respect Shin Min-jen. Each dish is difficult to swallow, at least taste, so a mouthful or two, no one can say fault. Kajako is good. Ming. From start to finish, just ing because I do not know what the cow rejoice ate a mouthful of cow rejoice, the rest of the time are eating vegetables, cow whip, cow eggs. Cow Yakuza's hot pot taste did not taste a bite, but the scene led the you the most serious one. Not to mention the netizens, she wanted to throw up. It's a shame Kija had the nerve to come crying to her. Xijia was now arguing with Ma Ling, and Ma Ling had a feeling of that video of Mr. Zhao that she had swiped during the new year. I got married when I was 23 years old and had a child when I was 24 years old. I listened to you, and you said that you had to let me enter some state organization, and you went to beg the leaders, and I entered the state organization, and I sat in the office every day, with a newspaper and a few cups of tea, and I couldn't sit down and look at it over and over again. I can't sit still. I'd become a living fossil. Ma Ling just wanted to say, you can't ing sit still. Who do you blame? You are. This heavenly wealth to you cannot catch. You blame who you are. Oh. Kija couldn't say no, simply squatted on the ground, hands on knees, buried her head and cried. All froze for what? Ma Ling couldn't help but shout at the assistant beside her, fork her out for me. Oh. Okay. The assistant immediately went up to shovel Kija out. Alas, this is the main reason for Ma Ling to find Shin Min-jen today, but also the theme of today's Ma Ling went to the meeting upstairs. Following the two programs Chinese Hit Center and Eating the Marrow, Shin Minyan's recent hotness was a little too outrageous. The benefits of such a horrible hotness were huge. Rising Entertainment would not let go of this piece of fat meat so easily. Not only is Rising Entertainment, many of the giant capitals in the inner entertainment that Shin Minyan offended before also want to cooperate with Shin Minyan a little bit. Although Shin Minyan handheld 8 points of the Wheel of Light to their families of the small tart money tree are broken, but after all, the wood has become a boat, raw rice has been cooked rice, and then how can not be undone? Kill Shin Minyan is also no more than a moment of hate, no benefit to their farts. It is better to choose to cooperate, but also to save a little bit of the loss. Everything is fake, come to wealth is real. What's the harm in having money to make money to kill your father's enemy and recognize him as your rightful father? This is capital, a group of the most spineless thing. Just like the big A, never a spine, bunch of softies. On Rising Entertainment's side, the company's top management recognized Shin Minyan as a piece of fat meat and gave him hundreds of announcements at once. One thing Ma Ling didn't tell Shin Minyan was that once he agreed, he wouldn't be able to rest every single day until at least the end of this year. At least 3 to 5 announcements a day and night to catch up with announcements, sleep on the plane. And the types of notices are also varied, including even weddings of friends and funerals of loved ones of some company owners. At those times, his red songs will actually do the trick. You're saying it's not good for Shim? There's that too. Busy brings a huge benefit, the entertainment industry to come to money how fast there is no need to say more, although the vast majority of the money here by the company to the circle, but fell into the hands of his Heikian, but also far from ordinary people cannot imagine. These are all subtext. Ma Ling feel that they do not say Shin Minyan should also understand, he is now in this situation also have no choice. After all, who would really have a problem with capital? Even if you don't mess with capital, you won't mess with money, right? There was absolutely no such cutie in the world, she thought. The rule of the world is simply cooperation is the only way to win. But what makes Ma Ling look confused is Shin Minyan on the other end of the phone heard, all ing useless to consider, directly is a sentence. Oh, no go. Then. Dodo. Hang up. Ma Ling? Not. Your mom. You don't even circle the wagons anymore, do you? Chapter 46 The body is the capital of the revolution. The white waves that hit the shore were extraordinarily bright by the sunlight, and in the dripping drops of water reflected the young man's magnificent figure on the orange-red sports porch by the shore. Shin Minyan calmed his violent panting while raising his hand and wiping the beads of sweat on his forehead. The cell phone in his pocket once again issued a jingle bell sound. Shin Minyan frowned, directly pulled out and clicked the mute. Pick up notices, pick up endorsements. Pick up your mom, pick up. Shin Minyan skimmed his mouth and couldn't help but spit. You asked Shin Minyan, does money circle? Shin Minyan would definitely answer, that's definitely a circle. No one in this world with the money over, Shin Minyan is again stupid will not put the money does not circle, not to mention what the pocket has been more than 10 million, no one who dislikes their own money. But the problem is that if you have the life to earn it, you also have to have the life to spend it. One thing that Shin Minyan knew very well was that with his current hotness, if the company gave him endorsements and announcements, it would definitely be more than enough to earn as much as he could. The rest of those who want to invite him to cooperate with the company is the same. Shin Minyan in situ incarnation of jail big to their respective home of the little tart money tree as much as elbow, that loss they certainly also want to rely on Shin Minyan to recover back. Cooperation low cooperation head common support win soft certainly all happy, you and I good everyone good. But that kind of continuous rotation body to eat it is difficult to say. As the saying goes, the body is the capital of the revolution, although after crossing the Shin Minyan feel that his body, mind are extraordinarily good, but after all, people are meet long, high workload which day something really happened on. That is, who the hell steals this from you? Puffing and puffing, Shin Minyan ate breakfast at the moment, placed on the hand side of the cell phone once again came buzzing vibration. Agent Ma Ling changed several numbers back and forth to call him, is really annoying, Shin Minyan helpless to answer. What the are you doing in a potion bar? Shin Minyan, I have to warn you. Although the Ma Ling on the other end of the phone was angry, she also knew that complaining would only make Shin Minyan hang up the phone faster, so she went straight to the point. The company is doing this for your own good. How is your own relationship with those capitals clear to you? Now everyone is giving you a leg up, don't be ungrateful, don't think that we really can't do anything about you. Ma Ling's mentality has now collapsed. The company side has unilaterally helped Shin Minyan to accept a large number of notices, many of which if you do not go to be compensated for liquidated damages. Shin Minyan and Rui Xing Entertainment contract inside, there is no company took the notice must go to the provisions of the two sides voluntarily, if the company unilaterally take, then the liquidated damages are to be compensated by the company. In this morning's meeting, General Manager Lin specifically asked her about this matter. She was thinking that Shin Min-jen would definitely not be so stupid as to not circle the money, so she agreed in one mouthful, and now if Shin Min-jen doesn't go, she won't just be blamed by the company, but may even be liable for a portion of the compensation. You tell me, how could Ma Ling not break down? Shin Min-jen was happy when he heard this, and he said, "It's okay to let me go." When he said this, Ma Ling's eyes lit up, and thought that this living father had changed his mind, but the result was that Shin Min-jen's next sentence directly made her hanging heart completely. "Shin Min-jen, you do this, you change the contract for me, change it to 91, I'll 9 you 1, so I'll go." Ma Ling, dish. Shin Min-jen you a bit amp percent hashtag at. The agent on the other end of the phone cursed very hard, angry or wildly shouting a kind of car brand. No wonder she's so angry. Shin Min-jen said this, making it clear that he didn't want to go. His contract with Ruixing Entertainment is a 3-7 split, he 3 company 7, the company takes the lion's share, and the 91 in his mouth, little cute. Pharmacy bar thought all the way through, he wanted 9 to give the company 1. Do you think it's possible, Shin Min-jen? Ma Ling gritted her teeth, you're out of your ass do you? But Shin Min-jen has nothing to lose. A barefoot man is not afraid to wear shoes. Isn't that how he's always come to be? Chapter 47, Shaft, what a shaft. Ruixing Entertainment, inside Ma Ling's office, Ma Ling, the gold medal broker who had always been calm and collected, raised the sky and let out a roar of an evil dragon at this moment. Not good enough. I don't know what I'm talking about. Phew. Too much. Too much. He really thinks he can leave everyone out of the loop just because he's a little hot, doesn't he? The transparent water cups on the table had been smashed by her, glass shards everywhere. The assistant was so scared that she couldn't dare to breathe a breath on the side, and only whispered comforting words. Sister Ling, we actually don't have to worry too much. The Chinese hit center side of the current issue itself is to eliminate him. When he is eliminated, no one is in charge, no money to earn, then we will find him again, he will definitely cooperate. The assistant's words made sense to Tweet, and they actually all thought in their hearts that the reason Shin Min-jen floated so much was because the 3 phases of Chinese hit center didn't eliminate him, and the capital pressure didn't seal him off, but instead made him more and more fiery. Singing a few red songs, floating out of control, do not know the last name, dared to negotiate with the company. This. As to still specialize in it? The Chinese hit center program team. This. When he received the secret forceful pressure from the side of Rising Entertainment, the director of Chinese Song Center, Niu Ji, was also in a difficult situation. In fact, by this time, the cattle director has been like those capitals, not so much want to eliminate Shin Min-jen. It was important to know that after 3 episodes of Chinese Hit Center and 1 episode of Eating the Marrow, Knowing the Taste, Shin Min-jen's current hotness could almost be compared to a first-tier top stream, and such a horrifying amount of traffic did not only bring him personal heavenly benefits, but also benefited the programs that he took part in as well. Recently, because of his popularity, the Chinese Song Center program is very smooth in investment promotion, and now those big brand advertisers basically can be said to be squeezing through the scalp want to come to their program sponsorship title. If we eliminate Shin Min-jen now, won't all these sponsorships and titles be gone? This kid, how can he be so shafted? The corners of the cow director's mouth twitched. You say Heiki and this guy, honestly with the capitals how good to work together, there is money we all earn together, everyone is happy, now this makes no one happy. In the past 2 days, Director Neil was still regretting that he had set him up with such an almost impossible to pass opera proposition, and did not expect that this kid would immediately afterwards barge in with the capital, so that his intention to give Shin Min-jen a step down was compelled to dispel, and there was no one else to do so. Opera, this kind of proposition, this kid bird food is very difficult to live, this issue Shin Min-jen can carry through, Neo director also do not know. Alas, Director Neo silently sighed, thinking, we can only take 1 step and see 1 movie. In the blink of an eye, the time came to the live recording of the new episode of Chinese Hit Center. Busy. Backstage it felt like everyone was busy preparing for the stage and busy with the lighting and choreography, just this guy Shin Min-jen, carrying a bag of sugar oranges he didn't know where to get, peeling them one after another, showing them off. Cough cough cough. The occasional burst of coughing from the girls beside him, Shin Min-jen turned his eyes to look, and could not help but reveal a few worried looks. The last time I left, Yao Shuli on the body is not comfortable, it feels like the kind of day and night labor no time to rest, the accumulation of labor into a disease, a little bit of a small cold or something on the outbreak of the feeling. After a week of not seeing, Shin Minjen originally thought that this time to see Yao Shuli should be better only right. The result looks like it seems to be more powerful. From the time she came here until now, almost never stop coughing, not to mention drinking water, nothing is useless, and see she feels very lack of energy, I'm afraid it is a fever. Blame me, I brought the wrong thing. Looking at the latter's blearily looking at his gaze, Shin Minjen couldn't help but scratch his head and said with an apologetic face, "These oranges are easy to catch fire after eating, you can't eat them, otherwise I would have definitely given them all to you." The goddess of the theater cavity, who was still expectant in her own eyes, suddenly turned cold at the words, and after glaring at Shin Minjen with a grudging glance, she turned her head to turn on her voice. "Still a coughing fit on the way to opening my voice though. Can you still get on stage with this?" Shin Minjen asked. "It doesn't matter." Yao Shuli stubbornly ruffled her hair at her temples and said bluntly, "I won't cough when I vocalize." Don't worry about our Ali." The assistant Luo on the side couldn't help but interrupt when she saw this and once again said a word that basically the people around her would say to Shin Minjen every time, "You'd better worry about yourself." The guys have heard all about Shin Minjen. Chapter 48 Reworking, a mold is carved. There is a consensus among people in the entertainment industry one that in this circle, you won't have any good end if you go against capital. It is widely recognized that the truth is to go with the flow and cooperate for a win-win situation. One thing that everyone cannot deny is that Shin Minjen's previous stage, through a few red songs, fought back and forth with the capitals behind the scenes, and Sparrowfood has the ability, but how long that ability can last, and how long he can fight against the capitals, these are all hard to say. People have Jianglang talented time, but the wealth of capital has been accumulating. Talent and wealth is not a concept, while they are in the peak period, know a little bit of the time, people give a step you down it, by the way marketing it talent over capital persona, and finally ended up with a good start and good end. Don't be damned like Sister Rain, all give exposure and still damn threaten people, finally collapse more and more completely, the old Kwai can't save. All the guests who heard about Shin Minjen's case on the Chinese Song Center program basically think that this person is feeling that he has sung a few red songs and is at his peak, drifting away, not knowing his own last name, and that the capital is giving him steps to not go down, and that he is stupid as hell. This step you do not go down, the next time you may give you is not a cliff, but how to be 2 or 3 stories high, jump down you high and low also have to break a leg. Also therefore. The guests waiting backstage all cast strange gazes at Shin Minjen upon hearing this. There were those who watched the jokes, and there were also those who mocked, such as Ji Maiden Ji Chang and Old Green Tea Zhongyun, who in turn were happy to see it. Ji. Sitting in this backstage waiting room, Shin Minjen was stared at by these as if he was on pins and needles, but did not sit on pins and needles, his buttocks sat, can be honest, crossing his legs without panic, and opening his mouth as a sentence. "I'm used to standing and earning money, I can't get down on my knees where a man who can be anything, but we don't want to be a dog." When he said this, not far from Zhongyun is not far away from the opening of the voice before going on stage, heard the words do not know which phlegm in the throat stuck in the mane, suddenly cough cough a cough, and then the corners of the mouth twitching look at Shin Minjen. "Your mom. Who the are you calling a dog?" The guests who were already looking at him in a bad light were now looking even worse. "Know that you are powerful, but still please be careful with your words." Feng-Yuchan saw the helplessness of the situation and whispered to advise his friend, "Goodness, I'm afraid that you pull too much hate one day to be beaten with a black stick behind your back." Shin Minjen clasped his hands over his head, "A society with the rule of law, who dares to make a move on me? I believe in the rule of law in our country." Feng-Yuchan forehead straight black line. "Over there the camera is not open yet, but it is not necessary to be so correct in the general direction." "That's true, Shin Minjen, Shin, am the same as my watch, and whether or not there's a camera doesn't affect my belief in the country." Feng-Yuchan. Awesome. The two people's conversation heard in the ears of Yao Shuli on the side, the goddess of theater cannot help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly, but she looked at Shin Minjen's gaze still with a few points of worry. There is a chain of contempt in the music business. Classical looks down on jazz, jazz looks down on rock, rock looks down on folk, folk looks down on pop, and then everyone together looks down on rap. As for the Phoenix Legends? What the hell is that? Jumping out of the 3 worlds and out of the invisible. Opera and folk songs are not categorized in this chain of contempt, not because they are not strong enough, but purely because the threshold is so high that. Take opera, just that opera accent, right, even gifted and diligent learners will take at least 2 to 3 years to roughly master. And that's just mastery, let alone creating songs in a related genre. Yao Shuli grew up learning Peking opera and opera from her father. She knows too well how difficult this kind of thing is, so it's not like she can't understand when people target Shin Minjen. But compared to understanding others, she was instead more worried about Shin Minjen. This week, because of health reasons, some of the work put off, she probably came back the day before yesterday to rehearsal. The rest of the guests would have been the theme of this issue to get extra scared. Heard that she this expert back, almost every day to trouble her, which also led to the 2 days of Yashuli in situ incarnation of Deep Seek, to give the group of people songs each and every one of them touched up a bit. This has also led to Yashuli turning into a Deep Seek in situ for the past 2 days, giving each of the group's songs a touch-up. What level of other people she does not know, but what level of work she handled she probably know. Everyone is basically in the same level. Line is not up and down, for fear of Shin Min-jen. Not on that level. What's more, he now not only has to write in the opera style, but also add the red song elements into it, which makes it very difficult, and it's easy to get it wrong in 4 different ways. Although now he was eliminated by this program should no longer be the same as before, will be blocked by the capital of the industry, but Yashuli think, he is such a proud person, should be hit, right? Girls have some romantic, fantasy plots, will make up their own. Damn, empathy is always Yashuli no matter how to quit the addiction. Cough cough cough. Itchy in the throat again. Yashuli's uncontrollable bouts of coughing once again attracted Shin Mingen's attention, and Shin Min-jen spoke bluntly in front of Yashuli's Sanlu milk powder drinking assistant. I'll go on stage later and try to sing as quickly as possible. After singing I'll go out and buy you a loquat lozenges, syrups and whatnot. Someone said. Shin Min-jen offended so much capital, Yashuli dares? This can only mean that this brother doesn't watch much of the recent Chinese hit center show on merchants. Anyone who watched it felt that the capital should be giving Shin Min-jen a step down. But if it's really Yashuli's work that she touched up for Shin Min-jen, is there anything left to see in this issue? Is it true that Shin Min-jen's work was by Yao? Under the stage, in the first row, a lot of the audience stood up to cheer and applaud because they saw Shin Min-jen appear, and among them, there was only a woman wearing a black professional suit with tied hair, always sitting calmly on a chair, crossing her legs, her hands wrapped around her chest, and teasingly looking at Shin Min-jen. What's she doing here? Shin Min-jen scratched his head. The person who came was no one else but Shin Min-jen's agent, Ma Ling, who had talked very unpleasantly over the phone a few days ago. Seemingly sensing that Shin Min-jen was looking at himself, Ma Ling, with a few smiles on her face, raised her eyebrows at Shin Min-jen, with an expression that seemed to say, I came to see you act, laugh out, talk. As Rising Entertainment's gold medal agent, Ma Ling is usually very busy, qualified to let her personally on the scene or basically under some of the first-line top stream. Before Shin Min-jen gave her a phone call she did not have time to pick up the. Now it's good to be there in person. It was enough to show how important Shin Min-jen had been to her lately. TSK. Not only Shin Min-jen noticed Ma Ling, Chinese hit song center program this side also noticed. Director Oregano see this cannot help but secretly stagger, said this Ma Ling also damn really to the. Ma Ling came without actually greeting the director's team, but as long as she came, as long as she sat here, the director's side basically knew what it meant. It's nothing more than a reminder to the program, don't get carried away by the huge benefits that Shin Min-jen has brought them lately. She represents not only Rising Entertainment, but also all the capitals that did not eat the dividends in Shin Min-jen's wave of exploding traffic, but their program has achieved great results this week thanks to Shin Min-jen, who regretted making the most difficult proposition at the beginning. Of the director of the cow would have liked to secretly give Shin Min-jen some help, at least give him some lighting, choreography, orchestra, and so on, but now it seems fortunate that they did not give it, and fortunate that they pretended to know nothing. At that time, everyone was still looking forward to it, but once they heard Shin Min-jen sing, they immediately felt a little. No. Too. Right. Right about the heavens, just a corner of the sun and the moon for a long time. Painting the earth, just a corner of the mountains and the river are unharmed. View all the ages, up and down 5,000 years of heaven and earth to admire. Only Yenuan, with an open heart, is all to the 4 directions. There's one thing to be said for Shin Min-jen, and it's not hard to see the merit in both the singing and the playing. The ancient pipa sound is very comfortable to listen to, and the lyrics also match them very well. Together with his soft voice, it gives people a feeling of the years. Why do you guys think he got rid of the opening verse and went straight into the main song? Just ing ting on you guys. Chapter 50. The red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of haze. Caressing the flow of light, brick by brick the years soak the red wall. Sighing at the blight, a flower and a tree in sorrow enjoy through the vicissitudes of life. Across the 8 wastelands, 9 states, 1 color home in the heart. Only Wasia, the road is in full bloom. Unexpectedly to everyone's surprise, Shin Min-jen this work, the main song throughout the entirety of the popular singing style, and style-wise, more on the side of the ancient style, rather than opera. Bird food is not embellished by Yashuli, this must be admitted. Many people in the online broadcasting room of Chinese Song Center are discussing the song that Shin Min-jen is currently singing. Many people said before that Shin Mingen's work would be touched up by Yao Shuli's help, but now they have got the answer. Should not say Shin Mingen this song, no matter from the arrangement, singing, and so on all aspects, are very different from the rest of the singers. To put it bluntly, it is not Yao Shuli's style. That kind of atmospheric style is something only he, K-ent, could write. But the problem is atmosphere, it's atmospheric. Red, and true red. But it's not on topic, brother. People want theater. They want opera. Your whole ancient style, even if it's a red song, people can eliminate you for being off topic. What's going on? Is this a sign that he doesn't want to stay on his own? It's not going to be a self-inflicted death, is it? The vast majority of netizens and viewers don't know the inside story, but only know that Shin Mingen is not so targeted by the capital now. In this kind of situation where everything is going well, even if the songs he creates aren't of the same quality as the previous Teenage China Speaks and My Motherland and I, as long as they're in the middle of the road, they're still able to get through the gate. What the hell is he not buttoned up now? It can't be that you don't want to mix it up yourself, can it? Is it okay to die? What else can be the case? Wei Zihan in the studio gave a neutral Shakanbai answer, can't write it. He felt that Shin Mingen must not be able to write an opera style, and Macho couldn't pull his face to bother Yao Shuli, and finally came up with an idea of using an ancient style to force the topic himself. But the ancient style, it's very different from theater, opera, it's very different. The big categories are all one, but the breakdown is not a theme at all, okay? TSK. Not far away, Neo director also revealed a helpless expression when he saw the situation. He silently forehead, this period he did not even expect Shin Mingen to perform as well as before, as long as moderate. For the sake of the program group's investment he will also let Shin Mingen pass. But it's biased. This living father, this moment ing dropped the ball. It's just an opera, who wouldn't know how to say a few lines? It's okay for you to say a couple of lines. If you don't come, it's not good for me to give you a black screen, brother. On this side of the backstage, the rest of the singers look at the joke, while Yao Shuli, Feng Yuchan and others silently sweat for Shin Mingen. Especially Yao Shuli, the goddess of the theater despite the constant coughing and trembling of the delicate body, but still tightly knitted eyebrows, a face of anxiety looking at the picture of Shin Mingen on the stage. The jade hand that gripped her skirt clenched tightly. Same time. The smile on the front desk Smalling's face was a few moments more delighted. Close look at the stage. Shin Mingen, Ma Ling Heart said, give you eliminated, refrigerated for a period of time, to see you are still complacent or not. Even though several days had passed, as long as she remembered the way this guy Shin Mingen had spoken to herself that day, the unpleasant words he had said, Ma Ling was furious. She had come today to witness Shin Mingen being eliminated and then fall on him to make him recognize reality. She'd like to see if he, K-ent, would still be able to be that rampant when he was eliminated later for not withholding questions. In a nutshell. At this very moment. Probably, everyone thought Shin Mingen was going to scrap this issue. It was also at this moment that Shin Mingen's 10,000 borders had reached the chorus. After adjusting his breathing and vocal structure, Shin Mingen swept the stage with a smug, teasing smile on his face. Ma Ling, he revealed the same smile, and then sang in a pure to no longer pure. You know, Shin Mingen has not sung opera before this, coupled with the fact that the main song part in front of his current song has been a popular singing style, it leads people to think that he is not able to sing opera, not opera. In such a situation, with no expectations of him, he suddenly came on dry land and did this, so how do you think people could not be amazed by him? I've got ing goosebumps. But the red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of haze. Min the Great is worthy of you. Another opera-style red song, is it? K-ent, you bastard. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Where's the person who just said that this song is an opera style, and that my Minnesota Emperor is going to be eliminated? Scream. Keep screaming in your little Thai voices. Where's the chicken feet? Why are you hiding them? Come out and scream, you little hackers. Blow up. The effects of the show completely blew up. The pop-ups are going crazy in the next online broadcast room. No one had expected that Shin Mingen's song actually used the main song popular singing style, the chorus opera style. It should be said not to say, this way is really amazing, because there is a contrast, popular in opera contrast, the male voice originally voice in opera also contrast, with a male voice singing popular suddenly pick up the opera, everyone has to suspect that you have a voice changer installed in your throat. And that's why the program was surprisingly effective. with many people on the scene getting goosebumps of such magnitude that a pot of stew couldn't hold the inner species. This also led to the fact that the scene was very loud, and the kind of cheers and applause that everyone gave to Shin Min-jen was outrageously strong. The kind that feels like it's going to take the whole studio roof off, okay? They are thrilled and uplifted. But some people, however, can't laugh at all. Chapter 51, How fortunate I am to be born in your arms and to carry a lineage of blood. No, Heiki and you guy. Below the stage, the person closest to Shin Min-jen, and also the first to get feedback, was naturally Shin Ming'en's dear manager, Ms. Ma Ling. Originally, listening to Shin Ming'en's song is not opera or opera style but ancient style. Not deducting the question, Ma Ling felt that even if it was a red song style, he could easily eliminate him by the hands of the program team, so he smiled smugly. That little mouth is grinning like venom. And now what? At the moment when Shin Ming'en's 10,000 Borders chorus came out, the phrase Red Sun Rising in the East sung in pure opera accent came out for a moment, the smile on Ma Ling's face suddenly froze, disappeared, and gradually became unsightly. That little mouth is more from the venom in situ incarnation of Wolverine version of the early Deadpool, direct sewing mouth, open cannot open a little bit of. Your mom. It's not. Opera Big Brother. But it is worth mentioning that Wei Zihan angry hate cannot be rushed off the stage again to burst hammer Shin Min-jen, sitting next to him, with him staring at the live recording screen of the Chinese hit center, director Niuji, suddenly and inexplicably laughed a little. Wei Zihan? The expression on Wei Dingluo's face stiffened for a while, then the corners of his mouth twitched, and he cocked his head and turned his eyes to look at the cow guide. Director Niu, Wei Zihan's sentence was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. You're happy that you can't eliminate him, aren't you? Poof. Cough, that what? Cow guide eyes dodge, said ing happy or not you heart a little boo one count no, this still need to ask? Their program because of this live dad, how many big names grabbed to title, sponsorship, so horrible heat, so considerable profits, this live dad stay one more period they can more circle do not know sees less money. Can you not be happy? Just now, Shin Min-jen sang this song 10,000 Borders when the main song is sung in the popular singing style. The cattle director is still scared to think that he gave up the resistance, the results of whoever thought that this living father chorus directly in situ to open the big, to all the people who are waiting to see his jokes to the second. Is Shin Ming'en's song 10,000 Borders is operatic and theatrical as far as the chorus is concerned. But there's nothing in the program's proposition that says the whole thing has to be an opera accent. Participate in the program singers, to be frank. In addition to usually are basically pop singers, opera cavity this thing really if you let them sing the whole song instead of seeming awkward, like Zheng Yun, Ji Chang, they dare to sing the audience dare not listen to sing to the second half of the first a lot of the audience under the stage are keyed to the 3 rooms in a hall, okay? In contrast, it seems that Shin Ming'en's style of arranging, with a popular main song and an operatic chorus, is very advanced. Not to mention, this part of his chorus is so advanced and recognizable that it's refreshing, eye-opening, and very brainwashing. With just these choruses alone, everyone's opera-style songs combined wouldn't be enough to give him seconds, okay? The song itself belongs to the majestic and atmospheric red song style that Shin Min-jen has always exported, and it's not difficult to see the sincere love for the motherland expressed in the song from the lyrics to the arrangement, as well as the patriotic spirit that it promotes. There's nothing wrong with every aspect of the song, to the content, to the substance. Just tell me, who else could have picked on this song and eliminated Shin Min-jen? I don't know if it was a good mood, and I don't know if it was the second chorus that Shin Min-jen sang on the stage, but director Niu actually hummed along. The red sun rises in the east, its avenues are full of haze. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms and to carry a lineage of blood. Wei Zihan, dish. At this time, Wei Zihan was already extremely angry, but also by the cattle director pasted his face to open the big, he could not bear it any longer. Bang! Wei Dinglu slammed his cup and shouted, knock Li? Then yelled and rushed at the cow guide. Hey! Mr. Wei, calm down, calm down. Don't take the knife, Mr. Niu, it's not so bad. The whole guide room was a mess. In front of the stage, Shin Min-jen is still singing the classic, The Red Sun Rises in the East, and its avenue is full of sunshine. I don't know if it was due to the fact that the lyrics were so brainwashing and catchy, but when he sang the latter part of the song some people in the scene actually sang along. With the last Young China Speaks scene is not the same, this time Shin Min-jen on stage before the stage is actually relatively cold. After all, this period of singers are not good at singing their own opera cavity well, singing is not good, cannot bring the atmosphere to. But at this moment, Shin Min-jen at 10,000 boundaries really lit up the whole scene. All the audience, whether they are substituting for the song or substituting for the Min-jen emperor, followed the burning up. Awesome! Awesome! Ah ah ah! Fong Yukin, this guy, excitedly shouting in the background. Shin Min-jen did not finish. The sugar oranges were held in his hands, all kinds of shaking, wrapped in a red plastic bag. To know is sugar oranges, do not know also thought it was Shin Min-jen's song sung in the round of the Red Sun. It. On the side of Yao Shuli looked at the monitor. Finally, through the difficulties, Shin Min-jen also could not help but reveal a heartfelt smile. Tense body also followed the slack. People, you really don't want to suddenly let go when your spirit has been tight. Otherwise it's easy to halo. Confused. Blackness in the eyes. Following. Ali, what's wrong with you? Hey. It's okay. Yao Shuli. Get the paramedics. Call 120. Call an ambulance. Come on. Chapter 52, The Blind Man's Fortune-Telling. A song 10,000 borders, Shin Min-jen in the Chinese Hit Center program again over the top, obviously a handheld 2 watermelon knife showbiz small transparent, but froze from the south heavenly gates cut to the Penglai East Road, such a script simply do not be too hot-blooded, next door to the Boren Chuan look at it all to greedy cry. Also because of the overzealousness, not long after he sang, next door to the jittery voice, microblogging, small sweet potatoes, forced to be. And so on various platforms, they all hang high with him related to the hot searches. Hashtag Minjenshin, 10,000 borders. Hashtag. Hashtag the red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of haze. Hashtag. Hashtag opera red song is it? Heiki and you guy, hashtag. Hashtag Mr. Shin, so what if you change the proposition? So what if I change the song style? No one can stop a piece of my heartfelt love for motherland. Hashtag. Hashtag our nation's borders are bounded by benevolence and love, a faith that has remained unchanged for millennia. Hashtag. All these hot searches almost in Shin Min-jen 10,000 borders released the same night will burst the major social media platforms, this night no matter who, as long as you open the phone, brush 10 videos at least 3 or 4 related to Shin Min-jen. As the yapra, style that is quite popular and sought after by young people nowadays, and also a national treasure, Shin Min live rendition of the live version of 10,000 borders quickly topped the new songs and hot songs lists on various platforms once it was put on the online platforms, and the related videos had an average of hundreds of thousands. Birdseed, it feels like it's even more important to work together now. Capital is the most spineless DDDD. Bird food. Many people feel that Shin Min-jen should have to compromise with capital this hand. But is that really the case? Looking at the discussions of the netizens on the internet, director Nyo, who had gone to participate in the roundtable, held a peeled and pure white water droplet egg, rubbed the corner of his eye that had been hammered a little blue by Wei Zihan yesterday, and sighed silently. I also do not want to eliminate this living father. Cowguide helpless thought, unfortunately, he do not bow his head to help soft Today is still the same as every previous issue, after the recording for Shin Min-jen launched the program team internal roundtable, but unlike in the past is that this time to play a leading role is not the cattle director, but Shen Mingen's agent, Ma Ling. Pushing open the door of the conference room, the main creative team of the program group basically arrived. The position directly opposite the door, but also the center of the C-seat is empty. Naturally, it is reserved for the Nyo director, and next to the Nyo director's seat, specifically an extra seat, where, dressed in a suit of professional women, Ma Ling sat on the end of it. Bull guide. Ha, coming. The two exchanged greetings, and Bull looked a little less. The crowd was speechless for a while. Nyo Chao Lu Su Qian, who was previously considered by Nyo Guan to be the new phoenix, was also cowering in the corner, not saying a word. On the contrary, it was Zhou Yang of Paiyang, who looked at Su Qian from afar with a few moments of sarcasm in his gaze, with an expression that seemed to say, now experience how I feel, right? To be honest, the round table, the director team of the crowd, in fact, at first they all hate Shin Min-jen, they all want to share the worry for the cattle director to get rid of this stick. But now with Shin Mingen's issue after issue of Tronfy them, I don't know if it's some kind of special attribute that has exploded, such as Zhou Yang and Nyo Guides, in turn, began to like Shin Min-jen. Even kind of, didn't want him to be eliminated. Everyone also knew how successful their program had been in merchandising because of Shin Min-jen, and they all knew that director Nyo didn't want to eliminate Shin Min-jen so much, so even if they had an idea, they didn't say a word. The cow guide can't help but sneak the corners of his mouth up when he sees this. On the contrary, sitting on the side of the Ma Ling, looking at this program group of people do not say a word silent picture, cannot help but face skin trembling, the corners of the mouth crazy twitching. As a veteran broker for many years, with experience as deep as Ma Ling, how can she not see that the people in this conference room are playing Tai Chi with themselves here, playing yin and yang? They don't want to eliminate Shin Min-jen, so they don't have any ideas, they don't speak, they all sit here in silence, pretending to be with their mouths sewn shut. They don't want to eliminate Shin Min-jen, but she can't not want to. Shin Min-jen, this guy was not eliminated in this issue, will certainly be more arrogant, more intensified, feel that the company, the capital cannot help him, which makes it more difficult to let him bow to the company, the capital to help soft. As an agent, what was Ma Ling, who had helped Shin Min-jen agree to so many announcements, going to do? People are going to waste away. Therefore, she wanted the Chinese Hit Center crew to eliminate Shin Min-jen no matter what. Ahem. Director Neo said this like he was selling out, but he was actually telling the truth. The proposition will work, Director Neo laughed and followed suit. It's not as if you haven't seen that this kid can express the same love for the motherland with whatever proposition you give him, it won't work. The crowd's skepticism didn't make Ma Ling falter as she let out a light laugh and said, "That's just because you guys haven't found the trick." Hearing this word, the crowd did not believe, but on the contrary, by Ma Ling this attitude to get some disgust, although the surface did not say anything, but inwardly scoffed, "Crazy crickets up." Ma Ling ignored it and said bluntly, "You've chosen so many installments, and you've come up with titles and tunes, haven't you ever thought of changing the language?" Language? The people in the room froze. How the hell did this change languages? English? French? Korean? It can't be a ing little day language. Yes, Birdseed, let Shin Min-jen use a foreign language, it will be difficult for him to express his love for the motherland, that language are different, there is no way. But the thing is, their show is called Chinese Hit Center. Mandarin. Do you know what Mandarin means? Do you understand the gold in this? If you put out a foreign language proposition, not to mention whether the netizens will scold the program team to death, even on the side of the country, they won't necessarily let it be broadcast, right? If they put Shin Min-jen's Red Song at the bottom of the list on a program that focuses on Chinese originality, you can see if the netizens will throw their complaints against them to the relevant departments. When that happens, the show is straight up gone alright. The relevant departments on them just turn a blind eye, really if they clean up, check the fire, check the flow of water, check anything can be killed in the name of rectification of their program team. No, this is absolutely not okay. Director Neo balked, I say Xiao Ma, we still have to run the program, wouldn't you be letting us end up with Shin Min-jen? That way the bird food containment of Shin Min-jen, but the program team also bombed, all followed to eat a grenade game's over, belongs to the practice of hurting the enemy 1,000 self-lost 10,086. She, Ma Ling, has accomplished her goal. What about the program? She's happy, but what about her parents? It's a wonder the showrunners ever agreed to it. TSK. It's worth mentioning that Ma Ling smacked her lips at the words and swept a glance at Director Neo and said, Director Neo, I haven't finished my words yet, so don't be in a hurry to deny it first. I don't think so anyway. The cow director was silent, just in denial. Yeah. Seeing that the rest of the people in the conference room were also going to set up a stage and sing with Director Neo, Ma Ling simply waved her hand and said bluntly, the Chinese language is definitely still the Chinese language, but I mean, there's not just one language in the Chinese language, there are also many local dialects. She said this with a hint in her eyes. At this moment, but anyone who was not stupid, have realized the meaning of Ma Ling. You mean Cantonese? The corners of Neo Guan's mouth twitched. Dialect songs in the Chinese music industry is not really mainstream, some rap program rappers on the bird food have in the implementation of some Chongqing language or what, but to put it bluntly is only individual, very niche. It's not for nothing. The pronunciation of many local dialects in China is not as beautiful as the mainstream Mandarin, and it's very awkward to listen to, so many people don't understand it, and it doesn't sound as good when it's arranged into a song, so even if someone does it, it's still very niche. In the Chinese dialect, there is a language that does not have this disadvantage, has a good and varied pronunciation, and was very, very mainstream in the past. That would be Cantonese. Also known as harbor music. From the 70s to the 90s, before the rise of the mainland music scene, Cantonese was already the mainstream, and the Hong Kong stars of that year drove many high-quality Cantonese songs to be exported to the rest of the world, and at that time, Cantonese songs occupied a place in the world. That is the memory of a generation, and that era also left behind an unknown number of high-quality Cantonese songs, so even now, in the minds of many people, Hong Kong music is always the mainstream, always popular. Ma Ling said dialect, Neo Guan will not really think it is a niche dialect in the mainland, a little bit of brain thinking, can think of Cantonese. And if it really is Cantonese, It seems, then, that Shin Min-jen is still really hanging on. P.S. Ask for a monthly ticket, brothers. Hands have a monthly vote on shelves, certainly explosive. More feedback to all of you. Thank you for your support. Smash your monthly votes in my face hard. Chapter 54, Not on Strength, on Welfare. Smart. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Ma Ling didn't shy away and nodded her head to recognize this point. She just said different languages as the proposition, with what Europe, the United States, Japan and South Korea and so on, that bird food is not consistent with the program's proposition. The program team is also prone to public opinion crisis because of this by the above blame. But Cantonese is different. Cantonese, but it's an authentic Chinese language. It's a local dialect and the only language that has the same, if not higher, status than regular Chinese pop. For a while, the conference room once again fell into an awkward silence. Ma Ling's meaning is actually obvious enough. Put out a program with Cantonese propositions for singers to compose songs. Cantonese is very different from the mainstream Mandarin of mainland pop. Few singers on the mainland know Cantonese, not to mention singing. It is very difficult to speak. Many mainland singers sing Cantonese songs will give a very awkward feeling. People who know Cantonese basically listen to 8 understand, not to mention to use it to create. Not to mention, there's a red song element to it. With such a heavy stack of buffs, I don't believe K-ent, can still kill his way out. Using Cantonese, or Hong Kong music, as a proposition could effectively curb Shin Min-jen on one hand, and on the other hand, it could also bring some gimmicks to the program. In recent years, to Hong Kong music and nostalgia as the theme of the music variety show in the entertainment is not rare, basically have achieved good results, which Ma Ling do not believe that director Neo is a well-known industry variety show director do not know. TSK. The cow guide can't help but secretly stagger at the situation, and said that this Ma Ling is really the heart of the death of the Min-jen emperor is not dead. He didn't answer Ma Ling the first time, not that he didn't want to answer, but mainly because he didn't want to eliminate Shin Min-jen. At that time, director Neo's gaze swept over the people in the conference room, and that look was as if he was saying that he was imploring them to say, a bunch of dry eaters, hurry up and think of something. It's funny, in the past, when director Neo's eyes hinted at everyone, it was for them to figure out how to eliminate Shin Min-jen. Now it's good, thinking about how to save Shin Min-jen and how to fish him out. Although everyone understood, but how could they do anything good? It was also at this time that director Neo's gaze swept to Zhou Yang, who was not far away. Ahem. Zhou Yang was a bit creeped out by director Neo's stare. His little head turned that way, his plan came to him, and he coughed lightly to attract the crowd's attention while he said, Sister Ma, what you said is fine, but none of the guests on our program know Cantonese. This came out. The crowd lit up. Then immediately followed the chorus. Yeah. It's been a few issues of propositions in theater, and everyone's been worn out, not to mention exhausted. Sister Lu almost had a breakdown in the last installment and almost went off the record. It took a lot of persuasion on my part to talk her back. Ji Cheng doesn't even know how many times he's brought our program on Twitter when he crickets Shin Min-jen. It's all quite stale. Zhang Yun, that old bastard, even less to say, all day in front of the face of Yin and Yang us, give him to throw the Yangtze River in the whole country people drink on the Dragon Well, he jumped in the Pacific Ocean, the whole world understands the tea culture. People don't even know Cantonese, what do you want them to do? Neo Guide laughed, looking at Zhou Yang with a pleased face, saying that your kid deserves to be the most gifted disciple under my door. In the future, he would no longer be Piang's Zhou Yang, but Niu Chao Lu Zhou Yang. Shama, I'm honestly not afraid to tell you, Director Neo said directly to Ma Ling, these past few episodes, in order to eliminate Shin Min-jen, so many propositions have been made, the guests have long complained about it, and if it continues like this, not to mention if Shin Min-jen is eliminated or not, they won't be able to record it anymore. That's a true statement. Generally artists go on the show, on the one hand, to make money and rake in the cash, and on the other hand, it is definitely for the traffic in image. When the program was recorded before the show, the program group said good no propositions to play casually, the results on the show because of a K-ent, and a youthful campus and opera. What a way to get on the intensity every other day. Difficult not to mention, the key is to sing this kind of not good at, do not know, will not be able to, it is easy to sing bad acting, and the audience spit Youth campus, that issue, they 2 or 3 people teamed up and were held down by Shin Min-jen's song Teenage China Speaks and rubbed on the ground, with the whole team giving Shin Min-jen a role as a chaperone and the whole team clowning around. The last, opera, proposition is almost to this group of singers hard to cry. A whole week the program group are in the gang trolling, complaining. The program aired after a few bad acting was also next door to the B station Ghost Zone, a group of bloggers to take his material. You let them, how can they be embarrassed? Ji Chang, Hua Zichen, this kind of nothing hangs, like Zheng Yun, Luanqing, this kind of, it is very easy to be laid off. You just say it. Continue to go on this kind of difficulty, continue to let people give Shen Minjian as a stepping stone, people can be willing? Don't tell me to give more money for the announcement, even if you give more money for the announcement, it's not worth it for people's image and character to be affected because of Shen Minjian. Is it okay for you to make money once and affect the rest of their lives? Are you stupid or are people stupid? Inside the conference room, Director Neo directly began to give Ma Ling selling misery, a mouthful of this program group but dare to come up with, Cantonese, proposition, these singers will certainly risk breach of contract, and the program group to fight the risk of lawsuits, choose to terminate the contract to strike the recordings. When the time comes and everyone stops playing, they all flip out together, can't it be that Shen Minjian is the only one who sings? Tweet Foods, K-ent, can carry the traffic of an entire show on his own, but what kind of show is it when it's just him? What kind of ranking is that? How else are you going to eliminate him when he's number one and also number one at the bottom? Don't think No said exaggerated, the entertainment industry won this bunch of pampered piang stuff, what can not do? If you're used to chaff, you're gonna get a little bit of intensity, and these pretentious assholes are gonna give you a hard time. Director Neo and the creative team in the conference room, the collective sell out, as if Ma Ling but insisted on her own opinion is her problem. But Ma Ling has no intention of being morally kidnapped by the program, she said bluntly. This is something I've taken into consideration, so I suggest that we can invite some Hong Kong music singers to help support us. This statement was made. Originally noisy and chaotic, all kinds of selling misery in the conference room suddenly fell into silence again. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched, and for a moment they were speechless. No one in the audience was a little girl. As soon as Ma Ling said, invite Hong Kong canto pop singers, everyone understood what she meant almost instantly. Aren't you afraid of difficulties? Didn't you think it was a good idea to put intensity on the guests? No intensity in this issue gives benefits. It's okay if you don't know how to do it, just get someone who does. Give you $500 million, how do you find a fund manager? How do you get an annualized interest rate you don't know? You're straight up dumbass because you didn't go to business school? Then you're not done hiring business schools. There are 5 kinds of in this world: tired, lazy, laughing, crying, and if you don't know how to lead a team you'll just have to work until you die. Chapter 55, being scolded on the hot search, the director's team, you're clean. Oops, I. Hockey Ling you guy. You. Inside the round table room, the co-director's face skin trembled, the corners of his mouth twitched crazily, and in his heart, he already didn't know how many grass mud horses were madly galloping past to trample Ma Ling in all kinds of ways. What the hell is inviting a Hong Kong canto pop singer? Is this a ING idea that people can come up with? He understands what Ma Ling means, that is not afraid of Hong Kong music, proposition guests have opinions, not afraid of them to make trouble, then specifically invited a group of veteran Hong Kong music singer to, similar to the previous period, youth campus, proposition when the same singers to help sing in the form of letting them join the singers in the creation and singing. The resident singers within the program don't know Cantonese, but the veteran Hong Kong music singers invited to the show do. By the time the program group invites Hong Kong music singers to add a writer, let them each bring a piece of work, so that the singer they help to sing will follow and participate in a little bit of live arranging changes, so that it can be directly crowned with the name of the 2 people, which is almost the same as taking it over and using it directly. In this way, the singer guests can almost say that they don't have to compose this issue, and it can almost be said that the director's team is giving benefits by giving them a ready-made song to sing, and this money, basically can be said that only their company eat alone. Yes, bird food, Ma Ling behind the Ruei Xing Entertainment also have to participate in the Chinese Hit Center investment, is also one of the funders. Investment made a huge success of their company also followed the money, but their company's share of the proportion of the inside. Very low. When they first cooperated to produce this program, it was a little favor in itself, and frankly speaking, the one who took the lead was the company behind Director Neo. Rising Entertainment, as Shen Minjian's agency, should actually logically be circling more and more money in this wave of Shen Minjian's dividends, and they are the main force. But wasn't that Shen Minjian not working with them? Took a bunch of announcements, this job did not go off. Not only Rising Entertainment, but all the other capitals and companies that want to cooperate with him to make money, he doesn't give a damn. This also leads to the company behind the Cow Guide, almost can be said to be eat alone. What Ma Ling meant was, on the one hand, to say that it was not good for them to eat alone like this, so that they could spit out a little bit. On the other hand, it was also a warning to them that it would not be good for you to continue to eat alone like this. Honestly cooperate with them to eliminate Shen Minjian, First let this guy realize his own mistakes, honestly choose to cooperate with the capital after you then invite him back, we have no problem. But if you continue to eat alone, this time it may be just us, rising entertainment, and then other capitals will come down one after another, do you think your program group will be able to land a good deal? It's all in the same circle. Don't take things too far. A moment of silence. Alas, Director Bull sighed silently and straightened up, so be it. When he was speaking, Director Nyo's eyes swept over Zhou Yang, who was not far away, and at that moment, Director Nyo hated him so much that he almost threw his hand on the side of the cup on the spot. Your mom. Zhou Yang this Pai Yang's, if he did not have to mention that other guests have opinions, how could Ma Ling therefore propose to spend more money to invite veteran Hong Kong music singers to support Ah? He's got some bad ideas, and he's even better at stirring up than Shin Min-jen. Zhou Yang at this time is also or not dare to lift, the atmosphere do not dare to breathe a mouthful of. How could he have known that this Ma Ling was so difficult to deal with? Anyway. In any case, so much for the next installment. Perhaps because the heat of Shin Mingen's 10,000 boarders from the previous issue continued to rise, the proposition, Cantonese, was quickly killed on the hot search list of various platforms not long after it was exposed by the official microblog of the Chinese Hit Center program. Cantonese. Hong Kong music? See, the hot search of the melon netizens were first stunned, then instantly understand the intentions of the program group. It's not targeting my Heikian again, is it? After realizing this, there wasn't much to look at for fun this time around, instead there was a lot of cursing down there, so to speak. Those who don't know still think that we, Min the Great, have dug up the ancestral graves of your program team, as to be so targeted? How many extra ads did you get on the last show because of Shin Ming-in? The ING host's mouth was almost bald when he was reading out the commercials, and that's all he's got to say about it? 9,494, ING super member even gave me 2 minutes on the ads. Ads cannot stick all over the screen, the ads are ING faster than the length of my life beans, rely on people to circle so much money, you guys still ING against you, conscience will not hurt it. Over the, I'd hate to have to hold this Heikian guy in the palm of my hand and in my mouth. Shin Min-jen, ahem, that what, Jimea, also. Bird food is not so need you contain ha. What? How the hell can you drive on this Thai road? I'll take it. I'll take it. What? Shin Min-jen, who was already sympathized by fans and netizens, was once again widely praised for this comment, and his image of greatness and righteousness can be said to have been established at once, right? Heiki and you bid amp percent hashtag at. That night when the Bull director saw that comment he was furious, that is to say, you Heiki and yourself do not want to work with the capital to be targeted, what do you step on the horse to pretend to be a good person? Cursed to scold, the cattle director had to admit, Shin Min-jen also really ING no marketing, he said almost all the attention to this matter of the netizens of the good sense, sympathy a whole pool full, by the time the performance of his network vote and have to be quite bombed. This is a point that Director Neo did agree with Shin Min-jen, and he did not want Shin Min-jen to be eliminated, so the program group did not do any public relations on this matter. It's not just that. Director Neo even started to be nice to him recently because he was afraid that Shin Mingen would be eliminated. Spring, messy clothes season, seasonal well, rain is always more. Last night Shin Min-jen where the island city rained all night, said not torrential rain, but early in the morning out of the ground is also all wet. The seaside is already humid, after the rain feels the air is filled with a smell of earth, gloomy, so that people are not very want to go out, sleep well at night, the morning is also habitually bedridden. But spare no effort, Shin Min-jen still changed into a combination of running shoes plus sportswear early and went out for a morning run. The air quality in Dongshan scenic area was already high, and after the rain, all the dust in the air had settled down with the rain, so for Shin Min-jen this kind of weather was the most suitable for morning running. The end of the campaign just 8 o'clock in the morning, Shin Min-jen did not have the habit of bringing a towel, but do not know what the situation, when he returned to the hotel entrance hall, there was a staff member brought him a towel and a bath towel stood there and waited for him, are the kind of big brand high quality disposable, but not the hotel recycling with bacteria. After thanking them for their goodwill, Shin Min-jen returned to the dining room, would like to use the kitchen to do some meals. The results of the dining room, found 4 or 5 chefs like Big Brother in the inside of the busy, tailed him over to the program staff, told him that the program group specifically for him to hire a nutritionist, what he wants to eat despite what to tell them. These few staff members of the program went numb. No, Heiki and you guy. You really don't know what's good for you. P.S. The Eighth Brothers, begging for monthly votes to punch a new book list. The gods a little more than our top 3 a little suspended, but the back can fight for us to try to fight. Can rush as high as possible, just try your best, the monthly ticket smash over, all dazzle my face. Monthly tickets. Monthly votes. Monthly votes. Aha. Chapter 57 Spokesperson's Choice, Fertilizer. Ding dong ding dong. The cell phone placed on the dining table from time to time sound. Green bubble is either a text message or V-letter. Do not know. Also seek Shin Min-jen business. How busy it. In fact, this morning Shin Min-jen bird food is quite busy. Not that there is any work, not that much busy studying. Mainly some of his courier arrived, most of which are some of the invitation to his endorsement of the brand sent over samples, a small portion of their own life to buy daily necessities. At the same time, the company side is also urging him to endorsement of the matter. Try to endorsement within the day to be selected as well. Having said that, the last phase of the food marrow to know the taste seems to be a little too abstract, although he brought countless topics, discussion, traffic heat to the program group, but after all, it is to let Mr. Huang they ate history, so in a short period of time, their program should not be invited to Shin Min-jen to go again. Shin Min-jen does not matter, anyway, the notice fee has arrived, the flow of heat is also just right, care about their invitation to invite their own, if it is not for their royalties and all kinds of expenses he is lazy to go. Eat and drink enough, brush pots and pans and wash dishes thrown to the program team. Shin Min-jen hiked to the hotel lobby to get the courier, to go when there is no psychological preparation, after arriving at a look at the mountain of courier suddenly dumbfounded. No. Are there so many brands looking for my endorsement to advertise and send me samples? That's a bit of an outrageous amount. Shin Min-jen is having a headache. The program staff has the eyesight to pull a card over to him, which makes Shin Min-jen can't help but sigh. So the eyes of this group of people in your program group are not the only ones that look at the people below this one function. The program staff froze, did not react at the time. Also Hal laughed and nodded in agreement, looking back a search. Your mom, who are you calling though? Courier transported back to the room, Shin Min-jen one after another demolition, the said not to say that he is now really the brand side of the favorite, proper meat and potatoes, looking for his endorsement of a variety of brands, clothes, shoes, decorations such as needless to say, snacks, duck necks, duck wings and so on, these are also all there. It is worth mentioning that Shin Min-jen unwrapped a inner library in the pile of samples sent by the brand that sought his endorsement. At the time, Shin Min-jen thought that was abstract and exaggerated enough, until he unwrapped a box of helmets in the next very small box. I'm really. Shin Min-jen's forehead was straight black lines. This is like dismantling a blind box. Fortunately there is no one else in the room, otherwise Shin Min-jen must have died in situ. A bunch of stuff, quite a bit of it is useful to be honest, snacks, duck necks or whatever is fine to chew on, these things don't cost anything. Although it is not a big brand, but because it is a sample of the endorsement, so this group of brand parties to send him are very high quality things, which makes not ready to give them endorsement. Shin Min-jen still have some heart over. Yes, that's right, Shin Min-jen didn't intend to give any of these brands that sent him samples an endorsement. What he's going to endorse was actually decided a long time ago. What's this? As he disassembled, Shin Min-jen suddenly disassembled some things in a box wrapped in a brown skin on the outside and a pure white, garlic-like thing on the inside. Garlic? At that time, the first thing Shin Min-jen thought when he saw that thing was, damn it, someone won't ask him to endorse garlic, right? Although he loves garlic, but also to the eat you do not eat garlic, half the flavor deeply sympathetic, but you let him endorse garlic will not be a little. Too much flavor? It's worth noting that that box didn't just contain these garlic-like things, but also a glass jar with some white pebble-like things in a clear bag. After looking for half a day, Shin Min-jen finally found the product introduction card. After reading it, cannot help but silently forehead bitter smile. Buffy ow? You know, this thing looks like garlic. You don't look like a daffodil anywhere, okay? Sister Ling, Shin Min-jen's endorsement has been selected. Rising Entertainment, just returned to the company. Ma Ling received a notice from the assistant, said he went to the island city 2 days ago before giving Shin Min-jen picked those small endorsements, small ads and so on. Shin Min-jen made a choice. What did he pick? Ma Ling took off her jacket while walking towards the room. Her tone didn't have any waves when she was speaking. In her opinion, those small endorsements were the same no matter what Shin Min-jen chose. Anyway, they weren't big names with a lot of influence, and they wouldn't bring much benefit to the company. But what makes Ma Ling a little strange is that the assistant did not answer her words at first, but instead snickered. What's wrong? Ma Ling was in an okay mood today, so she didn't blame her assistant, but only cast a curious gaze. The assistant dared to joke since she knew that Ma Ling was in a good mood today. She said, Shin Min-jen chose the endorsement. If you read it you should have a similar reaction as me. Yes? Those words really piqued Ma Ling's curiosity. Taking the tablet from her assistant, Ma Ling glanced at it, first staring, then showing a confused expression. S.H. Stanny's fertilizer? Yes, that's right, Shin Min-jen and the pile of cost not so high endorsements, advertisements she sent over to him, precisely selected such a grounding are received to the netherworld of the brand. Fertilizer. Fertilizers, specifically those made by chemical and/or physical methods, contain one or several nutrients needed for crop growth. Shanli is also a very famous fertilizer brand. The brainwashing advertising slogan "Black soil, yellow soil," fertilization with Shanli, to this day they also open mouth. But the problem is, well, this is show business for them. Shin Minjen chose an endorsement, it's an advertisement. Have you ever seen an artist who is at the peak of his or her traffic and chooses to endorse fertilizer? It can't even be said to be dirt, it's buried directly into the soil, and it's with the dirt. What the hell? Ma Ling thought about the possibility of Heikian. This guy is not according to common sense. After all, this guy, whether on the Chinese hit center singing red songs or go to the food marrow no taste program to do the cattle prod, cattle legs, awesome and cattle deflated hot pot are very abstract, but she also never thought that Shin Minjen, this guy, choose an endorsement, but also ing so epileptic. He's out of his mind, isn't he? There was another assistant in the room, smiled and said, with his current flow, there are many more endorsements than this one, but he chose such a grounded one. I really don't know what's in that tofu brain. But who says otherwise? Another assistant chimed in, maybe it's to get back at the company? It's even worse for him, clearly revenge on himself, right? Ha ha. Both of them probably found the incident a very funny thing to talk about, so they giggled as they talked about it, and the atmosphere in the office appeared to liven up in a trance. But the two assistants laughed for a while, only to realize that. Why isn't Ling smiling? Is it a natural lack of laughter? Chapter 58. Some people, he read, can't be pressed. On the desk, Ma Ling holding the tablet, staring at the top of Shin Minjen shows that Shanli fertilizer, this endorsement, frowning seems to be thinking, half a day did not speak. The two assistants who were originally giggling finally realized that something was wrong, and immediately collected their mocking faces and carefully stood to the side. One of the assistants asked, Sister Ling, what's wrong with this? Shin Mingen's choice to endorse something like fertilizer was a waste of resources and digging his own grave in their eyes, but how come Ma Ling seemed to have a different opinion? At those words, Ma Ling raised her eyes and used to look at the little cutie. Like gaze at the assistant and said in her tone, is this okay? This. The two assistants were momentarily confused. No, how is there a problem with this Heikian guy picking such an abstract, earthy as hell endorsement? Do you guys hardly think that he can't see what you all can see? Ma Ling said helplessly, you all know that he chose this abstract, can people themselves not know? The second half of the sentence Ma Ling did not say, but anyone who is not stupid, who cannot know what she is going to say in the second half of the sentence. If people know that they will be ridiculed for choosing this endorsement abstract, why do they still choose it? There must be a reason for that. There's got to be a doorway here. Is this all in your dog's head at all? Just now that assistant also a mouthful of Shin Minjen tofu brain, what is in his mind? Ma Ling didn't speak. It wasn't that she didn't know how to reply, it was mainly because she was a bit too lazy to explain to these two retarded assistants. She can see things like how Shin Minjen must have been able to drastically increase his national popularity by picking this endorsement. The truth is that things like endorsements and advertisements are a win-win situation for the brand and the celebrity artist. Brands expand their sales through the fan effect of celebrity artists, and artists increase their popularity through the influence of brands. Endorsing different brands naturally targets different groups. Like those high luxury brands, the general target group is in fact some of the pursuit of fashion, trend of young people, or a very high level of consumption of that group of people. The group that Shin Minjen chose to target is naturally the farmers, like this Shanli fertilizer. As we all know, our country is a large agricultural country, mention farmers. Now many people may subconsciously feel that very earth not much ability, but no matter who, our undeniable point is that this country from ancient times to the present day the most populous have always been the farmers. Farmers also in the history of our country's development has played a vital role in the history of the farmers. No farmers, where is the food? Nowadays, a lot of traffic simply can't see some endorsements about agricultural products. On the one hand, those things don't give a high endorsement fee, on the other hand, they are also niche. You can't expect a group of fresh meats girlfriends to go and buy fertilizers, pig feed and such things because of their endorsements, right? Can't use it either. But one thing is undeniable, endorsement of agricultural products will certainly make the image of the star artist deep into the farmers, the general public within the heart, not the internet of the middle-aged and old people, the village of the grandpa and grandma generally know him, then he not only enhanced the popularity, there is certainly something, naturally, is Ma Ling just thought of the national degree. The national degree that Ma Ling has just thought of is naturally the national degree. The national degree is something that many artists are now lacking in the flow, the most unattainable. The lower limit of the star may depend on the flow, but the upper limit must depend on the national degree. You want to become a household name star, absolutely no less than the national degree, which is now a lot of the pursuit of traffic. The interests of the fresh meat cannot see, all want to earn a block of money to fish a wave of runaway, a want a source long have not. But what Ma Ling never expected was that Shin Minjin seemed to see this. What kind of persona and position is Shin Minjin in now? Red song advocate. Singing red songs itself is with the general direction, the main theme together, his works itself is very easy to reach the ears of the peasant community. In this case he then endorsed some with the general public closely related to the brand, uncles, aunts and grandparents know what he looks like. Then, it would really be a national superstar who walks the streets and is recognized by all ages. And once he grows into such a national superstar, the subsequent benefits he can bring can be terrifying. In the long run, it's far from being comparable to these so-called high-luxury big-name endorsements that are currently out there. There was still an awkward silence in the conference room. Ma Ling did not speak, the two assistants did not dare to open their mouths. After a long time, one of the assistants could not help but ask. Then Sister Ling, this endorsement. Do we let him take it? Which one to choose for endorsement is Shin Mingin's business, let him take it or not depends on the company's meaning, after all, the company is the one who replies to the brand. Although Ma Ling didn't say anything, but they could basically guess by looking at Ma Ling's reaction that Shin Mingin's endorsement was definitely not chosen haphazardly, and there were definitely sayings and precepts that were of great benefit to himself. Shin Minjin is not bowing down and giving in now, not cooperating with the company and capital, and the company is about to suppress him, so how can they give him favors in this situation? Since it doesn't benefit him, wouldn't it be better not to give him this endorsement? But what made the two of them look confused was that Ma Ling, after a brief moment of thought, actually said something. Take it, reply to that brand name and give him this endorsement. Huh? The two assistants were dumbfounded. No, isn't this stuff going to be good for Shin Minjin? You let him take over, he is getting more and more popular, he will certainly become more and more drifting, more intensified, and then continue to resist not to cooperate with the company. How to do? They now really can't understand whether Ma Ling is trying to suppress Shin Minjin or promote him. Under the gazes of the two assistants who looked confused, Ma Ling in front of the desk put down her tablet, stood up, and walked to the window. The office is well lit, the design of the high-level floor-to-ceiling windows can perfectly see the scenery outside the window, reflecting in the eyes not only the prosperity of the desired city, but also the haze in the sky. With the recent change of season, there is a lot of rain, and the nonsense real-time updated weather forecast says that there will be rain today, rare and accurate. A few drops of water can be seen on the glass from time to time, and the gusty winds are whistling as if to foretell the arrival of a rainstorm. Ma Ling stood in front of the window, her eyes a little deep. At this time, she was thinking in her heart, was she really dog-eyed and underestimating Shin Minjin? If this guy really had that deep of a city, then she would definitely not be able to treat the other party as an ordinary flow artist anymore. He had to get him to lower his head and hold it soft while he could, or it would only get harder and harder to control behind him. Some people, he read, can't be pressed. Chapter 59. So this play flute. We'll just sit here? On the balcony, the sea breeze wrapped in the smell of humidity blew in gusts, blowing Shin Mingin's hair like a fried hare. He was holding a transparent glass bottle, which was covered with a layer of white pebbles, and the garlic-like daffodils were placed on top of the pebbles, and the water was just barely over the pebbles to the daffodils' roots. This is what he got according to the method of raising daffodils on the card, and I don't know if he got it standard or not. Shin Minjin has never raised flowers before. Put the glass bottle in the corner where it can get sunlight. Shin Minjin pulled out his cell phone to take a picture, revealing the same smile of the evil gardenia. Grow up and bloom quickly. Oh. Returning to his room, Shin Minjin sent the photo to Yaoshuli, but unfortunately she was late in replying, probably busy at this hour. Shin Minjin did not think too much, cleaned up a bit of things, those express boxes of garbage and so on cleaned out. When she went downstairs to throw out the garbage, she found Yaoshuli's assistant Luo Luo pulling one of the show's guests, the ghostly music composer Hua Zichen, again, shouting for him to help Yaoshuli get the next installment. Cantonese, this kind of thing, mainland singers generally do not know very well, the guests are basically relying on foreign aid. Hua Zichen work is also busy and too much trouble, would have wanted to decline, just saw Shin Minjin, then pointed to Shin Minjin and Luo Luo said. Just look for him, isn't he on better terms with Yaoshuli? He himself is difficult to protect himself, right? Lolo bristled and said bluntly, and if he dares to write it, we wouldn't dare to use it. In fact, she did not mind, mainly because she also knows that mainland singers know nothing about Cantonese. Rather than asking for help from these singers, it is more like asking for help from their foreign help. Shin Min-jen has no external assistance. Looking for him to write, he may not be able to write well, even if he writes well. With his current relationship with that group of behind-the-scenes capital, Yashuli dare to use it. As Yashuli's team, they certainly do not dare to let Yashuli use it. Hua Zichen snorted at the words, just wanted to say something, suddenly felt like a thorn in the back. Turning his head to look, he didn't know when Shin Min-jen came back from throwing out the garbage and stood behind them watching them. Ahem. Behind the back to say bad things about people to be found is very embarrassing. Flower Zichen light coughing pretend nothing happened, turned his head and ran, slipped faster than go all fast. On the contrary, Yao Shuli's assistant Luo Luo, a moment of embarrassment cannot find a crack to drill in. Shin Min-jen was too lazy to bother with her and walked over and said, Yao Shuli, send me a cell phone on how to schedule today's itinerary, and I'll forget about the crickets behind your backs against the saucer. That said, I'm gone. Che. Luo Luo skimmed her mouth. Itself does not want to send to Shin Min-jen. After all, any of their team does not want Yao Shuli and Shin Min-jen get close. But considering Shin Mingen's heavenly, cockroach bully character, and the program's current attitude towards him, thinking for a moment, he eventually helplessly lowered his head to support the softness. Returning to the room, Shin Min-jen received a message from Luo Luo. Yao Shuli's schedule shows that she has 2 performance activities in Chongqing in the past 2 days, at the same time in the nearby recording studio to record a new album, busy working during the day to go to the hospital at night to hit the bottle, basically scheduled full. Rumble. It was even more terribly cloudy outside the window, accompanied by occasional bursts of muffled thunder, and it felt like it was going to rain soon. But despite this, Shin Min-jen still used 10 minutes to pack up his bought a recent ticket, went out and took a taxi to the airport, and flew to Chongqing. In the era of convenient transportation, is it still difficult to leave when you have the time and money to do so? If you want to go, go ahead. What stops you is nothing other than money, not the weather or the transportation, it's your own willingness to step out of the door. 91. Start the needle. Chongqing, a hospital infusion hall. Sleepy Yao Shuli was woken up by the voice of the assistant shouting at the nurse to start the needle, rubbed her sleepy eyes, the mask on her face made her breathless, but she couldn't take it off no matter what. After waking up, her mood can't be said to be good, thinking that she will have to take the car back to the hotel later, her eyebrows were filled with fatigue. Coming out from the hospital, the small noodle store on the roadside attracted Yao Shuli's attention. The clerk was carrying a bowl of mixed noodles covered with peas and meat sauce to the customers. The spicy and stimulating flavor seeped into the nostrils, so Yao Shuli couldn't help but stop and give a sideways glance. Want to eat? The assistant asked Yao Shuli while carrying her bag. Not eating, Yao Shuli waved her hand in disappointment, not much appetite. It wasn't that she didn't have an appetite, it was that she didn't have an appetite for what her assistant wanted her to eat, and she wouldn't have put in a request like a bowl of noodles because the team would have disagreed. Used to bravado. It is worth mentioning that on the way back, the assistant even has been muttering that Yao Shuli does not eat how to do the dietitian side of the recipe given in any case have to comply with. Later go back and I'll buy you a vegetable salad, tonight exceptionally for you to add a carrot veggie buns. Yao Shuli, aim. Vegetable salad, all day long it's vegetable salad, it's like eating rabbits, okay? Along the road past a stall selling vegetable pancakes, Yao Shuli cannot help but recall the flavor of leek pancakes. Seemingly thinking of this, she took out her cell phone from her pocket and glanced at it, and sure enough, she found in the unread messages from Shin Min-jen, a picture of the garlic he planted. Haze a day of mood, rare dial clouds to see the sun. Yao Shuli mouthly up a few faint smile, click click click, edit the message, just about to send out, the assistant said to the place, want her to get off. The phone had to be temporarily locked and screened and stuffed in her pocket, that's how she was, so busy she rarely had time to look at her phone. Not back to Shin Mingen's message, the main message is not just sent, she is now back to go back to the hotel before it is also difficult to go back, in case Shin Min-jen quickly reply to her she will have to hang him out to dry, simply intend to go back and then reply forget it. Can't see it anyway. The location of the hotel is set in a place very close to the recording studio, known as the 3D city of Chongqing all over the skyscrapers. She lived in the hotel on the 30th floor. The room is very good no matter the day or night scenery, but unfortunately she is now a little bit of appreciation of the scenery of the idea is not, the body's reaction is to let her go back to the immediate lay down and rest, no longer willing to move a little bit. Misty City's traffic jam is notorious. Get off the spot from the hotel entrance there is a small distance, not the driver is not willing to drive in, mainly want to drive to the hotel entrance may have to be at least more than 20 minutes, so get off the Yao Shuli and assistant had to go to the hotel on foot. This small distance will pass a small square, the time is 7 o'clock in the evening, say not late, so this side of the crowd is really quite a lot, and occasionally there will be some street singers carrying a stereo, microphone singing. As we passed by, a burst of singing reflected in our ears. You live, the alley, I rent an apartment. For wanting to meet you unexpectedly. A very unique song. I don't know if it was because I hadn't heard it before and thought it was good or what, but the assistant was drawn to it. It was worth mentioning that Yao Shuli also stopped at the same time and stared at the person singing with wide eyes. The assistant may have stopped by because she thought the song was good and hadn't heard it before, but she. Purely because I thought that the voice that was singing sounded a bit familiar. Turning his eyes, the man who sang, from his figure to his appearance, also seemed to be a little. Looks familiar. Chapter 60, Excessiveness. Lying in your school playground looking at the stars. In the classroom, the lights are still on, you haven't left. Remember, I wrote you a love letter. What an age, to this day Nan was just about to say something when she saw the young man who had sung the whole song over there suddenly walk over without reason, all the way straight to them. When he came to Yao Shuli, he scratched his head and said in a flirtatious tone, "Beauty, can you add a contact?" Assistant Nan snorted at her words. Perhaps she could not deny at all that the song sung by this handsome man just now was very excellent, but it was a bit of a fool's errand for a street singer in the to want to add Yao Shuli's personal contact information. As if the person in front of her was the brightest star in her night sky. That. Shin Minjin scratched his head and said, "I just happened to come over here to work today, and on the way, I came over to see you. That is not the last time you fainted, I was not there, but also strange worry." Shin Mingin's eyes fluttered and dodged when he was speaking, and this look is nonsense without looking, and Nan, the assistant who followed them behind, couldn't help but bristle, saying that your kid is specifically to see, and what to say by the way. The thing is a good thing, to your mouth how to change the flavor? Men, what a deadbeat, dead duck. Hearing this, Yao Shuli also instantly felt her face under the mask a little hot, her eyes slightly shy, so she had to change the topic as if to ask, "Then how do you know I'm here?" Her itinerary is usually only known to the people in the group. "Ha, it's that assistant of yours who has a particularly big head," Shin Minjin told him about Lolo cricketing him behind his back and him finding out. Yao Shuli first smiled at her words, then straightened up and said, Luo, this person is just unrelenting with her mouth. I apologize to you on her behalf, don't talk to her." "Harm, I'll be a grown-up," Shin Minjin said. "She told me about your trip anyway, so it's a blessing in disguise, no loss." At the same time, Shin Minjin also did not forget to crickets behind the back of Luo, said, "However, I have to remind you, this kind of slightly caught a little bit of the handle to betray your schedule of the assistant cannot be kept, or sooner or later will be a scourge." Inside his words, anyone can hear that there is no public enmity, it's all private grudges. If Luo knew that he told him about Yao Shuli's trip and that he was still cricketing himself in front of Yao Shuli, he would definitely explode in place, but of course, these are not Shin Mingin's considerations. Yao Shuli also does not care, just think Shin Minjin tease, conversation, the two came to Yao Shuli live in the hotel downstairs. "I won't go up there," Shin Minjin said as he pointed to the back, so as not to turn around and spread gossip. Looking in the direction his finger pointed, he was able to see an Iveco Grand Gold Cup, which seemed to have been following them, nothing more than paparazzi, followers, and surrogate photographers of sorts. Hearing Yao Shuli's eyes swept over a little reluctance, she has not yet spoken, the sight of the assistant Nan could not help but come to a sentence. "You want to go up, we cannot invite you up, men and women have different teacher Ming-en. So I booked the hotel next door." Shin Minjin hemmed and hawed, pulling the room card out of his pocket. The logo on it was the sign of the hotel next door. He said, "I'm fine anyway, and I'm not leaving tomorrow." He didn't say the latter words, as if he felt a bit fleshed out, but it probably meant "I'm not leaving, I'll stay with you like this." The original reluctant eyes instantly became happy. The sudden surprise really let Yao Shuli inner heart filled with joy, that instant, as if the original physical discomfort are because of this moment of joy and alleviate a lot of good. But soon, she frowned slightly again and said hesitantly, "I have an event tomorrow and I have to record a song. I'm very busy, so I might not have time to accompany you." It's not a good idea not to accompany them when they come all the way here, but she's also busy with her work. "Harm, alright," Shin Minjin waved his hand and said bluntly, "and it's not your problem. I came and didn't say in advance, where are you going, I'll follow you or you're busy after looking for me, I'll be at your beck and call." Yao Shuli couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth when she heard this. "Mr. Min, didn't you say you came over because of work?" The assistant beside him, Nan, had a melon-eating look on her face and asked with a smile, "Why does it feel as if you're free?" Shen Minjin froze. The old man blushed. Nan. Under the night color, Yao Shuli also reddened her face. Between the words, a bit of ambiguity spread out in this rainy, humid weather. Assistant Nan couldn't help but shiver, thinking that this dog food tonight can damn well be considered full. Chapter 61. I boy. He found himself a bit unlucky, in the island city when clattering down non-stop. How come this came to Chongqing or a hard This side is also burnt out. No wonder the Chinese hit center side can't get it. Shin Minjian bristled. After the afternoon busy, Yao Shuli did not even have time to eat dinner to go to the hospital to play a drip. The kind goddess of the theater cavity also insisted on not letting Shin Minjian follow, saying that there are many bacteria in the hospital, for fear that he will be infected. These days, hospitals are not heavy with all kinds of germs, and almost all of them are contagious. Shin Minjian said nothing to worry about. He often exercised and cattle are strong, even if infected with a cold or something will soon be able to. The meal was almost finished, and before he finished settling the bill and left, Shin Minjian asked Yao Shuli as if casually, "Do you need my help with the Cantonese song you're going to sing in the next installment?" Yao Shuli sniffed slightly. The fact that she needed to get help for the next installment of the Chinese Hit Center show was basically known to the guests. After all, Lolo had already been running around the show worrying about it. It's not that she wants to find someone to help her, but mainly because her physical condition really doesn't allow it, and this side of the work is so busy that she really can't help. But it was always a bit embarrassing to look for Shin Minjian. You don't have to have too much psychological burden. Shin Minjian understood what she meant and said bluntly, "Originally, you have also been dragged down by me this time, and it's only right that I help you." Shin Minjian to help Yao Shuli is not licking, but the heart feels a little indebted to it. To know, this period, Cantonese, proposition, Chinese Hit Center side of the original intention is to give an addition to the rest of the singers in addition to Shin Minjian are invited to a veteran Hong Kong music singer support, so that they bring their works. If that is the case, Yao Shuli in fact do not have to think of their own works, the program group to give out benefits, are ready-made songs. But it's not that she's been getting too close to Shin Minjian lately. I don't know if it's because of the last scandal or what, but some capitals probably feel that Yao Shuli has contributed a certain amount of buzz to Shin Minjian, and occasionally showed the intention to give him some help in the program, which made those capitals target Yao Shuli by the way. For this reason, this issue, Cantonese, proposition, Yao Shuli is also the same as Shin Minjian. The program group did not give her to invite Hong Kong music singers to assist. If she wants to look for it, she can actually look for it, but the problem is that she is not familiar with Hong Kong music singers, and even if she looks for them, they may not have any ready-made works for her to use. The week was almost half over, and her team hadn't contacted anyone until now, apparently planning to go on their own as well. Then in this case, her work is not yet set. The next issue may not be Shin Minjian not eliminated, she was first Shin Minjian even eliminated. Just tell me, in a situation like this, is it still decent for Shin Minjian not to help out? Rather, it is still a bit of bearing. Hearing this, Yao Shuli assistant Nan Nan could not help but be impressed by Shin Minjian. But who knows that immediately after Shin Minjian this guy changed his face to come a sentence. Of course the song is not written for nothing, should pay the songwriting costs or pay Nan, aim. Well, that's a ing compliment. Not bad for you Heikian. It is worth mentioning that, hearing this, originally there is still some hesitation. Yao Shuli suddenly dumbfounded, hesitation for a moment and then no longer pretentious, said as if joking, that also have to see how the quality of your writing, not good then we do not necessarily use. Shen Mingyin's words were to give them a step down, she understood. That's for sure. Shen Minjian spread his hands, fearless. Laughing and settling this matter, Yao Shuli looked at Shen Mingyin's eyes slightly apologetic, mouth. I had been saying if I could help you out a little bit, but in the end, I didn't help you, but you helped me instead. During the recording of the Chinese Hit Song Center, there has been a help singing, there has been a help writing. Shin Minjian time and time again met the certain death. She had the intention to help, but unfortunately, every time Shin Minjian is quick to cut through the mess and did not use her. In the last installment, even her best, opera style, Shin Minjian all a force to be reckoned with to get through it on her own. If you feel too indebted to me, I have no problem with giving your body to me. As soon as the words fell, Yao Shuli's white and tender pretty face quickly turned red with a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 62, What have you been doing? If Shin Minjian is willing to accompany Yao Shuli and Chongqing to stay for 2.5 years, as practice, but unfortunately the Emperor Minjian in the end is to do great things. His eyes are not only children's love, more for the rise of China and study. In Chongqing accompanied Yao Shuli stayed for 3 days, after her body improved a lot, no longer looks so weak, Shin Minjian embarked on the return journey. I have to go back and lose weight. On the airplane, Shin Minjian rubbed his big belly and couldn't help but secretly skim. Chongqing, this place is really ing fat people. To this 3 or 4 days, brothers 8 pack abs fast ing mixing a gas 9 to 1. Said to eat hot pot, eat that really exaggerated, hot pot all the oil big, but in the end is to eat some meat vegetables. What, that thing is not fat people. Shin Minjian 2 days long meat, the biggest reason is to show off the local noodles show more. MD that pea noodles is really a masterpiece. Chongqing people how so good at cooking, how that noodles can be made so fragrant so delicious. Don't eat outside, those put too much glue on the noodles while shouting gluten. Go to Chongqing to eat the authentic noodles, eat one without squeaking, delicious to the slap, will not let go. The morning of the plane, landing on the island city, is already noon, as now the hottest male top stream of the inner entertainment, carrying a black bag, wearing a pair of sunglasses, Shin Min-jen dashing out of the ordinary pickup port, did not walk a few steps will be a group of people surrounded by taking pictures, surrounded by chatting. Oh hey. Shin Min-jen looked at the headache, said, "You watch the road, do not walk backwards, do not bump into other children." He did not want to go out. One aspect of the reason is to be surrounded by people afraid of MD on the trip, do not know what the situation, at any time, anywhere, can be exposed out. Before seeing those stars to the airport everywhere surrounded by people, thought it was paid to buy, and later found that there are people who really have nothing to do to go to the airport to surround the star. Shin Min-jen straight ladder, do not dare to sit. MD if he entered the elevator was surrounded by a group of people, cannot close the elevator door and was blamed by the surrounding people, the face of the shame of the good. From the pickup point to the parking lot, Shin Min-jen ran furiously all the way before he managed to shake off the crowd of followers and rushed into a black Tesla. What the hell to drive a broken car? Shin Min-jen while getting into the car cannot help but spit out the front seat of the phone. "You can, I say big brother, next time you pick me up cannot change the car, the domestic did not good to open the new energy ow? I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a car next time." "No, what is the car in your way?" Fong Yu-chan's mouth twitched, saying that you do not have to be so positive in your general direction to this point, right? Shin Min-jen silently rolled his eyes and said, "You don't know what your buddy's position is now, do you? He is the right thing, not the right car. He is now. This image has been positive hair red hair evil. As a star artist every move is being watched at all times, you believe it or not tomorrow someone said something. Oops, all day long singing red songs, pretending to be like how patriotic, sitting in the car or Tesla, TSK. You say so, inverted bird food is my ill-considered." Fong Yu-chan deliberated for a moment, finally could not help but bow his head, and said that the next time he was high and low to change a millet Su-7 to drive. He just did not give. Shin Min-jen said, otherwise Shin Min-jen high and low have to spray him 2 sentences, grandmother's no interest, driving with the ing Su-7. Can't it just go straight to ultra? The two chatted while walking. It is worth mentioning that Fong Yu-can covered even more tightly than Shin Min-jen. The dude did not take off the mask until 7 or 8 kilometers after leaving the airport. You're also really up to it. The corners of Shin Min-jen's mouth twitched. There's no way, big brother. Fong Yu-chan could not help but spit out, Yao Shuli was affected by you. This period of the program group did not even prepare for her rehearsal. If I'm not careful, I'll be the next Yao Shuli. What? Shin Min-jen couldn't help but furrow his brows at the words. You don't know yet, do you? Fong Yu-chan spat up to Shin Min-jen. Yesterday, the program team and singers to coordinate time to prepare for tomorrow's rehearsal. Yao Shuli sighed because of too much work, back not early, so communicate with the director group that cannot give a latest time. The previous issues are like this. Yao Shuli has been the busiest of this group of artists, because she is the most popular, so the director team is extra tolerant of her. But this installment doesn't know what's going on, so they turned back Yao Shuli's team on the grounds that one of the guests, Hua Zichen, was also very busy and also needed the latest time, and told them that if they couldn't make it, they would have to be allowed to use backing vocals, and that the band teacher couldn't wait for them all the time. Can't live the Shin Min-jen sniffing cannot help but fluttering ruffled bangs in front of the forehead, in Sita hair crazy. I went to Shur Oji Kamyan to find Hudelu to get a fashionable hairstyle for the amount of eat melon, forcing the anxious laborer in situ in the form of leap earth a Maserati car label to give you a badger prick, see if you still eat or not melon. Fong Yu-chan. Ha ha ha. Shin Min-jen laughed. At this time they happened to be walking on a coastal road. The cross-sea bridge in the distance is particularly spectacular. Today's weather is also finally bright. The sea view out of the window is always refreshing. Shin Min-jen stretched his waist and honestly didn't worry very much about Yao Shuli, because after all, the song she was going to sing was given to her by herself. What quality he knew in his own heart. Thinking back to this matter, Shin Min-jen's mouth cannot help but rise. He also really did not think that Yao Shuli will choose this song. But what to say or not to say should pull the show's effect all over the place by then, right? There must have been enough for several meals up and down the program. In the blink of an eye, the time has come for a new live performance on Chinese Hit Center. Sitting in the backstage lounge waiting for the show, Shin Min-jen still draws everyone's attention. Not that he's how much attention he gets, it's mainly the kid bar. Holding a duck wing in his hand, he shivered and ate there. Why do you have so much food in every installment? Assistant Luo, who was squatting on the side to help Yao Shuli straighten her skirt, couldn't help but spit it out. I remember that before singing China in the Lights, this kid ate spicy fries, and before singing 10,000 Borders, he was showing off sugar oranges. Lolo wondered if this guy wouldn't be able to sing if he didn't have something to eat on stage. I really want to take away his snacks to see his helpless face. Jia. Ahem, I'm out of character. Hugs. Getting back to the point, Lolo was mostly thinking. In fact, she hadn't even told Lolo about Shin Minjen writing a song for himself until now. What to say? On the one hand, just like Luo said, she begged her grandpa and grandma for a week to get a song, but Yao Shuli didn't use it. Instead she used Shin Mingen's. How disrespectful is that to the fruits of her labor? Yao Shuli was a bit less tolerant. On the other hand, originally Lolo didn't want her to get too close to Shin Minjen, and she wouldn't agree to it if she told Lolo. But did you say you're going to use Shin Mingun's song in this install? Hong Kong music itself is linked to feelings, and the so-called feelings is nothing more than those Hong Kong music singers. As soon as they appeared and stood there, songs and stories related to them already naturally came to the audience's mind. They didn't need to sing well. As long as they sang, as long as it was their voice, everyone's emotions could follow them. Even if the hero is late, he was brilliant in the end. With this group of big-name Hong Kong canto pop singers, the live guests' performances are as good as it gets. As for the artwork, the more normal ones use all Cantonese in their arrangements and sing along with their seniors. The ones with a little more brains use half Mandarin and half Cantonese, using their own specialized language to intermingle with the Cantonese of their seniors to bring the show to a higher level of effectiveness. 5 or 6 shows in a row, the audience is really to see the original transformation of the Kong Aeron, called addictive. Just occasionally, some netizens can't help but laugh and tease, don't care if it's a powder or not, should say no. Our audience this session can eat so well, but also I'll have to thank people Shin Minjen. The comment resonated with countless netizens and the number of likes continues to rise. Yeah. If Shin Minjen had not behaved so difficult shark, the program group did not target him so much, would not have given the rest of the guests so much help, and would not have spent a lot of money to invite so many veteran Hong Kong music singers to contribute to such an audio-visual feast. At the root of it, it's still Shin Mingun's credit. Let's be honest, if Shin Mingun reads this comment he'll have to thank this dude. Because this sentence of his, almost equivalent to let Ma Ling's side of all the preliminary public relations preparation ruined. Ma Ling, who was in the background staring at the comment in pop-up areas, saw this comment and her lungs almost exploded with anger, pointing at the screen and shouting at the staff. Delete it, delete this comment for me. Permanently ban this person who posted the comment for me and fork it out. Your mom. She had managed to divert everyone's attention to how wonderful the rest of the singers had brought to the stage, and this person's words all gave the credit to Shin Mingun. Those who didn't know thought that these people were paid by Shin Minjen. But Niuji, the director of the Chinese Hit Center, almost laughed out loud next to him, and when he noticed Ma Ling's shark-like gaze, he coughed softly, restrained the corners of his mouth that AK couldn't suppress, and said, Aya, relax, it's not that serious. Everyone's attention right now is still more focused on the wonderful performance of the rest of the guests. They've all performed so wonderfully, Shin Minjen won't be any more noticeable than them. Yeah, the rest of them chimed in. Ma Ling slanted a glance at Director Niu and didn't speak, but her expression, Sparrow Eclipse, was much more relaxed. In this issue, she made so many preparations, again for Shin Minjen to change the language, out of a Cantonese proposition and invited so many veteran Hong Kong music singers. This time, the buffs are technically more stacked than that Youth Campus issue, the one where Shin Minjen sang Young China Speaks. This is a situation that, quite frankly, can't be flipped even if the ING national team comes in. What makes him think he'll be able to get through this game of certain death? She still doesn't believe, holding up the power of both Rising Entertainment and the program team, she really can't eliminate him. Shin Minjen, a cockroach bully. Chapter 64, The Peak of the Immortals, Proud of the World, with me, Mingun, there is heaven. Ma Ling must get Shin Minjen eliminated on the Chinese Hit Center show this issue, if not, she can't stall on the company's side. To know, she is in the company side to help Shin Minjen took a bunch of work. This week time the company asked up she is dragging, said the work and communication. Shin Minjen recently also busy writing songs cannot spare time to, next week can officially start. As long as he eliminated Shin Minjen in the current issue of Chinese Hit Center and let him know that he knew how powerful he was, Ma Ling was confident that he would make him bow his head and help him soften to work according to the route he had planned for him, and frantically circle money for the company. And if elimination doesn't happen, then when the time to delay, paper cannot be wrapped in fire by the company executives know, blame down, Ma Ling can be wasted. That's why she's so serious about coming over to Chinese Hit Center to personally sit in on this issue. TSK. Neo director in the side looking at this scene cannot help but secretly skimming his mouth. One side Ma Ling really to the other side is wondering how that guy Shen Minjian cannot be obedient to Ma Ling. Obedience to the capital, we all win-win ah? What's all this stuff? Those who don't know still think that their own mothers ate donkey meat barbecue and gave birth to them, how all of them are so stubborn. Alas. Director Neo sighed and looked at Shen Minjian, who was about to make his appearance in the machine, and couldn't help but secretly mutter a sentence. If you need help, ask for more. What's the point of asking for clothes? Preparing for the rehearsal before, Shen Minjian is still in Chongqing when the co-director let the program team all kinds of Shen Minjian call and send a message, ask him if he needs any help, ask him to rehearsal need something do you want to help him to find some high-quality bands dance troops and so. Director Neo's hint is already very clear, Hakim just need to open his mouth, he can even directly get the industry's Cantonese experts to help him write this issue of the Cantonese song. He damn well didn't want Shen Minjian to be eliminated However, this big daddy is still the same as before, don't want rehearsal, don't want band, don't want lights and choreography. Don't want anything. Just ask the crew to get him a fancy formal dress for the show. Neo director is almost on his knees begging him, that is, our program team has now united front with you Min Emperor, you are not a person, you do not have to dictate the ancient, you damn cannot just ask for a little more I'm begging you for something, okay? No money. Free. You don't even want a prostitute for nothing Saying this actually makes the cow guide wonder if it's not a little less necessary. Yes, Wei Zihan is emotionally unstable, and in the past, he couldn't go down and hit someone when Shen Minjian's red song came out of his mouth, but that was all in the context of knowing full well that Shen Minjian wouldn't be eliminated. Current issue. The chances of Shen Minjian not being eliminated are slim. In this case, Wei Zihan estimated that the possibility of watching jokes on the stage is mostly likely, and the possibility of having an emotional breakdown and wanting to hit someone is very small. Alas. With this in mind, the cow guide sighed silently once again. At this time, on the stage, the host is already shouting Shen Minjian's name. Looking at the name, Shen Minjian, appearing on the big screen on the stage, director Neo couldn't help but silently hold his forehead and cryptically say, "Live father, take care." Last issue said seek your own happiness, this issue said take care. It is not difficult to see, Neo director of Shen Minjian is also a little bit of confidence Who? Shen Mingyun. Shan Minjian. Mingyun Shen. Great Emperor Min, dictate the ages. Thunder Atlanta Lane. Top of the immortal, proud of the world, with me, Mingyan, there is heaven. Under the stage, when the host shouted out Shen Mingyun's name, the audience under the stage immediately erupted into a fierce shout. On the one hand, Shen Minjian Hot Bird Food High, Chinese hit song center program 80% of the topic degree, traffic is now his contribution, the audience also nearly 80% of the audience is running to him, are looking forward to his appearance, certainly all hold. On the other hand, in fact, it's also because the quality of the stage collaboration between the group of singers and the veteran Hong Kong music singers at the front of this issue is so high that everyone's enthusiasm is highly mobilized. The field is too hot Or, Youth the Campus, proposition that issue, Shen Minjian sang Junior China Speaks, before that statement, the field is too hot, everyone expects too much of him, too much enthusiasm, he slightly sang not so amazing, even if it's just moderate, it's easy to let everyone down. This was not a good thing for Shen Minjian in any way. And this, on the other hand, is what Ma Ling and the show's side would like to see the most. Why do you think they designed Shen Minjian and Yao Shuli to come out second to last respectively? For the sake of it, isn't that what it's all about? Shout. Shout your mom, shout. Wei Zihan, who was sitting in the front row, looked at this scene and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and said later, Shen Minjian was eliminated, I'll see if you guys are still shouting this bunch of stuff. To a roar from the audience. Under Wei Zihan's resentful gaze. At the center of the stage, behind the light curtain, the black shadow gradually brightened, and Shen Minjian slowly walked out. The first time I saw Shen Minjian. The roaring cries came to an abrupt end. Even the pop-up scrolling frantically in the next online broadcasting room stopped for a moment. Everyone was slightly stunned and looked at Shen Minjian with a strange face. No other reason than the fact that Shen Minjian, who appeared in front of the program's cameras, was wearing a very decent, tang suit. Chapter 65 100 Years of Lethargy, and the nation has gradually awakened. I'll be damned. Heikian, you bastard. What's this? Is it a Chinese mountain outfit? Why do I feel so old-fashioned? Someone, fork this illiterate person out. Open your eyes and see for yourself. It's a Chinese mountain suit with buttons. This is a Tang suit. You don't say, this kid is really quite sophisticated, he has to wear a Chinese mountain suit really have to be sprayed. Shin Minjen points to the black Zhongshan suit he is wearing, ask, what color is this suit of mine? 60 points. What the is the question? That history is a bit. In order to avoid being spit on by the audience who picked on him, Shin Minjen chose the Tang suit. They are all very sophisticated clothes, only Shin Minjen is a little more sensitive, who let him exam public information recently did not see less. Caution proved to be good, and he didn't make the wrong choice with this shirt, both in terms of the reactions of online users and offline viewers. You see? Who? After a short period of being stunned, everyone cheered because of this dress of Shin Minjen. Everyone knows that in this issue, not surprisingly, the spokesman for the red song, Shin Minjen, is going to start again. Instead, it's this side of the guide room. Marrying? The first time she saw the clothes Shin Minjen was wearing, she couldn't help the corner of her mouth twitching as she looked in the direction of Director Neo and asked, this clothes? Your program group prepared for him? As a deep plowing in the entertainment for many years of the gold medal agent, Ma Ling glanced to see that Shin Minjen body that piece of Tang suit is absolutely extraordinary, some of the above craftsmanship is not unexpected words have to be non-legacy handmade, the average person has the money cannot be borrowed. With Shin Mingen's current infamous reputation, who would dare lend him clothes? It must be the show's side that's firing on all cylinders. Cough. Neo director's eyes flickered, lightly coughed to cover up the embarrassment, and said bluntly, that program group prepares the artists for the costumers deservedly, the contract explicitly stipulates that, what's wrong with that? What's the problem you say? The corner of Ma Ling's mouth twitched. Your mom. What the does he deserve, it's in the contract, if that's the case why did he sing on stage in a pair of jeans a few issues ago? Why didn't your showrunners prepare his costume for the first few installments? Deliberately, huh? Deliberately giving him stage effects, show effects, right? It's just a dress, what can it be? Director Neo bristled and said bluntly, our program is not a costume program, much less a beauty pageant, so it's useless to wear good clothes and not be able to perform. He spread his hands, his tone more or less conspiratorial. You. Ma Ling was a little frozen at that time, suddenly what a spit on the cowguide said, what you said, are. Next moment. Knock, knock, knock. A burst of gongs and drums, strings, and other instruments to play each other's atmospheric melody, reflected in the ears. At that moment, everyone had the feeling that their emotions were pulled up at once. To be honest, the melody had the style of Hong Kong music in the old days, giving people a feeling of in times of national crisis. Seems sad. What the heck? Wei Zihan on the stage couldn't help but skim his lips at the melody, secretly saying, get up so high, be careful of flashing your waist. The intro is so high, you have to be able to catch it. This is not only Wei Zihan thinks so, Backstage many veteran Hong Kong music singer also subconsciously think so, whether professional or non-professional, all know that the beginning of the tune cannot be too high reason. Otherwise, it's easy to open high and form a tombstone line. It's easy to take too big a step and pull the rug out from under you. But to everyone's surprise? In such a piece of atmospheric sound, Shin Minjen opened his mouth and subdued everyone. 100 years in a coma. The nation is waking up. The Great Wall of China will never fall. Chapter 66 Those who violate our China will be executed even though they are far away. Wow. Goosebumps. What play flanja, this ing national sentiment is serious. You're a kid who comes up from the drought and howls. Are you serious? Headbanging is it? Hakeem you bastard. Shen Minjen sentence sleep for 100 years, the country has gradually awakened and once to many people are dry confused. That is, the lyrics inexplicably give the impression of being, well, in your face. The four words sleeping for 100 years are sung in Cantonese, and the word 100 in it has a powerful and resounding feeling, as if it is a blow to all the drowsy people, instantly giving all of them a shout of spirit. In itself, the prelude of Shin Mingen's song gives people a sense of national distress, which seems to make everyone travel to the lofty times of the invasion by the great powers, and his phrase sleeping for 100 years, the country is waking up seems to give a boost to all the oppressed people, as if it were a relief to the people who are being oppressed. People as if giving all the oppressed a breath of fresh air. Somehow, it's just very energizing, you know. And Shen Mingen's next singing confirmed everyone's inner guess. He sings about those very same heady days. Open your eyes. Watch carefully. Which would like the vassal captive to recognize himself for cowering and holding back. The corners of her mouth twitched, her face reddened with anger, her chest continued to rise and fall, her eyes widened as she pointed at Shen Minjin on the stage, half a day without uttering a complete sentence. She never expected it. She had already changed the language of the proposition for the Chinese Hit Center program from normal Mandarin to, and this guy, Shen Minjin, was even able to create a red song based. But it's a total shark mess. Thousands of miles of Yellow River, the mother river of our country, 10,000 miles of Great Wall, one of the 7 wonders of the world. There is nothing more representative of the characteristics of the Chinese nation and more inspiring to the sons and daughters of China to strive for the realization of the prosperity and strength of the country and the rejuvenation of the nation than the mention of these, okay? When singing with the Great Wall and the Yellow River as the chorus, Shen Mingin's back will no longer be the empty stage, but the magnificent miles of mountains and rivers, the great rivers and mountains of our country. More than that, it is the deep cultural heritage of our country. These lyrics came out. No matter who it is, they all know that Shen Minjin won't be eliminated in this installment, no matter what. Have been the historical background into it, have been to inspire every Chinese children for the significance of it, ask, in this country, who else, dare to say at this time blocking Shen Minjin? This moment. There were a few particularly stark pop-ups scrolling through the online broadcast of Chinese Hit Center that were particularly noticeable. One reads, Shen Minjin, I'm going to fight 10. This is a line that Shen Minjin said on stage when he sang Young China Speaks before, and it's very appropriate that it's now being used on the stage of The Great Wall of China Never Falls. The other reads, anyone who commits crimes against China will be executed even though they are far away. This one doesn't need much, and when she looked at that scene, Ma Ling's face was ashen, and her entire body went limp in her chair. Now that's a total waste. Chapter 67. If faith has a color, it must be Chinese red. Aha! Awesome! Awesome! I'm so strong now, I'll see a shark for every foreign devil I see. I want the foreigners to die. JPG. Crab Demon, people in the sunset. When Liuzi, listening to Shen Minjin the song ing raised the shoe pluck according to my side of the local classmates of the boing a face is a shoe sole plate. Let his ancestors invade us. Don't ask, asking is patriotic. Your mom, have the ability to come now, do not give them head dry broken. Let them call me dad. Should not say, Shen Minjin this song miles of the Great Wall will never fall after the strength is really too big. Online live room, pop-up area, all kinds of pointing at the foreigners, cursing even if, an old Buddhas, I want the foreigners to die, emoticon packet is even in the comment area crazy. On the offline side, in the audience, almost all the spectators were mobilized and stood up to shout one by one. Anyone who offends me in China will be executed even though he is far away. At first it was just a few sporadic people shouting, then all the people shouted together. At first the shouting was not unanimous, I don't know which big brother's voice is particularly loud, all the people followed this big brother to shout together, and then it was. The entire studio, everywhere is offenders of my China, although far will be executed. Shouting mad okay. Everyone in the studio was wearing clothes of all kinds and colors, but for some reason, at this moment, it seemed as if the clothes they were wearing had turned red. What's that floating in the air? It's faith. If faith had a color, it would be Chinese red. Not only the viewers were ignited by that strong patriotic fervor, even many staff members in the studio side were infected. Even director Neil clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and shouted the classic, those who offend me in China will be executed even though they are far away. But I don't know why. On the side of the Ma Ling ears to hear, feel the cattle director scolded not only those who have previously invaded our foreigners, but also even with her together scolded into the. She listened to the words in the mouth of the cow director is not like, those who violate my China will be executed even though far away, but more like, those who delay our program group money, even though far away will be executed. Shen Mingjin is not eliminated this period, he oregano is really happy, really happy Look at that corner of his mouth grinning like ing venomao. Ha. At the back, the cow guide simply stopped pretending, showed his cards, and looked up to the sky. Cool. It hurts. He'd never had as much fun as he was having right now. He had finally experienced the feeling of the Minjin Emperor, the original feeling of dictating the ages with one's own power was so refreshing. Seriously, this is also Shen Minjin did not see, otherwise high and low to give him a whole sentence, while my son Yoda have a great emperor's qualifications. This kid is a ing god. Excited, the cattle director cannot help but admire Shen Minjin too. That is to say, there's something about this kid motherer. He used American singing in his earliest song My Motherland and I, and later opera singing in 10,000 Boundaries, but I thought he could never sing in Cantonese, could he? There's already a language barrier in all of this. This can't be a Red song based on that, can it? Nice guy, this kid did a backhanded version of The Great Wall of China Never Falls. Just outrageous. Director Nyo used to participate in the production of a Hong Kong music sentiment audio program, Cantonese songs sung whether the standard he knows too well. Cantonese emphasizes the shape of the mouth and pronunciation, and the nasal sound is especially important when singing, which is generally difficult for people who are not native speakers and do not have some linguistic talent to learn in a short period of time, which is also the reason why many mainland singers singing in Cantonese are incomprehensible to Cantonese-speaking people, and awkward for mainlanders to listen to. But Shin Min-jen feels very standard in both pronunciation and diction, and you feel as if he is not a mainland singer, but a native of Canton. Backstage, Principal Tan couldn't help but ask Fong Yuchan beside him, is he from Guangdong? Fong Yuchan was confused by the question. He's a ing Kwangtung? He's a Santonian alright. It's not just them who feel this. The audience on the floor all felt it too. Isn't this episode of Chinese Hit Center featuring a large group of veteran Hong Kong music singers? People's Cantonese is authentic, and listening to them sing you know what textbook level is, whereas the singers they help sing with are basically substandard, and once you hear them, there's a contrast between the highs and the lows. Because of the reason that the previous singers had sung it, because everyone knew whether they were each standard or not, Shin Mingin's Cantonese was more like standard or more like non-standard in this scene, and everyone heard it immediately. So, standing in this perspective, Ma Ling invited so many veteran Hong Kong music singers, in fact, in turn, let everyone understand more about the authenticity of Shin Mingin's Cantonese, which is also considered to indirectly provide Shin Min-jen with a boost. Just tell me how angry Ma Ling must be. And the only one who's angry is Ma Ling? Definitely not. Under the stage, Wei Zihan looked at the scene of the whole audience cheering, realizing that Shin Min-jin Great Wall of China will never fall this song out of the sure to pass again, and will not be eliminated, but also angry mouth is crooked Bang! He gritted his teeth, his glazed eyes filling with red blood, and hammered his fist hard against the wall at the edge. South Tama. He muttered something under his breath, I don't know what he muttered, it sounded like Ghostbusters. The whole thing looked like it was possessed, hammering the wall in a particularly angry manner, hammering and shouting at the top of his lungs. South Tama. South Tama. He was demented, maniacal, hammering the wall more and more often, shouting louder and louder. Nandomo. Nandomo, Nandomo, Nandomo. Nandomo. As the shouting got louder, more people noticed him. Wei Zihan Bar also do not know if there is some kind of serious illness, as if the whole person is immersed in his own world. In the neighborhood so many people noticed him, he stood up, angry at Shin Min-jen middle-aged yell. You give me, honestly, to give up struggling to. At that moment Shin Min-jen just finished singing, just finished performing. The background sounds of the scene had faded. Wei Zihan's hissing, sky-raising, wild whistle was particularly abrupt at this time, attracting everyone's attention at once. Even Shin Min-jen, as well as Ma Ling and director Nyo in the studio, couldn't help but turn their eyes. What the is he doing? The corners of the cow guide's mouth twitched, and he said this what kind of crazy is he sending at this time? Fearing that the scene caused chaos, Neo subconsciously from his pocket to pull out the walkie-talkie, to remind the two big security brothers staring at Wei Zihan, but the result is that before he opened his mouth, the stage has already begun to chaotic. Where's your ing dog barking at you, your mom? Nearby originally many people were cheering for Shin Min-jen, shouting those who violate my China will be executed, although far away, which suddenly had a seizure, shouting also damn ghost words, was a strong sense of patriotism wrapped in the audience suddenly came to the gas. You're going to get your head knocked off again. Your mom didn't teach you to talk, she taught you to scream, right? A bid %. #at. The scene, at once, was crowded. Wei Zihan, this is not good. Estimate, directly have to die here. Such a red scene, you hear cost Japanese manga male lead, this is not the pit light lamp, looking for history, jail brother. Chapter 68 help me to kick him to GO2. I sharked you Wei Zihan is probably completely crazy, he was a bit of a mental problem, the earliest conflict with Shin Min-jen, he was Shin Min-jen this epileptic male even dragged not light, thought it could be very easy to eliminate him, blocked him, he lay low for a period of time things will be over, but who knows that this Shin Min-jen this guy time and time again in the Chinese Hit Song Center program passes, and now it's the mother of God with his song, as day by day. He is now as popular as his songs, getting more and more popular by the day. On the contrary, he, because of the delay in eliminating Shin Min-jen, was used by the Gang of Capital to vent their anger, not only a year or two all the work has been put on hold, and even some people have already given him a sneaky trip up and down the shui. If it's not good, Shin Minjen didn't get blocked, but he got blocked first instead. Every time, he came to Chinese Hit Center to see Shin Minjen perform with the determination to win, and he ended up returning home in defeat every time. It was a feeling he didn't want to experience once again. The last issue in the studio with the cow director dry up, this issue Wei Zihan even more intolerable, teeth and claws to the stage to charge. He wants to die with Shin Minjen now. He wants to shark him. Stop him now. Director Nyo immediately shouted over the intercom. Fortunately, the co-director in advance and Wei Zihan's side arranged 2 security personnel, 2 big brother physique strong, go forward with the curry chicken like to Wei Zihan forked up. Thought that was the end of it, didn't you? Wei Zihan crazy, security big brother to fork him out, also finished, that can still make a mess of what? But what made director Nyo and everyone up and down the program didn't expect was that next, things were a little less under control. Just now, wasn't Wei Zihan trying to make a move on Shin Minjen with his teeth and claws open? It is important to realize that at that time, Shin Minjen had just finished singing The Great Wall of China Never Falls, and both online netizens and offline audiences were at the height of their patriotic fervor. It is worried about not finding a foreigner to draw 2 slaps out of anger. Wei Zihan this guy suddenly appeared, a moment to shout the damn ghost language there go called a moment and the damn to hit Shin Minjen, you say the audience who can still hold back? I was worried that I couldn't find anyone to take it out on, but he came at a good time. I'll you up. The elder brother beside him let out a howl and stomped his foot on Wei Zihan's face. Poor Wei Zihan was pulled by the 2 security big brother, dodge cannot avoid, block cannot be blocked, face knots fell a big black shoe prints. Big brother 1 leads the way. Get him. Smoke the hell out of him. I'm looking for an asshole. The rest of them followed. Those who are far away, those who can't get through, are also following the shouts, following the solidarity, hating that they can't let them beat. The scene was a mess for a while. Director. What to do, director? The 2 security big brothers forked Wei Zihan at first, then began to protect Wei Zihan, not that they want to protect, mainly. No protection. Wei Zihan has to today. The cow director is also speechless. You say Wei Zihan this time to come out to make what mess and you're shouting in ing ghost language. Compared to foreigners, killing ghosts is more exciting for everyone, okay? You're not looking for an. Not to mention the live audience, he wanted to smack Wei Zihan. The scene of the 2 big brother security wait in the confusion did not wait for the cow director's correct instructions, but instead heard the cow director full of flirtatious whole sentence, help me also kick him too Geo. The 2 security big brothers were directly confused? No, director, are you serious about that? Ha 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 ha. Quite a few online viewers have laughed, in fact, some people recognize Wei Zihan, but at this time not to mention his Wei Zihan, even the biggest names in the entertainment industry, in that kind of atmosphere, occasions, shouting the ghost language, all have to be smoked. But Shin Minjen on the stage also stifled laughter. He did not know Wei Zihan how to think, this time cause of what the damn Japanese manga hero this is not looking for a whippet? He did not dissuade, nor did he care, and even if it was not for the fact that there were too many people in front of the camera, Shin Minjen wanted to go up and have a couple of Geo. Eventually, Wei Zihan was carried out by his 2 elder brothers. Not only is his face bruised and swollen, but he's been knocked out, and you can see little tomato juice all over his face. If it wasn't for the fear of him being killed, the program wouldn't have even bothered to get him an ambulance. He's sick too. In the guide room, Ma Ling looked at this scene also could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Although she hadn't dealt with Wei Zihan, she knew that this man deserved the beating he received at this time, and no one would even give him a word if things got out of hand. The scene of this group of big brothers, in this kind of atmosphere, on the dam is to beat others, no one will say anything. Officials here are hating to give him an arrest. Please. Shen Minjian has just finished singing The Great Wall of China Will Never Fall, and he is here in Nandomo. It's a countryman who doesn't want to smoke him. Her most disgusting point was that after Shin Mingyan sang the song The Great Wall of China Never Falls in this installment, the heat was already threatening to explode to outrageous proportions, and Wei Zihan's seizure at this time was more like adding fuel to Shin Mingyan's blazing fire. It will take the heat up a notch alright. Alas. Thinking about this, Ma Ling couldn't help but sigh silently. It is worth mentioning that on the stage, Shin Mingyan's singing ended. At this time, he had gone to the waiting area on the stage, and Yao Shuli, who was the last one to appear on the stage, was also reminded by the host to prepare for the stage. When the host read out Yao Shuli's name, Ma Ling's attention was attracted, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she mentally chanted, if you can't eliminate Shin Min-jen, it's always not a loss if you eliminate Yao Shuli first. Don't forget, she's not just targeting Shin Ming-in in this issue, but there's also Yao Shuli. As the only guest on this program who didn't avoid suspicion at all and got so close to Shin Ming-en, or a female artist who was close to Shin Ming-en's age who could rumor and speculate about CP, Yao Shuli's continued stay on this program would only continue to bring heat and talk to Shin Ming-en, which was something that Ma Ling didn't want to see no matter what. Yao Shuli, what song she is going to sing in this installment her assistant has been presented in advance. That song is Su Kichuan and his partner passed off a Cantonese work. The quality of this batch of guests is definitely the bottom of the. At her behest, Yao Shuli this period with Shin Min-jen equal treatment, there is no any lighting choreography, there is no band as with accompaniment, at most there is a her team to give her the advantage of their own clothes, nothing else. This situation. Ma Ling just can't believe that Yao Shuli won't be eliminated. Shin Min-jen is now sure that he can't be cured, and she still doesn't believe that Yao Shuli can't be cleaned up too. If you can't get Shin Min-jen, you can cut his right arm and left arm. Chapter 69 Lifting your hands is not a sorry, it's something you still have to practice. The singers of Chinese Hit Center do not go backstage directly after singing. Oh ho! Oh ho! When the singing of The Great Wall of China Never Falls ended and Shin Min-jen stepped down from the stage, Feng Yuchan couldn't help but cheer for Shin Min-jen. In fact, not only Feng Yuchan, the rest of the singers are also like this, not that they want to cheer for Shin Ming-en, mainly now after all, in the studio, in front of the camera, Shin Ming-en's song is so red, the audience reaction is so intense, this time do not cheer and applaud for Shin Ming-en but it is very easy to be taken as an opinion on the connotation of the song he wants to express. Face saving has to be done. The several veteran Hong Kong music singers cannot help but come over to praise Shin Min-jen just now that song, as for why specifically Feng Yuchan. It is because the buddy one-handed Shin Min-jen did not finish eating the duck wings, shouting wildly, those who violate my China will be executed even if far away, know that is the duck wings, don't know also ing think that is the bayonet. Every installment, Shin Ming-en's little snacks allow the guy to play with new tricks, and it's a ing wolf extermination too. Shin Min-jen smiled helplessly and raised his hand to the guests. It's not sorry to raise your hand, it's you guys. Still. Gotta. Practice. Attention quickly shifted away from the group, and Shin Ming-en's gaze turned to the center of the stage. There, Yao Shuli's name had been typed out, and above her name was the name of the Cantonese song she was going to perform in this installment, a song called Cantonese Love, co-written by renowned Hong Kong music precursor Sui Hak Kwan and veteran Hong Kong music songwriter Jiang Shi, and ultimately a song they passed over as useless. To say the quality is good is definitely putting a P, but after all, it's from a well-known creator, so there's always something to look forward to. Who? Ali. Yao Shuli's popularity, the goddess of opera, had been the traffic bearer of Chinese Hit Center before Ming and Da Di came out of nowhere, and with the stage effect of Shin Ming-en's The Great Wall of China Never Falls in the last match to add to the effect, her name was shouted out on the spot as soon as it was marked out. Under the attention of all the people, Yao Shuli slowly walked out from the center of the stage. Today's Yao Shuli is wearing a partial hanbok-style dress, the upper half of the body is pure black with sleeves, the lower half of the skirt is black and white, and the white is embroidered with blue flowers, a very beautiful piece of clothing. Straight shoulder, waisted style, and her beautiful figure a whole outline, the whole person gives a person a kind of clean, immortal feeling. Sitting in front of the black piano, the loose skirt did not cover the round peach buttocks, white and delicate features, beautiful body, superior head and neck ratio, side by side she looks like a rich family's golden girl. Wow! Many people at the scene couldn't help but have a thought popping up in their minds that Yao Shuli had already won just by sitting here. Go for it, Ori-san. Go for it. It is worth mentioning that Yao Shuli's assistant Luo Luo sent Yao Shuli into the entrance of the stage, but also ran all the way down to the stage, followed by waving the flag and shouting up, only. As she shouted, tears actually came out of her eyes. Dressed in a tang suit, Shin Min-jen stood in the first row of seats on the stage, his hands wrapped around his chest, looking happily at Luo Luo, finding her a bit funny. I don't know if I noticed the prickly back from Emperor Min-jen. Lolo shouted a few cheers, silently wiped her tears, then turned to look at Shin Min-jen and said through clenched teeth. What are you looking at? Our Ali is all victimized by you, you stay away from our Ali in the future, you hear me? The reason why her eyes dropped small pearls was because she was heartbroken for Yao Shuli, heartbroken that she would one day be treated as differently as Shin Min-jen was treated. Originally, the quality of Yao Shuli's performance was not high, and she did not have any lighting, choreography, or orchestra, just like Shin Min-jen, and everyone in front of her performed so well that Yao Shuli, who appeared as the grand finale, would have to be. And if it does get eliminated, it's a real loss. Shin Ming-en, this stirrer, he didn't get eliminated himself, but whether it was Luo Luo under the stage, the director's team in the guide room, or Su Kechuan and Jiang Shi, who had helped Yao Shuli write the song for this installment, they all froze in place, with a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Because Shuli Yao played this song. It seems that it's not the one originally scheduled to be composed by Su Kechuan and Jiang Shi hand in hand, the one they passed over as Cantonese La Ba. This melody is a little not quite right. It's a bit too crisp as well. Under the stage, the monotonous light reflected Shin Ming-en's angular and handsome face, and also illuminated the corners of his mouth raised in a few uncontrollable smiles. While all the people involved in the program were in a daze, Shin Ming-en was the only one with anticipation written all over his face. Hands around his chest, he smiled and looked at Yao Shuli in front of the piano from afar. The angle is just right. Diagonally facing the camera, Yao Shuli looked up and was able to meet Shin Ming-en's eyes. Their eyes met in mid-air, her pretty face slightly red, also slightly smiling, open mouth singing. I'm not fearless either. It's not like I'm not afraid to die. Chapter 70, the onlookers never agree, even reason doesn't allow it. I'm not fearless either. It's not like I'm not afraid to die. But before the romantic passionate kiss, how treacherous, cliffs and mountains, for you also when it is flat. The stage of Chinese Hit Center had inexplicably become quiet, and there was no denying the fact that Yao Shuli's song gave off a very enjoyable and delicate feeling. Yao Shuli is the kind of voice that is very recognizable. She was born in the opera since childhood is to refine the singing skills. Do not sing opera. Singing popular time is also very magnetic, very attractive. This song is also very narrative sense and sense of picture. The crisp, gentle piano accompaniment, even if it's not flashy, at least doesn't overpower, but instead serves as the icing on the cake, making it feel just right. The audience was so engrossed in the story of her songs that you could see the mesmerized look on the faces of many of the audience members as the camera swept over them. Online listeners of the song also rated highly, except that occasionally, netizens can't help but wonder about the pop-ups that consistently float statements such as these. How come the lyrics don't match the subtitles? Is this really a song? What the hell? You can't even do this? What's wrong with the program? I don't blame everyone for spitting, but it's mainly because the lyrics subtitles given by the program side don't match up at all with the lyrics of the song sung by Yao Shuli. Originally, because of Shin Ming-en, the netizens had deep opinions about the program group, and now Yao Shuli sang a song that couldn't even match the lyrics, so do you think they can't stop cursing? Looking at the comments section of the netizens of the troll, the program team side is also straight to call their own more than sinusy all wrong nah. No, she's changing songs on the spot, is she? In the studio, the corner of Ma Ling's mouth twitched madly as she pointed at Yao Shuli and the machine and questioned the directing team. The lyrics don't match up, the melody doesn't match up, what else could it be if it wasn't unreported that the program changed the song on the spot? Hakiri you guy. You. It should be right? Director Neo also twitched the corners of his mouth and said with a depressed face, why did she suddenly change her song? Don't play dumb for me, you don't know about this? Ma Ling asked furiously. She felt that this matter must be Neo Director Ghost. To know, Neo Director is neither Hope Shin Ming-en eliminated nor Hope Yao Shuli eliminated, both of them can almost be said to carry the Chinese Hit Song Center program 80% of the flow of the topic of discussion. Basically look at the two of them, who eliminated on the program group are not good. Ma Ling wants to eliminate Yao Shuli, and it's simply not too normal for Neo Ji, as the director, to secretly trip her up. I don't know. The bull director was cracking up. Yes, Sparrowfood, he doesn't want to eliminate Shin Ming-en nor Yao Shuli, but compared to Shin Ming-en, Yao Shuli's heat is nothing at all. He only has Shin Ming-en in his eyes as his beloved family friend, and Shin Ming-en has been saved, so Yao Shuli's elimination is just eliminated. Can he not understand this bit of human nature? What favor is he idly doing for Yao Shuli? Plus, Yao Shuli this song, is it a average person to write it? You bid amp percent hashtag at. In the guide room, the two people, Ma Ling and Director Neo, directly argued. The camera pulls away and returns to the stage, where Yao Shuli's voice is still singing. You don't have to be reasonable to love you. May intuitive instinct be used to catch you. A thought of you in mind. The strength that was never there, suddenly infused into the softening of the arms. This song gives a very powerful feeling, is the kind of feelings inside the power, never lack of romance is simply overflowing, and hear Yao Shuli these lyrics, the presence of a few veteran Hong Kong music singers have revealed a stunned expression, a few looked down to see their own arms, found at the top of a layer of goosebumps. When I think of you, the strength I never had before is suddenly injected into my softening arms. Listen. What a damn beautiful language. Cantonese pronunciation is already beautiful, and the fact that these lyrics are sung in Cantonese makes you even more impressed with the beauty of the Mandarin wordplay. Alright. You can do it, Kichuan. Principal Tan patted Su Kichuan's shoulder and said as if praising, I didn't expect the lyrics you've written now to be of such a caliber. What a beautiful song. Hey ah hey ah. The rest of the Hong Kong music singers also nodded their heads in praise. Available at. Whether it was Su Kichuan or Jiang Shi on the side, the two of them, however, were all embarrassed. No matter what, they couldn't laugh because they simply don't know too well that this song doesn't even have anything to do with them. You wrote it? Immeasurable immortal Wan Luo Luo. In the end is Sanlu milk powder to drink a lot, big head, brain turn fast. See Shen Minzhen. An expected look at once know that this song is Shen Minzhen wrote. Shen Minzhen was non-committal and only smiled without answering. His gaze, always focused on Yao Shuli on the stage. At this time, Yao Shuli's song, Brave, had already reached the chorus. At the end of the main song, everyone can't help but sigh at the elegance of the song and marvel at Yao Shuli's beautiful voice, but few people pay attention to the kind of love expressed in this song, which is hot and defiant love for someone. Others don't pay attention, but how can Yao Shuli not care? Before singing the chorus, she raised her eyes and crossed the piano, crossed the stage, crossed the camera, crossed the crowd, and accurately landed on Shen Minzhen. The moment their gazes met in midair, she adjusted her breath, trying her best to suppress the constant wild beating of her heart, and sang. Onlookers never agree. Not even reason. Still fully committed to hurting and not even feeling the pain. As poor as chasing a dream. How radical is anyone? Not as brave as I was for you. At that time, Yao Shuli was looking at Shen Minzhen, and she didn't hide it much, so everyone noticed it. The camera followed her gaze straight to the stage with a smile on his face looking at her. Shen Minzhen. All the viewers were first stunned, and then inexplicably realized, have shown a melon face. Who? So many people were up in arms at the scene. Not. Next door in the online broadcasting room, so many people also seemed to have discovered something, showing a look of amazement. The pop-ups went wild. No. Is not. You two spread dog food, as far as here? As for spreading it with a song? Are you sure this song was written by Su Kichuan and Jiang Shi? Many viewers in the live room couldn't help but question it. Why do I see Su Kichuan and Jiang Shi's expression so confused? Shen Minzhen, this kid's face is expected. Hey Ki and you guy, tell me the truth, did you write this song for our Ori? Your mom. Did you write that? You old six, I really convinced you #hashtag at. The audience are not stupid, many people actually see, Su Kigun, Jiangxi has no reason for Yao Shuli, Shen Ming and close to create such a high-quality Cantonese gold song, unless it is Shen Minzhen Yao Shuli two people personally produced. This week has long been rumored that Yao Shuli's health is not well, works no way to personally create things, not Yao Shuli, not Su Kichuan, Jiangxi, that is still not Shen Minzhen? Just look at the worthless way this Heikian guy is laughing off stage. Realizing this, many of Yao Shuli's fans began to frantically besiege Shen Minzhen, the comments section tirades in pieces of. Yet they also only attack Shen Minzhen, not the song. Because even they know exactly how high the quality of the song is. You think it's only the fans that fry? In the guide room, Ma Ling is the one who really broke down. Listening to Yao Shuli singing these lyrics, looking at the front line of the stage so eager program effects, Ma Ling hate almost directly in front of the machine smashed. What the hell? What the hell is that? No one ever agrees with it, not even reason. What the hell is that? No one can stop me if the light is red along the way. Are you two in love here? Publicly funded showmanship? You two aren't kidding me, hey. What makes Ma Ling feel extremely humiliated is that her own body cannot help but rise a layer of goosebumps. She actually also had a physiological reaction. Can't take it. Ma Ling now one really want to collapse. Originally, at that moment, the anger within Ma Ling's heart reached an extreme. But. And hashtag Yao Shuli brave. Hashtag no one ever approves of it, not even reason, but it still hurts without pain. Hashtag she sang on stage, he laughed off stage. Hashtag Mingli CP on the big score. Hashtag hilarious, so hilarious. The content of the new episode of Chinese Singing Center is simply hilarious. The night the live broadcast ended, next door to Jitterbug, microblogging, forcing Hua, small sweet potatoes, and other major social media platforms on the hot search list are all related to Shen Minzhen, Yao Shuli related hot searches. On average, under each relevant video and dynamic, the number of likes is 100,000 or more levels. The program group of Chinese Hit Center knows what it's doing this period, and announced the first place of Shin Mingin's The Great Wall of China Never Falls audience vote as it is, and Yao Shuli's Brave is in the second place, and the two program groups gave the least amount of boosts, and those who don't have any of the veteran Hong Kong music seniors to support them, but crushed the rest of the guests, and such a script itself is very hot-blooded, and coupled with CP's bonuses, the cumulative number of viewers of the current period of the Chinese Hit Center broke the network broadcasting record. Cumulative number of viewers directly broke the record for network broadcasting. The number of hits for this episode is in the billions, which is scary as hell. The two songs, The Great Wall of China Never Falls and Brave, have topped the charts of new songs on various music platforms, and countless seniors have been suppressed and humiliated at the crotch. That's a lot of good reviews down there in the comments section, too. Shin Minjen, your QQ farm sent you a message, you vegetables. Hey K-ent, do you know what I was born to do? What a bunch of people. Emperor Minjen, how dare you touch the seats, people? This issue is too hot-blooded. A moment is The Great Wall of China will never fall, and a moment is Yao Shuli's Brave perfect reversal of the burning bomb, okay? What about Boruto? Widen your eyes and see what it means to be red and burning. But don't Bojangles, this kind of occasion Japanese manga dare to call it hot-blooded? That scene cost Japanese manga male lead dude almost sure were beaten out, haha. Ahem, that what, there's a rumor that that person is Wei Zihan. But Zoon doo-doo fake doo-doo? I have a picture here. My friend was there, that's Wei Zihan. Picture.jpg. Ha ha ha. Deserved it. He deserves to be smoked. After the positive reviews, many people discussed Wei Zihan. That said, not many people recognized Wei Zihan at the scene that day. The guy was wearing a mask when he wasn't beaten up on stage, and after he was beaten up, it was. People at the beatings of the nose and face, that face are beaten to the glue, not to mention cannot recognize him as Wei Zihan. Just look at the face can recognize that this is a human face or not bad. So Wei Zihan's identity was still revealed after the fact. Informed sources broke the news. Wei Zihan was sent to a nearby hospital that night. In addition to some traumatic injuries on the body, the right arm has different degrees of fracture, but because it is an entertainer, at that time, that speech and reaction is also a little sensitive, so whether he himself or the team did not have a person dared to report to the police or to let the person who hit him responsible for it. Otherwise, it would be a small loss. This crazy batch is said to have woken up in the hospital after also yelled to hit Shin Minjen to go, and finally was the agent down. MD, if you let this guy continue to make trouble, their company are easy to be implicated in the good, right? Brokers are wondering how the hell he dared in the end of Shin Minjen sang The Great Wall will never fall. The audience patriotic fervor is so strong, shouting those who violate my China will be executed, although far away, stood out cost Japanese manga male let it? Brainwashed. It's worth mentioning that although Wei Zihan is miserable, not many people sympathize with him because everyone's attention is attracted away by Yao Shuli and Shin Mingin's Mingli CP. Yao Shuli stage singing Brave, Shin Minjen on the stage smiling at the related video sweetness is simply bursting. This night any netizen clip or related video can harvest more than 10,000 points of praise, shaking plus invested globally, for stay son of the people are brushed to. Some good netizens gave them the name Mingli CP and set up a super talk for them on the next microblogging site, and the heat of the CP is rising along with the song Brave, even more than some of the ancient and early CPs of the hit idol dramas. While the heat was rising, some people discussed the song Brave, saying, "Don't ask me what sign, this song is like tailor-made for Shin Minjen and Yao Shuli. If Shin Mingin didn't write it, I'll eat 3 kilograms of Ali upside down. Good man, you're here to cheat me out of food and drink, aren't you?" Shin Minjen has already posted a dynamic to dispel the rumors. That's not his style, he didn't write Birdseed. I bet you didn't bother to look at the creator credits or you would never have believed the disavowal dynamics of that K-ent guy. But Finch food, the internal entertainment is probably not the second so narcissistic. Shin Minjen and Yao Shuli's CP with the song Brave is a big hit at the same time. The song's songwriter's name in the song has also attracted countless people's attention. Because he knows that his relationship with the capital is very stalemate, in order to avoid Yao Shuli being too much influenced by himself, even if everyone knows that the song Brave is written by Shin Minjen to Yao Shuli, Shin Minjen still insisted on quoting a pen name for the autograph. And to make everyone cry, this is signed. That night, you open your cell phone, open the cool Wei Zihan or Penguin or whatever, and from there you find the song Brave, and when you click play to check out the song, you'll find lyrics and music, 900 million girl streams. Yes, that's right, you read it correctly, Emission cited such an exaggerated to the point of pomposity. We mean, we'll put up with a V, but what the hell is a 900 million girl stream? More narcissism? It's not enough to label a name without using your own, but to pick such a narcissistic name, afraid that people don't know that it's you, K-ent, right? A seizure. The man is really out of his mind with a seizure. But at the same time, the name, too, made it onto a separate hot search early the next morning after the heat had festered. Let's just say that this K-ent guy has really taken the traffic code. It is worth mentioning that the song The Great Wall of China Will Never Fall early the next morning was also forwarded by all major official media along with those red songs before Shin Min-jen. In this issue, there is no doubt that Shin Min-jen and Yao Shuli are definitely the biggest winners of the Chinese hit-centered program. The double dividends of red song plus CP are all superimposed on Shin Min-jen's body, to have traffic flow, to have word of mouth, to have works, to come to this day, Shin Min-jen's hotness is no longer comparable to any random traffic artist. His value is known to even a random passerby, not to mention the gang in the industry. In this case, Shin Min-jen is no more popular, and his singing is no more popular than the eyes of the capitalists. Chapter 73, Program, Min-jen the Great is worthy of the Imperial Temple. Ding dong dong. Ding dong ding dong. Buzz. Early morning, bedside. Cell phone ringing, vibration, message tone uninterruptedly echoed in Ma Ling's ears. The 2 days Ma Ling are about to be the company and the various partners to the harassment to a mental breakdown. She can't even sleep at night anymore because a lot of people aren't calling and messaging her anymore. Some of them are ING coming over late at night and breaking down her door and getting her room number from who knows where. People did not see, the phone did not pick up one, not that Ma Ling does not want to respond to them, mainly. Cannot respond This period did not eliminate Shin Min-jen this living father as desired, did not achieve the intention of suppressing him, and now this guy presumably even more rampant. She is now in any case no way to find Shin Min-jen to communicate, or only by Shin Min-jen face output humiliation to share. This point she knows too well. Actually, it's okay to want to work with Shin Min-jen, but the problem is that this guy is asking for a contract change, asking for 91 If she can agree to it, the company can't agree to it. Now she had no choice but to put it off for 1 day at a time. Thumbing a pull open the curtains, the early morning sunlight slanting into the room, the bright sea slightly soothed Ma Ling a little anxiety, but outside the room jogging past the figure, but let the corner of her mouth crazy twitching. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door behind her, and just as Ma Ling was startled to think that it was another person who came to urge her to find Shin Min-jen to work with, an assistant's voice came from outside the door. Sister Ling, Director Neo is calling you to a meeting. No. Ma Ling silently held her forehead and sighed helplessly. To be honest, she doesn't really want to go to the roundtable meeting of the Chinese hit-centered program right now. Because she knew very well that right now the damn oregano and the whole crew of the show were waiting to see her laugh. Chinese hit song-centered program Team Up and Down now can almost be said to be a collective defection, the cattle guide with the team collective defection. If Shin Min-jen so far the hardest backup will be who, then it is probably the flag-waving and shouting Min-jen Emperor worthy of enjoying the Imperial Templedom. Yesterday evening when she heard that the program team side received several big-name advertisers title, sponsorship, not surprisingly today to go to the meeting Neo director again want to speak for Shin Min-jen, or do not want to eliminate Shin Min-jen. So this meeting, she really didn't want to go. But you can't go, can you? If you don't go, you'll really be going along with the program's wishes, and Shin Min-jen will never be suppressed for a single day. Looking out the window at the jogging figure, Ma Ling secretly gritted her teeth, clenched her fists and hammered the stainless steel guardrail, and squeezed out a sentence through her teeth. This can't be left at that. After washing and dressing up and organizing her instrument, when Ma Ling came to this side of the roundtable of the Chinese Hit Center, the whole group of the program was immersed in a fervent atmosphere. The crowd of programmers who noticed her arrival were merrily discussing. I propose next issue let's do a whole issue of love, emotion, love songs, this kind of proposition, centered around the Mingli CP. This can be it just so happens that their CP has been popular lately, so let's just go with the flow, and do the next installment casually. The heat is also bursting at the seams. These two are now the cash cow of our program, I tell you. Today I received several more big name sponsorships from my side. Our program is really getting better, I'll start, you guys pick up, come on. Emperor Min. Allowed to enjoy the temple. That was the picture Ma Ling saw when she came in. Ma Ling. These people are talking about some daga, right? What a face they have. Less than 2 weeks ago, the whole program team was still worried about Shin Min-jen, and they were still saying Heikian this guy and trying to come up with all kinds of propositions to eliminate him. Now that's a good thing. Each one of them is acting like a ing good guy. That oregano also damn not pretend, sitting in the seat facing the door of the room, obviously noticed Ma Ling, obviously looked at Ma Ling, but did not stop everyone's enthusiastic speech. That's basically an outright insult. The corners of Ma Ling's mouth twitched madly. Despite having thought that the gang from the program would have such a mouth, she still hadn't thought that they would go this far. Attend a meeting? Will your mom's motion? These guys called her out and it felt like they were totally there to insult her, okay. It's rampant. Here he paused for a moment, glanced at Ma Ling, and added with paralyzed hands, not only us, but your method was also used, and you also saw how difficult this kid is to deal with. This is no matter who is here, there's no one to blame for us, right? You. Ma Ling secretly gritted her teeth, to the edge of the mouth. Unpleasant words ultimately did not say, just silently turned to open the window a little, so that the window of the sea breeze blowing in, blowing away the diffuse nicotine. See Ma Ling this kind of reaction, the cow director snickered and said bluntly, or so, you still have any way you say, if you have we also cooperate, but if you do not have. He didn't continue with the latter words, but only glanced back in the direction of the conference room suggestively. The meaning of that is already obvious. If you don't have it, we can tailor-make a program for Shin Ming-en and Yao Shuli with the proposition of emotion, love song. But can things really go as smoothly as Director Nyo thinks? Chapter 7491. Ma Ling did not answer, not to mention did not look at the cattle guide, just with the left-hand index finger, middle finger holding a cigarette handed to the lips coated with bright red lipstick, deeply inhaled a mouthful of smoke, swallowing clouds between the fog, tightly knit brow, looking out the window with a thoughtful look. To be honest, she can't actually think of what kind of proposition she should come up with right now to be able to contain Shin Ming-en. In order to curb Shin Ming-en's creation of red songs, the program Chinese Hit Center has come out with opera accent out of Cantonese, such a difficult proposition that this guy is safe and sound through. What other propositions can come out to restrain him? What else could be harder than these? To say there isn't, well, that's certainly not true. There's always a way if you think about it. But at least for now, she couldn't think of one. Her power alone is limited, and the program team is not helping her or thinking of helping Shin Ming-en. She is still being pushed by the company and various partners, or to care about this. She's not a singer. She's just an agent. At this moment, Ma Ling's brain is very messy, a lot of things in way. Cow director was dumbfounded, changing the topic as if to say, no, you can't say that. Is this the same thing? How the hell is this not the same thing? Ma Ling couldn't help but retort. You guys aren't relying on Shim to make money, are you? It is just that you do not need to divide the expenses that come from investment promotion with Shin Ming-en. It is just that you are lying down to make money. Things are not spread out on you. You are really standing on your feet. Standing on the moral high ground, accusing others who will, but you cannot come to the moral low point to experience and then put hey. You also don't say this. Ma Ling attitude is not good. Neo director also don't give her a good face, said bluntly, you now anyway can't delay. Your company's phone call to me here. Take advantage of the current talk. There are problems, solve the problem, or okay now do not talk. This thing is like a snowball. The more it rolls bigger and bigger. You don't want to bow down to people. You'll wait to take the blame. Director Nyo doesn't think very highly of Ma Ling now. Because she is not as capable as Shin Ming-en, she is nothing more than a hitman who is afraid of offending the capital and the company, and for that reason wants to suppress Shin Ming-en. Substituting for Shin Ming-en's perspective, he even felt that Ma Ling should have stood with. You know, the last issue of the program group relied on Shin Ming-en to make so much money still. No, cigarettes also do not smoke. The cattle guide will be pressed to one side of the stairway, trash can above the ashtray extinguished, face reveals the expression of joy, while laughing while saying, it is this surprise came too sudden, I did not react for a moment. Look, what did I say? You should have done this a long time ago. Wouldn't it have been better to work together like this? Linger, I knew you were a good communicator. The cow guide was overjoyed that all was well. But the way Ma Ling looked at him was like she was looking at a clown. Chapter 75. Answer me. I'm telling you, no one is leaving today until you give me a clear picture of where this beef of mine is going. You guys didn't move, and my beef grew geo on its own? And it ran away on its own? Answer me. A bunch of Piang stuff. Stealing my food every day, no end to it still? Located in the island city of Dongshan, scenic area of the Yunhai Private Soup Resort Hotel has a pleasant view. The sound of the waves lapping on the beach is incessant, sleep aiding and healing. This is a good place to cultivate your body and mind. But it was close to noon, and from the restaurant kitchen in the hotel came the angry roar of Minerva the Great. This K-ent guy was as big and bold as a cockroach bully, sitting at a long table in the dining room with a kitchen knife, a group of staff members standing in front of him in rows as he lectured and talked nonchalantly. You guys are a bunch of piang. 3 days without a fight is up to the house. It's only been a few days since I lost that thing and you guys can't stand to see it, can you? If you don't tell me where my beef is going today, you're not going to do anything, you're going to stay here with me. Shin Min-jin is too angry. This program group in the hands and feet is too unclean. The earliest he did at noonly cake put in the refrigerator at night no, and then bought snacks chicken breast also lost. He scolded the program group for nearly a week. This group of people talent is not easy to stop half a month. Did not think that today is again guilty of the problem. The pot of beef and sauce he had just simmered last night had woken up missing, and he wanted to see who the hell had that paw that was so unclean. The corner of the daily director's mouth twitched as he stared at this side of the machine, and he couldn't help but ask a mouthful of the people around him, who took his beef. I don't know how. The staff also had a headache. Right, not to mention this kind of thing who did it will not admit, all know Shin Min-jin a cockroach bully difficult, who will take his things Who dares? Who doesn't know that you can get skinned by a bull director if you upset him? Isn't it just a bowl of beef and sauce? Who cares so much about your mouthful of beef? This matter is not a day or two. The daily director is also quite attached to Shin Min-jin, could not help but ask, did not check the surveillance? The hotel kitchen is usually largely unused, and the surveillance is so old and out of repair that there's no record of it. The staff member scratched his head. Then make one just for him. Is our program lacking GoPro or something? The daily director couldn't help but reprimand. As the creative team of a variety show, they lacked everything but the camera. Yes. Yes. The staff nodded and said, even if you don't say it, I have to set up a camera to return our program's innocence. Between the flurry, I do not know when, Yashuli carrying a white canvas bag walked in. The theater goddess today wore a very beautiful pink floral halter dress, pure white outer lining to cover the emergence of spring light, good figure at a glance. The overall dress gives a feeling of a neighboring sister, gentle and comfortable. Seeing this scene in front of her, she had a slightly odd expression and slightly organized her emotions before she went over and said to Shin Min-jin, your agent is outside, looking for you as if there's something going on, why don't you go first? Hearing this, the staff in the restaurant all cast a grateful gaze at Yashuli, who seems to be here to help them out. But what they never expected was... Broker? Shin Min-jin sniffed and waved his hand, then don't go, let her stay. What does Ma Ling do? She's looking for Shin Min-jin and won't come out by herself? He even asked Yao Shuli to come here to pass the message. People are the microphone Spoiled her. Staff. Mr. Min, what if people are looking for you in an emergency? One of the staff members warned. Yeah. The rest of them chimed in. If there was an emergency, she would have come by herself. Shin Min-jin raised his chopper. Don't try to get away from me, I'm warning you, if we can't talk about this today, none of us will leave. The staff heard a burst of 5 words not, you damn really on the force They had no choice but to cast a hopeful look at Yao Shuli. Yao Shuli's delicate features swept over a few apologetic, shameful general expression, then said, she is not very convenient to come in, after all, here is everywhere is the camera, you guys speak through the wall also have ears, let other people listen to go is not very good, why don't you go first, I'll help you to look at them, how about it? Kindergarten teacher Yao Shuli is able to coax people. The word said that the program group of people are outsiders. This Shin Min-jin heard extraordinarily smooth, also feel reasonable. Yao Shuli's face always have to give, so he did not insist on, threw down the chopper and went out. Outside the restaurant not far to the west is a sandy beach. The sun is about to noon exceptionally bright. Shin Min-jin passed the time to find Ma Ling sitting on a reef. Make it look like a dam very melancholy like. Coming to the beach, Shin Min-jin threw a flattened rock he had found on the way falling into the seawater in an attempt to hit the water. And as he did so, he said to Ma Ling, let it go. Marrying? ? Don't you have pee to put? Shin Min-jin didn't even look at her, not giving a bit of respect. Hurry up and put it on, I still have to go back to study afterward. Can you afford to delay me from studying for the rise of China? To be honest, this is still the first time after Shin Min-jin crossed the line to meet with the agent Ma Ling. The memory of that face has not changed at all, only that there is no more condescension when treating the predecessor who was still a small transparent period. Even, as if they were lost. Phew. After organizing her emotions and forcibly suppressing her anger, Ma Ling then opened her mouth and said, I'll consider your offer and have an assistant come over to bring you in starting tomorrow. She was probably adapting to the way she used to treat Shin Min-jin in his little transparent days, and her speech was still in a commanding tone. What is the condition? She does not need to say. Shin Min-jen also know clearly, must be. Shin Min-jen mouth said 91 ah. However, let her very unexpected is, Shin Min-jen heard a little waves did not, this epileptic male hands copied pockets, wearing slippers while stepping wildly on the seawater, while the head did not lift asked her a sentence. Do you know why the sea is full of sand? Marrying? Does the topic they're talking about now have anything to do with why the sea is full of sand? Without waiting for her to ask a rhetorical question, she saw Shin Min-jen turn his head to look at her, grinning and snorting as he spoke bluntly. There are no stone grains Ajindi. Also ing consider. What the reverse disc wants is for you to consider? Are word games fun? Answer me. Think people are cuties. Do you? You think people are going to work for you without a final decision? It's all 1,000 years of foxes. What the are you playing chatty with me here? Answer me. Look in my eyes. Tom. Why? Why? Baby why? Chapter 76, Toast to a Fine Wine, Feed Not Eat Seasoning? The coast of the teenager wearing casual loose jeans pants and printed cartoon milk dragon pattern of white t-shirt, tall, well-proportioned body, the sea breeze blowing his forehead messy bangs, a little high and cold looks in the sunshine under the contrast, appears to be very distinctive, that is, wearing flip-flops stepping on the waves of the initiative is not very pleasing to the eye, like The warring states have spring and fall, mountain winter no, winter over don't expect to wear 2 days of thin coat, basically down jacket off the body of the chaffing have not yet had time to rub off maybe set on the short-sleeved. The weather is warm, Shin Min-jen loves to go out in slippers, nothing to do at the beach to step on the water, comfortable tight. Of course, it will get a geo of sand is all. There are no grains of stone. There are no grains of stone, how come there are no grains of stone? Shin Min-jen lowered his head like a bad boy, while stepping on the side of the mouth chanting, do not know also ing searching for this guy is really think the sea does not have grains of stone to make him step on a foot of sand. Cackling, the gold medalist broke her back teeth clenched, her fists clenched in such a way that they felt like they were going to ooze blood as she stared angrily at Shin Min-jen and threatened. Toast to the world, feed not eat you want to eat seasoning right? Watch out for a pot of stew for you Heikian. Saying p-words is useless. Shin Min-jen copied the pocket and scratched his head, either agree or refuse, don't be here yin and yang, I really don't know where to ing learn this set. Ma Ling this dodgy bar, in the company's status is not so high, this official voice playing a set of things. Why did she personally come to talk to Shin Min-jen today? It's not like there's no way out, no way out? Thinking with the male bar, I know it's the company and the gang of capital pressure, she can't drag it out. To put it bluntly, she was here today to beg Shin Min-jen for cooperation. If you ask, you have to have a begging attitude. Look at her high and mighty bee. Where is her begging attitude? Which one of you butterflies is it? You. Ma Ling gas shaking cold. Although the previous call when Shin Min-jen spoke to her tone of voice is also very bad, but really came to the front of the face-to-face conversation, that attitude is really led Ma Ling fire off. As the gold medal agent of Ruwei Xing Entertainment, when had the usually respected Ma Ling ever suffered this kind of birdish anger? Subconsciously want to dislike the past, subconsciously want to let Shin Min-jen know exactly how much weight he has. But before she could say anything, she saw Shin Min-jen, who had stepped on 2 geo of water over there, look up at her, then make a bored expression, shake his head, put his hands behind his head, and turn around and walk away, taking big strides to Lu Xing. Marrying? No, why is this guy leaving without even saying hello? Aren't we negotiating now? Isn't it a ing negotiation? Just like buying food in the market, you think my price is not reasonable, you should report a price off. Well, don't all ing prices come from talking? You don't even say a ing word and turn your head and walk away, are you serious? You don't want to do business with me. Where are you going? Ma Ling was really pissed off and couldn't help but shout, stop right there. Shin Min-jen didn't even return his head, he just waved his hand and said, you won't agree to the conditions I proposed anyway, nagging send it? Shin Min-yen's mindset now is really quite flat, or it can be said that he simply did not have any expectations for Ma Ling, the company, and that group of capital. The capital is not spit out bones, who expects to earn more money, those companies and the cash cow, big name artists and so on, even if the contract changed success, that is the operation of many years, all sorts of people to go through, after all the painstaking efforts to do so. The interests involved are very complicated, anyway, how will not be Shin Min-jen at this stage, read less than 2 months can do. In other words, it's the time to make a killing, and capital won't let go of his fat piece of meat. For this reason, Shin Min-jen believes that it is impossible to change the contract in the short term. In that case, why don't you have a chat with Ma Ling? It would be better to go back and learn more lessons, and then the contract will naturally be terminated when you go ashore. Now that you have put your hopes on going ashore, don't fool around with these useless people. Shin Min-jen walked quite determined. That moment just a big wave swooped over. After swooping the neighborhood into a period of silence, Ma Ling heard Shin Min-jen this guy walking while whispering cricket her, waste of inverse disc time. Ma Ling. Seriously, despite the fact that this time to come is low to come, Ma Ling at this moment's head is not high and proud, but Shin Min-jen this attitude, or let her really hard to help soft ah. You wait. A mouthful of silver teeth biting cackling, looking at Shin Min-jen to go far away, Ma Ling this finally cannot help but leap off the rock, quickly walk a few steps to catch up with Shin Min-jen, and said, I'll agree to your terms, and I'll change your contract. The sound of the waves one after another, stepping on the water to go. Shin Min-jen pressure did not pay attention to listen to Ma Ling said, at first did not react, but soon. Shin Min-jen was slightly stunned. Your ing vocal cords la home? Turning around, Shin Min-jen looked at Ma Ling and said while buttoning his ears, play it again, I didn't hear you. The corners of Ma Ling's mouth twitched madly, and despite being very angry, her voice didn't increase at all, and she said bluntly, I said, I'll agree to your conditions, and I can change your contractual split with the company to 91. Me 9, company 1, asked Shin Min-jen rhetorically, furrowing his brows. Yes. Ma Ling nodded solemnly, a spit and a nail. Her speech was loud and clear. I'll have my assistant send you the contract, and the specific details will also be communicated to you by the assistant. After she told Shin Min-jen some details, she made a helpless expression and raised her hand to pat Shin Min-jen's shoulder, putting on the appearance of an elder, a person who had been there, and said in a serious tone. As long as you work well, the company will not treat you poorly. We are all part of this big family. There is no need to make such a mess, don't you think? I said I damn well feel like you're PUAing me. Shin Min-jen said bluntly, you do, you slap yourself. Marrying? Do you eat oil cakes? Ma Ling couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Why the hell am I slapping myself? You're getting back at me, huh? I suspect I'm dreaming. Shin Min-jen said. You doubt you dream you slap yourself. Ma Ling stomped her foot in anger, can't communicate properly, huh? She silently held her forehead and said that this thought of hers is really unable to keep up with the brain circuit of this Heikian guy. After slightly organizing her emotions, Ma Ling spoke bluntly. In any case, I've agreed to your terms, so you don't have any reason or excuse not to work now, do you? Her smiling form, welcoming the sun, looked brilliant, but, everywhere, was full of crisis. What kind of feeling did Ma Ling give Shin Min-jen at this moment? Chapter 77, Such a Brilliant Plan. Shin Min-jen and Ma Ling were talking on the beach. Because of the influence of the sound of the waves and the reason that they were far away, what they talked about was unknown to anyone. Just that smile in the moment Shin Min-jen's figure disappeared around the corner. Then, it suddenly disappeared. Leaving the Yunhai Resort Hotel and returning to the business car going to the airport, Ma Ling instructed. Send Shin Jia over to him as his assistant, then bring me the notice sheet you signed for him last time. Yes, the assistant nodded. Go draft a contract to change the split and have Chen Jia bring it to Shin Min-jen. Ma Ling added immediately afterward. Ah. The assistant first froze when she sniffed, and only then froze and nodded when she met Ma Ling's serious gaze. Ah, good. Good. The car fell into a silence, and a moment later, the assistant who had been wanting to speak for half a day finally couldn't help but ask, Sister Ling, are we really going to change the contract for Shin Min-jen? Although I don't know what exactly Sister Ling and Shin Min-jen talked about, but the matter of changing the contract, as far as the assistant knows, Ma Ling simply did not mention it to the company. In the past few days the company's phone calls everywhere, Ma Ling is one did not pick up, once did not return, but where she mentioned this matter with the company will not be so anxious to contact her, these assistants know. And one thing the assistant knew better was that there was no possibility of the company granting such a request at all. Although Ma Ling is the gold medal agent of Ruixing Entertainment, she is just a laborer, not much equity shares, a little bit of voice in the company, but not much. The artist contract such fundamental things she simply do not have the right to decide. Unilaterally agreeing to Shin Min-jen doesn't help at all. The company side of the press simply cannot give the seal, not stamped press simply has no legal effect. If something goes wrong, it will be a big problem. At that, Ma Ling did not get angry. Slightly darkened car, Ma Ling's mouth hooked up a touch of ironic smile. I said to draft the contract, I didn't say to give it to him after stamping it. Ma Ling sat by the car window, holding her cheek with one hand, and laughed. Assistant sniffs. Spinning around, his face dawned on him. She understood the meaning of Ma Ling, nothing more than to say to Shin Min-jen to draft a contract, but also let him sign, go through the normal process, but the company side. No official seal is given. Can't we just cheat then? You said I promised? What's the evidence? Do you have a recording? Do you know why Ma Ling specifically picked a reef area on the beach today, where the waves are big and the sound is loud, to talk to Shin Min-jin? Do you know why even though she was very angry, Ma Ling didn't yell out loud but ran all the way to catch up with Shin Min-yin who was about to leave to talk to him at a normal decibel volume? And it's not even ing about avoiding this guy's recordings. Fine Harky Ling, this guy is simply fine to make assistants hairy. At that moment, the assistant looked at Ma Ling's eyes full of admiration, worship such emotions. But soon, without knowing what came to mind, the smile on her face stiffened once again and she frowned and asked. But Sister Ling, this will only solve a temporary dilemma, right? That's true. What Ma Ling did, in the eyes of the assistant, it is also nothing more than a short period of time cannot be delayed, forced to do a little compromise with Shin Min-jin, first coaxed him to work, hidden from the company, but also hidden from the capital. But the problem is, this, after all, only quenches the thirst of the moment, but it is difficult to fill the hunger of the long. And not only the contract, the notice side is also, if after catching the notice not to his fee is not in accordance with the 91 share, people may immediately realize that it is not right, immediately on strike quit off. Don't be suspicious. He, K-ent, could do such a thing. The ing human feelings, in his eyes are all just pee, he does not care about that, this guy only care about their own interests. If it really comes to that, Ma Ling will also follow the bad luck. These, no matter how much the assistant thinks about it, he can't think of what should be done about it. All of this, she really didn't know exactly what Ma Ling thought and how she arranged it. And what makes her even more puzzled is that she asked this, Ma Ling is not only not surprised, her face does not show the slightest expression of contemplation or headache, and even the corners of his mouth smiled and lifted higher. Thumbs up. The windows were down, and there was an ocean breeze blowing through the window, ruffling Maring's hair and hitting her gradually grinning wildly in the face. Yunhai Resort Hotel is directly behind them, has become more and more distant, can only roughly see an outline, but Ma Ling still poked his head out to look in that direction. Her gaze seemed to be looking at something other than the hotel. It was as if her gaze had fallen through the air, through the sunlight, through the walls of the hotel, and had accurately landed on Shin Min-jin. She laughed, a smug, wild laugh. She said, "Why do you think I agreed to Oregano getting him propositions like feelings, love songs, for the next installment?" Assistant sniffs. Then frowned. Then the corners of his mouth twitched. Then started scratching his head. Followed by scratching my ears. That's a reaction that doesn't make sense at first glance. No, what does Shin Min-yin's contract have to do with the proposition for the next installment of Chinese Hit Center Ow? Is there a definite connection? Hockey Ling, you this guy. You damn cannot have words straight ow. Why are you beating around the bush? Riddler, you. ing bull literature. Answer me. Look in my eyes. You didn't get it? Ma Ling couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth at her assistant's reaction, thinking to herself that she's such a level-headed agent. How come the assistants around her all have this IQ? You've lost your brain, haven't you? Would you consider drinking some Sanlu milk powder? The assistant didn't dare to look up at Ma Ling. The humility of a laborer was evident. Ma Ling silently holding his forehead. Next time you don't follow me on a business trip, she said, you can't keep up with this IQ. It's a pity that no one understands such a wonderful plan. Pity, pity. Chapter 78, I've never fought this kind of battle in my 8 lifetimes. Yunhai Resort Hotel Restaurant, the staff in Shin Min-jin went out after not even a minute was usually dismissed. This moment Min-jin Emperor back to a person cannot catch, while these are also counted in his expectations, he did not pay much attention to that is it. Taking out a jar of milk dragon carcasses from the refrigerator, prying it open and taking it to the dining room, Shin Min-jin handed Yao Shuli a spoon and ate it while in a daze. Yao Shuli secretly licked his tongue, carrying a spoon scooped up a piece of yellow peaches stuffed into the mouth, cheeks bulging looked particularly lovely. This foodie finished eating before noticing Shin Min-jin froze there, could not help but slurred ask. What's wrong? What's wrong? No. Shin Min-jin shook his head, chewing on the milk dragon corpse in his mouth, and asked in a daze, do you think it's possible for anyone to suddenly be like those crossover novels, suddenly change their temperament, and go from a charming villainous character to a damn decent character? Question mark. Yao Shuli froze slightly, the canned yellow peaches in her mouth didn't even smell good anymore, and she looked at Shin Min-jin with an extraordinarily strange look. Are you talking about yourself? she asked. Definitely not. Shen Minjian silently held his forehead, not knowing where to start. It's a long story for a child without a mother, so I'd rather not talk about it. He and his company some bad things. To be honest, Shen Minjian is not very willing to tell Yao Shuli, because she cannot help Shen Minjian what, and may even be Shen Minjian even dragged. They are worried about things to share with others is only to let others also follow the worry. Others are not your trash can. Complaining will never solve the problem. Shen Minjian is too clear about this matter. Not to mention he's not saying he's complaining, he's mostly a bit of a narc. This Harkonnen guy, why did he suddenly change his decision? To be honest, Ma Ling assistant thought of those Shen Minjian also thought of. He knows that there are pits here, but cannot figure out what pits are here. Just in time too. Yao Shuli put on a side chair. On the white bag came ding dong message tone. Yao Shuli reached out and pulled out the cell phone to see a glance. Cannot help but playful face slightly red, whispered to Shen Minjian said. The next phase of the proposition came out. Yes? Shen Minjian's attention was caught. What proposition? It's. Yao Shuli wanted to say something, felt a little difficult to say. No, it's not difficult to speak, it's shame. Look at her blushing. Those who don't know are still searching for milk dragon corpse block allergy. Look for yourself. She simply handed her cell phone to Shen Minjian. Yao Shuli's cell phone used the kind of very furry handmade cell phone case, tender pink, feel very contrast with her own, perhaps close to carry. The phone also comes with a smell of her body scent. Swish swish, Shen Minjian drew out a paper towel and wiped his big oily hands, took over the cell phone and looked at it, and then his face was also a little odd. Ahem. Heikian's old face reddened as he muttered under his breath, this bunch of bids on the program are really. If the program team knows that they are so smooth and still be scolded, that can really be to explode and place all kinds of atomic spit. The large restaurant is quiet, only Shen Minjian and Yao Shuli, two people holding a large can of milk dragon corpse, wildly show off. Leisurely afternoon, the warm sea breeze ruffled the curtains by the window, but also blew into the embarrassed to look at each other's face of the two people fever, for a time to let a person spring. Meow. Not far away, the cat raised by the program group let out a murmur of kidney weakness. It is said that this meow was sent to the mating 2 days ago, the spirit of the spirit of the spirit to go, and after coming back to the damn face is a face of lifelessness, there is no light in the eyes again. It's spring, the season when everything comes back to life and animals are getting ready to mate. Hashtag the next proposition for Chinese Hit Center is freshly released. Hashtag emotion, love song, the next installment of Mingli CP is going to start spreading sugar. Hashtag good for you programmers, finally we know who the real dad is. Hashtag. As a variety show that has recently perfectly caught the splash of riches brought by Emperor Minjian, the Chinese Hit Center show is now well on its way, with a new proposition coming out that was quickly fired up by the melon-eating netizens. Because of the song Brave sung by Yao Shuli in the last issue, there are simply too many people editing the video of Shen Minjian and Yao Shuli, and there are simply too many people knocking their CP recently. CP is the easiest way to generate buzz in the entertainment industry, so which one of the damn entertainers doesn't want to take advantage of this bonus? But let the film and television circle of people killed did not expect is that they did not understand the heat, but let the next door sound synthesis on the two singers to cha to. The same is to use the work speculation CP. Young is much more romantic than those idol dramas, almost can be said to be downward strike okay. In itself Kaodao CP people are more, the heat itself is high, the program group while the iron is hot the next phase to go, emotion, love song, type of proposition, do not ask what horoscope, netizens with ordering sun think all know is for Yao Shuli, Shen Minjian tailor-made. And as a result, the heat is festering, In the comments section below, netizens are also praising the show's crew in various ways. Well, you programmers finally have some sense of perspective this time. We've made money off of Harkin, so it's time to give him a little something. 94. Originally I was because of the Sky advertising to run to the Venetian next door, you guys so neat I can return to the original If you programmers can do it more. Looking forward to the next installment of Mingli CP sprinkling sugar. You know, when the crew came up with the Hong Kong music in Cantonese proposition in the last episode, they were scolded by the audience. Call them heartless. Shen Minjian's heat has brought them how many advertisements and sponsorships, and how much benefit they have brought, and they still target Shen Minjian is also a human being Someone even maliciously gave them a bad review to go next door to a certain pedal, from a little over 6 all the way down to 0.5. In this installment, people didn't expect anything from them, but who knew they had a clear conscience? Finally, it's both conscientious and in line with audience tastes. So the audience can't praise them enough, and the heat of the issue is rising with the bonus of CP. Just once in a while, someone can't help but be uneasy and say, hey K-ent this guy. Love songs he's okay? Hakim has always been known for his red songs, and the voice of red songs is the biggest stereotype that audiences have of him. Love songs, he has written before, but the feeling is average. The last issue of Yao Shuli Sang Brave Net rumor is that he wrote, but he himself after all disavowed the rumor, which makes a lot of people are not too assured. They're not the only ones who are uneasy. Shin Min-jen himself was a little unsure in his heart. We've never fought this kind of rich war in 8 lifetimes. Has been singing red songs, fiercely let's sing love songs, Shin Min-jen at time are picking eyes, do not know whether to sing sunny day, cloudy day or rainy day. Inexplicably, everything was looking up, which also made Shin Min-jen subconsciously ignore many potential crises. Chapter 79, The Leader of the Music Industry. Finally escaped 6 times failed to start the spring, lightning into the summer of the mountain winter. I thought I could go to a place with 4 seasons to participate in the work, but when I received the notice location is the capital city, K-ent's face floated a few points. In front of the girl named Chen Ze, is the company assigned to Shin Min-jen's assistant. This woman's body is particularly good, the eye has to have 1.75 m of the big tall, convex back. To Shin Min-jen as an assistant to Shin Min-jen a few days Shin Min-jen have not seen her wear pants, occasionally also ing wear a red bottom black high heels, do not know sort of whom to look at. Even though she had been doing everything she could for Shin Min-jen was always on guard against her, for no other reason than he still doesn't trust the company, still. That day, Ma Ling promised him to change the contract, change the share of Shin Min-jen felt not quite right, and then things are also bird food as he thought, although Ma Ling gave him a contract, but the contract on a no signature and no official seal. Ma Ling arranged for him a few notices are also all the kind of. There's basically nothing to pay for an appearance. Like doing public service the official father's side a little bit of what activities, he went over to sing the masterpiece of the red song this kind of thing. It's also like today's filmmaker extravaganza, an event spearheaded by an industry bigwig and attended by a group of filmmakers calling for him to sing Me in My Country. These kinds of announcements, appearances, do a lot for his image, but there's just not much cost. To be honest, to go to the CCTV channel to do some guest programs, singing red songs such as this, Shin Min-jen is not only a little bit of opinion, and even eager, public welfare charity these he is also very happy to help, if they do not have their own company as a personal studio, even if there is no revenue Shin Min-jen is also happy to go to do these. But the thing was, he had the feeling, right now, as if he had been set up by Ma Ling. To know whether he and the company's share of the contract change or not, the company is sure to treat him as a ruthless money machine, specializing in picking money-making notices to pick up, can pick up more and more. But now, not only do they specialize in unprofitable pickups, they don't even have as many. Even though he had mentioned this to Ma Ling that day, saying that he would take up to 3 announcements a week, there was no reason for the company to be so kind as not to set him up, right? Luckily I didn't sign the contract that day. Thinking back to this, Shin Min-jen was glad for his caution. That day when he saw that there was no official seal and no signature on the contract, he didn't even look at it before he called Hockey-ling back. Mr. Min-yu. Seeing that Shin Min-jen was always on the defensive against them, assistant Chen Ze was helpless and was just about to persuade him for a few moments when ding dong chicken, the cell phone that was placed on one side of the makeup table suddenly rang. She had to temporarily put down the hot drink in her hand, went to pick up the cell phone to answer. Shin Min-jen heard her come up and shouted, "Sister Ling," no surprise it should be Ma Ling's phone. After the two of them spoke briefly, Chen Ze handed her cell phone to Shin Min-jen and said, "Sister Ling's phone." Shin Min-jen is sitting in front of the makeup mirror to make up, pressure does not want to take care of Ma Ling, backhanded is a sentence, she has something cannot be directly to me to call and a ing messenger for her big rack. It's not. Chen Ze's expression was a little embarrassed and said, "It seems like you've blacked her out and she can't get through to you." Shin Min-jen then remembered that he had previously blackballed Ma Ling when he was too annoyed with her after the recording of Eating the Marrow had ended, and had never moved her out of the blacklist. Okay, that's an acceptable reason. Shin Min-jen did not raise his hand, did not speak, raised his ears. Chen Ze's mouth twitched, but was very self-conscious of holding a cell phone to help him pass it to his ear. K-ent this guy, recently had an assistant is really floating not, he did not do nothing assistant, but something all let the assistant to do, in his words, that is, half a lifetime of fighting the war still do not let the enjoyment of enjoying it? In the past, we had to do everything ourselves without an assistant, but now that we have one, we're not allowed to give it a hand? Anyway, it was sent by the company, and anyway, it was not with good intentions, so Shin Min-jen did not have any psychological burden. "Min," came the disgusting voice of Ma Ling on the other end of the line as she said, "You're over at the filmmaker extravaganza now, aren't you?" "Then what else?" Shin Min-jen bristled, "You arranged it, you don't do ow?" The still nonchalant tone made the corners of Ma Ling's mouth twitch, but she didn't have a seizure, and continued to be a pleasing tone, saying, "The people who are attending this event today are all respected seniors in the industry, so I'll give you a precautionary shot, try not to offend anyone, and be careful with your words." She recited a good chunk of it, and just when Shin Minjen was getting a little sleepy from listening to it and finally couldn't help but tell her to shut that but eye of hers, she followed it up with another sentence. "At today's event there is a senior Jo Chu Jin who is going to sing a red song at the scene just like you. If he, or the staff around him wants to ask you for a favor or something, if you can give face to it you should give face to it, it's good for you back there, you can understand that, right?" When he heard this, the slightly sleepy Shin Minjen couldn't help but rub his eyes and furrow his brows as he asked. "Jo Chu Jin. Is that Wei Zihan music industry leader?" The Jo Chu Jin in Ma Ling's mouth is not unfamiliar to Shin Minjen. This person is a very famous senior in the industry, the earliest with Shin Minjen as well as singing red songs famous, but the output of his works according to the Shin Minjen then the difference is far from the typical kind of a song. The senior who ate the old money all his life. The reason why Shin Minjen is not a stranger to him, in fact, the main reason is still because of the matter with Wei Zihan in the beginning. Chapter 80. What do you mean apologize to each other? Have you all heard of the incident where Emperor Min held the Wheel of 8 Lights and pulled the sages off the altar? Why did the predecessors feud with Wei Zihan suddenly start map canon when they were fighting? Isn't it because those guys all want to rub it in, all of them scrambling to speak for Wei Zihan? The predecessor of the small transparent, Wei Zihan expensive for a line of top stream, is not a stupid no to help Wei Zihan speak on the one hand can rub heat on the other hand can also sell Wei Zihan personal love, surely all to help Wei Zihan. And this Jo Chu Jin Sr. is one of them. Wei Zihan was released in the early years of the album, his personal debut album inside a hit song is Jo Chu Jin to help him write, help him produce, and therefore many people in the industry to call Jo Chu Jin Wei Zihan's music industry leader. In the case of Shin Minjen and Wei Zihan, as a music industry teacher who was very close to Wei Zihan, he took the brunt of the dynamic to support Wei Zihan, claiming that he understands Wei Zihan. Wei Zihan is by no means that kind of person. Then, unsurprisingly, it allowed Min the Great to dazzle off half of his metal head with a single round of 8 points of light. Hair epilepsy predecessor directly out of the G small and nearly 20 years old female assistant photos, to this predecessor scared overnight deleted the dynamic, overnight pressure on Shin Minjen company, asked Shin Minjen to delete the photos. Although the company later operated the account to delete the photos, but the senior room is collapsed half, but also therefore, Shin Minjen is also considered to be with each other have hatred it. He can still come to the announcement how? Shen Minjen grinned. This kind of indiscriminate on rubbing heat, obviously the family is successful also out of the G than his daughter's age is still small old student, his dam can still come out to participate in the notice should be at home to burn incense to worship Buddha thank the Lord, he also looked for Shin Minjen to help on the help of it? I know you have a problem with him, Ma Ling silently propped up her forehead, and could not help but say in a serious tone, but he has a hard relationship behind him, there is an international event behind him, and the relationship behind him plays a key role, with your image now, that activity will be of great benefit to you, so listen to me and endure the anger for a while, eh? To be honest, this moment of Ma Ling to Shin Mingen's feeling, bird food like for your own good sauce, but Min the Great had lived so long that he looked like someone who bowed down and gave in? Subconsciously, Shin Minjen wanted to rebuff, but the words had not yet come out. Knock knock. Behind him, there was a sudden knock on the door. The expression on Assistant Chen Ze's flirtatious face changed slightly, then she took the phone away from Shin Mingen's ear and spoke to Ma Ling on the other end of the line, Sister Ling, the person should have arrived. After a few words and hanging up the phone, she stepped on a pair of high heels and walked over. The door to the room opened, and outside the door stood two men. The man in the lead had a lean physique and was wearing a suit with a jade tag around his neck, his face dripping with a professional smile, giving off a good feeling of being in good company. As for the man in the back, he looked as if he was injured, his head, arms are wrapped in bandages, face bruised and swollen, some parts of the face is also affixed with a band-aid, and even crutches. Do not know the search for just came down from the battlefield of World War II it. Minjen great although is back to the beings, but the makeup mirror is facing the door of the room. Through the mirror reflection Shin Minjen also vaguely see the face of the two men, the front of the male Shin Minjen do not recognize, but the back of that. But Shin Minjen saw the tragic situation of the man inside the back almost couldn't hold back his laughter, thinking that this is not Wei Zihan? Yes, that's right, the man who looked as if he had just been crippled by a missile on a World War II battlefield was none other than top stream's Wei Zihan, whom Shin Minjen had met only a few days before at the Chinese Hit Center. Although Shin Minjen watched him being beaten by the group on that day, and later brushed the hot search that he was crippled and hospitalized, Shin Minjen still did not expect him to. It's Miserable. Compared with the appearance of the miserable and miserable, his expression is the most funny, between the nose, face, and swelling, giving people a kind of stifled, unwilling, but had to bow down and give in to the feeling of softness. Especially through the makeup mirror in Shin Min-jen on the moment, he was even almost ashamed to turn away directly. Zihan. The man beside him called out to him, giving him a particularly menacing look before pulling him in. Mr. Ming-en. The man came to Shin Min-jen with a smile on his face, laughing and reaching out to shake hands. Only what he said was a bit of a headache, go yang go yang. He probably meant to say long time admirer, but seemed to have an accent problem and said it in a way that made it sound awkward. Shin Min-jen grinned, not moving, replied, ha, see that you are guyu guyu guyu. The other party seemed to notice this small detail, but did not care. Expression slightly had a moment of embarrassment and then began to introduce themselves. He is Zhou Chujian's agent, named Lu Wei. This trip to it, one is for the last Zhou Chujian things with Shin Min-jen to send the most sincere apologies, and the second is to want to help him reconcile with Wei Zhan. And in the middle, be a peacemaker. Let Shin Min-jen give Zhou Chujian seniors a face, for the sake of seniors, and Wei Zihan handshake and make peace. We are still peace and prosperity, are a circle, after the heads up not see the heads down, that the Jianghu was not a fight to kill well. Shin Ming-en's assistant Chen Ze also chimed in, and Shin Min-jen didn't say a word, making it look as if she had full authority to act on Shin Ming-en's behalf. P put half a day, Vanity Fair that set of yin and yang taiji words and techniques this buddy play a set of words, but the last said that word it. It made Shin Min-jen not very happy to hear it. He said, look, let's both apologize to each other, and let's get this over with, okay? After he spoke, he patted Wei Zihan on the shoulder, Zihan, you apologize to Ming-en first. Wei Zihan expression is very ugly, see Shin Min-jen his eyes hate cannot give this guy disassembled 8 pieces, but in the way of some face, some relations, some human feelings, he had to bow his head. He could only grit his teeth, forcefully hold back his stifling and apologize to Shin Min-jen. There is no way, 30 years east of the river 30 years west of the river, Shin Min-jen is now the spokesman for the red song, traffic, heat, word of mouth is not a collapsed roof of his flow can be compared to the showbiz as the strongest of the weak, do not bow to the line? But just when he had said I'm sorry, Shin Min-jen suddenly came in faintly. "Ber, what do you mean apologize to each other?" Inside the room, the crowd froze. The original peaceful atmosphere was until a stagnation. When the crowd looked at Shin Min-jen looked at a picture of misery and also a face of reluctance difficult to speak. Wei Zihan could not help but snort a laugh, pointing at his nose and scolded. "You don't say you're apologizing today, you're on your knees, calling out to your father, and there's no chance of us turning the page on this." Chapter 81 Since there are pits everywhere, let's make a mess of this showbiz. What do you know about elementary school fights? In the past, what Shin Min-jen hated most was that when 2 children fought, the teacher indiscriminately opened his mouth and said, as long as the hands are at fault. So there's no reason to do it? Whose fault it is whose fault, who first look for things to look for trouble, do not ing here in mud to engage in ing would each hit a big plate that a broken set, really think they are It's best if you don't open your mouth before I speak, just listen to what I say, you're just an assistant, you have no right to represent my opinion, Shin Min-jen said bluntly, any more nonsense and you'll get the hell out of here. Shin Min-jen most hate is that he even Lu Wei and Wei Zihan words have not finished listening to it, this Chen Ze on the side of the hip-hop and harmony, and even Shin Min-jen face did not look at a glance of the "You're a hustler. That's how they teach you to be an assistant?" Usually cheeky, still really think Shin Min-jen so good to get along with nah? Do you really think everyone is like Yao Shuli, so lenient to her cerebral palsy assistant? Chen Ze was bluffed at once and didn't even dare to speak. At the same time in her heart, she also secretly said bad, she said in her heart that Ling's words, this living father is not at all on the hard. Why the hell is he so inhumane? This sentence present everyone almost want to say, especially that Lu Wei, but he did not have time to say anything, aside Wei Zihan will be in situ outbreak of Shun Ming-en. Wei Zihan, who was already very stifled, could not imagine that he had come on this trip to make a fool of himself, his anger almost blinded him, and the guy stood up and grabbed the cane in his hand to hit Shin Ming-en. But also just when Shin Min-jen was already ready to kick him violently in his remaining good leg. Wei Zihan. Lu Wei stood up with a swish and glared at Wei Zihan. Once he glared, Wei Zihan, who had already been blinded by anger, looked like he had been splashed with pots of cold water, and Shin Min-jen was able to see that he was red warm in place, and his biting muscles moved, and then, with a resigned face, he lowered his cane, which had been raised high. And then let Shin Min-jen are a little surprised, that Lu Wei almost instantly changed face emergence of the signature smile, first turned to say to Shin Min-jen sorry, and then said to Wei Zihan, Apologize. His tone, serious, stern, and filled with unquestioning. To be honest, Shin Min-jen was a little surprised at the time, and really didn't think that Lu Wei could actually do this. This makes Shin Min-jen cannot help but a little strange. Zhou Chu-jian, that in the end there is something to beg him off? What the hell would make him go this far for that? Cackle. Wei Zihan really felt quite humiliated at that moment. Teeth, fists, the hand holding the cane, all made a cackling sound, and it was easy to see that he was extremely angry. But even so, he still forced to hold back his anger, said to Shin Min-jen again sorry. He really used all his strength to say these 3 words, and when he finished he seemed to be really ashamed of himself, and without crutches, he limped and rolled and crawled out of the room. Ha! Lu Wei didn't care, just pointed to his head and continued to talk to Shin Min-jen. Mr. Min-jen, you adults don't remember the small man, don't be general with him, he's like this, here, a little faulty. This attitude of his was honestly giving face, but Shin Min-jen didn't have the heart to play Tai Chi with him here, and said bluntly, don't beat around the bush, if there's anything you'd like to say, just say it. Ha, Mr. Min-jen is really a refreshing person, then I won't sell my secrets. TV series watched too much of this zhongding, those polite words are really much. Shin Min-jen listened to his ears are almost calloused when he finally expressed the ultimate purpose of this trip, accurately to Shin Min-jen. Tonight's filmmaker feast performance, only Shin Min-jen and Zhou Chu-jin, 2 people sing their respective masterpieces of the Red Song, but Shin Min-jen to sing the song is I in My Motherland, the song out, the internal entertainment does not have any works as his one enemy. This is, after all, a formal song that has been frantically reposted by major official media and used by major American vocalists to sing on various formal occasions. Zhou Chu-jin's meaning is to let Shin Min-jen later show a different song. We do not sing My Motherland and I, sing a song is not so sentimental, the wind is not so full, do not overpower Zhou Chu-jin, it is best to set him off a little bit of the internal species. When he heard this, Shin Min-jen already wanted to asthma. But let Shin Min-jen unexpected is that some people he damn a little sense of proportion beans do not have a. After saying this, Zhou Chu-jin's manager Lu Wei surprisingly spoke to Shin Min-jen again. After tonight's extravaganza, you know about the promotion song audition on Central Mom's side, Mr. Zhou is still determined to win that song, so I hope you won't be attending at that time. The Central Mom's promotion song in his words is the promotion song for a recent CCTV promotional program called National Language and National Rhythm, which requires the use of language and words as the theme for its creation, and both Shin Min-jen and Zhou Chu-jin are on the list of invited composers, with the audition scheduled for tonight after the filmmaker gala dinner. To this dinner party in fact Shin Min-jen is not cold, and cannot talk about what is imperative, moderate performances, but how does it feel to be threatened? Shin Min-jen couldn't help but ask after listening to all the peas that Lu Wei put out a sentence that he had said the last time before he was invited by Ma Ling to appear on Eating the Marrow and knowing the taste when he was asked to be a chaperone for Mr. Huang. I'm his dad-ow? Who are the laborers to do this for him? He's a male bar, isn't he? Because he called Wei Zihan over to apologize and play peacemaker? What do you need him for? Can you show him off, right? Shin Min-jen can't help but spit. What are the people in this inner recreation sending bar stuff off? Why do you think about bullying people all day long? What about the promise that when you become popular, you will be surrounded by good people, the world will be full of love, and everyone will be kind? Why does it feel like there are still potholes and threats from capital all around? These capitals really think they are omnipotent, and they take Shin Min-jen as a puppet on a string, don't they? Row by row. Good. Since this is the case, Shin Min-jen will make a mess to break this entertainment circle. 1. Don't even live. Chapter 82 Out of the World Characters Seeking First Booking, Seeking Monthly Tickets. He promised? No promises? Before the start of the filmmaker gala party, every staff member was very busy, and Zhou Chu-jin, a senior who had managed to find his seat after searching for half a day, had just greeted a peer with a smile and turned back to communicate with his agent with a grim face. It's not that I didn't promise, he also has a difficult time, the activity is after all the central mother side of the organization, he is also in the invitation list, do not go to be like words? Broker Lu Wei helplessly said, but I have expressed our meaning very clearly, his agent has also gone to the phone with him, he should even go will not come up with 2 good works, we have done so much preparation in advance, it should not be a problem. What about the performance later? The corner of Zhou Chu-jin's mouth twitched, suddenly having an ominous feeling. That then. Lu Wei scratched his head, thought for half a day which comforted Zhou Chu-jin said. Chapter 83, Niche Lyrics turns the big picture around. Requesting for monthly votes. Shim Ming-en. When Director Bai in the front row heard Shen Mingen's name, he didn't know what came to his mind, and the very refined-looking middle-aged man looked at Mr. Yao beside him with a very strange expression that seemed to be smiling. "What are you looking at me for?" The corner of Yao's mouth twitched slightly. "Ha, nothing, said Director Bai, scratching his head and making a difficult expression. "I was thinking, with your relationship, later on, is it possible to help you open a back door for Lao Yao?" Mr. Yao, aim. Whether or not his work can be used for promotion is all up to him. Mr. Yao raised his condescending head. "Plus, I'm not related to him in any way, never met him." The white guy laughed happily. Yes, Sususu. Between laughs he shook his head and glanced down at Shen Mingen's profile. To be honest, he was not interested in Shen Mingen's. Chapter 84 Stolen Endorsement, Artist Who Clashes with Shen Mingen? Keep smiling, he. These were the words that Shen Mingen, the epileptic male, said to Zhou Chujian through the air after the audition. Heikian, this guy in situ incarnation of the ultimate hunter dream teacher, stole Zhou Chujian's crystal. This senior is RB people whole, resulting in this senior that night angry did not close his eyes, overnight to spend money to find water army to go online to smear Shen Mingen. Unfortunately, this kind of smearing was elbowed right out of the sky the moment the promotional posters for Central Mom's National Language and Rhythm program came out. Previously, Shen Mingen has always felt that the official father's side of the people to do things are concerned about a charter, cumbersome procedures, to be signed by various leaders, and finally do down may have to take a certain amount of time, but it turns out that Shen Mingen on the official greatly side of the people's misunderstanding is really a little deep. His next morning, he received a call from the person in charge over at the National Language and National Rhythm program, informing him that his raw characters had been chosen as the program's promotional song. Chapter 85, Hotel Fire, Goes to Water. Requesting monthly votes. Who? Sneakers stepped through the coastal boardwalk, early morning sunshine sprinkled on the boy suffused with a layer of sweat, slightly reflective face. The left is the blue sea, the right is the emerald green lawn, a few daisies on the side of the road as if playing a smile to greet him in general, as far as the eye can see, red, blue, white, yellow. And so on, a variety of colors into the eyes. The gray defeat of winter was finally replaced by the beautiful flowers of spring. The winter gray is finally replaced by the beautiful flowers of spring. Then vulgar people have a heart to appreciate the beauty, not to mention the Min Emperor. This elegant people, running in such an environment to sweat is not too comfortable, and occasionally stop to press the legs to stretch. He also did not forget to Yashuli take a picture and send it over. Yashuli came back at noon today. She didn't have too much work this week. Originally she came back this afternoon to come to the rehearsal over at the Chinese Hit Center, but at the behest of Emperor Minjian, the show pulled her rehearsal time to the evening, and Chapter 86, still in there and haven't come out? Requesting for monthly tickets. Zichio, listen to me, you won't believe me when I tell you. During the day Shen Mingen and Yao Shuli go out are sunny, the day is dark, that little wind is whistling blowing, do not know, also think later to the end of the world it. Hoo. The howling wind swept down countless petals from the branches of the trees, some of which fell to the ground and piled up into a sea of pink flowers, and some of which were wrapped up in the wind in mid-air, fluttering back and forth. This made Shen Mingen think of the lyrics, "The wind blows the rain into flowers, and time can't catch up with the white horse." These petals, will they eventually float to the title of The Love Apartment? Yeah. After a few moments of wandering thoughts, Emperor Min quickly shook his head, forcibly shaking the out of his mind. My scalp is so itchy, and if I keep being melancholy, I'm going to grow out my angled bangs. A good man should protect his family and his country, and should study for the rise of China. Melancholy. Chapter 87 The Earth doesn't explode, we don't stop broadcasting. Okay, I know the room number, I'll inform my colleagues up there right now, we'll definitely save her, don't worry about it, ha. Get the outta here. Shen Mingen stepped forward and shouted as he pulled her away. Can you yell here to be useful? Can you afford to delay someone from saving their life? What the good is crying? If you want to cry, go home and cry. Shen Mingen life most hate this kind of cannot distinguish the situation on the ing crying female. Now what is the situation? Are you ing crying here? Delayed rescue, you responsible for The firefighters on the side of the uncle gave Shen Mingen a thank you look, and then quickly rushed into the hotel. Chapter 88, Anti-Countermeasures. Too many red beans and one acacia, right? In the hospital corridor, when notified by his assistant Chen Ze, Shen Mingen was peeling a mandarin. Woken, navel oranges, silly, cannot distinguish between a rake citrus, but also damn all day to read into the poop citrus, tsk. To be honest, it was also that the staff of the program was not there, or else Shen Mingen would definitely have to give them a scolding. Showbiz one in the water is actually quite deep, how is also deeper than the water under the ass of the daffodil raised by Chen Ze, what to raise a small person hire a mud truck to the popular singer to drink the water under the mercury These are not uncommon, and those that go undetected and are capitalized down in no man's corner abound. Compared to them, it's really all child's play when it comes to sleep, taxes and whatnot. Since those things can be suppressed, Chen Ze. Chapter 89 The Lone Ranger. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Potato the Dagabar said something that made the cow guide angry, and although the cow guide almost landed his sandbag-sized fist on her billion, the cow guide still kept more or less lyrical. He said, "It's not up to you to decide whether to eliminate Chen Ze or not. I'm the chief director of the program. No one can eliminate him if I say no." In the eyes of today's Chinese hit center director Niu Ji, Chen Ze is definitely the closest person to him. This righteous father in his mind is comparable to his own father, so a thick and strong money tree he will not easily let go. Not only him, but all the capital that sponsors their show would not agree with this. Those capital in order to cha Chen Ze this wave of heat, and even prefer to risk being reported also want a Chinese hit song center program to hurry up and start broadcasting, enough to imagine the importance of Chen Ze to them, if ox to. Chapter 90 Who says that only those who stand in the light are considered heroes? Not everyone in this world is so glamorous. Not all of us are standing in a place of light and greatness, admired by all. Where there is light there must be shadows, and while those who stand in the light and guard us are certainly worthy of admiration, who is to say that those who silently guard us in the shadows are not worthy of honor? Chen Ze usually brushed the video, often able to brush to the kind of, stumbled upon a very urgent life-threatening sudden illnesses, such as acute asthma, heart disease, or pregnant children are about to give birth, need to drive to the hospital as soon as possible, looking for the road of the traffic police uncle to help open up the road to the video. The traffic police officers who received the call rode their bikes and carried the horn in front of the open road figure is really handsome. The owners of the cars in front who gave way were equally cool. Daily life for us to deal with a variety of trivial things in the area of the police, no matter how windy or rainy as long as the police received a phone call with the Chapter 91 Fire to check. Uncle Dan's work is actually quite sharp and efficient, although the matter has only been over 2 days, but Wei Zihan has been summoned to cooperate with the investigation. As an insider, Ma Ling actually inquired through a friend, and not surprisingly the one who set fire to the Yunhai Resort Hotel that night was Wei Zihan. Because of the reason that Chen Ze did not have any major incident, Ma Ling actually does not intend to how to manage this matter, to pursue the responsibility of Wei Zihan to the hotel, to the program team, to the people who were injured on that day. This kind of crime how can not be small? Don't say you're an entertainer, you're a capitalist, an arsonist who should arrest you just as much as he should feed you peanuts. But now, Ma Belle, but in any case, cannot not hold Wei Zihan responsible. This. If he didn't have nothing better to do than to set fire to Shen Mingyan's room, and if it wasn't for Yao Shuli choking on the water. Chapter 92 Olympic Call for Theme Songs. New proposition, rap. The show Chinese Hit Center recently ran into trouble. Originally because of the hotel fire Yao Shuli injured hospitalized, they still have to force the opening of the reason. The network public opinion on the fermentation is very strong. The day of the program recording site ushered in the firefighters. This matter was exposed out. Suddenly the program group pushed on the tip of the wind in waves. Below the comments section is a hoot and a holler. Deservedly. You deserve it. The heavens have eyes. This world is really a huge straw man, and this kind of program where the firefighting isn't done properly can be on the air? Strongly recommend calling off this crap program. Better give the director and the producers, a group of students, a good look in and no more walking $500,000 or anything. Birdseed, these things don't even have the right ass. It's worth noting that there's a lot of discussion on the internet about the programming of Chinese Hit Center. Chapter 93 Strawman, the hair frenzy triggered by Stanley's fertilizer. Remember what was said earlier about the chain of contempt in the music industry? Classical looked down on jazz, jazz looked down on rock, rock looked down on folk, folk looked down on pop, and then everyone together looked down on rap. Yes, as a style at the bottom of the pyramid in the Chinese music industry, rap, which rose to prominence in the era of traffic flow with a few rap talent shows, has always been a highly despised style in the community, no matter how hot it is. The disdain here is not without reason. On the one hand, a lot of well-known underground rappers nowadays work in that hostile style, making it seem like you can't write a song without dissing people on the other hand. As we all know, the entertainment industry is a place that generally does not pay attention to academic qualifications, and the rappers are even more of a rebel, basically a ING per capita technical schoolboy. It's not that a low education is what makes a high-quality person, but that the lack of a good education or even a Chapter 94, Inner Entertainment Top Stream collectively follows the epileptic storm, branding business tendo collapses. Hashtag Mr. Shin, suggest you buy it, don't suggest you use it. Hashtag. A Shin Minjian ensures Shanli fertilizer triggered by the crazy wave of hair is still in full swing. The above this hot searches a fan at Shin Minjian asked me to build pregnant women are not recommended to buy, Shin Minjian's reply. This guy doesn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter at all, and even more so, he doesn't seem to have seen the smears that are all over the internet, and he's even playing a ING game here. Fans are following along in the comments section below. Brother, don't mess with the abstract, hurry up with the PR. If you keep this up, people who don't know will think you're going to collapse the house. We've spent a lot of money on our company, let's spend some too, okay? I don't know if it is the reason that Shin Minjian does not reply to the recent rumors. The gang of small black people are more and more rampant, directly treating Shin Minjian as a RB person to fix, making it seem as if he has endorsed the. Chapter 95 Welcome to Beijing. Hello, Mr. Shin Minjian? The phone is a man, the voice gives a very stable feeling, like the kind of very serious people. In fact, Shin Minjian around the people seem to be serious people, but in the eyes of Shin Minjian, people are people. What is serious not serious, is just a disguise to do good or bad. They're all out for sale, just selling different things. It's me. Shin Minjian nodded. Hello Mr. Min, we are on the side of the Olympic Organizing Committee, responsible for soliciting and selecting the theme song. The man began to introduce himself. Shin Minjian listened to it and froze a little, his mouth said strangely, the Olympics. Have not already decided on the theme song creator? ISN. They're nothing about me? About that Olympic theme song news a few days ago. In fact, Shin Minjian also heard more or less this matter. In fact, he did not care too much, after all, people. Chapter 96 A tribute to the martyrs. A little river runs through it. 1952. Scouts say that Snowy Hill is full of guns and tanks behind it. I've had no less than 1,000 apprehensions in my mind. I remember my sister asked me when I was a child why I didn't choose to be a spectator when I was in the army, and it was so rough. Having been poor since childhood, I know how hard it is to get peace today. If it weren't for the People's Army, how would the family have money to burn wood and cook rice? Yao Shuli chanting next to him, Shin Minjian carrying a microphone with a sharp gaze straight to the camera. This moment his face has faded away from the usual immodesty. There are all the memory of the forefathers and the purest quality of homage. No, how does this sound? You don't say. Ampersand hashtag at. Many of the audience listening to his lyrics, face-to-face private discussion, but also slowly back to the taste, but also slowly find over the song, exactly what is written. Chapter 97 doesn't rhyme? You still have something to say about the mountain and the river? Are you still hacking him? Stopped hacking a long time ago. But I haven't said who. Yes, the person who is speaking out at the moment is Zhou Yang, who is recognized as one of the crouching dragons and phoenix chicks by the director of the Chinese Song Center, Niuji, as the black of the beginning of the source. The conference room people have heard the words, have been stunned, turned their eyes to look at the time. They found Zhou Yang is standing in Su Qian not far away, stretching out his hand, have a look of raising his hand to let the teacher point him to answer the question of the situation. And what is that? Ma Ling's mouth twitched and she couldn't help but ask. She really did not expect this Chinese hit song center program actually have so many undercover dragon phoenix chick. Shin Minjian read the text like singing the song, can come up with so many with rap related professional terms. Could making it up be any more unreliable? The crowd also looked at Zhou Yang strangely, and even director Niu felt that Zhou Yang was now. Chapter 98, Painting My China. To tell you the truth, the song Little River Runs Through Water 1952 was chosen because Shin Minjian wanted to remember the great contributions made by the martyrs of the forefathers with everyone, and on the other hand. Actually, it's also because the song is advanced. Whether it's from the professional perspective of rap or the original world fusion of this folk music style of A River Runs Through It, it can basically be said to be one of those masterpieces of the level of the word of mouth. He's just trying to feed the audience some chaff, you know? The Chinese rap in this world is really too hot chicken, belongs to the kind of go see all shake their heads, all day double bets, single bets, jump bets, who said single bets do not count as bets. Bet on your mom. A bunch of ducks, sent to Nanjing Beijing city, all do not want to leave the city, all give labor on the table. He really can't imagine how some are so obsessed with rhyming all day long. It's not that rhyme is wrong. Chapter 99 Watch that phoenix finally fly. Yao Shuli chorus came out, directly played a point of view role. Not to mention the country, but only the mountains and rivers. You still have to deliberate for a moment. The country is out, the mountains and rivers as a companion. What do you take to eliminate him? Are you worthy of eliminating him? The only ones who can test him, who can eliminate him, are the country and the people. In the studio, everyone was able to see that from the moment Yao Shuli's chorus came out, the expression on Ma Ling's face quickly became ashen. Wasted. Completely wasted. This issue can't eliminate Shim Mingyun again. Chapter 100 New Endorsement, Basketball Xiang Technical School. Program Upgrade, The Red Song Season. Patter. A cup of wine for 10,000 feet of red dust, a pot of tea for 1,000 years of greatness. The clear and translucent tea broth sprinkled down in the teacups that glistened with the white luster of lamb's fat, and a refreshing tea aroma swirled out between the hot steam. The person who made the tea was a very refined middle-aged man, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking gentle and elegant, and his speech also gave people a feeling like a spring breeze. Mr. Lin is also burnt out. We are gathered here to help Mr. Lin think of a solution, not to dig at him. Handing the teacup to Lin Bei, the person who made the tea said softly, since it involves the interests of each family, let's each come up with some ideas. It's not a solution to be so stalemated. He on the side, a middle-aged man with a slightly rounded and blonde figure snickered and said, if this is my company, I'll just find a reason to take him to court and put him on the back of a contract, and he won't be able to go on any program. Chapter 101 1,000 Hills. Hashtag Chinese Hit Center announced the program upgrade and officially changed its name to Chinese Hit Center Red Song Season. Hashtag. While the heat brought by a little river runs through it 1952 and pictures of mountains and rivers is still being cathartically released, the program Chinese Hit Center has killed off the competition with this lyric, occupying the top of the hot search list of various platforms, attracting countless onlookers. What are you doing? Upgrade? You think you're the god of war interceptor Rao, but also ing upgrade. I just looked at it, so it's a whole red song program. Ha 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 ha. Is this being subdued by our Minnesota emperor? At first, many netizens thought that this was a benefit given to Shin Min-jen by the show's team being subdued by him. But soon enough, remarks such as these began to appear below the comments section. Gee, I don't think so. It's a little bit of a ing yin and yang, and supposedly the show is planning to invite. Chapter 102 The Chinese Word. In the evening, the setting sun will gradually render the distant sky into a piece of orange-red when Shin Min-jen just came out of the room, then already break the wind. The waves are still constantly lapping at the beach. Passing by the hotel restaurant, Shin Min-jen cannot help but be attracted by the sound of singing and dancing inside, but unfortunately he did not have the slightest idea of participation. It seems to be that they isolate Shin Min-jen, but in fact it is Shin Min-jen a person who has isolated all of them. Come to the front desk of the hotel. The hall comes and goes a lot of people. Occasionally someone will recognize Shin Min-jen to greet him. There are also fans who specifically come to squat him. To take a picture of Shin Min-jen is not refused. To be honest, Shin Min-jen does not resent the fans, because they are all very good people. The eyes of the eyes are all him, and even help him to separate the courier that is him. I'm really looking at the mountains of express delivery in front of him. Shin Min-jen couldn't help but press the brim of his hat, pinching his waist and showing a helpless expression. He also does not quite understand how they are endorsed history. Chapter 103 The Pian Tan is wide, the bench is long, a roundabout pronunciation of the flat and the oblique, the wisdom of the old ancestors. It's 31 degrees and cloudy and humid and hot over here today, and it was raining yesterday, so I'm really worried about taking off my makeup later on stage. And does a lot of moisture turn you into a zombie? Sometimes Yao Shuli really couldn't understand Shin Mingyan's brain circuit. She dumbly laughed and asked back, then will you turn into a pleasant goat if you have too much yang qi? Ha, I'm Wesley, I'm the wildest in the green grassland. Shin Min-jen crossed his arms and had a seizure in place. The go-go departs. How strong is the taste of black coffee? Abstract, beyond abstract. Sister Ollie, get on stage soon. Luo on the side frowned and urged Yao Shuli to hang up the video. Shin Min-jen has always felt that Yao Shuli, this nose-itch assistant's face type, is quite familiar. Before face-to-face to see, always can't think of. Today fiercely from the video to see, good guy, this is not properly Fu-hander face type? No wonder. And if they. Chapter 105 All fired up. Tea room, the fragrance overflowing, accompanied by pattering sound of running water. Dark yellow tea soup spilled down the spout of the pot into the purple sand teacups, the water in the cups for a moment of time crazy swirling, like the mood of the people in the poor room, no matter how it cannot be calmed down. I'm really close to tolerating that epileptic male in your company to the limit now. General Liu changed into a pink suit today, a head of hair tied up in a high ponytail. The attire is good, the temperament is also okay, it's just that the expression is hideous. She said, can you get that epileptic eunuch of yours to endorse something serious, and stop bringing all of us to be forced to follow him in his epilepsy? She is naturally talking about last week, Shin Minjen endorsement of the Basketxiang Technical School, the new Dongfang Chef 2 educational institutions thing. Last week, she told Lin Bei to keep Shin Minjen under control no matter what, and not to let him continue to endorse those outrageous and abstract things that absolutely shouldn't be. Chapter 106 Down with imperialism, no more slaves. Go, let's go. How strong is black coffee taste? I just want the ease of a soda. Hot day. Pick up. Shaking his head, scratching his head, K-ent dashing back shoulder bag line to the airport, wrapped up tightly and is a hat and sunglasses and masks. The mood is not bad, but the truth is, it's sweaty. The northern land in April is really tortured. The first 2 days of windy high temperature is only 178 degrees. These 2 days, a good guy, a breath of dry to 30 degrees. Thin models of long-sleeved and spring and fall jackets of these things in the north really does not exist. Off the down jacket chafing has not been rubbed off the seamless set of short-sleeved, which is the northern part of the earth. What did you have to come for? Looking at Shin Minjen, who was still in a mood that wasn't poking in the video, Yao Shuli sighed helplessly. I'm going to save you from the fire, Shin Minjen laughed maniacally. Thanksgiving. Chapter 107 The national team strikes, don't count out of them. I want Yankee. In Rima refund. What's with the itchy nose programmers? Red beans eat too much, send bar the directors team loves each other, right? Recommendations and monthly votes haven't been given to you, so you're just stonewalling the brothers? Give up. Mango Channel's Peak Singer Challenge, a live taping at 8 p.m. on Friday night, had the audience cursing in the studio. Obviously, just now they were all cheering Shin Mingen's name, and the anticipation for Minjen the Great was overflowing in the entire studio, so what made everyone suddenly become 109, the Internationale. Hashtag Mr. Shim on fire. Hashtag down with imperialism, no more slaves. Hashtag Heiki and you guys are a bit of a metaphysician in your own right. Hashtag. On the night of the end of the live recording of Peak Singer Challenge, Shin Minjen took the song Firepower and continued to top the hot search list of all major platforms, and in a gesture of slaughtering the list, once again dominated the top position. The related hot comments section below all exploded with heated discussions among netizens. This song is really great, the attitude, the momentum, and the singing are all on full display, and it's so refreshing to listen to it. Ha 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 ha. Those three foreigners at first could not understand and still praised their, and then Shin Minjen English lyrics came out. The inner black AMA face is green. Oh hey, I tell you, I doubt Shin Minjen this kid is not awakened with martial arts soul. He damn a song even with a bonus, even with the to the. Chapter 110 Arise, starving slaves. Arise, suffering people of the world. When it comes to the spirit of revolution, there are few countries in the world that have more say than ours. Once upon a time, in feudal society, the lower classes were exploited by landlords and bureaucrats, and the whole country was oppressed by the Western powers, so it seemed that we were being passively defeated, both at the level of the people and at the level of the state. The good life we have today is all thanks to those revolutionary forefathers who stood firm in their beliefs and fought hard, who led the masses of people at the bottom of the ladder to struggle hard for the common great goal, and eventually realized the complete liberation of the people at the bottom of the ladder as well as fairness and justice. Nowadays, a lot of people who are not doing as well as they should always like to complain that the country is not good at this and that, but at least, the country is now making it possible for everyone to have enough to eat. In the old days, people used to starve to death. Nowadays, in our country, if a person with arms and legs is not lazy, he can go out and do something to starve to death. Disabled people. Chapter 111, Long live the working people, everything belongs to the workers, where can parasites be tolerated? Intena Hanil. Just make it happen. It's the final struggle. United until tomorrow. Intena Hanil. Just make it happen. Ahaha. Hot-blooded. Highly combustible. In the studio, in the guide room, on the side of the backstage waiting singers, including in the online live streaming room of the Chinese hit center Red Song Season, almost everyone who was listening to Shin Mingen's song The Internationale had an inexplicable feeling of being lit up. In reality, the vast majority of people are suffering from many unfair treatment, not to mention the general public, you star artists and how, not still have to listen to the words of the capital, not still have to look at other people's faces everywhere. What is the revolution for? It's about liberation, it's about fairness. It's right to glorify the martyrs of the revolution. Chapter 112 Me and You. Hashtag Long live the working people. Hashtag Mr. Shin, the Internationale. Hashtag Eliminate the assholes and hit the exploiting class. Hashtag. After the new recording of Chinese Hit Center Red Song Season was aired, the response on the internet was unprecedented. Although, in the past, the heat of every episode of the Chinese Hit Center program had exploded because of Shin Min-jen, this time, that heat was different from usual. That kind of heat is unprecedented. It does, after all, involve the rights of working people. After all, it resonated with almost all of the beatniks, the underclass. This song After the Strength are a little outrageous. It is said that night after the recording of the program, the whole network probably must have hundreds of thousands of people at the same time with their own leaders. Bosses submitted their resignation. The reason why, you do not ask. Ask is oppressed and exploited by you. Chapter 113 The Tibetan Plateau. June, the hot summer has arrived. Some time ago travel because of fluctuating temperatures. Shin Min-jen also need to bring a few coats. Recently the suitcase is almost all short-sleeved, always feel empty inside nothing, so ran to the convenience store to buy a little snack stuffed into the car. The last time to see the cherry blossoms when Yashili seems to quite like to eat the meat flavor thick-cut potato chips, and kimchi flavor, such as what the wonderful crispy corners egg she ate with great relish, so Shin Min-jen simply buy a little bit. Compared to the first two, Kesha's choice is more or less a risky one, a piece that is on the cold side of her masterpiece. The good thing is that song is very much highlighting the vocals, and it will be very conquering to sing it live.